Lihan, 10 years old, sits in the airplane cabin like a true street kid, with a swagger that is more refreshing than a cold drink. His piercing gaze is almost shocking, definitely not something you would expect from a child. He makes an even bigger impression as the leader of a group of orphans. A thoughtful pause hangs in the air, and you can't help but marvel at this little guy commanding a crew of lost kids. Impressive. Right, 9 reassures the boy. Don't worry. We are not sending you to jail. He asks if Lihan has ever heard of a place called the Academy. Lihan. Academy. You mean a training ground for psychics? Those who can see the unseen. Are you saying I am a psychic? 9 praises him for his smarts. You are not just an ordinary psychic. You are a savior of humanity. And you won't suffer in those slums. You will eat and sleep in a nicer place. Suddenly, the kid interrupts. So just, I get the good food. My little brothers deserve it too. Lihan stands up for his siblings, laying down the law. If 9 wants to send him to the academy, he better take care of them too. Food, clothes, shelter, school, everything. Even a seasoned guy like Nin is taken aback by Lihan's fierce spirit. He agrees. All right, get it. I will take responsibility for your siblings and look after them. However, this will only happen if you stay at the academy as a trainee. You understand what I am saying? Right. The boy knows there is no free lunch. Of course. This 10-year-old, carrying a heavy load of luggage, stands ready as the helicopter lands. Stepping aboard without a hint of fear. 9 had mentioned that there are ranks for psychics. And clearly, Lihan is not at the top tier yet. He walks slowly. The words of him. 9 echoing in his mind. If you care about your siblings, you must survive at all costs. A determined shout resonates. He is going to make it. With a fierce, unwavering gaze, Lihan locks his eyes on the main building ahead. Suddenly, a whimper catches his attention. Looking over, he sees a crowd gathered, with a blonde kid in the center crying out like a spoiled brat forced into this situation. It is because of kids like you that I am being looked down upon. You are just a waste. And the bullied boy can only whimper weakly. The other kids can't hold back anymore. Defending the bullied kid. What about you? Why are you acting so high and mighty? The blonde kid immediately insults them, calling them fools. I am a trained psychic. Obviously on a different level than you losers. I am a trained psychic. The other kids shudder in fear at his declaration. The stones levitate. This is the first time I have really seen someone use psychic powers. The blonde kid makes a stone float in his hand. I do not know if they will send you home if you become useless due to injuries. But this is no place for a kid like you to survive. One day, you will thank me for this. But for now, get out of my sight. With that, the kid controlling the stone slammed it straight into the weakling. In that fiery moment, a tiny hand shot out in front of the weakling. Lihan stepped up like a hero with a sick death samer move, ready to catch that rock barehanded. The weakling looked up with tear-streaked cheeks, gazing at Lihan like he was a god, while Lihan casually critiqued the blonde kid's throw, suggesting it would be better if he just used his own arm instead. The blonde kid, furious at being humiliated, grit his teeth and asked, "Who the hell are you?" Lihan simply introduced himself as the moral compass of the group. The crowd of kids immediately began chanting, "Fight! Fight! Teach her a lesson." The sound of hurried footsteps approached from behind, interrupting the showdown between Lihan and the blonde kid in the room. That nightmare circled around Joan Red, heavy breaths echoing in the silence. A battle-ready robot was armed with a terrifying gun. Lian Than Nong, a blinding bolt of lightning struck down, accompanied by the deafening roars of an unidentified alien creature, summoned a powerful horde of monsters and countless little beasts that surged forth. The soldier inside the robot's armor widened his eyes in horror, but he did not back down. He quickly gripped his gun and started firing relentlessly ahead. Any monster that charged at him got a face full of bullets, dropping to the ground like ragdolls. Despite facing such overwhelming odds, the soldier kept his eyes peeled, refusing to let his guard down. The scene before him was nothing short of cinematic. The soldier was soloing against a monster army that outnumbered him like crazy. Smoke and fire filled the air, and he could not help but breathe heavily, exhaustion creeping in. Suddenly, his brows furrowed tightly together, his eyes reflecting a terror he could not hide. A brilliant blue light surged forth, brighter than the stars of Jai 97, unleashing a ferocious super dragon from the glow. The dragon, with its terrifying maw and sharp teeth, lunged at the soldier. It charged at him with the speed of light, its bloodthirsty eyes ready for today's dinner. The soldier felt paralyzed, eyes wide, unable to move as he stared at it. He seemed to lose all strength. Bending over, and his gun slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground. He went from feeling cold to sweating bullets. And this heat was no joke. The flames of that blue fire engulfed him in agony. Horrified, he screamed as he was burned in the searing flames, desperately crying out. Suddenly, the image of the soldier, pale and terrified, snapped back to reality, fear jolting him awake. He gasped for breath, panic-stricken, and buried his face in his hands, realizing it was that wretched dream again. After a moment of confusion, he remembered today was the last day for recruitment. Peeking outside, he saw countless helicopters circling the sky. As he stepped into the arena, the young man felt a surge of anger upon seeing the kids fighting, igniting his spirit to charge forward. The scene earlier showed the kids intimidated by the soldier's fierce presence. Quickly stepping aside to let him through, Zone Red barked out, "Both of you, get out!" With a furious expression, Zone Red shouted, "What are your names?" The blonde one looked serious, but he has got the wrong gear on, and the black-haired one is even colder. Just standing there, Zone Red's face was a bit scary, his gaze locked onto the two kids. He assumed they had been trained, and were supposed to show some skill. The blonde one spoke up first, saying he had just mastered remote control skills, while the black-haired boy looked worriedly at him. Thinking, "This is bad," Zone Red asked a simple question. "Oh really?" Before the boy could process it, he was hit hard by a punch aimed at him. The boy cried out in pain, then collapsed, clutching his stomach. Zone Red, unfazed, just glared at him as he lay there gasping. "Is that all it takes for you to feel cocky? Ah, what a joke." Turning to the black-haired boy, who was watching with a furious expression, he asked challengingly, "What about you?" With a disdainful tone, he sneered at the boy, saying, "I love watching weaklings get knocked down, but you are just repeating the same old mistakes." Before the boy could respond, he landed another hard punch. "If you can't even match Simon, you really are a joke." The punch sent the boy flying, crashing hard against the wall with a loud thud. After the hit, he calmly announced to everyone, "Listen up, in 3 weeks, you will be moved to the first year. If you can't demonstrate remote control skills, you will be expelled." Nearby, the black-haired boy clutched his chest, gritting his teeth, glaring at him. After the announcement, he began to introduce himself seriously. Despite his contemptuous introduction, he said, "I am John Red. I am responsible for training you idiots and turning you into psychic warriors to fight dragons." Not caring whether they were listening or not, he decisively concluded his introduction and ordered the kids, "Now, run laps around the training ground until I, your instructor, tell you to stop." Seeing the kids still sitting there, he instantly changed his expression, scowling fiercely. "Get moving, now." At that moment, Sergeant Red was pushing his students hard on the field. "Don't even think about stopping. If you do, you will be expelled immediately." Lihan focused on running while silently thinking, "I am used to this kind of treatment." But the others were not as accustomed. Some began to collapse from exhaustion, unable to run any further. Seeing this, Sergeant Red's face turned a shade of green with anger. "You useless bunch. Stop holding everyone back. Go home." He pointed at the exhausted kids who could not keep going, declaring that both of them had been expelled, as Lihan ran past them. He thought, "I can handle this kind of harshness." He ran, panting hard, sweat pouring down, soaking his clothes. But what worried him was his psychic ability. He glanced at the blonde kid ahead, wondering if he could keep up with him. He asked himself, "I have psychic powers too, right?" At that moment, another boy stumbled while running, his steps becoming unsteady. Sweat poured down his face. His vision started to blur, unable to look straight ahead anymore, unable to take it any longer. Kuro collapsed, his entire body hitting the ground hard. Sergeant Red approached him, looking at him like he was some kind of bug. "Trash." He sneered, telling him to go home and sleep. Kuro looked up, his eyes brimming with tears, stammering at him, "I did not think you could." As he stepped back, suddenly Kuro startled, his eyes wide with panic. Not knowing what was happening, Red remained silent, his expression flat, but his gaze seemed to hold something deeper. It was Lihan, rushing towards Kuro, lifting him up to lean against his body, then staring straight at Red with a determined voice, saying he was not giving up yet. Then he turned to Kuro, gently smiling to reassure him, his eyes filled with unwavering resolve. "Right." Kuro's eyes sparkled, and he nodded weakly in response. Witnessing this, Red fell silent. The two of them immediately helped each other and continued running, leaving the stern sergeant behind. The sun had set. Training time seemed to be over. Sergeant Red blew the whistle forcefully, commanding everyone to stop. Hearing the signal to halt, he collapsed onto the ground, finally allowing his face to relax. Everyone else followed suit, some lying down, others sitting up. Catching their breath and resting, he stood tall, looking at the kids. And from 73, only 40 remained. His face remained serious and cold. Today's training session was just this. Starting tomorrow, we will train for real. During the training period, each morning we will begin running just like today. Upon hearing his devilish announcement, everyone immediately gaped. Like, what? Lihan remained silent, while Kuro beside him trembled, tears streaming down his face again. The next day, on the campus, the sky was clear and blue, with no sun, a refreshing atmosphere that made everyone feel at ease. During the training session, the morning run began, and everyone took it seriously, pushing themselves to run without anyone daring to give up or take a break. At 8 a.m. for breakfast, the kids silently focused on their food, all faces. In the classroom at 9 a.m., Sergeant Red stood at the front, straightening up to start the lesson. Imagine that within each of you, there is a zone that can generate external energy. It could be the head, it could be the heart, or you might think of it as your danchan, like in martial arts. The most important thing is identifying that area. Lihan listened intently, gently placing his hand on his left chest, thinking to himself, I will start from the heart. At 12:30 p.m. in the cafeteria for lunch, Lihan quietly grabbed a tray and walked over, suddenly spotting Kuro sitting alone. He called softly, Kuro. He walked over, smiling as he placed his tray next to Kuro. Let us eat together. Hearing that, Kuro shyly agreed. All right, his name is Kuro. He is the first friend I made here. And in my life, smiling at Kuro while enjoying the meal, I suddenly noticed Sel Simon standing nearby with a tray of his own. The two of them exchanged glances, both raising their eyebrows at each other. Kuro quietly introduced. His name is Sel Simon. I heard he got a scholarship from your brother. Hearing that, the black-haired kid went cold. No wonder his nose is different from everyone else's. Then, he softly added, his gaze fixated on the blonde kid who just walked by. Even if he does not like me, he can't really do anything about it. I hope we can use the remote control skills in 3 weeks. Hearing this, he laughed, looking a bit shy. Like, wait. Yeah, we can totally do that. Remote control skills. Instantly, Lihan turned to him with a stiff expression. Really? In the end, are the most interesting person here. Then he sighed in relief, thinking to himself, I should not worry about others. As night fell in the dorm, it was time for afternoon combat practice and running. After dinner, maintaining the curfew, and roll call. Finally at 10 it was time for bed. Then, he turned off the lights. Everything went pitch dark inside. And Lihan tossed and turned in bed. I can't sleep. He silently stared at the ceiling, thinking about showering, eating, a pillow, and a blanket. It is so much better than my old life. So good it feels incomparable. But I want to go home. Thinking this, he shook his head and sat up. I can't. Then he firmly resolved. I can't be this week. 2 weeks passed. The pen he used to channel energy flew up miraculously, along with a cheer from him. Did it? It is working. After that, the number of kids able to use remote control techniques skyrocketed, while Lihan silently concentrated his energy, trying to make the pen rise. Seeing the pen still resting on the table, his face grew increasingly anxious. What should I do? I do not have a talent for this. Do I? Then he suddenly remembered when he asked Kuro, only to see Kuro shrug and say, well, I do not know any tricks like that. Sorry, out of options. He suddenly thought of someone, the only person he could ask. That is, the blonde kid sitting with friends chatting on the bench, suddenly engaged in conversation. But then the person sitting near the blonde pointed directly at him. Hearing this, the blonde kid looked over, his face wearing a mocking grin. Look who it is. What is it? Lihan just saw the kid silently standing there staring. Noticing the complete lack of surprise on his face, he frowned and asked, did you know why I came here? Hearing this, the blonde laughed. Right. You came to ask for tips on how to do the skill, did not you? Then, the blonde kid's expression suddenly changed. He looked up and chuckled lightly. But I think your head is a bit too high there. I thought your country had a lot of rules. Lihan silently clenched his teeth, glaring at the blonde. He anxiously thought to himself, at this moment, my pride does not matter anymore. Thinking this, he immediately knelt down, looking at him pleadingly. Teach me. I am begging you. The blonde was silent for a moment. Then he furrowed his brow, as if he had made an important decision. Finally, he stood up, signaling his friend behind to hand him the pen. Give me the pen. And then softly replied. Stand up. I will teach you, since you asked me. Do not complain about what I show you. Got it. Gripping the pen in his hand, the blonde immediately shifted his demeanor. His gaze locked straight ahead, and suddenly lunged, jabbing the pen straight into Lihan's left side before he could even react. His face filled with shock. He panicked. What? A helicopter flies across the sky. Nearby, below, Sergeant Red stands smoking by the window. As he smokes, gritting his teeth, he gazes up at the sky, unable to believe it is the day of the initiation. Time really flies. Suddenly, someone outside grabs the door and pushes it open forcefully. A short, bald guy appears, laughing loudly as he calls out to Sergeant Red. He bursts into a smug laugh. I knew you were in here. Seeing who opened the door, Red stands up and walks forward, greeting him with, long time no see. Ignoring him, the first thing he notices is the smell in the room. Immediately, he pinches his nose, angrily exclaiming, oh. It stinks. The smell of cigarettes is suffocating in here. You can't smoke in here. Sergeant, Red. Hearing this, glares back, teeth clenched, asking, "What are you doing here?" Ignoring his question. 2 strides in as if this were his own home, plopping down into a chair, speaking casually to Red. He says, "Since I got here, I thought we might be working together. What do you think about the rookies?" Red looks up at him, raising his chin, muttering, "Rookies. They are all a bunch of idiots." 2 is taken aback, confused as he asks, "What do you mean?" Leading them, Red crosses his arms, looking like a peacock. "At least 2 of them are decent." Hearing this, Tuco is even more bewildered. Red lightly explains, "But Simon is not bad either." He recalls when Simon showcased his skills, outperforming even the first-year students. 2 strokes his chin, pleased. If it is Simon, then he might just be the last genius at the Royal Moonlight Training Facility. I really believe in that kid. Ignoring the bald old man, Red continues, "The other one, he is loyal. He remembers the moment Lihan helped Chokuro when he was exhausted." Continuing, "That boosts the kid's spirit more than any other rookie." Then he thinks to himself, "Lihan. This place needs exceptional people, not mediocre ones. If he can't use any psychic skills, then this is not the place for him." Noticing Red's serious expression, 2 feels a bit out of place and quietly asks, "What is that kid's name?" Suddenly recalling something, he raises his finger excitedly. "Oh right. I heard some things on my way here. Do you know what they call you?" Red calmly glances at him. "I am sure it is something like that jerk or something along those lines." At the training ground, Red still stands tall, the same fierce presence as always, his gaze sharp and commanding. In front of his students, he begins his speech. "As you all know, today you will be inducted as first years. However, it is only for those who are ready to become part of the team." The expressions on everyone's faces are filled with anxiety. Red's voice continues to resonate. "The basic skill of a psychic is energy gathering. The abilities can be identified through the light in their eyes." His face looks intimidating, with fierce, glowing red eyes that send chills down anyone's spine. It does not matter if the dogs can use the remote control skills or not. As long as anyone can do this, they can stay. While speaking, he pointed to where Aftika was waving at everyone, those skilled in gathering spiritual energy. "Over there. Line up in front of the technician." Then he pointed to where the agents and helicopters would take the dogs home immediately. Seeing this, Lihan's face was filled with fear. He gritted his teeth and stared in one direction. There stood a man in a colonel's uniform, alongside a group of men in black, even more intimidating. We told Red to move it. Step it up. Everyone was exhausted, crying as they walked. Only he stood frozen in place, fists clenched, fear consuming his thoughts. Kuro looked back at him, unsure of what to do. Lihan remained silent, placing his hand firmly on his back. Remembering that painful moment, he coughed violently. Then he fell to the ground, his back injured and bleeding. "This is the answer." He gasped for breath, turning to look at the blonde. "Aren't you trying to kill me?" His hand, marked by Simon Kamux's blood. "Don't worry. I won't stab too deep. It will help you focus and feel more clearly. Right now, that wound will be your gateway to the supernatural." Lihan was surprised as the blonde sat down facing him with a gentle smile. He understood simply that this wound was drawing in psychic energy. But if he kept it like this for too long, he would not succeed. Then he stood up, handing the pen back to his friend from earlier. But the friend shook his head, refusing. "I do not want it. It is all covered in blood." Only Lihan watched, thinking to himself, so he knows? His child is the heart. He clenched his back tightly. Since that day, he was sure he started to feel it. But it seemed like he always looked worried. So what should he do to express it outwardly? Red's dark presence quickly pulled him back to the present. "Lihan, you are the last one." He noticed he was still standing with his hands raised on his back, while Red stood sternly, urging, "Don't just stand there. Move it." Seeing this, Kuro was very worried, ignoring Red's words. He focused his thoughts and summoned all his strength. "Come on. Lihan. Think. I have to do this. I can't go back." Red was getting angrier, his eyes starting to blaze with fury. His teeth clenched, as he took heavy steps toward Lihan. Witnessing this, all the students were filled with fear. Even Simon looked a bit tense. He advanced toward Lihan. A soldier always obey their superior's orders, no exceptions. And then he swung a powerful punch from above, ready to slam it down on him. No exceptions. At this moment, Lihan opened his eyes, biting his lip. "I have to do something. Think. What can I do?" His gaze focused on the pen pinned to Red's uniform. The punch came crashing down on his face, causing him to sit up, In his hand was Red's pen. And he immediately stood up, raising the pen high. Red was astonished. Ah, what is that? He then gripped the pen tightly and stabbed it into his left side, thinking that if the cause was the pathway, then he would make it open wider. Everyone immediately panicked at his reckless action. Red immediately shouted, grabbing him by the collar and lifting him up. What the hell are you doing? You coward. Do you really want to die? The pen flew out of his hand, accompanied by a splash of blood that fell down. The guy looked at him, sighed softly, and then dropped him to the ground. Turning away, he said, I have never seen anyone as useless as you. As he spoke, he abruptly stopped, then casually turned his head to glance at him from behind. He softly added, but at least... Congratulations. Lihan. Sitting on the ground. Lihan's face was swollen from being beaten, his shirt soaked in blood. He panted, tears streaming down his face, staring at him in disbelief. After the fight, Lihan finally let out a sigh of relief. Exhausted, he thought to himself. All right, Lihan, are you okay? Hearing that, he smiled and waved his hand. This is nothing. The teacher suddenly approached and tossed him an object. Hey. Lihan, this is your reward. Take it. He was surprised as he reached out to catch it. What is this? Then he immediately introduced the mysterious item. This is the latest achievement in technology. The device activated with a programming sound, verifying the user. Lihan. Trainee soldier. User registration complete. He was excited, amazed by this intriguing gadget. Thinking, I wonder what this does. Just then, the two teachers interrupted as Red's commanding voice cut in. Listen up. The class mission will be completed soon. All of you focus on your classes after I mark you off the list. He raised his hand to guide everyone. The classes are divided based on your abilities. This mission will reflect the results of the past 3 weeks of training. But remember, you will be promoted and advanced to the next class as long as you have the skills. Hearing this, his eyes lit up, a grin spreading across his face. From now on, remember, I'm a total badass. At this point, everyone was startled and scared. But first, I need to clarify this misunderstanding. The teacher looked at him with a defiant glare. Look at how vengeful he is. As he spoke, his eyes suddenly flared with a terrifying intensity, intimidating them further. I am not just a jerk. I am the worst jerk you can imagine. He called each person forward to receive their mission. Class A. 1 person. The golden-haired kid. Class B. 4 people from Kuro's team. 5 of you will come with me. Lihan silently thought. Class D. I do not care. I will rank up quickly. Red handed the remaining list to another trainer. These 20 will go with Coach Wei Qin. This guy had an intimidating appearance that could make anyone shudder. With a massive build, just one punch from him could knock them out cold. The kids were terrified, each one panicking. Huge. He looks even scarier than Sergeant Red. Wei Qin smiled brightly and introduced himself. You all better do your best. You really can't judge a book by its cover. They thought, amazed that such a gigantic figure could have a shining smile. They quickly changed their attitude. He is so nice. It feels like our hearts are warming up. The call rang out. Everyone marched in formation under the blazing sun. Simon, focused on marching, suddenly noticed the person next to him. Spotting Lihan, he rushed over, and both ignored each other. Suddenly, a sobbing sound caught his attention. Kuro was still worried about him and crying. Seeing this, Yu softly reassured. Don't worry, Kuro. You were determined to say you would be there soon, and Kuro smiled, agreeing before running off. The coach's shout echoed. All right, let us move to the gym. To the training room. The coach had changed into a different outfit, holding a long staff, and the kids were all wide-eyed, surprised by this new coach. Yu quietly focused, observing his staff movements, while demonstrating martial arts. He explained to them that they might wonder why everyone is learning swordsmanship while fighting dragons. Right, the reason is the psychic energy that you will use. The dragon's power is limitless. Nothing on earth can contain that psychic energy. But the mist from the dragons carries and emits that energy. Therefore, weapons made from dragon materials also resonate with what he was explaining. And then you curiously ask, so how do we catch a dragon without those weapons? He furrowed his brow, deeply pondering your question. He recalled memories and shared with the kids that initially, if one fought barehanded, a single dragon could kill hundreds of fighters, even with extra fighters attacking from a distance. To deal a fatal blow, we must use weapons up close. They have to stab the weapon into the dragon's weak points and release psychic energy. And the soldiers often looked on in awe, thinking it was so cool. The coach signaled for the kids to practice after finishing his story, saying, All right, Let us find the right weapon for each of you today. And if you are small, choose something small. Lihan did not hesitate to grab the spear like the one the teacher used earlier, believing he could be just like this teacher, or maybe even cooler. The coach saw him pick the item and asked, "Do you like the spear?" Without thinking, he replied.
Yep.
He explained to the coach that he felt an adrenaline rush when swinging the spear, and he loved the sound it made. Flipping the page to show potential in this student, based on his observations. The coach noted that Lihan had the judgment and strength he demonstrated while facing Sergeant Red, which was far from ordinary. Every dodge and strike assured him that this kid had lived in an extremely harsh environment. But because of that, he had the experience to fight. He sincerely wanted to encourage him, saying, "Do your best, Lihan." And you joyfully responded. Then the coach smiled. "I will do my best to help too." Hearing those words, the fire of confidence burned even brighter inside you as you held your ground, ready to face Jules. Both of you were panting, looking at each other. And you challenged, "You look tired. Jules, can you keep up?" Jules, not one to back down, shot back. "What did you just say? You are the one taking it easy and trying to stall." In a moment of distraction, Jules suddenly launched an attack, thrusting the spear straight at your face. "Did you know?" Luckily, Lihan managed to react just in time, raising his spear to block the incoming strike. That was a slip-up. This time you charged forward, landing a solid hit that caught Jules off guard. The sound of two spears clashing echoed throughout the room. Due to the force of the blow, Jules unexpectedly found himself stumbling back, his spear crashing to the floor. Today marks the second week of the first year, and this time, Hem pulled off a decisive move. Realizing he could not win, he quickly asked to back out, saying, "I concede." This time, he defeated every student in class using a weapon that suited him perfectly. As the tension between the two eased, Jules spoke up first. "I have learned my lesson. Lihan, you probably already know this, but I am switching to Class C next week. So the class president position will be up for grabs." The brown-haired boy pointed at him, saying, "I think you should be the next class president." Lihan did not expect that and hesitated, replying, "I can do it if you do not want me to." Like a farewell, he awkwardly added, "Jules," and as night fell, Lihan sat in the dorm room, lost in thought, wondering, if I become class president, will I get closer to moving up a grade? Sergeant Red's voice boomed loudly, delivering a chilling message. "You can't do this." It felt like a nightmare, sending a wave of fear through him. This scene felt all too familiar. Someone asked in disbelief. Sergeant Red, a seemingly skeptical weightlifter, said, "That punk." Another guy with an annoyed expression replied, "You know you can joke around with him. Right. I have been beaten by him plenty of times." He was approaching. And that was not even the worst part. There were whispers among the crowd. Is he really fighting? Who is he up against? It seemed like quite the shock, especially among the male students. Lihan pointed the sharp weapon at the fiery hands of the trainer. John Red lit up a smoke with the flame from his hand, his expression dark as thunder. Some upperclassmen on the upper floor cheered. "Wait. You got this? Good luck out there." While another guy shouted in support, "You idiot. The kid can hear you." Someone laughed, and another chimed in. "So what? He does not even know who we are." Sergeant Red sneered at the students above. "Bunch of cowards." Lihan's gaze hardened with determination as he gripped the weapon tightly. Sergeant Red, with a serious expression, pointed down at Lihan and said, "So you want to be class president? You all want to hand this class over to a slowpoke like him, someone who can even master remote control skills." He paused, seeing no one else speak up as Lihan stood his ground. Finally, he sighed, his expression cold. "You fools. But there has got to be a reason you all believe in him. Right?" He called out to Lihan. Lihan was taken aback when his name was called. Zone Red stomped down hard on a mop, pulling out a sharp stick, and he forcefully tossed it over to Lihan, who caught it in surprise. Zone Red stood still and said, "I hear no one in this class can face off against you in weapon arts. Prove your strength by fighting me." Lihan was still skeptical, lowering his gaze at the weapon in hand. "This?" His worried expression showed, but the sharp end was too intimidating. Sergeant Red's fierce face darkened. "You are worried that a rookie like you will hurt me?" Lihan, a bit flustered, shook his head. Hearing this, he shrugged off his jacket and tossed it aside. Lihan, puzzled, asked, "Are you really going to fight me barehanded?" Sergeant Red tilted his head with a contemptuous look. "Of course. You think I need a weapon to fight a kid?" This time, Zone Red tossed aside the smoking joint he had been holding with one hand in his pocket. "The rules are simple. If you can make any part of your body, like your knee, touch the ground, you lose." Lihan holds his weapon ready, poised for battle. But when does one truly lose? Sergeant Red continues explaining the rules, just admitting defeat is enough. Lihan grins with determination. Thinking there is no way he is going down like that, he warms up his hands with some quick swings. While Zone Red watches him closely. Some are shocked. Thinking, wait, is he really going to fight? While others exclaim, that kid's got some guts. The students gossip as Dale Simon walks by with a frustrated expression, wondering how he could possibly compete against the coach. Dale pushes his way through to get a better view. He leans against the windowsill, observing with a smirk, man, this kid's crazy. Lihan charges forward with all the determination in the world. Zone Red blocks a powerful swing with his solid arm, then swiftly defends against 2 more strikes. Sergeant Red seems to sense something soft. Lihan leaps over Zone Red, catching him off guard. He descends with his weapon drawn, but Zone Red manages to block him with his hand. Sergeant Red grips Lihan's shirt with both of his massive hands. Then, he lunges forward, delivering a gut-wrenching kick that makes Lihan's face twist in pain. Lihan collapses, pain etched on his face. As Sergeant Red's foot hovers dangerously close to his head, Zone Red looks ready to stomp him flat. He slams his foot down, but Lihan rolls away just in time. He uses his weapon to stabilize himself as he lands on one knee. Avoiding going too far with the momentum, Lihan stares wide-eyed in fear. Thinking, this is real. He is still trembling. Contemplating his next move, Zone Red, with a serious expression, observes him, revealing a hint of emotion. He makes it clear his squad will eliminate their opponents without mercy. The terrifying image of monsters slaughtering soldiers plays in his mind. We want to go easy on you just because you are weak, Sergeant Red continues. If you directly confront them, you will realize just how terrifying your fears are right now. Lihan is still trembling but stands firm, calling out, Sergeant Red. He rises, weapon in hand, shocking Zone Red with wide eyes. Wait, is this kid really going to fight? He raises his hand, ready to grab Lihan, who seems determined to keep going. Then, he grabs Lihan by the collar, ready to toss him aside. He throws Lihan into the air, sending him flying headfirst toward the ground. Lihan rubs his head in pain, thinking, what just happened? A bruise appears on Zone Red's face. When did that happen? The students cheer. Come on, Lihan, show some heart. Break that high nose of his. Lihan charges forward again, weapon at the ready. Zone Red dodges quickly, but he is not as nonchalant as before. He is deep in thought, wondering if he should analyze the kid's movements a bit more. Sergeant Red seems to realize something and looks stunned. Lihan swiftly moves behind Zone Red. The sergeant continues to dodge as Lihan unleashes a flurry of relentless attacks. He dodges another strike, and Zone Red realizes she is attacking me with centripetal force and speed. The path of Lihan's weapon creates stunning smoke trails. Catching Sergeant Red's sharp gaze, he smirks. So this is why the crowd praises her. It seems like she is getting inspired. I like this game. Lihan toes up, intensifying her mass with the ground using her heels. You spring up again, flipping your weapon towards Sergeant Red. This is the final blow of the game. I am ready to face it. Lihan's staff slams down, shattering and embedding itself into Zone Red's body, causing his face to contort in pain. Sergeant Red grabs the wood stick that just pierced him. He pulls it out with a menacing look, his fierce aura directed at Lihan, who is kneeling on one knee on the ground. He grabs Lihan by the neck, lifting her up into the air with brutal force, and she is gasping in pain. Why do not we finish this? Lihan. He tosses the bloodied stick away, but his grip on her neck only tightens, making her cry out in agony. The face of a student turns pale. This is getting out of hand. Sergeant Red, with a fierce expression, continues to squeeze Lihan's neck. Surrender already, or she is going to die. Lihan cries out in helplessness, but with unwavering spirit. Even if I die, I won't give up. She screams in ultimate pain as someone rushes over to shove the kids who are eavesdropping out of the way. Wei Ching shouts urgently, Sergeant Red, you can't be serious about killing Lihan. Sergeant Red coldly replies, damn it. She won't surrender, and I won't lose. Coach Chen clenches his teeth. What are we supposed to do? Wei Ching, with a stony expression, says, I am done with your cruel training methods. Zhongli brushes his hair back, then shouts in frustration, shut up. Sergeant Lei stands with his legs apart and coat draped over his shoulder, declaring, I will concede. But I have not heard a surrender from that girl. I admit she is one. He adjusts his coat, casting a displeased glance at Coach Chen, holding Lihan at that moment. If we keep bickering like this, we won't accomplish anything. Underestimating him, she has managed to surpass her own limits. Zhou's also can't believe it, proving his strength after recovery, causing Coach Chen to change his expression and move him up to Class B. The large hospital ward is bathed in warm sunlight, with whispers echoing down the long corridor. A woman looks on with a questioning gaze. Class B. She and John Red walk down the hallway. And upon hearing her question, he quickly replies, "Yeah. I plan to put her on the list for advancement." After hearing that, she can't help but feel doubtful. I can't believe she is moving up from Class B to Class B. Will the higher-ups approve? With a determined look. Continues. Honestly, she has the potential for Class A. But the only barrier is that girl's psychic ability. She still does not get it. But is psychic ability always prioritized by the higher-ups? John's face clearly shows annoyance toward her. Those idiots are wrong. What we need in this dragon hunt is not just magic, like psychic abilities, but also a steel will to drive our weapons right to the heart of fear. In that case, Lihan absolutely has the potential to become the #1 strike out there. Missing out on someone with such talent just because they have not developed their psychic skills would be a real shame. Who knows? The kid I choose might just be the only one who can save the world. She hears him praise Lihan so much that it seems unbelievable. And looking up at him, she asks, "I have never seen you hype someone up like this. I thought you hated Lihan."
Dumb.
After hearing this, calmly replies, "On the contrary, I think she is better." She can't help but exclaim, "You really are something else." Sergeant Red, it is day 7 in the hospital, and she is holding a medical file. Her gaze fixed straight ahead as she speaks up. "Aren't you going in?" The coach is waiting. He is currently standing just outside, holding a large basket filled with fruit. When he hears someone mention his name, he jumps a bit and stutters. "Huh." She curiously looks at the basket he is holding and asks, "What is in there?" He quickly responds, "Just some snacks." She steps closer, looking up at him and asks, "So why are not you going inside?" He awkwardly scratches his head and mumbles, "Well." Then he points inside through the glass. "Maybe I should not go in and disturb them." Inside the room, he has created a stunning blue orb. But his expression shows he is struggling. The orb emits a beautiful, shimmering blue light. And suddenly his eyes turn blue as a powerful magical aura radiates around him. The two outside are silently cheering him on. Inside the room, the light coming from the orb grows stronger and stronger. Seeing this, the two joyfully high-five each other in celebration. Then they immediately realize they are being a bit loud and awkwardly turn away. "That kid has some serious focus," she says, raising her hand seriously. "You can go in now." Slowly stepping into the room, Lihan breathes a sigh of relief. His eyes still fixed on the orb, he speaks up, "It has been a while. Huh. How have you been?" He shows excitement upon seeing Lihan and says, "Hey, Coach. You are looking good. Thanks for that." He gently pulls out a chair and sits down. "I brought some snacks for you," he continues cheerfully. "Thanks, Coach." She carefully slices an apple into small pieces and pours some milk into a cup, placing it on the table for him as she softly says, "So tomorrow you will be joining Class B. I am really proud of you for always practicing your remote control skills." As he eats, he glances at his teacher and says, "Yeah, my abilities are below average. So I think I should master my remote control skills before staying here." She is still peeling the apple with a determined look. That is a smart decision. No matter how good you are with weapons in class, you still need some remote control skills like a chess piece, he explains. The battles of chess pieces mostly take place in mid-air, so you need to be able to retrieve your weapon if it drops during combat. Suddenly, he realizes something, snaps his fingers, and quickly heads to the reception desk. The receptionist sees him and asks, "Are you going out at this hour?" He scratches his head. "Not for long." Outside the hospital, Lihan could not help but glance around curiously and spoke up, "Coach Quay, why are we in the gym?" Hearing this, Quay turned back and replied, "Lihan, take a look at the progress of your psychic ability. The odds of awakening it are extremely low. Unlike how others can unleash a flame or teleport, you would better not dream about pulling off something like that," he warned. And Lihan's eyes showed a hint of fear as he frowned. Quay's gaze shone with a steadfast blue light. "So how am I supposed to explore my potential then?" Lihan stared at the scene in front of him, completely astonished. Quay continued, "The answer is simple. You will practice remote control skills until you reach the limit. And then remote control will become your own." Lihan thought to himself, reaching the limit of remote control skills. Quay used metal bars to create a bridge and slowly stepped down. Psychic abilities are just like our muscles. The more we use and train them, the stronger they become. The first rank of psychic ability is nothing more than an illusion. Your potential is greater than most teachers. So do not give up, train hard. Lihan. His face was filled with hope. Lihan clenched his fists at this sight and replied, "Yep, Master." His tiny feet touched the ground, and his eyes looked up at the door labeled Class B. Lihan let out a sigh. Just as he was about to step into the classroom, Dmitri opened the door, causing him to bump right into him. Dmitri looked puzzled and asked, "What the who are you?" Seeing him in pain, rubbing the spot that hurt, Lihan said, "Are you okay?" When he heard his name, Dmitri replied, "You know me?" placing his arm on Lihan's shoulder with a playful grin. Are you joking? Everyone in class knows you. He smiled brightly and extended his hand toward Lihan. Either way. Welcome. I am the class president of Class B, Dmitry Vladimirovich Petrov. Hearing such a grand name, Lihan could not help but ask, do I really have to call you that? He extended his hand as well. They shook hands, and Dmitry replied, just call me Dmitry. I hope we can be good friends. Lihan nodded, and Dmitry added, you are just in time. It is free martial arts class right now, follow me, in the spacious room with high ceilings. The two slowly walked in while Dmitry chattered away. But Lihan's expression suddenly turned serious as he thought, martial arts is what I love most, but the training schedule is intense. And the stress from lacking psychic abilities is overwhelming, and the worry of being expelled loomed over him. After all, this was the only place where he could release all his pent-up fatigue. He gripped the wooden stick tightly in his hands, his eyes filled with determination, everything stored deep in his heart. Without hesitation, he charged forward. Leaving Dmitry stunned, he rushed ahead, knocking down everyone in his path. The other youths groaned as they fell to the ground, and he called out, is that fun for you? Behind him, a small figure was crying, and upon hearing his voice, they turned around. At this moment, he said, Kuro's death is just a psychic ability bullying the weak. How is that fun? You should be grateful there is no battle during training. His eyes radiated pure anger. Dmitry stared at him in awe, thinking to himself, just like I expected. This guy makes me want to fight him right now. The wooden twin swords rolled across the ground, small hands trembling with tears streaming down. Someone's feet were slowly approaching. The young man with orange hair wore an expression of pure disdain. What are you doing, Kuro? Get up. Suddenly, a young man with white hair stepped in front of him, saying, it is my turn. Kuro, feeling terrified, thought to himself, please, someone help me, as the other guys continued to gossip. All right, it is my third turn, Kuro thought in fear. Who will help me? Suddenly, a shadow appeared in front of him. Lihan, the other guys, furious, pointed their wooden swords at him, shouting, what the hell? He quickly charged in, ready to knock them out cold. Kuro thought, is this for real? While tears kept flowing, Kuro reached out towards him, calling, Lie before he could finish. He shouted, Dmitry, this is how Class B learns free combat. Seeing him this angry, Kuro hesitated and pulled back his hand, still calling out his name. Dmitry raised his hand to ruffle his hair, showing a dangerous expression. Training here is brutal. Our enemies want to spare the prey, even if they are on their last legs. The weird one here is you. Your impulsive act of saving someone will only lead you to your own death. Hearing this made him furious. He thought, I can't deny Han's words, and clenched his fists. Dmitry, holding the wooden sword, continued, but three guys can't even take down one kid. How humiliating is that? The three guys remained on the ground, still in pain. Dmitry went on, show them what a real fight looks like. Hearing this, Kuro's face filled with anger as he gripped the wooden stick tightly. Thinking, this is it. Instantly, Dmitry charged forward, smashing the wooden sword at him. But he countered with his own stick. Dmitry continued to recklessly rush at him, and he worried, if I block one more hit, I might break my stick, and rushed at him quickly. Thinking, once he drops his guard, I will take him down. He raised his spear high and struck Dmitry's leg, catching him off guard. He thought to himself, this will be the end, and aimed the spear straight at him. He stomped his foot down hard, and the spear grazed past Dmitry's face. Dmitry leaped forward and headbutted him, causing him to fall backward and crash to the ground. Lihan held his head in pain. Damn it. Is this really how we spar? Dmitry, with a terrifying expression, said, Ha. Not only do you have to watch out for my sword, but you also need to pay attention to my movements. I have been learning Sambo since I was born. If I touch you, I do not think your bones will heal. Just a quick note. Sambo is a Russian martial art that originated from the Soviet Union and is considered an international sport. You think you can just fall to the ground and get back up? Is that it? Are you really planning to take down the dragon with your Sambo moves? He chuckles at that, saying, sure. I will grab that dragon by the neck if necessary. The guys who just got schooled by Lihan are cheering loudly. Come on. Dmitry, you can do it. The fierce Siberian tiger. He turns around, eyeing them with a smirk. Forget those losers. They will remember my face. The other guys keep on talking. You are just a kid. Barely 12. You should be preparing for a birthday party. Seeing them like this, he can't help but think, these kids are harsh. But they do not mean any harm. The crowd keeps rallying, focused and hyped. He thinks to himself, Dmitry has some really close friends by his side. Then he glances at Ku, who is standing alone nearby, his gaze a little sympathetic. Suddenly, Dimitri's loud voice snaps him back to reality. Don't lose your focus. Lihan, he charges, leaping over his spear. The hero thinks, I did not plan to go this far. They both get ready for battle. Dimitri rushes at him. He slams his spear down hard, using it to launch himself into the air. But this is where it all ends. This move leaves Dimitri stunned. Now, he is gripping the spear, ready to strike straight at him. This sends the three other guys into a panic, their faces pale as ghosts. In an instant, Dimitri's sword shatters into a million pieces, but his spear takes some damage too and breaks. Dimitri thinks to himself, this guy has had his sights set on my weapon. The broken spear clatters to the ground. Dimitri lunges at him empty-handed. Like a beast, he prepares to slam him to the ground, saying, I bet you do not want me to break your arm. Do you? He locks his arms tight, and the others cheer as he lies in agony on the ground. The crowd keeps shouting, Dimitri. Dimitri. He groans in pain, taunting, if you dare. Go ahead. You do not have the guts. Do you? This makes Dimitri's face darken, and the other guys look just as scared. He writhes in pain on the ground while Dimitri huffs, ready to unleash his fury. Then he speaks up, that is why I told you to back off. Suddenly, a voice chimes in. What a dirty player. Kuro stands behind, tears streaming down her face. Dimitri turns away but glances back at him, saying, do not want to admit it, but you are impressive. Even with a broken arm, you did not scream. Then he turns to his friends. Whoever brought him here is going to regret it. Not realizing that he has already gotten up, holding the broken spear in his hand. In an instant, he strikes Dimitri hard. He snaps. Those who fought with you before must have cried in pain just from a broken arm. Get up. Let us continue this fight. He looks down at the remaining piece of the spear in his hand, hesitating. Dimitri. While Dimitri gives him a thumbs up in appreciation. Meanwhile, Dimitri lies in the medical room, slowly opening his eyes. Sitting up with a jolt, this is a sound that draws his attention. A ray of sunlight. The video being replayed catches his eye, showing him lying there with his hands bound on the bed next to him. His watch displays an image of a man. Incredible. You have exceeded all my expectations, Lihan. Thanks to you. The kids are living well. See you next time. That is all. Goodbye. He looked at the screen, seeing his three younger siblings with their father, unable to hold back tears. The kids are okay. They have even gained weight. He turned to Dimitri, saying, I was really upset that day, but I do not hold a grudge or want to blame you. Hearing this, Dimitri's face returned to normal. Me too, but next time, let us fight in an actual competition. His gaze dropped. I think I messed up with Kuro that day. He thought to himself, I should have held his hand instead of just fighting. Dimitri looked serious. I get why you think that, but you can check Healan 52 if you keep using it. Lihan looked skeptical. So Ko, what do you mean? The two of them walked out of the infirmary, and he asked suspiciously, where are you suddenly leading me? Dimitri replied, you should see it for yourself rather than just hear it from me. The emergency room. He was doubtful. He said this is where every life can be saved, meaning the patient is still breathing. At that moment, a patient in agony was being wheeled into the emergency room by doctors. They brushed past him, causing him to jump back in shock. Seeing this, he wondered, what is wrong with him? Dimitri explained. You can guess how they were trained, right? He looked ahead and said, but aside from that, is not that guy the same age as us? The one who just went inside. Really, he thought? He is tall too. But then he spoke up. It seems he has gotten bigger, just like our coach. Dimitri scratched his head and explained. When you learn 52, you start using drugs. Your physique grows very quickly, and you become an adult. After hearing this, it felt like the world was crumbling down. No way. He continued explaining. Do not tell me you are used to this. We have to fight the current for the next 3 years. They won't wait until we are grown up. He spoke up. No way. This left Dimitri surprised. He continued. I have always wanted to grow up fast. You know, he thought to himself. That is the only way I can survive. I have always had to fight against adults. He remembered the times before, having to wrestle for stuff with them, getting punched and sent flying, then getting mercilessly beaten, only to lose the things he had fought for. Back in the present, he continued, I do not need a happy childhood. I just need to survive. Dimitri sighed. Truly a warrior's steel spirit. Lihan lowered his head. I get what you mean. Let us go back. The coach spoke up. Today you guys will conduct a training session just like a real battle. You just need to act precisely as you have practiced. We will start at 4:30 p.m. But before that, finish getting equipped. Dimitri chimed in. Looks like we will be training for parachuting. Do not tell me you have forgotten about that hospital. Hearing this, he held his bag tightly and looked at him, smiling confidently. Realizing something, he said, And this bag is full of food. So maybe it is not just parachute practice after all. Hearing this, Dmitri turned away, worried, realizing that some idiots were starting to forget the mission altogether. Just wait until he figures something out and opens his eyes wide. Dmitri smacked his brother on the shoulder. Look over there. Lihan. That guy. He is your last genius. Right. I am itching to take him on. Lihan felt helpless hearing this. Come on, buddy. This is skydiving, not a beauty pageant. Get your butt in gear and look towards the group. Chot shot him a look that was downright irritating. Gross even. Leaving him to wonder. What is up with that guy? At this moment, Chot noticed Kuro sitting sadly across the way. His expression a bit off. Coach finally spoke up loudly. No slacking off. Get on the helicopter. Everyone quickly donned their helmets, lifted their butts, and moved towards the chopper. The crew dashed inside the helicopter, while the coach stood by, observing. As the students' helicopter began to take off, the coach called out from below, "Let us go." Junik looked up at the helicopter soaring through the sky, saying, "This is the last time those kids will get to laugh." Lihan, you were the first thought that popped into my head, and you showed up right away. But right now, no matter how long I wait, I can't see you, so this time, you are really not coming. Kuro thought to himself, tears streaming down his face. Turns out, he got stuck in the vines when he jumped. An hour. Helicopters were flying over the ocean. Inside the helicopter, everyone could not help but chat. Where are we headed? That island looks tiny. Suddenly, a notification popped up on his watch. The students were above a deserted island. This is the destination, and it is where the survival training will take place. Jun was on the intercom, announcing that there were food supplies in the backpacks, cut up and enough for the next 2 days. As for the rest, everyone would have to fend for themselves. Hearing this, the young folks could not help but feel anxious and scared. How did it turn into survival training? And what about 2 days on a deserted island? Seeing the panic on the young ones' faces, Dmitri chimed in. It is just a camping trip. It will be fun. Jun continued announcing, his face serious. The coaches will come back to pick you up in a week, so make sure you survive until then. The sky was clear, the sun shining warmly down. Jun was currently performing rescue operations for the kids who had missed their parachute jump and fallen into the sea. As he lifted a kid out of the water, he turned to his teammate and asked, "Is this kid a total loser or what?" The teammate quickly replied, "Yeah. I think there is no one left to feel sorry for. Just saying that." He pulled out the PS to check. Jun asked, "Have the kids scattered yet?" He continued, "Everything is going according to plan. But 7 of them have gathered and formed a team." Jun's gaze was distant as he said, "Even if they are kids, they are not as innocent as we think. Those kids have grown up. If things go out of control, the strong will dominate. And instead of starving, they will definitely choose to rob each other." On the island, some cocky young guy was busy stealing food, looking incredibly smug. "Thanks for this stash. I am going to enjoy this feast." The group gathered around, laughing and chatting happily as they reveled in their spoils. Haha, this idiot has not even touched anything yet. With orange hair and tears streaming down her face, she snapped back. "Wait. I still need to get back to the captain, so hand it over." Sitting atop a rock, her displeasure was clear. Hearing the guy's question only fueled her anger, and she spoke up. "You think I gathered you all just to hand out food?" His expression turned terrifying. His voice "We need to stick together and take what is ours, so no one can look down on us ever again." The young man agreed loudly. "Exactly." The others chimed in, rallying behind Dongthan. "It does not matter if it is Dmitri or Lihan. We are taking them all down. Wearing a diaper is not even a thing." Lihan, cutting in, sensed something and turned, narrowing his eyes at the bushes behind him before speaking. "Did you hear that? It is our next target." As he spoke, a group wearing backpacks advanced, clearly pleased with themselves, heading toward the source of the sound. At that moment, Lihan wished he could walk on the sandy beach instead, but all he could think about was how much time he would wasted since falling into the sea. Suddenly, he noticed something that made him realize he was standing out way too much. "I need to find a place to hide first," he thought, glancing over at the nearby forest. Without hesitation, he quietly moved deeper into the trees. For those who've never faced true hunger, 2 days' worth of supplies is never enough. When pushed to the edge, people might resort to exploiting each other. "Simon, do you even know what it feels like to be hungry?" he wondered. Meanwhile, Simon, looking annoyed, spoke up. "Who are you to follow me around?" Dmitri smirked, his expression taunting. "You are the genius wearing a diaper. Right. Let us have a match." Hearing this, Simon did not respond. He just turned away. "I do not want to waste energy." Dmitri hurried after him. Wait. I am not trying to be rude or anything. I just want to spar with you once." Simon silently thought. This guy's got some serious issues. Unable to convince Simon to spar, Dmitri pretended to be calm. All right, of course not. That was sudden. Right, anyway. We have plenty of time to get closer. Simon thought. Feeling annoyed. What a hassle. Dmitri kept tagging along like a shadow as the sunset quickly descended. Meanwhile, at another group, they were still on the hunt for their prey. It is just around here. I swear. Kuro was currently dangling from a vine, shouting for help. Somebody save me. Please. The other guys burst into laughter, pointing at him mockingly. Why does this guy look so good hanging from a tree? They gently set the backpack down, snatching it from the overly smug orange-haired guy. The orange-haired guy said, "Thanks, buddy Kuro." He turned to leave, casually adding, "Good luck." Kuro cried out, "Wait, if you take the bag, can you pull me down too?" They smirked. "If you were not stuck up there, you would probably be getting your butt kicked right now. Consider it your lucky day. Just wait for the coach to come and rescue you. You won't starve to death, even if you go a week without food." After saying that, the group walked away, still laughing mockingly and calling back. "And it is about to rain, so do not worry. Death won't come just yet." Why do you always have to add that extra certainty to everything? Kuro could not hold back his tears. It was just too much. As night fell, Kuro was still hanging there from the tree, crying nonstop. Suddenly, he remembered Simon's words and burst into sobs again. "Disgusting. Did you do something wrong? Your crying is making me uncomfortable." "Shut up. No one cries over stuff like this." Kuro mumbled, telling himself he should not cry even when he wanted to, but thinking that only made him cry harder, his sobs echoing through the forest until he felt exhausted. Then suddenly, Kuro stopped crying. Below him, the small shadow of someone was rushing towards him. Lihan. His wary eyes began to close, but that shadow gradually faded away, disappearing into thin air. At that moment, Lihan actually stepped out from the bushes, asking, "What is going on?" The next morning, he was doing something outside. Kuro crawled out, surprised, watching him busying himself. Hearing the noise, he turned around cheerfully. "You are awake?" Upon hearing that, Kuro bashfully responded, "Lihan, this is our breakfast." On the grass lay a plate of food with a few pieces of biscuits and half a chocolate bar. He held both portions of food and said, "I could not find your backpack anywhere, so you can share with me." After hearing that, Kuro thought to himself, there is barely enough food for one person. I do not want to be a burden to him at all. While thinking that, he grabbed both portions, his hands trembling, and his empty stomach growled, "I should be said something, but I am just too hungry." Kuro stuffed food into his mouth while crying, "Thank you," saying it out loud but internally berating himself. "Kuro, you idiot. You really are pathetic." Kuro kept crying, saying, "Thank you so much." He saw this and was taken aback, then replied, "Let us go find some water after we finish eating." Drones buzzed throughout the forest, tracking every movement and action of the kids. Meanwhile, someone was sitting there, watching the footage they sent back. From the door, a voice rang out, "Sergeant Hoi Trung, this is a no-smoking area." He seemed annoyed, shutting up as he raised the cigarette to his mouth. The other person continued, "Don't he try to act tough, and do not even think about putting it out. Is there a kid worth watching?" He pointed at the screen. "Look at this one. He has gone completely insane." A young man was excitedly balancing a basket on his head, saying, "A week on the deserted island. How funny. I just need to survive." Right. This young man was Klut Meyer, from Norway. Right now, he had built himself a very basic raft to head back to Lihan. Both of them had now found a water source. Without hesitation, he took a gulp and turned to Kuro, saying, "There is nothing to worry about. You can drink it. Just make sure to drink as much as you can and remember to save some water too." After a while, with the sun high in the sky, Lihan sighed and looked worn out. "It is tough to move around after 3 days. Let us just head back to the shelter." Kuro was strong enough to agree. "Yeah," he thought to himself. "We need enough food supplies for 2 while we are here. I wonder what we can find on this island. I can even see a single coconut tree. Is this why people resort to stealing?" Suddenly, Kuro's whole body emitted a red aura, as if he sensed something, then quickly pulled him back. He shouted, "Lihan, stop." This made him halt and trip over something. Both of them crouched down in front of a deep hole. It was a trap. "It won't hurt us, but it would leave us stuck for days." He then turned to Kuro and asked, "How did you know that?" Kuro, sounding bashful, replied, "Well, you look surprised, so you can see it." Kuro still seemed shy, saying, "Yeah, so I should say it sizzles, like that sound on a cockroach." And after hearing that, he thought to himself, knowing Kuro's personality, it is not some kind of implication. Under that insight, he possessed a kind of awakening ability, Perhaps that is the power to predict the future. It is a very rare and exceptional skill. In this dire situation on this deserted island, could it be the catalyst for Kuro? He glanced at Kuro, pondering. This survival training seems like a great opportunity to showcase Kuro's abilities. At Lihan's tent, there were two shadows of someone. That person opened the tent door without hesitation. Turns out it was them. He just glanced inside and thought. The two people from behind. There is no bag at all. I think they took it with them. The one with orange hair grinned, cracking their knuckles, and said, "You want me to smash them to bits?" To which the other replied, "They have not left completely. They will be back. Probably to look for water or something." His hefty mom seemed dangerous, saying, "Let us come back later and catch them while they are resting." After a while, Kuro was utterly exhausted, panting heavily, finally making it back to where he wanted to lie down as quickly as possible. He cheerfully replied, "All right, let us go inside." Suddenly he realized something and said, "Kuro, hold on a sec." Hearing that, Kuro asked, "Ah." He sat down on the ground and said, "Someone has been here and left." The stone hidden at the entrance had fallen, and there were 2 footprints near the tent, plus many more in the distance. "There is a high chance we will get robbed if they come in a group. Let us pack up and get out of here." Kuro heard that and tiredly stood up. Got it. The sun had set, and the two were still looking for a place to rest. Lihan spoke up, "We need to find a suitable place to stop before it gets dark. Kuro, do you see anywhere good?" He was suddenly feeling strange, as if his eyes were closing. Not seeing Kuro respond, he turned back and called out loudly, "Kuro, Kuro." Startling him, Kuro's entire body glowed with a red light, his eyes wide with fear. In front of him stood a fierce beast. While Lihan was fighting it, the beast lunged at him without hesitation. Back in reality, Kuro suddenly reached out and pushed him. This caused him to lose his balance and tumble backward. Kuro followed suit, crashing down painfully. Just then, a ferocious creature charged between them. He was taken aback. The beast with piercing eyes was staring right at him. He glanced at his weapon. Damn it. His weapon. The beast roared, its mouth wide open, ready to snap at him. At that moment, he was paralyzed with fear, shutting his eyes tight. Suddenly, a burst of flame shot out, striking the creature and sending it reeling back. He turned to the source of the fire. Zeus was using his skills to knock the monster away. He called out, "Are you okay?" His eyes widened. Zeus replied, "Is that Kuro over there?" "The wound on his leg is acting up," Lihan worriedly said. "Your leg?" Zeus examined his injury. "Oh, those damn bastards set a trap right now. I am just barely standing. Lucky I bumped into you too," he said as he plopped down on the ground. Kuro said quietly, "If it is a trap, we saw one earlier." He agreed. "Yeah, probably the same gang." Zeus? "So there is a group of thieves here too. And I do not even have any supplies to take." Hearing this, he was taken aback. "What?" "Well," he laughed. "I had my fill before someone else could swipe it when my leg got like this." After hearing this ridiculous excuse, he felt powerless, thinking, is he always this clueless? Then he said, "Let us try to find a place to hide first." Meanwhile, he was sitting alone by the fire, his expression deep in thought. His father put a hand on his shoulder and said, "Just now, when you entered the area, the sensor activated. It seems like you have psychic abilities. This is a great opportunity. You should enroll in art." He responded curiously, "But Dad, what about the movie I am filming now?" Hearing this, his father's voice grew angry. "Kahans, if you could become a cycle, you would not have to play the fool anymore. Gain fame and unmeasurable wealth. When the war ends, cycles will likely become the military of the country. You could become a legendary figure commanding everyone." He stepped toward the arc entrance, his mother clearly displeased, shouting at him. Someone's hand was pressed against the ground. It turned out to be Dmitri, who was currently leaning heavily. Seeing this, Samong spoke up, "You have got plenty of energy to waste." "Ah." Hearing this, he shot a glance at Simong. Simong was leisurely eating his food and remarked, "We barely have enough left to eat. How do you plan to last the next 5 days?" Dmitri stood up, rolling his shoulders and said, "I am built for this. If I want to become a true soldier, I at least need to train at this level." Simong frowned at this. "You foolishly think soldiers fight with psychic abilities." Dmitri seemed to realize something. He raised his hand and started to twirl his nose. "I miss you so much, Lihan. You are the only one who can go toe-to-toe with me." The moment Simong heard Lihan's name, his eyes sharpened, and his hair stood on end as he exclaimed, "Lihan, you actually faced off against Lihan." Dmitri, feeling smug despite not achieving his goal, was clearly biting the bait. "Thanks to Lihan, he is stuck with me." The next morning, in Lihan's area, he was in high spirits. "Good morning, everyone. Let us stick together until training ends. Kuro and I will go find some roots and food. Since you are injured, Stay back in the school with the spare clothes. Okay. Zeus raised his hand to wave in response. All right. Thanks. You too. He was cheerful. No problem. Thanks to your fire skills. We have an advantage in this survival training. He gazed at the fish swimming around. The two of them stood on the shore, looking at him as he spoke up. With fire, we can cook some of this stuff. Hearing this, Hugo looked worried. But do you know how to catch fish? We do not have the gear, calling out confidently. He replied. Don't he worry about it. Thanks. Kuro, didn't you hear? He waved his hands in panic. Why not? He chuckled happily. You saved me from danger yesterday. And you even found us a safe cave. I thought pulling you out was the best move. But I realized I could not keep doing it. I just could not find a way. But when I landed here, I was completely convinced. You are a spiritual genius. You have the power to defend and even save me. We can get through this if we rely on each other, because we are friends. Thinking of this, Kuro's face brightened. He reminisced about his childhood. An unnamed orphan in Japan. His name was Kuro because of his skin color. Crying baby. Stop crying. Useless fool. You are just a pathetic idiot. Back then, he could only cry and do nothing. But now he had a close friend. Lihan continued. It is amazing. It is even better than I imagined. Now, what we need to do is, before he could finish, he noticed Kuro staring intently at the water's surface. He was using his spiritual power to control the fish. Thinking to himself, I can see where the fish are. He observed Kuro's actions. Deep in thought, Kuro was a genius who could use psychic abilities from day one. If he combined predictions with his extrasensory skills, we could easily catch fish without any gear. Kuro yelled out at that moment. At that moment, a big fish jumped out of the water. Lihan excitedly shouted, We did it. Kuro, then came 2, 3, 4, 5 fish, all caught by him using his powers, with a basket full of food. The two were now carrying their loot back. Lihan happily turned to Kuro. Your mood today is amazing. You caught 8 fish, great job. Kuro replied cheerfully. I think I am finally getting the hang of it. This is going to be so much fun. Hearing this, he nodded in agreement. That little devil's fish scaling skills have improved too. Suddenly, the air got hotter, making the two of them cover their faces. Lihan noticed something. A huge fish basket had slipped down the cliff. Kuro waited here, staring at the torn tent. He was worried. What is going on? Seeing the scene in front of him made him anxious. Kuro clenched his fists, his gaze unwavering. Kuro finally spoke up. He thought this was an aerial training exercise, but she was packing 2 weapons. Dimichi raised a hand to scratch his head. Lately, I have been thinking about using dual black blades. Simon feels helpless. This is not the issue, Dimichi says. But how could you agree to tease me like that? It drives me crazy with joy. Simon speaks up. If you really plan to fight fair against Lihan, you must be Dimichi Vladimir Pirat, the class president of Class B. Right. Simon gets into a fighting stance. I heard you were recommended to class, I will check for myself if you are worthy, Dimichi. Hearing this, sounds incredibly excited. I like you already. Let us get started. With that, both of them quickly rush toward each other. Suddenly, Simon comes to an abrupt stop. Dimichi thinks to himself, damn. If he stops suddenly, this is my chance. Simon stands up and lands a hit on Dimichi. Dimichi speaks up. It is, leaving Simon confused tonight. Dimichi continues. You did not think that, did you? The two keep battling. Dimichi thinks to himself. If he steps back, I will have the upper hand. Then he charges forward. The two continue their fight. The rapid sword strikes put Simon in a bit of a bind. The sword strike comes down, but fortunately, he dodges it just in time. His eyes sharp and alert. Simon always moves behind Dimichi. He unleashes a strike. But luckily, he remembers just in time. I need to be careful behind me. Dimichi quickly turns around. Simon charges in. But thankfully, he dodges just in time. Simon notices something. At that moment, his sword gets knocked out of his hand. Dimichi should quickly regain his stance. And it is over. Dimichi raises his sword high, preparing to strike down. Suddenly, something makes him hesitate. Simon's eyes glow with a blue light. At this moment, his sword rests on Dimichi's shoulder. Simon brushes his hair back and says, Sorry, but if it is a duel, you have already won. But like I said, we are on the wrong flag. Thinking to himself, Lihan is stronger than this guy. Shifting to Lihan, who is currently supporting Jules, anxiously calling out, Jules. Wake up. Jules' weak voice echoes back. I am not dead. Lihan, do not freak out. The sky is still bright. The three of them sit in the cave. Lihan questions, Who did this to you? Jules responds like a ragged cloth. Kahen's and his group. There are 7 of them. They took all our supplies. They will be back. We should find a new Hedia. Hearing this, he firmly replies, I am not gentle enough to let those bastards who hurt my friend get away. Jules thinks to himself. Friends, Lihan helps Jules out and speaks up. For now, let us find another head eye out and let them take this place temporarily. We will ambush them at sunset. By evening, Lihan and Kuro are lurking in a corner, keeping an eye on things. They are using our cave as a hideout, just as we expected. Kuro is ready to strike whenever he gets the chance. Alone, it is impossible. But together we can take those bastards down. He thinks to himself, Lihan is the only friend I trust. I will never let him down. He immediately uses his psychokinetic powers, sending rocks flying straight at the group in front of them. The rocks slam into them, catching the orange-haired guy off guard. What the hell? Then he yells, we are under attack. Hearing this, they show signs of annoyance. The entire group inside the cave rushes out. Meanwhile, the other guys are throwing rocks while dodging left and right. Kuro thinks to himself, I can predict your trajectories. Instantly, the remaining guys get hit by rocks. Damn it. I can DC because it is too dark. Right then, he charges in, taking each one out with a swift strike. Those standing behind can't help but glare, their eyes filled with fury. Two people stand face to face. He raises his weapon toward him. In Lihan's hand is a wooden stick, and he glares angrily at his opponent. The other guy, feeling confused, stares back at him and thinks, Lihan, did he take down 6 people by himself? No way. Thinking this, he touches his cheek and bluntly asks, you did not come alone. Who is the other one? Just as he said, at this point, Lihan does not need to hide anymore. So he shouts loudly, you can come out now, Kuro. He quickly stands up from behind a nearby bush. Additionally, Lihan confidently tells Kuro, I can handle this myself. He glares furiously at his opponent, thinking to himself, we got taken down by 2 weaklings. One of them is Kuro, too. Meanwhile, Lihan grits his teeth and tells them, we are here to avenge Zeus. This is not just some petty squabble, so do not think I will go easy on you. He picks up a nearby wooden stick and replies, I am all ears. Now it is time to settle this with strength. He rips his shirt at the waist and gets into a ready stance, prepared to fight at any moment. Lihan also thrusts the stick forward and issues a challenge. Go ahead and try it. He attacks first, while the other one clenches the stick tightly, keeping his eyes locked on him. And just with the first counterattack, he is caught off guard and spits blood, stumbling back. However, he quickly regains his composure and continues fighting, swinging the stick at Lihan's head and yelling out, damn it, I am just lucky enough to dodge. With keen observation and agility, Lihan seizes the opportunity to strike at his chest. The pain was so intense it made him sweat and grind his teeth. Meanwhile, Lihan calmly asked him, are you in pain? He could not answer because the agony was overwhelming, leaving his body trembling. After a moment of silence, Lihan mocked him. Come on. This is just the beginning. Unable to tolerate Lihan's taunts, he angrily shot back, stop acting tough. Just as he finished his sentence, Lihan struck again, leaving him no time to dodge. In the end, Lihan knocked his weapon high into the air, causing him to crash to the ground, crying out in pain, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He still tried to get up, disbelief swirling in his mind. How could he do this? No way. How strong is Lihan? A second later, with a furious look, Lihan stepped in front of him and demanded, did you really have to beat Jules to this state? He did not reply. But as he struggled to stand, he thought, don't underestimate me. How dare you look down on me? He was fuming, grinding his teeth and glaring at his opponent. On top of that, he reflected on his bitter family circumstances and told himself, I am a genius and a famous actor in Germany. My father used my fame to achieve his political goals, profiting immensely in the process. But that still was not enough to satisfy his greed. At this moment, his father pressured him to follow his commands, saying, if you act as my pawn, this whole city will be ours. You must move forward, even if it means hurting others. From then on, a wicked notion took root in him. He would do whatever it takes to achieve his goals, including today's events. The moment he stood up, he clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, declaring, I won't let things stay like this. As soon as he finished speaking, he grabbed a handful of dirt and quickly threw it at Lihan's face, shouting, a scumbag like you should stop right now. Caught off guard by the surprise attack, Lihan instinctively shut his eyes to shield them from the dirt. Seizing the moment, he rushed in to punch Lihan, who groaned in annoyance. He landed a successful blow to Lihan's face, causing him to spit blood and stumble back. Kuro rushed in, shouting, Lihan. But as he approached, the guy grabbed Lihan by his collar. Not stopping there, he shot a fierce glare at Kuro and threatened, don't he come any closer. This made Kuro's face go pale with fear. Kuro hesitated, letting him rain punches on Lihan's back. Right now, All he could do was clench his teeth and watch as Lihan got hit. After a while, he finally threw Lihan to the ground, then picked up a wooden stick, causing Kuro to panic at the thought that he might use it against Lihan. Just as Kuro feared, he gripped the stick tightly with both hands, glaring at Kuro, and declared, "I won't let anyone pass me again." To cut him off, Kuro decided to use his abilities to make small rocks attack him, so he shot a glance at him and said, while he loudly retorted, "Not a chance. Do not mess with Lihan." Little did Kuro know, this action would only fuel the anger of the others, turning him into the next target. They stepped closer and threatened, "Now you want to climb on top of me too." A second later, he grabbed Kuro by the collar and shouted, "I have never liked you from the start. How can a weakling like you even survive here?" Yet, Kuro did not fight back at all. Just then, Lihan stood up from behind them, while he was mocking Kuro, saying, "A pathetic loser like you should have been kicked out ages ago." As soon as he finished speaking, he had to take a punch from Kuro, the force strong enough to send him flying and leave him spitting blood. Next, Lihan angrily questioned, "Do you think you are any less than the rest of us? Stop hiding behind your buddies and try standing on your own for once." Del Simon, Dimitri, Zeus, and even Kuro, everyone's better than you. Those words hit him like a bucket of cold water, leaving him trembling and speechless. Not stopping there, as soon as their fighting spirit began to wane, Lihan quickly picked up a wooden plank and charged at him while shouting, "There are always bigger mountains ahead. What can you possibly do?" At this moment, he was utterly terrified. Before he struck, he shot a furious glare at his opponent. "You are nothing." And at that moment, he completely lost his fighting spirit. Unlike Q Kang's earlier confidence, he was sweating bullets. Next, Lihan put on a fierce expression, using the sharp end of the plank to thrust it straight at him. Just as it was inching closer to his throat, he froze, while his opponent just looked at Lihan with a pitiful gaze. Then he suddenly spoke softly, "Everyone has their reasons to get strong. If you want to move forward, find another way. If you touch my friend again, I want to go easy on you like today." After saying that, Lihan slammed the plank down near him and turned to walk away, leaving him on the ground, confused about why this happened. After that, he closed his eyes and smiled to himself. "Dad, I have never wanted to be a pawn." From then on, a new announcement was made. Kahan's had voluntarily withdrawn from the game. At that moment, Joes felt joy seeing Kuro and Lihan return together. Then both Kuro and Lihan joyfully played around, and upon seeing a big fish leap out of the water, they were both incredibly excited. The episode on the deserted island had come to an end. Shortly after, the helicopter found them. As soon as they saw the helicopter, they joyfully exclaimed, "The rescue chopper is here." At this point, Joe Sally said, "I do not want to experience anything like this again." Lihan agreed. "Haha." Before getting on the helicopter, the others excitedly said, "Lihan, Kuro, Jules, thank you guys. We owe our survival to you sharing food with us." "How did you catch that fish?" "Kuro, that is amazing." At that moment, Kuro and Jules asked, "Why have you been hiding your skills?" Even though he thought they were way too over the top, he pretended to be confused, scratching his head and hesitating as he replied, "The one you should be thanking the most is Lihan. If it were not for him." Jules quickly pointed at Lihan standing behind him. A second later, you receive a call from Zone Red. "The survival training has come to an end. Congratulations to everyone for successfully completing the mission over the past week." Not just Lihan, but also Del Simon and Dimitri received this call. "Sergeant Red, hearing your voice is such a joy. I am starving over here." Then Zone Red tells them, "You will be heading to the helicopter when called." Hearing that, Lihan feels confused and wonders, why only when called? Even though he still does not understand Zone Red's intentions, everyone boards the helicopter, and shortly after, he appears. With an annoyed expression, Zone Red tells everyone, "Your survival training has been observed by the supervisors. After the voting results came in, you four are the only ones chosen. This is no ordinary survival training anymore. This is a test to see which of you is the raw gem worthy of becoming humanity's guardian." Kuro, Simon, Dimitri, and Lihan, you are the members promoted to level 2. And look at that beautiful day with an empty field. Joes has come looking for you to invite you to play soccer. Lihan, we are off today. Do you want to play? You are lying on your bed reading when you nonchalantly reply, "Soccer." Joes pulls out a ball and asks, "Do you know how to play?" Lihan quickly sits up, shuts his book, and says, "Yeah, I know. It is rare to have a break at axe." So they gathered a large group to split into 2 teams and head out to play soccer. At that moment, sitting outside the field, Joes excitedly says, "Everyone good to go? Let us get started." However, while everyone outside is getting warmed up, Lihan is thinking, "I want to rest." On the field, Dimitri turns to remind Del Simon, No using mental energy. And he replies, got it. In addition, Del Simong has other thoughts swirling in his mind. He is still angry. At AC, breaks are only allowed for important matters. Today, all level 1 instructors are in a meeting. The evaluation for level 2 is underway. And everyone is present in the conference room. Moreover, John Red is focused, glaring at the opposing side, where someone is sitting uncomfortably. A moment later, Alexander, the head of AC, sternly states, let us get started. Then, Sasha Gray, head of research room 2, is the first to speak. There are 4 criteria this time. How are the kids doing? He quickly responds. Saul, Simong and Dimitri. They lack nothing to level up. They even exceed the standard. But what about the other 2? First up is Lihan. Since enrollment, the boy's mental energy has always been the lowest. If it were not for John Red's special treatment, he would still be in Class D. Yet he was chosen as a candidate for level 2. Why would you promote a kid like that? Present your reasons. Immediately, S presents his well-founded arguments along with a display of information about Lihan to defend him. You must have seen it yourself. Sergeant Red, Lihan has outstanding weapon skills, patience, and willpower. The kid has everything a soldier needs. Alexander looks surprised by this glowing praise, saying it does not sound like you at all. Ingui-tron. John Red may not have directly responded to his words, but deep down he was thinking, if I do not give praise now, what will happen when the kid levels up later? Not stopping there. Just a moment later, John Red even pointed out the skills Lihan possesses, alongside his mental potential. Lihan's teleportation skill is quite clever. Thinking back, it seems like the kid used it in conjunction with his spinning move to make the attack even stronger. It is mind-blowing that he came up with those ideas on his own, no teaching needed. Meanwhile, while they were holding the meeting, they were also monitoring the kids playing soccer outside through the surveillance system. After hearing him say that, Alexander fell deep in thought for a few seconds, then gently said, next kid, please. At the same time outside, St. Joe's was elbowing Lihan out of the way to take the ball, saying, hey, you little rascal. You claim you have never practiced, but you are playing like a pro. Lihan cheerfully replied, how am I supposed to know? Meanwhile, Dimitri shot a challenging look at Del Simon and said, aren't you the guy known for playing soccer well? Del quickly fired back, what does that have to do with me? He did not stop there and continued, who knows? This made Del Simon lose his cool and snap back at Dimitri. Are you stupid or what? A moment later, Sasha Gray suddenly slammed her hand on the table and jumped up, exclaiming, are you kidding me? Sensitive to the mood, she radiated anger after glancing through Kuro's information. On top of that, Sasha Gray was pretty heated when mentioning him. Right after leveling up, during the psychological transformation session, the most important thing is the mind. Are you suggesting I take that kid out? Zone Red did not rush to rebut. He simply closed his eyes and sighed deeply. After thoroughly contemplating everything, he finally spoke up. Kuro's psychological progress is top-notch. The kid is way ahead of those prodigies. Besides, the kid has an ability to foresee the near future, which is crucial for our strategy. However, Alexander did not have faith in Kuro, so he firmly stated, but the issue is his mentality. Yet, Zone Red had used Lihan, who perfectly complements Kuro, and responded, that is why Lihan needs to level up with him. Kuro's spirit is heavily influenced by Lihan. Lihan is playing the role of his older brother, which has put Alexander in a tough spot. He quickly took off his glasses, rubbed his eyes, and hesitantly asked, Lihan, it seems both of you are really eager for him to level up. As soon as he finished speaking, Alexander gave a serious look towards Wei Chen and Zone Red. Meanwhile, outside on the soccer field, the kids were still having a blast playing together. Right now, Lihan was in control of the ball, planning to pass it to Joes, who was running ahead of him. Finally, Lihan pulled it off, and he exclaimed, nice pass. Soon after, the opposing team began shouting, get the ball. However, Joes was faster than they expected, all on his own. He brought the ball closer to the goal, forcing the opposing goalkeeper to stay alert. Additionally, Del Simon and Dimitri were positioned right in front of the goal, making Joes worry to himself. They are all gathered here. Just at that moment, Lihan made a timely appearance, quickly passing the ball to him, and then, it was Lihan who kicked the ball into the opposing team's goal, leaving all 3 players near the goal in shock. Meanwhile, his team erupted in celebration, shouting, we scored. Right after that, Joes high-fived you in celebration and said, great job, Lihan. You replied, we make a pretty good team. Suddenly, someone shouted loudly, stop playing. The level-up assessment is done. They will announce the results soon. But since everyone is gathered here, I will reveal them now. The person who arrived was John Red, and his presence immediately caught everyone's attention. As expected, John Red quickly announced, "All candidates have leveled up." Upon hearing this news, Lihan's face twisted in anger as he clenched his fist tightly. Instantly, Joe stepped up and patted him on the shoulder. He even asked with concern, "What is wrong?" Lihan slowly turned his head and replied, "Joe's next." Joe's broke into a smile. "Congrats on leveling up. Don't forget to save a spot for me." Lihan sighed and gave a faint smile. A moment later, he extended his hand and said, "Yeah, see you later, Joe's." As Lihan and he shook hands, John Red commanded, "Head back to the dorms. Those who leveled up, pack your things and gather up." Before heading back to the dorm, Lihan turned and said to him, "Thank you, sir. Today's level up assessment and the selection for Class D, I believe it is all thanks to you." Sergeant John Red looked surprised at what you said. However, he pretended it was no big deal as he pulled out a cigar and replied, "I am not sure you really want to thank me. You can give up now. If you make it to level 2, you will meet me again. Survive." Lihan, with a serious demeanor, you saluted him in a military style to show your promise to John Red. He continued to puff on his cigar and turned away. That afternoon, the four of you had finished packing and gathered in one spot. A moment later, Dmitri arrogantly declared, "All right, gentlemen." While adjusting his belt with a puzzled expression, Kuro was so scared he was sweating bullets, huddled close to Lihan, while you confidently asked, "We are heading to Zone 2. Right." On the other hand, Lihan was concerned about him, so when he saw Kuro trembling in fear, he lightly patted his shoulder as a gesture of encouragement. Instead of calling him out, you said, "Don't worry. We will stick together." However, Kuro still responded in panic, "But I am scared. We have to, undergo surgery to become adults." Dmitri excitedly encouraged him by shouting, "What is there to be afraid of?" Your current demeanor made Dmitri feel uneasy. "Why are you so hyped?" Dmitri quickly replied, "We can be way stronger now." By nightfall, the group had arrived at Zone 2, where they were greeted by Sasha Grey. "Hello, kiddos. For the next 5 weeks, I will be taking care of you. My name is Sasha Grey." Lihan, feeling confused, asked, "5 weeks?" At this point, she had to explain, "Yeah, your bodies take 5 weeks to become adults. The first 2 weeks will be in the incubator, and the next 3 weeks will be for recovery training." Upon hearing this, Dmitri and Kuro looked tense, while Kuro was visibly terrified. However, all three shared the same thought. 2 weeks in that incubator. A moment later, Lihan became serious and raised his hand, saying, "Everyone, meeting again in 2 weeks." The other three were stunned by his words. But then all three reached out their hands to show their spirit. And together, the four of them shouted loudly, "All right." Seeing all four united like that, Sasha Grey smiled with satisfaction, thinking, "Incredible. The center is fierce. The nominee is on fire." She watched the 4 kids, gripping each other's hands, while chatting excitedly, thinking, "I can do this too. It is so childish." Just a week ago, when they started the experiment, at that moment, Sasha Grey and her assistant were directly monitoring the entire experiment process. First, she watched Kuro, who was so scared that he almost cried while submerged in a special solution, with a breathing machine attached to his mouth and nose. Meanwhile, Del Simon remained quite calm, while Dmitri frowned, thinking, "Damn, this is too gross." Finally, there was Lihan, who was getting uncomfortable as the solution rose higher and higher, making him think, "I can't breathe." On the other hand, Sasha Grey was also worried about the 4 kids, reminding herself that fear was creeping in. Anyone going through this phase would feel the same way. Just hang in there a little longer. The kids will be unconscious soon. Immediately after, she proceeded to the second step of the experiment, instructing her assistant to inject a needle and add surgical tools as they began to lose consciousness. A week later, Sasha Grey approached the test tube containing Lihan, observing him while mumbling to herself. It had been a week already. Thankfully, nothing had happened. Today's procedure would be crucial for them. Humanity has to reach this far to be worth existing. While pondering this, Sasha Grey turned back to the computer screen to check the technical specs. A second later, seeing her rubbing her temples, her assistant asked, "Grey, are you tired? Please take a break." With that, Sasha Grey walked out the door. She was slowly stepping outside when she was a bit surprised. John Red had been waiting for her in the waiting room for who knows how long. Surprised, Red asked, "Didn't you say you did not like kids? Why do you keep coming to my place?" He did not rush to answer, taking a leisurely puff of his cigar first. Finally, John Red gave a reason. "To make sure you do not mess up my property or kill us." Sasha Grey shot him a glare filled with anger and disgust. She sighed, casually opening a water bottle while replying, "It is no big deal. We are currently in the middle of the second liquid culture phase." The second liquid culture contained the essence of a dragon's soul, a thick liquid that thinned out the heart of the dragon. Hearing this, John Red's face showed concern, thinking, if the kids are forced to resonate with the dragon core, they will probably be able to harness the dragon's mental power more easily, so Lihan should be fine. Just then, Sasha Grey's watch beeped, making her anxious. While he was startled in surprise, instantly, Sasha Grey dashed out in a panic, opening the door while asking, "What is going on?" Worried about the kids, John Red followed her. Next, the assistant pointed at Lihan's test tube, awkwardly responding, "The kid's coming back to his senses. Lihan just regained consciousness, and he is in a world of pain." Sasha Grey quickly commands, "We need to stop this," rushing to pull the lever down to end the experiment. But he stops her with his hand. The sudden action leaves her confused as she turns to John Red. With a face full of questions, Sasha Grey bluntly asks, "Sergeant Red," he hurriedly explains, "you can't turn it off. Doctor, no matter what, that kid needs to be bumped up to level 2. After 5 grueling weeks, the experiment has finally succeeded. Lihan is now an adult, sitting and chatting with Sasha Grey. Then she asks him, "How are you feeling?" Lihan cheerfully replies, "Thanks to you, I feel great." Sasha Grey then shares the truth with Lihan, saying, "There has never been a case like yours before. This is the first time we have seen someone resist mental force like that." She recalls what happened that day, when she yelled at John Red, "Are you crazy? If this keeps up, the kid's gonna die. I need to stop this right now." But despite her sweating and panicking, he firmly insists, "Lihan is not someone who can be defined by his mental powers. Keep this process going, doctor. But no more mental resonance. If it is that kid, he can pull through." As he says this, John Red grips Sasha Grey's arms tightly, preventing her from moving. So now, Sasha Grey tells Lihan, "You are a truly unique case, developing only your physical power. Are you feeling any discomfort? Like your body is losing connection?" He reassures her again, "I really feel refreshed. Plus, I feel like I have less to worry about now." Hearing this, Sasha Grey quietly praises Lihan. That kid's mindset is solid. I guess he is the student Sergeant Red always talks about for having a much better mentality than others, with their mental powers directly resonating with their mindset. So why does such a mentally strong kid have such low mental power? After a moment, she lets him go. "Okay, you are free to go now." However, Sasha Grey still wonders to herself, "I am sure this has something to do with blocking the development of mental power." As Lihan steps outside, he looks surprised to see Dimitri, who seems super excited, saying, "I am here to see you, Lihan. Starting today, we are level 2. Plus, behind Dimitri is Del Simon." And Lihan happily replies, 5 weeks flew by fast. Everyone has changed so much. Especially Kuro, who has just arrived. In the end, Lihan adds, "It is lucky that everyone made it out alive." Just then, Del Simon turns away, annoyed, saying, "Lucky, it is a given. Stop acting all high and mighty like you are the captain." Lihan. Dimitri jokes, "Must be going through a rough patch." But you stop him, saying, "Leave him alone." In the middle school dorm, it looks no different from the elementary school, but from the 2nd grade onward, you will start training in teams. Each team consists of about 4 to 10 members, and there are currently 12 2nd grade teams. After checking into the dorm, Lihan felt confused and thought to himself, "Why do I suddenly have a private dorm room?" Kuro and I were assigned to Team 7. They quickly went to meet their team leader, who introduced himself right away, "Hirosuke, the captain of Team 7, and you two must be Kuro and Lihan." Right, moving up to the 2nd grade means a lot of training, but there are only 3 main types: pistol shooting, combat aircraft, and sparing. "Do you guys understand why we need to practice shooting pistols?" Lihan responded, "We were taught that the current weapons can still combat the minions." Kaitosuke added, "Yeah, that is right. The minions we know so far are as dumb as goblins, brutes, or thugs." Later on, there are smarter creatures called Elu, who act as commanders for the lower tier minions. Those Elu bastards can even use psychic powers. Then he asked, "If Elu uses psychic powers, does not that mean physical weapons won't do anything?" So he replied, "Good question. Yep. They are not affected by physical weapons, but their psychic energy has limits, just like dragons. Our goal is to strike when their energy runs out, just like rifle training. Combat aircraft sparring is just as crucial. It is the competitive fighting method for different teams. The sparring sessions are held in artificial forests through small-scale combat training arenas. The main event is capture the flag. Stealing the flag from the opponent's home base. It requires teams to strategize and focus on each member's abilities. But it is a very dangerous form of training because even without blades, steel weapons can still cause serious injuries. And combat aircraft, well, it is basically learning how to use hoverboards. This one's the easiest, just knock your opponent down. But you always need someone supporting you from the back. Those supporters must control various hoverboards to maneuver their teammates. In rare situations, supporters also have to use hoverboards to attack opponents. So far, we have not had a strong enough hoverboard user to support the team. But now that you are here, we do not need to worry anymore. As Kuro was saying this, Katsuki pointed at him, causing Kuro to feel a bit flustered. With that, Kuro gave a worried glance at him. On top of that, Katsuki condescendingly asked, "You can handle this, right?" Kuro hesitated, responding, "Well, about that." Standing next to Katsuki, seeing Kuro's weak expression made him furious. "Can't you answer confidently? We are not asking for your opinion. You have to step up and fill the gaps in your team immediately." Lihan stood up to defend him, saying, "If it is Kuro, he can definitely do it. But he is not the type to excel when pressured." Kuro, feeling more furious, stepped right up to his face. "Shut up, newbie. What do you even know?" In the next moment, Katsuki takes on the role of the team captain, Macau, and says, "Stop it." Lihan makes a good point. It is only their first day here. They still have a lot to learn. And Lihan, even though we are both second years, everyone here has way more experience than you do. Check your attitude. Okay. Honestly speaking, as he says this, he shoots Lihan a challenging look, but unlike the enthusiasm from earlier, Katsuki has started to look down on them. "I am only here because I want Kuro on the team. You two are like a buy one get one deal. I do not expect much from someone with such low spirit power like you. Just do not get in our way." Right after he said that, the other team members burst into laughter. Mocking them, Lihan lowered his head, thinking for a moment while letting them enjoy their little giggle fest. After a while, he confidently replied, "Yeah, get it. I will try my best not to get in your way." Captain Kato. He even extended his hand for a handshake. Katsuki reached out his hand and replied, "Sure." And just like that, they shook hands in front of everyone. Deep down, he is thinking, "You arrogant little brat. Let us see how long you can keep that up." Meanwhile, Lihan is mumbling to himself, "I will show you just how much I can endure." Lihan slowly steps into his bathroom. The first thing he does is turn on the shower, letting the cool water cascade over his body from head to toe. At this moment, he remembers the recent training session, where a sign warned about the shooting range. Over there, Lihan's group is seriously practicing shooting under the supervision of others. Right now, he is fully focused, which satisfies Kato. After learning how to shoot while stationary, they moved on to shooting while moving, and Kato is still right on his tail. Running while carrying a gun is not easy, so he is really putting in the effort. Plus, Lihan has to keep a close eye because the targets are always moving, which means each shot has to be spot on. After a round of shooting, when reviewing the results, Lihan feels satisfied and thinks to himself, "Not bad. Right. Kato can call me the team's dead weight anymore." Just a second later, Kato rushes over to Lihan in a panic, leaving him puzzled. Then he yells, "Kuro, what are you doing?" Lihan awkwardly replies, "This." And Kato, looking disappointed, puts his head in his hands and says, "Damn it, I can't even." With that, he storms off angrily. Now, thinking back on it, Lihan feels dissatisfied and wonders, does he still not think I am good enough to be recognized? He soaked in the hot water for a while, then grabbed a towel to dry off and stepped out. But then Lihan remembered Kato's smug face when they split into teams. He would be in the backup position. Lihan, in the training battle, teams with too many members will need to cut back to fit. Our team is one of the overstaffed ones. And there are plenty of close combat fighters like you. Everyone in the second year gets to watch the training battle at the training center. So do not be too upset. You still get to see it. While saying this, Kato intentionally walked over to Lihan and patted his shoulder. After having this thought, Lihan glanced at the photo on the table, picked it up, and reassured himself. It is. Everything's still fine. Everyone then turned their attention back to the chairman and heard the announcement that today's capture the flag match would be between Team 3 and Team 9. Right after that, Kato mocked them, saying Team 3 had some new faces, so keep an eye on them and analyze their strategy. Meanwhile, Lihan was feeling down and muttered to himself, the new faces on Team 3, He meant Del Simong. A little later, the match was broadcast live on TV. And while watching, everyone was gossiping. That jerk is Del Simong, a psychic genius. Ah, why is he so rough around the edges? A moment later, Karen, leading her team, shouted loudly. Has that idiot lost his mind? Sending everyone to attack like this. Hearing that, John pointed at them and gritted his teeth, saying, these guys have an unbeatable fake psychic. We are definitely going to wipe you out and easily grab all the flags. Del Simong said right after. Karen quickly ordered, stop clowning around. Take that guy down before he uses his psychic powers. However, when they looked around, all their weapons had vanished, making him dumbfounded. Wait, what is going on? Where are our weapons? At this moment, Del Simong was concentrating his power to move all their weapons toward him. After losing their weapons, they looked up and saw their gear being held by Del Simong using his telekinesis. They were left in shock, asking each other, how? How is he doing this? Not stopping there, he deliberately used his telekinesis to control them. And then Del Simong succeeded in making the whole group scream in pain. Watching this from the outside, John seized the opportunity to attack and shouted, there is an opening. Del Simong did not join the attack, letting his teammates rush forward with wooden swords. With no weapons left and being caught off guard, Karen's team could only endure the hits. In the end, John excitedly declared, no need to watch anymore. They have got this win in the bag. After watching the match, Kato loudly remarked, there is a talented psychic in this practice match. It is quite impressive. The strategy I laid out is similar. We can totally pull it off with Kuro. But he was not confident, so Kuro stayed silent. Right after that, Lihan proposed another idea. Captain, I have a different thought. The main team did not use any specific tactics at all. They did not leverage the terrain, just attacking based on individual ability and strength. If he suddenly paused here, making Kato think deeply for a moment, and since Kei was curious about what he would say next, he asked, if it is like that, then what? If you, as the captain, plan to say that, right? Lihan did not rush to answer but observed the other's attitude, thinking to himself, now I get it, why this person hates me so much. A second later, Chris suddenly called him, Lihan, and he turned to see Chris signaling for him to step aside to talk. Lihan followed Chris to a different spot to talk. Once it was just the two of them, Chris candidly said, I will admit it, you are very strong. Lihan, Kato and I always acknowledge you, but you do not fit in with Team 7. All the members feel the same way. At that moment, Lihan finally understood what was going on and mumbled to himself, so Kato is keeping an eye on me. Moreover, you still want to know what the other side thinks, so you asked? Why do you think I do not belong on Team 7? Chris quickly replied, you are not afraid to speak up, which goes against Kato's expectations during training. Even though I agree that your input is actually better, but Team 7 only needs one leader. If there is someone in the team who doubts Kato, the whole team will be divided. As long as Kato is captain, you won't be able to participate in practice matches. So just let your transfer request go through at the right time. Lihan understood what he meant and responded, I see. After Chris walked away, he stood there thinking to himself, now I get it, a captain needs the trust of all team members. And I threatened his position. The transfer request was on his mind. And once he sorted through everything, Lihan went to find Wei Chen. Upon seeing the request, Wei Chen looked confused and said, Lihan, is this for real? Lihan firmly replied, yep, sir. Wei Chen felt a bit awkward, holding his head as he said, I see. But the junior faculty needs to discuss this first. It is going to take quite a bit of time. After returning to his room, Lihan could not stop thinking about it. All right, I have made my decision. So it should count for me. I can now focus on improving my skills without worrying about practice matches anymore. While waiting, I can analyze all the team matches to develop my own strategies. Next, Kuro came to find you, happily saying, hey, Kuro, and then laughed. What did you say to the vice captain earlier? Lihan shared what happened, responding, not much. Are you ready for the flying match tomorrow? Kuro replied without hiding anything. I can now control 4 flying boards at the same time. Lihan, interested in him, asked further. No one. Kuro then said, there is always someone on the board. Hearing this, you felt satisfied and said, really? It seems your psychic abilities are increasing rapidly. I think you could become one of the strongest level 2 psychics. You said, hearing such praise. He felt a bit embarrassed and looked down. A moment later, Lihan sighed and comforted Kuro. Don't worry, Kuro. I will cheer for you. He gently turned to look at you and replied, yeah. The next day, they gathered in the auditorium, and it was buzzing with excitement. There were murmurs about someone from Team 7 being really strong. Yeah. I think his name is Kuro. I wonder what abilities he will showcase. Lihan was still focused on the big screen, anxiously thinking about him. Kuro. At that moment. Before the battle, Captain Kato returned to remind Kuro. All right. Remember to help us out, Kuro. He nodded decisively in agreement. The auditorium was now focused on the match. After hearing the announcement, Team 1 versus Team 7 in the aerial battle. While watching them compete, Lihan was quietly calculating, realizing that the core of aerial battles is the flying boards. Most of the lines can fly, so we have to be able to fight in the air. In addition to parachutes and harnesses, flying boards are also used. An automatic drone. They are like a floating platform in the sky. Some have even been weaponized to shoot bullets. In aerial battles, it is common for one person to control 2 drones, using them for movement or as weapons against their opponents. And the most crucial role in an aerial battle is the support player. Their job is to control multiple drones from behind to minimize the mental strain on their teammates. This role fits Kuro perfectly because he can control 4 drones at once. Meanwhile, Kato, the team captain, excitedly shouts. Team 7. If we stick to the strategy, victory is ours. He decides to go for a quick win and commands. Charge forward. The whole team surges ahead, with Creed leading the charge. Then Team 1 chimes in. Team 1, get into position. As they advance, Creed silently praises Kato. Team 1 is moving forward together. Just as Kato predicted, currently, Team 1 has a rising star, Dimitri, who is also quite the fighter. In the next moment, Dimitri discreetly signals his team members to split into 2 and attack from the sides. Naturally, his teammates understand and follow suit. However, misfortune strikes when Karen, one of Dimitri's teammates, falls victim to a surprise attack from Creed, a powerful warrior on Team 7. Panic sets in as he realizes Karen has been taken down by a direct aerial strike from Creed. A second later, Dimitri finds himself bloodied and on the ground after being struck by Kato. Even as he falls, he refuses to accept defeat and cries out, "What the hell?" Meanwhile, Kato smilingly says, "Perfect, just as I planned." The onlookers, witnessing this outcome, can't believe their eyes and start murmuring, "What the heck? They took down 2 players right at the start. Has Team 7 always been this strong?" It is like they know their opponents' every move. When the break comes, Team 7 regroups, and Kato says, "In this strategy, your role is crucial. Kuro, Team 1 lacks a strong support player. Each member will control their own drones. Since you can manage 4 at a time, you will be responsible for guiding the vice-captain's drone and mine, with your ability to see near future movements. You will control the drones after observing their future actions." After hearing this, he quickly replies, "Got it." Just then, Crit suddenly slaps his hands together and excitedly says, "I see it now. We should focus on this aspect and take them down." Right. Kato smiles with satisfaction as he realizes Crit has understood him. Exactly. While everyone is happily chatting and celebrating their recent victory, Lihan ponders. Looks like Kato's strategy is working. At least for now, right? While everyone was laughing and celebrating their recent victory, Lihan was deep in thought. Looks like Kato's strategy is working. At least for now. After a moment, Kato ordered again. "All right, let us move out." However, during the fight, Kuro's spirit was faltering. He felt incredibly tense, thinking, "I can't mess this up. Everyone will lose because of me." This unwittingly affected Kuro's judgment, causing serious issues with his vision. He could barely make out the faces of those in front of him. Moments later, Daniel from Team 1 landed a punch on Haruto from Team 7, making him spit blood. Right after that, Daniel shouted to his teammates, "These damn bastards. Are they always this strong? I can't believe it is just the 2 of us left." Just as he finished speaking, the 4 remaining members of Team 7 closed in on them. Right now, the situation was completely unfavorable for Team 1, so Daniel thought of Kuro and calculated, "If we can take down the support." With that in mind, Daniel signaled to Mark to execute Plan Addy, so he focused all his energy for the final battle. First, he shouted loudly as he charged forward, and then Kato yelled, "He is coming." Meanwhile, he muttered to himself, "Is this going to be a one-on-one fight?" Right after that, it was Mark who broke cover for Daniel. Just like that, he pushed ahead while he was held back by Creed and Kato. Suddenly, Kato realized the trap and angrily exclaimed, "Damn it. I have been caught." He immediately shouted, "Stop that bastard." But it was too late as Daniel had already slipped past the other 2. Haruto from Team 7 was furious and cursed, and when he intended to chase after Daniel, Kato stopped him. "Don't follow him. Get over here. That bastard wants to take us both down." At that moment, Mark was pushing himself to the limit, sweating profusely. On the other hand, Lihan was worried about Kuro, silently screaming in his heart. We have to get to Kuro. If he gets separated from the team. Meanwhile, Kuro remembered Kato's earlier words. Kuro, the boards 4 and 8 must always be behind you. So when Daniel charged toward him, he was genuinely confused. However, Kuro still had enough composure to think about boards 4 and 8 in his mind. A second later, with his mental power, he was directing boards 4 and 8 just as Daniel was raising the wooden sword high to attack him. Boards 4 and 8 were also closing in on Daniel. Meanwhile, Mark was completely restrained by the 3 members of Team 7. Moreover, Haruto's sword was poised over Mark's head. Suddenly, Haruto slashed at Mark, causing blood to spray out, and so, he fell right before their eyes. Suddenly, looking exhausted, Kato remembered Kuro and silently shouted in his heart, "What about behind?" In the end, Daniel managed to take down Kuro, and a victorious smile spread across his face. Just as Kuro fell, the boards also slipped from under their feet. Kato immediately realized what had happened and muttered to himself, "Damn it, Kuro's out cold." Meanwhile, the whole auditorium was completely shocked by this outcome. What? It has turned into a one-on-one fight. It seemed like Kuro was controlling their boards. I mean, their defense was just pathetic. Lihan was staring at the screen, feeling a bit puzzled. So that is what was going to happen. Kato's power mainly relied on Kuro's outstanding mental strength. Thinking of this, Kuro suddenly woke up, bewildered while using his mental power. Daniel quickly braced himself, but he was stunned. When he looked back, he discovered 2 boards were on fire. Kuro was so scared that his face turned pale. Meanwhile, Daniel sighed while looking at him and said, "This is bad." Seeing Kuro's pained expression, Lihan understood his feelings and thought to himself, Kuro must have been fighting under immense pressure, which led him to make a mistake. No more rounds left, so Lo announced, Team 1 wins. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Lihan turned away alone, his face twisted in frustration. After a few steps, he made a decision and told himself, I won't leave Kuro behind if I am the captain. 3 weeks later, Lihan went to find Wei Chen, and he asked, Lihan, how's your application coming along? The result was approval. They agreed to let you form your team. Lihan felt a wave of satisfaction but kept it hidden. Inside, though, he was cheering he really got the green light. Wei Chen then handed Lihan a piece of paper and said, Since your leadership assessment at level 1 was outstanding, all the teachers agreed to give you a chance. I think they want to check your reputation and skills. He took the paper and carefully read it in his mind. Team formation conditions. Must have more than 4 members in a team, including the captain. You have the right to nominate a member from an existing team unless they refuse, if I follow these other conditions. The other captains will hate me, because they have already prepared to keep their core members. Right after that, Lihan confidently told him, You mean I should do what I can? And then Wei Chen smiled brightly and praised him. You are still very insightful. Lihan, I have high hopes for you. After saying that, Lihan left his office. As he stood in front of Wei Chen's door, he bowed his head in deep thought his team. The first member that came to mind was Lihan remembering Joe's and Kuro. Suddenly, he felt despair, slumping against the wall and muttering to himself. Those guys. But Joe's is not here. So let us go talk to Kuro. Before seeking him out, Lihan tried to think of someone else. Finally, his eyes lit up as he found another candidate, thinking to himself, there is one more person. Quickly, Lihan knocked on the door of the person he was looking for, and the one he wanted was Dimitri. He looked pleased to see Lihan. What is it? Lihan. Katosuke sighed tiredly. Damn it, as he popped open a can of beer. He complained. Our rank keeps slipping because of Kuro. Crit, who was standing opposite, chimed in to encourage him. We should have tried harder to bring Simong back to the team. Remembering when Simong fought, Katosuke replied. Yeah, Simong is really good, both in combat and spirit. He can take on 2 to 3 people at once. Kuro can't do anything alone. His stats are all lies. And I do not have anyone to fill in for him. So I will have to keep saving him. The two were talking, unaware that Lihan was hiding just behind the wall, listening closely to every word. After that, Lihan returned to his room to talk to Dimitri, who showed some interest in his idea, asking, Are you planning to form a new team? Who else are you thinking of besides me? Lihan honestly replied, Kuro, I am starting this. Ding ding. Kuro is joining my team. But Dimitri said, No captain is just going to let you take their members that easily. Lihan reminded him, but Dimitri still has not replied. Hearing the question, he scratched his head and said, Well, I really appreciate the offer. The answer is no. Lihan, I am the next captain of Team 5. And I can just abandon them now. Lihan, a bit disappointed, nodded and said, I understand. Then Dimitri looked at him for a long moment before speaking up. Plus, I would rather be your rival than a member of your team. That sounds way more fun. The two exchanged smiles. And Lihan stood up, saying, Don't come crying to me when you are my rival and I am beating you to a pulp. Dmitri shot back. Next time, I will break both your arms. You saw that? Right. As he strutted down the hallway. Everyone was whispering, Look at Lihan. He really wants to be a captain. Ah, that arrogant jerk. Lihan brushed off the comments and walked on confidently. Say whatever you want. Just wait until I announce my new team at the final middle school tournament. All the captains started staring me down, just as I expected, especially when Kato Tsuki stepped in my way, his eyes blazing with fury. Lihan, is this your way of stabbing me in the back? I do not care if you leave my team or start your own, but I am not letting you steal Kuro. Glancing at Kuro, who looked confused behind Kato Tsuki, Lihan said flatly, Kuro won't be able to reach his full potential under your guidance. Kato Tsuki pointed at Kuro, saying, Don't act like you know what you are talking about. Kuro will keep improving and become a core member of Team 7. Lihan replied coldly. If a war breaks out now, are you really going to tell your opponent to wait? I am sure I can tap into his full potential right away. A commander must win, even if they are limited in manpower. Blaming others won't change the outcome. Offended by Lihan's words, Kato Tsuki was furious. He stepped forward, grabbing his collar and shouted, You little punk. No matter what you say, I am not giving Kuro to you. Lihan stared back at him and said, That is not your decision. It is Kuro's. Kato Tsuki immediately turned to Kuro. Warning. If you go with him, I will kill you. Kuro looked terrified, trembling all over at those words. You talk way too much. You are blabbering so much that if you fell in water, your mouth would be the only thing floating. Kato Tsuki was fuming now. He could no longer contain his rage and swung a punch at Lihan. He fell to the ground but quickly sat up, saying, I will let that slide. Kato, this kind of thing is not worth slowing me down. Then he stood up and walked over to Kuro, saying, I will be waiting for you. As he walked away, they continued to mock him. What an idiot. Who leaves their team to follow a captain who has not even proven himself? Who knows how they will treat him if the new team fails? Kuro stood there, lips pressed tight, body slightly trembling. But he did not say a word. Meanwhile, Lihan walked on, deep in thought. I have reached out to everyone I could think of. What should I do next if this keeps up? As he walked, not paying attention, he bumped into Silent. Startled, he quickly said, Sorry, I was lost in thought. But Silent did not respond and just walked straight past, making Lihan curious enough to look back. Thinking, he is so, but he suddenly realized the unique way of dressing. Wait, first of all, is he even allowed to wear that? Just then, the loud chime from the clock interrupted his thoughts, and he quickly processed the information. All the team captains gathered in front of Building 2. As the scene shifted to where the captains assembled, Gray stood in the middle and began to speak. These 6 were the newcomers waiting to be assigned to a team, and we decided to let the new captains pick first. Lihan stepped up. Everyone turned to look at him, and he silently vowed to himself that this was an opportunity to recruit at least one person right now. He stepped forward and introduced himself. My name is Lihan, captain of Team 13. We are currently short on members, and everyone is welcome. At his introduction, the others burst into laughter. Kato Tsuki even mocked. Short on members? You mean none? Right. One person raised his hand and said, I am volunteering. Lihan looked closely at him and gasped. You see. Let us head back to the dorm and chat. Lihan felt incredibly lucky to have his first team member. Yusi stretched and leaned back in his chair, saying, It would be even better if we could get one more member. Lihan smiled at him and replied, It is also because we are a new team. Then he looked seriously at his friend and continued, Thank you for trusting me and joining me, Yusi. I have always wanted to be on a team with you. Yusi chuckled back. Those losers who did not make the team are such idiots. If they knew what you could do, they would be lining up at the door. He stood up, stretched, and added, Anyway, let us try to recruit more people tomorrow. I am heading back to my room. Just as they were about to part ways, a knock on the door sounded. The visitor was none other than Kuro. Lihan was shocked to see him, especially since his face was bandaged up. He asked worriedly, What happened to your face? Upon seeing Lihan, he scratched his head and laughed. I told Kato I was leaving Team 7. And that jerk could not even take me out. Hearing this good news, Lihan was overjoyed. That is awesome. You really are Kuro. Right. Kuro blushed. It is not a big deal. Zeus, who had been listening, raised his hand in celebration. I am on the same team as Luke on Desert Island. No matter who our opponent is, I am sure we won't lose. At that moment, another person joined the conversation, his voice calm. He made a proposal. Sounds fun. Can I join too? Everyone's talking about you like you are the scum of the earth. Lihan. So Team 13 must be the most fun. Lihan was a bit surprised, standing frozen at the door. Zuzu stepped out and patted his shoulder, saying, Lihan, you know him. Right. He was in that B class. He broke into a smile and replied, of course. You are exactly the kind of person our team needs. Clute Meyer. Clute laughed and waved. Take care of me. Team 13. We are officially a team now. Right. At this moment, Lihan's tone turned serious. Yeah. But we are a thorn in the side of the other teams. If we are not careful, we could fall apart. You guys know what that would mean. Right. Clute raised his hand. Army. Kuro chimed in. Me too. With 3 members now on the team. Lihan closed his eyes and thought to himself. The weight on my shoulders is heavy. But I feel like I can handle it. Then he said to them. All right. Let us meet up tomorrow. Team 13. The next day. The 4 of them gathered at one spot, standing in a line right in front of them. A serious coach was greeting them. Great to meet you. Team 13. I am your head coach. Grossman. Team Captain Lihan. And members Joe Spacey Star. Clute Meyer. And Kuro. Right. He pointed at Kuro, asking, what is up with your face? Kuro, still sporting a bit of a bruise, replied, I slipped on the stairs. Grossman immediately recognized where that injury came from but, seeing Kuro did not want to elaborate, sighed and reminded him. Be careful. Then he got down to the main agenda for the day. You guys will have a grace period for competition starting today, and this will last about 3 weeks. After that, you will have to participate in the competitions. So get ready. The type of competition and your opponents will be randomly decided by the head coach. And you will find out then. Lihan, holding his gun, thought to himself. Grossman is saying to stay sharp. In the training area, members from other teams had gathered. The competition type. Shooting. With the opponents being the main team, the one with the most victories and the highest shooting scores. Clute, walking and taking off his helmet, complained. This is so weird. I do not like it at all. Just do not get shot. Right. Just as he said that, Lihan appeared out of nowhere and punched him hard. Clute, you trying to get yourself killed? Don't joke around. You are not allowed to do that, no matter the situation. Looking at Lihan's terrifying expression, Clute turned pale and stammered a response. Okay. Since Lihan was the captain, he had to take responsibility for his teammates. He asserted, I won't allow anyone on my team to die. He seriously laid out his plan. This strategy is called the mobile bunker. I just thought of the name, so do not laugh. The 3 of them echoed in unison. Mobile bunker. In the forest, Team 9 and Team 13 were engaged in a shooting match, with each team having their bases at different locations. Team 9 got into position, shouting, let us finish this quickly. Team 13 was also ready, with Lihan rallying everyone. We are definitely going to win. As both teams got ready, the command to start rang out. In front of the screen, spectators were cheering nonstop. Don't let Team 9 get ahead. Let us wipe out those traitors. They jostled for the best spots to get a perfect view of the battle. Among the crowd, Dimitri was present, smiling as he said, those guys are really something. Simon thought to himself, you can win this shooting match. What are you going to do? Lihan. In the forest, footsteps were cautiously advancing forward. One person spoke up. No signs of them. I guess they will try to hide near the starting point. Another replied, well, they can only do that. Let us. Clute, hiding behind a tree not far away, observed their movements and thought, they are quicker than I expected. He quickly sent intel to Lihan. The opponents are within 200 meters. I will join you. Upon receiving the message, Lihan worriedly said, they are coming this way. Zeus and Kuro were leaning against a tree, panting. Zeus remarked, they are not giving us a break. Those Team 9 guys. Good thing we are all set. But I need time to catch my breath, Lihan said. Glute must be aware of our situation by now. Instead of pushing toward us, he will. Glute is currently making a desperate run for it. But on his way to regroup with his team, he is spotted and hunted down by the folks from Team 9. To make matters worse, they shot him in the leg, and as he screams in pain, they refuse to back off and keep chasing after him. Over there, even with a hurt leg, Glute is running and groaning. This hurts like hell. Realizing he is not going to escape, he risks it all and turns back, firing his weapon wildly at the attackers, silently praying to hit at least one of them. The guys hiding behind the tree can't help but snicker. With shooting like that, who is going to get hit? Unfortunately, Glute stumbles and falls to the ground, giving Team 9 the perfect chance to counterattack. He quickly finds a tree to hide behind and hopes no one will notice him. Strategically, I should be joining my team, but with this leg, I am just dragging them down. Best to buy some time. One of Team 9 notices something off and says, why is there only one guy? The captain chimes in, what is going on here? There are only 4 of them, so why bother scouting? It is going to end in a brawl anyway. After recalculating, Shidi says, I am done here. You guys handle it. Back with Lihan. He tells the other two, we should get moving. Thanks to Glute. We have enough time now. The three of them raise their weapons in agreement. Lihan continues, I am sure Glute's hurt, but he has chosen to buy us time instead of regrouping. Zeus gives a thumbs up and says, thanks to him, we have fully recovered. I seriously had no energy left there. Lihan. Kuro adds, that is because we used our powers and fire to chop down those trees. After gearing up, Lihan commands, now it is time to use these. The crowd watching on the screen is puzzled as they see Lihan's team entering the fray, starting to chop down trees. What the heck is Team 13 doing? Are they really cutting down that tree? Dimitri and Simon, who recognize Team 13's strategy, wonder, are they using those as shields? This kind of strategy is only possible because of Kuro. Back at Clue, he is desperately battling 4 opponents. But just as he fires, he runs out of bullets. Damn it. Reload. Just as he opens the chamber to reload, one of the attackers steps right in front of him, gun aimed at Clue with a smirk, saying, you really think you can handle this alone? I thought it was a trap, but it is just a dumb strategy. Dimitri laughs, saying, one member of Team 13 is down. They held on for a while, but now they are left with just that wooden shield. Can they win with that? Hearing this, Simon replies, this strategy has a weakness. I am sure Lihan has figured it out. Meanwhile, nothing's happening, and Team 9 starts to get anxious. What is that? They are getting closer, but we can stop them. At this moment, the captain of Team 9 realizes their own weakness. We picked 4 members based on shooting skills, so none of us have strong enough spirit power to blow that thing up. He thinks to himself, damn it. He then orders his teammates, hide behind that tree. We need to stall as long as we can. Their spirit power user will tire out eventually, and this is all part of Lihan's plan. Yeah, I know that weakness, but that wooden shield is just to get us close enough for Zeus to unleash his fire abilities. Suddenly, the ground erupts into flames and thick smoke billows up, catching Team 9 completely off guard. What the hell? Why is it on fire? It is too smoky. We can't see a thing. Watching the battle unfold, these guys are not holding back at all. Is that a burning ability? Team 9 is engulfed in smoke now. Are they even allowed to fight like this? Zeus appears and says, that is enough smoke. Lihan, those bastards can see a thing up ahead. He nods. All right. I will wait for those cowards to run for it. 2 members from Team 9 go down swiftly. Even though Team 9 realizes what is happening, they confidently say, stay calm. Those guys can see us. But just as they say that, 2 bullets pierce through the thick smoke. Hitting them both, they exclaim in unison. What the heck? Kuro and Lihan say together. We have eyes that see everything. The announcement blares, leaving all Team 9 members incapacitated. Team 13 wins. The spectators can help but wonder, how is this possible? Kuro throws a stone to point out their positions. And that Lihan guy, his shooting skills are insane. Seeing Team 13 win, Dimitri beams with joy. They did it. Unlike him, Simon is sulking. Lihan, Kuro, those jerk. After the battle, Kuro and Zeus take off their helmets, smiling at Lihan, who responds with a thumbs up. Watching the fight on the screen, Commander Grossman stares at Lihan, deep in thought, while celebration sounds fill the room. Klute's voice rings out. This feast is a special treat for the winning team, so well deserved for our hard work. Zeus laughs and says, that is awesome. You even got hit by a bullet. Klute humorously replies, if you have never been shot, you are not allowed to join in. Looking at the lavish feast in front of them, filled with delicacies, everyone feels their hard work today was totally worth it. At this moment, Zeus announces, right now, the one who helped us secure this victory is, he points at Lihan, who is sitting there shyly using a chicken leg as a microphone, saying, Captain Lihan, please share your thoughts with us right now. Lihan, caught off guard, scratches his head, unsure of what to say. After thinking for a moment, he speaks up. Thank you, everyone. It seems like the strategies throughout the match were a bit too intense, but I believe it is thanks to everyone's efforts that we achieved this victory. Kuro chimes in. It was not that intense. Those strategies were top-notch. Lihan chuckles and says, we were pretty lucky since our opponents were strong, but also pretty predictable. Most of the members in the main squad are really good at shooting. Klute, pleased with his decision to join Team 13, says, that is amazing, the ability to predict the number of opponents. Just as I expected. My judgment of others is spot on. Suddenly, as he is talking, his arm gets stuck on the armchair, but he manages to raise his thumb, saying, no big deal, even if I am about to die. I can miss a party like this. In another room, Grossman sits at his desk, eyes glued to the computer screen. saying, I paired them up with Team 9. Not expecting them to win, I wanted them to lose at all costs. I need to put pressure on them before they start thinking they are special. Which team is fit enough to stand before Kato Suki's analysis? Team 7. He mused. If it is Team 7, they will unleash all their energy to crush Team 13. But what if Team 7 ends up losing too? His expression suddenly shifted as he said, then I just need to find a way to make sure they can lose. After the victory celebration, Lihan returned to his room, lying in bed, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. He suddenly sat up. There was a time when I could not sleep either, because I was worried about the day's events. I had some truly amazing teammates. So I should just chill. No matter who my opponent is, I will take them down one by one. The next morning, still at the training camp, Team 1 faced off against Team 13 in an epic battle. Before the match, the captain of Team 1 reminded everyone carefully, do you all remember our strategy? We need to be cautious about Kuro and Joe's. When it comes to mental strength, they are top of the second-year class. We both have to keep them in check. Their mental strength is strong, but you just need to throw them off balance so they can focus. The whole team echoed. Got it. Then he continued, as for the others, I do not know how good their combat skills are, but they won't be a major concern because we have the strongest one, our captain. Just like yesterday, a bunch of people gathered to watch the match on the screen. Dmitry crossed his arms and said, I wonder how much the coach hates them. I can believe they will be able to beat Team 1 after that shootout with Team 9. To win, they need to take down that captain. The one flaunting that medal. But he is a beast. It is tough to pin him down. Even if 2 or 3 strong guys charge right at him, with him leading, they can easily take down the long-range support and sweep through the remaining opponents. That is Team 1's specialty, charging in like a tank. Thinking about this, Dmitry felt even more excited. In the end, what strategy will Lihan use to tackle this tough situation? Simon, standing nearby, was incredibly annoyed by his rambling and almost shouted, can you just shut up and watch? The captain of Team 1 suddenly froze, wondering, wait, is that Kuro? The captain. Because Hen saw the blue ribbon that Team Hen gave to their strongest member, while Team 13 let a weakling like Kuro wear it. Max spoke, what should we do? We can see Lihan either. Kuro was fighting for the first time as captain, and he was extremely nervous. Clute and Zeus stood in front of him to reassure him. Don't stress. Kuro, do not worry, we will protect you no matter what happens. Bovis, the captain of Team 1's face darkened as he said, keep this up. No matter where that guy is hiding, he won't find our weak spot. Then he shouted the command. Move forward. At this moment, Lihan, who had been missing in action, was perched high up in a tree, quietly surveying the scene below. Facing a formidable team like Team 1, he knew that a head-on confrontation was not the best strategy. So he devised a plan to secure a swift victory while keeping his team intact. Victory does not mean we have to wipe out the enemy. We just need to take down the designated captain. Meanwhile, down below, both sides surged into battle at the same time. Lihan glanced at Kuro. All right, we are almost there. Are you ready? Kuro looked up at him from the tree and nodded silently. Lihan felt reassured, thinking, no worries. We have trained hard enough for this. As Kancho and Moxie took his position, he leaped down from the tree, while Jules and Nut did their best to keep him steady. The members of Team 1 were still blissfully unaware of what was about to unfold. Feeling confident, thinking, great, we are in control, they aimed for the blue band above. Kuro declared, that is ours. Our victory is at hand. At the same time, both of them swung their weapons down at Kuro, who quickly summoned his mental energy to fend them off, all while keeping his eyes on Lihan's descent. Seeing Kuro in action but not focusing on his attackers, the captain of Team 1 thought, what is this guy looking at? Just then, a loud crash echoed behind him, startling him and his teammate as they turned to look. Dust and debris filled the air, and they exclaimed, what the heck is going on? As the dust began to settle, they saw Mex already knocked out and lying still on the ground, while Jost and Glut were panting heavily, exhausted, and right before them stood the imposing figure of Lihan, who raised a hand and grinned. I think we have got this win. Meanwhile, the announcement blared over the large screen. The battle is over. Team 13 has secured victory. The spectators were left in awe of this strategy, whispering to each other, did he just jump down from that tree? That tree is as tall as 5 houses stacked together. No one could tell if he was taking reckless risks. But that was just over the top. Right. He has totally lost it. But man, it is so watching their cheers for Team 13. Dmitry chuckled. These are the same folks who were just trash-talking him not long ago. He understood now. It was because he kept surprising them with these incredible moves every single time. They began to wonder about Lihan. That incredible captain, who is he? He is Lihan from Team 7. Someone replied. Why does not he participate in matches like this more often? What is Team 7's captain even doing? How could they not keep an eye on a guy like him? It seemed like he was not getting any praise from anyone at all. Hearing the criticism, Kadotsuki, the captain of Team 7, stood nearby, his face darkening with anger. Flashing back to a day before the tournament against Team 1 began, Lihan was practicing high jumps, while Kuro focused on mastering his mental energy. During a break, Lihan approached Kuro, encouraging him. At this rate, real combat will be a breeze. Just like we hope. You are doing great. Kuro, hearing this, Kuro replied, I think you are better than I am. Lihan, are you scared? Lihan shot back. You bet. If we lose, watch out for your nose. Tomorrow will determine our team's survival. Keep going. It is really tough to control people through psychic abilities. But if it were easy, then everyone with those skills would be flying by now. Kuro listened intently as Lihan revealed his plan. Tomorrow, I am going to jump from a high place to ambush them. And you just need to control the falling speed so that neither you nor they end up dead. I believe in you, Kuro. After the training ended, Kuro knelt in front of Lihan, hands clasped in apology, saying, I am sorry. It is my fault your arm got broken. Lihan, with his arm in a cast, sat cross-legged in front of the food table, looking a bit embarrassed as he spoke. It is, Kuro. Anyway, no one blames you. Right. That was a tough situation. And you did great. Clute, sitting beside him, chewed on a chicken leg and added, Don't beat yourself up too much. Kuro, if we had not acted, could we have taken down that monster? Zeus, sitting in a chair, sipped his drink and chuckled, asking, well, until Lihan's arm heals, we won't have any matches. Right. Just then, his watch buzzed with a notification. The schedule for 2 days later: no fight. Team 7 versus Team 13. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed as the door swung open. Grossman, seated in the room, glanced at the newcomer and said coldly, well, I did not expect you to show up. Kadotsuki. Outside, under the blinding sunlight, Zeus chimed in. You do not think there is anything wrong with this? Tim's got injured people, and they are organizing a match right away. It is like they are just asking us to lose. Glut nodded in agreement, adding, plus, our opponents are Team 7. They will wipe the floor with us since they are on fire right now. Zeus said angrily, this is so unfair. We should protest this. What the hell is going on? But Grossman, with a teasing tone, replied, it is obvious you guys will beat Team 7. Right. Or are you lacking the confidence to win? Back in the office, Kadotsuki approached him, feeling that his team was being underestimated. He said, even if Team 13 has no injuries, we will still beat them any day. Grossman chuckled and asked, you guys will win. Captain of Team 7. Suki stepped out of the room, and Kadotsuki seemed even more frustrated. Damn. That teacher does not listen to me at all. But he could not do much except walk away. At that moment, Lihan, with his broken arm, came to rally the team members. But it did not make any difference. Even if we complain about this, the only thing we can do is win. Honestly, I still have not figured out how to win yet. But I am sure I will come up with something before the match starts. While discussing, a mocking voice echoed from behind. Interesting. I hope you are not just talking big. Lihan, was Kadotsuki, his gaze fixed on Lihan's cast, asking, but are you okay with that arm? Lihan shrugged his other arm and said, it is pretty disadvantageous for me. But against Team 7, I only need my right hand to be enough. Kadotsuki leaned in. Warning. No fight is not just a battle you can win easily with last-minute prep like this. If you are too nice, it will be tough to win. You know that, Lihan replied coolly. I will prepare a unique strategy just for you. If you do not take this seriously, we will make you regret it. Kadotsuki, hearing that, got furious and pointed at him, saying, I am going to kill you. You and Kuro too. But with Lihan's demeanor making him a bit cautious, he added, Kato, if you have never killed anyone, do not try to scare us like that. Kadotsuki said, all right, then hurry up and get dizzy watching. And then he turned and rushed away. Watching him leave, Zeus could not help but mutter, what a jerk. Lihan, sounding displeased, said, he is no pushover. Let us head to the gym. In the gym, the four of them pushed themselves to the limit, with Lihan struggling a bit as he wiped the sweat from his face while thinking, this is tricky. Even at my best, I can only control 2 flying boards. Now it is just 1. He turned to see the others practicing, With Joe's trying to harness his power, it seemed like he was also having a hard time controlling 2 boards easily. Looking at Kuro, who was training hard. He thought, we can only rely on Kuro. But I do not want him to bear all the weight, even though Team 7 lacks a strong support player right now. They are a well-balanced team with great mental fortitude and solid tactics. Team 7 is a strong group under Kato's leadership. There is no way they can lose. Just as he was lost in thought, a voice cut in. Lihan. Joe's approached with a worried look, saying, there is a problem. He then raised his hands, and the firepower shot up into the air before fizzling out in aerial combat. There is nothing to ignite. I do not think the firepower will be strong at that time. Moreover, with each of us flying around, I do not think I will be able to hit the target easily. Watching from the observation deck, Team 7 felt pretty smug seeing Team 13 getting stuck. They were struggling with those skills. Creed said, I do not think we should worry. Kato. Thinking casually, replied, of course not. Our strategy is to win. We have no reason to lose. Winning is a 100% guarantee. On the day of the match, everyone was notified to come watch. But everyone looked pretty puzzled. Why is Team 13 still competing? Isn't Lihan injured? They do not even have any experience in aerial combat. Dimitri was not going to miss any fight that had Lihan. He stood there, hand on his chin, thinking, it is like they are set up to lose. That Coach Grossman is really a piece of work. Those words reached Simon, who was in front of him. He turned and shot Dimitri a glare, saying, what are you doing? Dimitri turned away, laughing. You told me to stand next to you. Simon, looking annoyed, said, you are way too dramatic. Then he added, Grossman is trying to adjust the win rates for all teams to about 50%. The competition and conflicts between teams will be decided through his analysis. Yet, deep down, Simon thought, even if I have her back, it will still be tough to win this time. Lihan, at this moment, in the combat zone, both teams had gathered and were facing each other. Kaito Suki, the captain of Team 7, arrogantly spoke up. Let us obliterate them and show them our strength. Lihan calmly replied, how are you doing? Joe's, with a grin, responded, feeling great. I am going to set everything on fire, so do not worry. Lihan turned to him and nodded. I can't wait to see you shine, because you are the key to our strategy this time. The announcement blared, signaling the match's start. Each team, get your flying carpets ready. As the flying carpets appeared, the entire auditorium gasped. Team 13 had an insane number of them. Even Kaito Suki turned pale at this shocking sight. 16. He thought, silently screaming inside. No way. Normally, Team 52 could only control about 4 carpets per support and 2 for others. 2 of them could not even manage 2 carpets just 2 days ago. But now they had a whopping 16. Even if each of them controlled 2, they would still have 10 left over. Kaito Suki could not believe his eyes. He desperately searched for a reason to explain such an absurd number of carpets, but could not find anything plausible except for Kuro. There is no way Kuro could control 10. Creed was urging Kaj on the side. While Kaito ordered everyone to hurry up, Lihan took the chance to tease. Looks like you are getting a little flustered. Kaito, wait till you see what we have got. It will be quick. 16. The members of Team 7 exclaimed in disbelief. One person, looking worried, asked, wait, is that even possible? Hearing their whispers, Kaito Suki snapped. You do not need to jump around like that. Just stick to the plan. We will handle them one by one. Up ahead, Zeus and Clute had stepped onto the battlefield, ready to take orders from Lihan. What Lihan said to scare Kaito Suki was not just a joke. He was fighting with one hand. We did not stop to rest during our training for telekinesis. Even though my telekinesis is not top tier, I have learned to concentrate my power where I want it. If I use it right, I can not only control objects but also make them move faster. With his arm radiating intense psychic energy, he flicked a carpet forward, slicing through Zeus and Clute toward Team 7. Kaito Suki wiped his brow in disbelief. Is he really planning to use all those carpets like this? Sure, they are fast. But unless they are heading straight for me, I can dodge them. Remembering their training, Zeus said, since there are not any explosive materials in aerial battles, I did not think my firepower would be useful. At that moment, a wild idea struck Lihan. Zeus, when we fight in the air, I suddenly thought of something that could ignite. Zeus focused his firepower and aimed it straight at the flying carpet Lihan had just thrown at Team 7, causing it to explode right in front of them. Witnessing this, not only Team 7 was stunned, but their teammates watching the battle on screen were equally shocked, exchanging frantic glances and discussions. What the hell? Did they just blow up their own carpet? How much did that cost? More than a coach's salary, that is for sure. But soon, the money was the last thing on their minds as they began cheering for Lihan. Who cares? Blow them all up. The battle raged on, with Lihan and Zeus continuously blowing up carpets, one after another. Team 7 could not hold their ground for long and started falling like dominoes at this point. Suki shouted frantically. Damn it. Stop them. They are blowing up all our carpets. Chris added, if we get any closer, we might get caught in those explosions. Outside the arena, the one in the most agony is Grossman, who rushes to the scene, shouting, stop right there. Lihan, inside Grossman's office. A tense silence fills the air as he glares intensely at the person standing before him. Lihan stands there, thinking to himself, is this why he called me up here? Just to stare at me for 10 minutes. Dealing with Sergeant Red would have been a breeze compared to this, since I am pretty sure he would be cursing me out by now. Then Grossman rubs his head and awkwardly starts. Let us get to the point. Do you know how much a flight ticket costs? Lihan is momentarily speechless, thinking, yeah, I know they are super pricey. Grossman looks at him seriously and says, if you are not part of the team, you will never be able to afford that in your lifetime. Lihan does not answer his question and instead asks, aren't you calling me up to discuss my strategy? Hearing this, he shakes his head. Well, it is not illegal. But do not you see how controversial that could be? Some coaches might praise you for thinking outside the box. But I, for one, expect to be notified if you plan to pull stunts like this again. Lihan nods. Understanding. He continues. Can I ask you one more thing? After receiving his consent, he asks, if we are up against dragons, would this strategy still be controversial? Or would you not even ask me about the cost of that flight? Isn't he the goal of training to win at any cost? Grossman is taken aback by this question. Then he stands up and laughs heartily. You have got me there. You talk just like someone I know. He slaps the table and looks at Lihan, saying, that is the spirit. Lihan, I am really looking forward to your future matches. You can go now. Captain Lihan. As he steps out of the room, he immediately runs into Suki, who glares at him, recalling their recent battle. In that moment, Kato charges at Lihan, but the explosion's aftermath knocks him down, with Lihan using his own body to push him down. Thinking back, he grits his teeth and points at Lihan, saying, even if you won with that cowardly strategy, nobody's gonna praise you. Lihan calmly replies, that decision will be made later. You are just standing here to say that. Suki pretends to cough and says, I just happened to pass by. Who'd want to wait for a loser like you? Lihan walks away. Kato calls after him. I am definitely going to crush you. And do not lose to anyone else by then. Back in the locker room, his teammates eagerly welcome him with plenty of high fives, shouting, welcome back, Captain. Kuro says, they decided we are the winning team. Jost, looking worried, says, I am just concerned we might have broken the rules. Glud adds, it is not against the rules, but it is definitely risky. Noticing Jost staring intensely at the clock, Kuro curiously asks, what is it, Jost? He replies, it is just that this always happens when we are at a party. You know, this. Just as he finishes speaking, the announcement rings out, and Jost says, just as I expected. All four of them stare in shock as the schedule for the match is revealed 7 days from now. Capture the flag, Team 5 versus Team 13. Finally, the day Dimitri has been waiting for is here. His team will be facing Lihan's team. And at this moment, Lihan is still in the gym. Unaware of what is coming, Lihan smirks and says, after declaring war, we end up facing the strongest team in that category. Classic Grossman. Always keeping it coming. Coming back from the gym, Dimitri was enjoying the fresh air. It was a beautiful morning, but it was too hot. He needed to get home for a shower. As he walked, he spotted his former team captain passing by and called out, hold up, Captain. Former captain. Since I am the captain now. But the other guy did not pay him any mind and just walked past. Dimitri chased after him, grabbing his shoulder to pull him back. You trying to ignore me now that I am in high school? Then he proudly pointed to himself. Team 5 is killing it because I am the captain now. The other guy shot him a quick glance, exuding a deadly aura, and said, get lost before I take you out. Stunned by the vibe, Dimitri asked, what is up with you? What happened? With fire in his eyes, Dimitri insisted, no way. You have to tell me what happened after we sparred. Meanwhile, Lihan was in the training grounds, clutching a tree branch with one hand while panting heavily. A figure was slowly approaching, and Lihan thought to himself, what is this guy steal? He looks way too strong. The person coming toward him was the same guy Lihan had bumped into in the hallway a few days back. This guy was dressed oddly, and to top it off, he was wearing a creepy mask. Suddenly, he vanished from Lihan's sight, only to reappear right in front of him caught off guard. Lihan was instantly taken down, kneeling on the ground. This all went down 6 days ago when Lihan was in Grossman's office. His eyes wide open in shock. Wait. Seriously? Grossman nodded and said,
Yep.
But I can go into details right now. Dmitri got injured out of nowhere and can't participate in the upcoming match. He pointed at Lihan and continued. The match will still go on as scheduled. Hearing that, Lihan thought to himself. Without Dmitri, Team 5 will be like a headless chicken. There is no way we can win. Grossman held up some papers and said, This is why I called you in here. Lihan took the papers and read them carefully. Then asked, What is this? Grossman replied, This is a transfer request to join your team. You are known for making the most of your team members. It seems Kato from Team 7 has been under scrutiny. Lihan stayed silent, thinking, I knew this was coming. I bet most of the middle schoolers want to transfer, because if they join my team, they can fight right away. Then Grossman added, Take your time. You do not have to decide right away. He immediately replied, No. I will take all of them. I am not picky. Soon, 4 people lined up in front of Lihan, asking to transfer, and he cheerfully greeted them. Welcome to Team 13 Domingo, Kazim, Andy, and Jongo. We will start getting ready for tomorrow's match. And during that time, I will observe your special abilities and assign roles. Anyone have a problem with that? At that moment, someone spoke up. Lihan was a bit startled to realize the guy was Korean. He asked, What do you want to say? He scratched his head and laughed. I just want you to take care of my fellow Korean here. There is no division of nationality. Upon hearing this, Lihan immediately responded, If you want care, prove yourself first. This guy seemed annoyed and said, All right, just remember to treat me nicely. Lihan turned away, saying, Let us call it a day for now. Looking at Lihan, he cursed under his breath. This jerk is so stiff. Then he turned to leave, watching him go. The other two looked at each other, confused, and asked, What does stiff mean? The other one replied, I know. It is a swear word in Korean. I heard it while watching K-dramas. Flashing back an hour. The guys were competing against Team 13 for the flag as the dome slowly closed. Everyone wondered, What is happening? Why is the dome closing? They were trying to create a night environment. Jules angrily said, They want to make us lose at any cost. This is cheap. Hearing this, Lihan spoke up. Don't get too worked up. The opponents are in the same environment as us. Let us wait for our eyes to adjust to the darkness. Once everyone was gradually accustomed to the dark, Lihan began assigning tasks. Team Nuth would lead, and Team Jules would provide support. Jiro, Kuro, and I will attack from the side. The guys are without Dmitri, so they are the weakest opponent we have faced. But do not underestimate them. Let us give it our all to win. 10 minutes ago, both teams received Lihan's orders and started fighting. Lead team. Go ahead. All right. Support team. Move in. After the 2 small groups were assigned and moved in, he raised his hand to signal, saying, We are going in too. 5 minutes ago. Under Lihan's command, the guys were gradually being wiped out. Good. We are almost there. Looking at the fallen opponents sprawled on the ground, he asked, Has the whole male team been eliminated? Clute glanced ahead and replied, Not yet. Not yet. Look by that flag. Is that the last guy standing? He is just watching while his teammates get wrecked. At that moment, the guy stood up, wielding 2 swords as he charged toward Team 13. He moved like lightning, taking out 4 people at once. Watching his speed, Lihan could not help but be amazed. What the hell is this? Kuro, standing behind him, shouted a warning. Watch out. But as soon as he spoke, he was knocked aside. Lihan looked at the figure before him and thought. Teleportation. Damn. I do not even have time to be surprised. Right now. Only 3 people were left in the battle. Zira gritted his teeth and said, Can't we even get close to him? Then he lunged forward with his sword. But the masked guy simply flipped in midair and kicked him down to the ground. The spectators were equally stunned. Has Team 13 been wiped out? But who is that masked guy? Isn't he that the silent one from the rumors? Silent. Really? Is he actually silent? Hearing that name, Simon suddenly realized something. If that is the silent one, then during training, his central nervous system was damaged, and he lost his ability to speak. But after that accident, his fighting skills developed at an abnormal rate, becoming a test subject. A level 3 fighter. Is he that strong? Isn't it against the rules for a level 3 to join a level 2 match? Lihan was knocked down to his knees, desperately gripping his sword. Trying to stand back up, Lihan suddenly spoke up. I do not know who you are, but I am not backing down from this fight. You masked freak. In an instant, his powerful mental energy was activated, and he fixed a determined gaze on the guy. Seeing that he still had fight left in him, the other guy immediately responded. Both of them charged at the same time, attacking, watching the fight unfold on the screen. Simon realized the masked guy's strength was anything but ordinary. Gritting his teeth in anger. So this bastard has been silent. He is on a whole different level compared to the other level 2 fighters, given the current situation. There is no way to win. So what will you do now? Lihan. At this moment, he was also trying to think of a combat strategy. If I can't block the next attack, it is game over. But I won't go down that easily. Time to analyze what just happened. He can move about 15 meters in the blink of an eye. If we account for the energy consumed for such a big movement, he might be able to do that twice in a row. The key to victory is capturing the flag, not defeating that bastard. If I can hold him back for a moment, then I might win. And my chance to stop him is when he uses his power in the blink of an eye. The guy moved just as Lihan had calculated. The space around him was starting to fade, and he counted the steps of his movement. 3. As he suddenly appeared before him, Lihan did not hesitate and launched an attack, bending down to strike straight at the masked guy's face. But he dodged. Lihan's attack barely made a tear in his hood. The masked guy immediately countered, stepping on Lihan and pushing him down, raising his sword to stab him. But at that moment, a smile crept onto Lihan's face, making the masked guy feel incredibly suspicious. It turns out Lihan had expertly thrown his spear into the air, and now it was coming down. With a swift swipe, it grazed the masked man, damaging a part of his mask, and he stumbled down to the ground in disarray. But just a split second of distraction, and a lot can happen. Right then, he jolted awake to see Lihan had grabbed the flag. He turned to look at him and said, "You managed to regain your composure in just 3 seconds. Impressive. But that was more than enough time for me to snatch the flag. This is our victory." The skeleton masked. In light of Lihan's spectacular victory, the onlooker felt a twinge of jealousy and a hint of dissatisfaction. It is insane how Lihan managed to take down a level 3 opponent. I should have been in Team 13. After the battle, Kuro, under the warm summer sun, strolled along and even shared some of his food with a stray cat he often encountered. "Come here. Meow. Good kitty. You are such a good eater." Watching the cat munch away, he reached out to pet its fur and began to share his thoughts. "There used to be a little cat just like you near the orphanage. I once did not have a single friend. I was not good at anything, and my appearance was different. But now I have got my own talents. And guess what? I have got friends too." Jiro walked up behind, observing this foolish act, and Kuro could not help but chuckle internally. This guy is actually chatting up a cat right now. What a total loser. Your rank is clearly even lower than mine. Then he spoke up. "Hey Kuro. What are you doing here?" Embarrassed that someone caught him in the act, Kuro's face flushed as he stammered. "Jiro, when did you?" Without waiting for Kuro to finish, Jiro cut him off. "I think we should discuss a few things during this break." Kuro was taken aback. "Discuss?" He placed a hand on Jiro's shoulder and nodded. "As you know, our team currently does not have a vice captain. Right. I think I should nominate myself for this role, and I would really appreciate your support." As he spoke, Kuro's cat kept weaving around his legs, annoying Jiro, who bent down in irritation. "That damn stray cat just ruined my clothes. I am in the middle of an important conversation. Why do not you just scram?" With that, he kicked the cat hard, making it yell in pain. Kuro looked at the cat with sorrow, but Jiro was too preoccupied to notice his expression as he kept jumping around. So anyway, Kuro did not catch any more of what Jiro was saying. He just followed the cat, urging it to get lost. The two locked eyes, and suddenly Kuro's tears flowed, his psychic energy bursting forth powerfully, leaving Jiro startled. What is going on?" The trash bin nearby shook for a moment, then shattered under the intense pressure of Kuro's psychic force. Jiro screamed in fear. Kuro glared at him, saying, "Don't ever do anything like that again," his whole body trembling. He immediately lowered his voice to plead. "Okay. Got it." Receiving that assurance, Kuro left Jiro, who was now trembling on the ground, and chased after the cat. Meanwhile, in the infirmary, Lihan was visiting his good friend Dimitri. Sitting up seriously, I asked, "You did not come all this way just for kicks, right? So what brought you here?" Lihan fell silent for a long time before saying, "I can only take a guess, because it seems like the darkness is hiding a secret. But now that I see you, everything is crystal clear. The one who put you in this mess is a level 3. Right?" Dimitri jumped in surprise when Lihan figured that out. He ran a hand through his hair and sighed. "Yep. He was the leader of my previous team. Level 3 is on a whole different level." Dimitri's hand instinctively clenched, and he continued, "It is not just a difference in rank. I could not even move before I was taken down, damn it." Seeing Dimitri like this made me a bit worried. It is the first time I have seen him so defeated. Suddenly, Dimitri remembered something and said, "Oh right. That bastard was not himself at the time. It was like he had lost his mind." Lihan replied, "If he was not like that from the start. It seems there is some business to handle with the activities of those level 3s. Just think about it. The equipment for level 3s is pretty scarce, and it is extremely rare to meet one. There are still many stages before we can fully upgrade to level 2. That means we will have to experience real battles before reaching level 3. Dimitri's face went pale at that. What? Is that even possible? Suddenly, a scene unfolds. A robot stands before a door, stepping outside, when a cat appears. But right after, Kuro's voice chimes in. Found you. Little kitty. He rushed over like a kid and hugged the cat, saying, does it hurt? Come back. I will get you lots of delicious food. Then he suddenly saw the robot and jumped. Clutching the cat tightly, the robot asked, who are you? Your voice sounds familiar. Kuro replied, that voice is. Then the robot revealed its true face, and Kuro exclaimed in surprise. Sergeant Red. He looked at him and smiled. You, Kuro. You look so different. I almost did not recognize you. At the Arc Development Center, John Red's voice echoed as he said, you lost your way. Ah. You have wandered pretty far. He bought 2 cans of soda, handed one to him, and said, a ride will come to take you back to the dorm. Drink this while you wait. Kuro awkwardly accepted it and said, thank you, sir. As Kuro opened the soda, he looked at him and hesitantly asked, you are not mad, right? John Red was taken aback. Wait. About you being here. The 2nd generation mental power armor is supposed to be announced soon, so knowing a bit early is not a big deal. Since someone at level 2 like you can't just leave the darkness freely. Kuro sighed and said, that is right. Our reinforced bodies can leave this place until we can no longer fight, because we belong to the darkness. John Red's expression changed slightly as he said to Kuro, that is right. And those who suddenly become strong are like barking dogs. They are the crazy ones. Do not you think? Red's words made him a bit uneasy. He thought to himself, Sergeant Red does not seem to realize he is talking about him. Just then, a professor approached from behind and asked, how's the experiment going, Red? John Red looked at him and replied, just what I expected from you. Old man, the mental power feedback rate is very high. But I think you should reduce the flow of raw materials in the system. Boosting power is crucial. But if it is too sensitive, it will be hard to control. Unlike our 1st generation, these kids can summon mental power as easily as Heddler. The old man looked at Kuro and raised his hand towards him, saying, nice to meet you. I am team leader Charlie Smith. Hello. My name is Kuro. John Red introduced. This old man is the legendary designer of mental power armor. He continued. The 1st generation was rushed and still pretty rough around the edges. But the 2nd generation has improved a lot. It is going to be the best gear ever. John Red added. It is designed for you guys. I seldom get to control it well. Kuro, worried, thought to himself, I need to wear that armor from earlier and step into real battles. Images of himself in that armor facing off against fierce monsters flashed in his mind, sending chills down his spine. After a bit of conversation, the car arrived, and they saw him off. See you later, Kuro. After Kuro left, John Red pulled out a cigar, lit it, and asked, what will happen to the armor I tested today? Smith replied, it will be dismantled and recycled in parts. Due to its rarity, we are always short on dragon materials. Red questioned, why not just leave it be? You never know. Someone might need to wear it. Meanwhile, Lihan's daily routine starts at 5 am, but I always wake up at 4 am to strategize for battles or record the special abilities of the members and other things. Of course, I also objectively note down my skills and rate them. My mental power is still below average. In other words, it is not very effective. I can't even use the basic telepathy skill that Teacher Quay taught, but I discovered a unique ability that only I have among the kids here. Absolute accuracy when using mental power. Kuro and Simon can use telepathy to turn a pencil into powder, but they can write with it. I can be a bit of a control freak when it comes to mental power. I need to practice harder to hone this precision. After finishing my notes, it was time to train. The clock in Lihan's hand beeped, and he and his teammates ran around the field. Dimitri spots Lihan and rushes over to say hi. Seeing Dimitri, Lihan asked, what did you think of the spatial rift you saw yesterday? Dimitri replies, not much. Really, it was super sparkly. Though maybe a date spot. The spatial rift is a remnant from the Dragon Corps attack when the gates closed. Under Grossman's command, the 2nd level teams were split into 2 groups to check out the cracks. He explained, the spatial rift is a direct connection between Earth and other worlds, and there is a theory it influenced the emergence of mental power users. Visiting the rift will be a great experience for you guys. There is no danger, so do not worry. It formed over 10 years ago, but has not shown any signs since then. Lihan asked, I heard mental power users feel something strange when they get close to it. Right, it might make you a bit dizzy, but it is hard to explain. Today, you will go see it and feel it for yourself. Now, let us give it our all. 12-12. Dimitri cheers as they run with high spirits. After practice, Lihan gathers Team 13 to talk. We will meet at the helicopter landing pad at 10 am. After breakfast and a quick shower. You will have some free time. Gross panted. Feels like we are going on a field trip. After that, Lihan and the others disperse to head back to their rooms. On the way, someone rushes up to chat with him. Great to meet you. Lihan. If you are up for it, I would like to treat you to breakfast. Lihan recognizes this guy as Zone, the team captain. He smiles and replies. It is an honor that you remember me. After the last defeat, Grossman stopped openly wishing for us to lose, but we still dropped a few matches. Team 10 is one of the few that beat us. Lihan walks alongside him, chatting happily. I have always wanted to learn more about your strategies. I would love to talk. Zone looks a bit shy. I am nothing compared to you. At the helicopter landing pad, nearly a dozen choppers are mobilized. Once all the trainees are on board, the commander begins the briefing. Sinuezu, where we are headed, is one of the 6 places where the spatial gates opened during the first invasion. The Dragon Corps was summoned in Sinuezu, explaining the backdrop of Korea and China in the military alongside the Iron Framework. But it proved ineffective. They made North Korea a wasteland. The North Korean government was wiped out, and we are crossing the border. The Republic of Korea has accepted these refugees while fighting against the invaders, with social and economic chaos erupting during this period. Then he looks towards Lihan and emphasizes. The Republic of Korea is where Lihan's from. He nods. That is right. Jijo and I were born there. As the dawnlight shines brightly, the helicopter finally arrives. The commander announces, we have reached Sinuezu. Everyone, move to the back of the helicopter. A commanding voice echoes. Head towards the crack and open the rear door. After the helicopter opened up, an invisible wave of pressure made everyone feel uneasy. Lihan wondered what this pressure was, feeling like he could be swallowed whole at any moment. Once they returned to their seats, they began to complain about how they felt. Suddenly, I felt completely exhausted even though I had not done anything at all. Kuro said, I feel terrible. Jijo held his head and said, I just want to go home, take a shower, and hit the sack early. Meanwhile, Lihan quietly sat and gazed out the window at the scenery. He noticed other helicopters nearby and thought to himself, if they are Team 4, then that is Team 10. And we are flying close together. Suddenly, through the window, he spotted John, the captain of Team 10, who waved cheerfully at Lihan. But then, out of nowhere, the helicopter malfunctioned, emitting a blinding flash of light before exploding right in front of Lihan. Leaving him utterly stunned, he was shocked, unable to believe his eyes, his voice trembling slightly. What was that flash? The aircraft had multiple holes punctured by the light, and everyone was terrified. Had Team 10 just been wiped out? Lihan recalled his brother, whom he had just said goodbye to this morning. Suddenly, a familiar voice shouted his name. Lihan. Lihan. A man shook his shoulder fiercely, his voice filled with sheer panic. He pointed at the aircraft, saying, it is urgent. Your team members are jumping out. As the helicopter shook like it was tearing through the sky, sparks flew from the heavily damaged fuselage. Lihan yelled over the blaring alarm. This helicopter is about to blow. I will notify the base, hurry. Meanwhile, the rookie soldier beside him nodded without hesitation, his youthful face showing determination. Kim Min-soo replied, struggling to suppress his panic.
Yep.
Just as the emergency exit popped open, the man in the red hat shouted again to snap everyone out of shock. Everyone ready? Hearing this, he quickly responded.
Yep, sir.
As he watched the soldiers jump one by one from the tilting helicopter, the serious man in the red hat instructed the last one leaving. Once you land, gather your teammates and wait for rescue. If your lead instructor can join you, then it is up to you to take charge. With a pale face but his gaze hardening, Lihan nodded vigorously in agreement. Got it. I understand. But before he could finish, the helicopter exploded. The force threw him out into the air. When he opened his eyes, he found himself hanging high above the ground. Lihan exhaled, looking up at the thick black smoke rising through the trees. He recalled the explosion that had turned everyone in that helicopter into nothing but dust, including the instructor. Amidst the chaos surrounding him, he focused on getting back into a fighting mindset. I need to stay calm. The training words echoed in his head, helping him regain his spirit. We have trained for this. Lihan thought of the worst-case scenario: his teammates might be injured or trapped. Surely, some of them had to be hurt or panicking and unable to move. His face was smeared with dirt, but his eyes were unusually resolute. He murmured to himself, I have to find them. You lift your head, gazing towards the distant smoke, where the light fades deep in the forest. You furrow your brow, thinking, that is where the helicopter went down. But then you quickly dismiss that thought, recalling the distress signal was already sent out. That must be Jules's signal. With that in mind, you pull out your knife and cut the ropes binding you. Then, you quietly leap down, sitting up and scanning your surroundings. You are not exactly ready for a fight. Zhang Jizhou steps out from the bushes. And Lihan jumps back, instinctively pulling out his knife. Ja. What are you doing here? He brushes off the leaves stuck to his shoulder, his voice as icy as ever. He calmly explains while parachuting down. I was watching our helicopter. Jizhou continues, locking eyes with Minsu, serious as ever. I noticed you were the last one to jump, and without wasting any time, he delivers a textbook reminder. In situations like this, you need to find the team leader first. Hearing that, Lihan turns to look at him, feeling a surge of admiration. Never thought he could make such a smart call in this situation. He is better than I thought. Then he quickly urges the younger guy behind him. We need to regroup with everyone as soon as possible. Jizhou nods in agreement, and together they move through the forest. Lihan does not forget to remind him. Break some branches along the way. Use your knife to leave markers. After crossing the forest, they arrive at the site of the crash. Lihan explains seriously. This is Team 2. Team 8 must be on their way. The two approach the wreckage, where bodies lie scattered everywhere. Zhang Jizhou's face pales immediately. He grits his teeth, his eyes darkening, his whole body feeling nauseous. He thinks to himself, if we do not escape, we will end up like this too. Lihan watches as the red-haired young man struggles to hold back his vomit. Zhang Jizhou wipes his mouth, feeling bewildered, wondering if he is emotionless. He shows no reaction at all. He can't help but ask Lihan, are you seriously not affected at all? Lihan turns to continue walking, casually answering Zhang Jizhou's question, sounding like he is responding to a boring inquiry. It is not the first time we have seen dead bodies. Zhang Jizhou leans against a tree, hesitating to speak, but before he can finish, Lihan cuts him off, saying, hurry up, before there are more bodies. Just as he is saying this, he suddenly falls silent, his eyes wide with shock as he looks ahead. It turns out a monster is slowly approaching, its massive body terrifying. It is a dire wolf, completely enveloped in a green energy. Yet its body is still covered in fur like a wolf. Without a second thought, Lihan immediately draws his knife, pausing for a moment before commanding the red-haired youth. Zero. Try to find something useful in the helicopter. I will draw it away. Zero stands frozen, trembling, biting his lip as he asks Lihan, can't we just run? He grips his knife tightly, readying himself for a fight, his gaze fixed on the dire wolf. If we turn and run, we are definitely dead. This damn beast has movements faster than we thought. With fierce determination, he shouted like a battle cry. We have to take it down, now. Just as he finished speaking, the beast lunged forward, shooting out thick vines toward us. The vine immediately wrapped around his wrist. Seeing this, Lihan turned and yelled to his teammate, Diddy. Zero. Without hesitation, the red-haired teammate turned and bolted. Gotcha. Thought he would run away. But surprise, the red-haired one ran toward Lihan instead. Inside Zero's mind was a whirlwind of panic. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. I want to keep running. But Lihan swung his knife, trying to cut through the monster's vine. Finally, he shouted loudly, good. Get inside. The beast opened its massive jaws, full of sharp teeth, ready to snap at Lihan. In an instant, he dodged, narrowly escaping that close call. Then, he swung his knife, severing the monster's vine. The beast lost one of its limbs and howled in agony. But without wasting a moment, it lunged at him again. Lihan's face was tense, bracing himself against the tree behind him. The beast was getting closer, swinging a leg to deliver a powerful strike. He ducked just in time to avoid one of its claws. By now, the red-haired teammate had reached the wreckage of the exploded plane. Panting heavily, thinking, damn it. I do not want to go in there. If we keep fighting like this, we are going to die. If I use Lihan as bait and run away. Thinking that, he suddenly slapped his cheeks hard with both hands. Ja. You loser. I am not a coward. Betraying my teammates. Then running inside. Lihan and the beast were still locked in a fierce battle. Meanwhile, Zhang Jizhou was inside the plane, quickly searching for what he needed. Damn it. There are not any bullets left for the V2. Just take what you can find. If it is Lihan. In the ongoing fight between Lihan and the beast, one of its tentacles was reaching for his arm. Seeing this, he gritted his teeth, thinking, the tentacle I cut off just regenerated. Is that it? The beast had grabbed his body, and the arm holding the knife. The monster's mouth was getting dangerously close to him, about to snap at Lihan. Suddenly, a superpower shot forth, controlling a heavy metal piece, striking the beast's head. Lihan turned his head to see where the superpower came from. He softly called out, Jiro. The red-haired teammate stood there, breathing heavily. Raising his hand to control another piece of metal, he rushed forward, thinking, sorry, Lihan. At that moment, The beast released Lihan and moved closer to the young man. The metal piece charged again. But this time the beast swatted it away with a brutal swipe. Jiro tightly gripped the newly crafted knife, thinking, if it were you, I am sure you would be watching my moves and reacting appropriately. Because you are so smart. He swung the knife, aiming to throw it at the beast. The monster leaned to the side, dodging the knife that flew close to it, then continued running toward the young man with red hair. A hit from them sent Jiro crashing down. The beast opened its mouth to snap at him. Its mouth, full of fangs, was just inches away from him. Suddenly, it stopped, coughing up a mouthful of blood. A knife had pierced through the beast's mouth, blood splattering everywhere, hitting the young man in the face. The monster fell to the ground, pierced by a blade, leaving behind a look of horror on the young man's face. Lihan stood in front, panting heavily, gripping the knife he had just plunged into the beast. In that moment of life and death, a long knife had struck the wolf from behind. Jiro gasped for breath, his eyes wide as if he had just been pulled from the depths of hell. The person who saved him from the brink of death was none other than Lihan. Lihan gritted his teeth, staring at the wolf with a furious glare. It was the very creature that nearly killed his teammate. The beast lay dead, its massive body pinning Jiro down, forcing him to struggle to shove it off. The red-haired boy let out an angry huff. Damn it. It is right. Lihan reached out to help him up, saying, that is right. Great job, Jiro. Hearing this, he winked playfully, rubbing his cheek where the wolf had scratched him. He grumbled, feeling like he was falling apart. Then, Lihan gently draped an arm around him, guiding him away from the battlefield where the wolf had just been slain. Nearby, the other members of their group were waiting for Lihan and Jiro. They had lit a fire to help the two find their way back. One of them spoke up, certain that Lihan would see this smoke and come over. Kuro flashed a confident smile, nudging Joe's. If Lihan's here, no matter what happens, he will handle it like a pro. Joe's nodded in agreement, not losing faith in their captain. Grinning back at Kuro, he always makes the right calls. Two members from another team exchanged glances. They were Beavis and Phillips, also lost in the woods. Beavis spoke up. I really think Team 13 trusts their captain a lot. Phillips replied casually, after seeing his fighting skills. It is easy to see why they trust him so much. Hearing footsteps behind him, Kuro thought their captain had found them, so he turned around and called out, Lihan. But it was not Lihan who showed up. It was someone else. Kuro asked the newcomers. Wait, you guys are the main team, right? The faces of the main team members were strange, as if they had gone through something terrifying. Clute noticed their expressions and asked, there are 6 of you here. Did you get attacked by the helicopter too? A purple-haired member of the group replied on behalf of his team. We are not. Everyone's looking down, avoiding eye contact. The purple-haired member relayed the horrors they faced. We were ambushed. Our guide and captain are all dead. After hearing that, Clute, Joe's, and Kuro were all stunned. They exclaimed in unison. We are the only lucky ones left. A familiar voice emerged from the shadows. Did you all encounter the wolf? Clute and Joe's eyes widened at the sound. They immediately turned toward the source of the voice. Lihan and Jia, the two they had been waiting for, had arrived. Lihan threw an arm around the red-haired boy, and they both looked at the crowd before them. There are 3 types of monster tribes, all with bizarre shapes. 4 eyes, and pointy ears, commanding wolf-like beasts as if they were their hunting dogs. Felix was shocked and stammered. What do we do? We do not have any weapons or gear. Beavis next to him was also losing his cool. His face showed clear fear as he said, are we really going to die like this? Hearing such demoralizing words, Lihan felt his anger rising. He shouted loudly to everyone. Focus up. At his shout, everyone turned their eyes to Lihan. He looked at them and declared, I have a plan. Hearing his words, the members of Team 9 widened their eyes, hope sparking within them, a longing for survival stronger than ever. Meanwhile, Team 13 had unwavering trust in their captain. Lihan observed everyone's expressions before continuing. I need you all to lend me your strength. He urged everyone to cooperate, knowing that even if the rescue team was on their way, it would take at least 5 hours for them to arrive. We need to build a fortress to hold out until then. 2 hours later, they had gathered wooden poles, sharpened them, and tied them together to create a sturdy barrier around a predetermined area. Everything was ready. For an ordinary person, not having weapons would be a major disadvantage. The stones were piled together, and the barriers stood strong, although lacking combat tools was a significant disadvantage. Being part of a team meant they could make it work. The torches were lit and tied to the barriers. Clute, feeling puzzled, immediately asked Lihan, is it really okay to light these? Well, Wolves have an excellent sense of smell and night vision. So now we just have to wait. He shot Clute a skeptical glance. But contrary to Clute's doubts, Lihan looked at him with unwavering determination. Clute trusted his captain. But with such a reckless plan, he could not help but feel a bit uncertain. Lihan, since it is just the two of us right now, I have to ask, what if the rescue team gets here and then loses communication? Clute's worries would not go away. He remembered those helicopters attacked by a strange purple light earlier. They should know what is happening here. Right. Clute stood waiting for Lihan's answer. Lihan furrowed his brows. He had indeed thought of the worst-case scenario. But the important thing now was to do everything possible to survive. So he replied to Clute. Right now, we need to focus on surviving first. Let us think of a strategy that actually works. After hearing his response, Clute thought to himself, just as I expected. He knows everything. He pursed his lips, his brows furrowing, feeling a premonition of a bloody battle that made him anxious. Is this battle really going to be that tragic? Right now, all ambitions or rivalries seem like a joke. Suddenly, a growl erupted around them, making everyone jump. They all tightened their grips on whatever weapons they had, ready to fight the beasts lurking below. Kuro starts to unleash his power, his white hair whipping around as if caught in a fierce wind blowing up from the ground. His eyes glow, teeth clenched, and his entire body radiates an enormous energy that envelops the battlefield where they would initially set up barricades. In an effort to contain the area and pinpoint the monsters' locations, he alerts his teammates. As Kuro's power surges, both Beavis and Joe's turn to him, utterly amazed by what he is capable of. Kuro is that strong now. When did that happen? Kuro quickly spots a bizarre monster with 4 eyes, moving with all its limbs. He rushes to inform everyone. At 6 o'clock, there is a monster coming this way. The team quickly spots the creature, with Lihan and Nut ready to confront it with their blades. Spear team, focus on the target. After receiving the order, the spear team prepares to launch their attack straight at the monster, just as Lihan shouts, now! Both he and Nut dash forward, swords drawn, charging at the grotesque creature. The spear team's eyes are filled with determination. They are all set to take down the beast in front of them. Before launching, they chant in unison, let us unleash our energy to the fullest. Don't think of this as just protecting something, because that would slow down the spear's flight. In sync, they hurl their spears with all their might. 4 spears pierce straight into the belly of the raging wolf, causing it to howl in pain. Without giving it a moment to recover, Lihan quickly shouts, launch. And both he and Nut throw their weapons at the monster with all their strength. The creature endures 6 relentless stabs, howling in agony. Suddenly, an attack strikes Nut from behind, landing squarely on his back. Caught off guard, he barely has time to react. Gnut is knocked back, crashing hard against the barricade. Seeing Nut get hit, Lihan shouts in worry, Gnut, thank goodness you did not get impaled on the spikes. He is trembling and groaning in pain but quickly reassures Lihan. Don't he worry, another monster appears, roaring fiercely in front of the 2 Skypers. Its legs are armed with sharp claws that scrape against each other, making a chilling sound. It leaps forward, gnawing at the barricade, growling as it bites down. The solid barricade set up by the team is easily torn apart, like it is just munching on a piece of cake. Realizing the urgency, Lihan calls out to Kuro for the positions of the monsters. Kuro, what is the next location? Kuro uses his powers to detect the next monster's positions. 2 monsters burst out from the bushes. He quickly shouts their location. At 12 o'clock, there are 2 monsters. Lihan receives the intel and immediately yells, Joe's, light up the barricade. Upon hearing Lihan's command, Joe's instantly ignites the barricade with his torch. 2 monsters seem like they are made of fire and milk. They are trapped behind a wall of flames. Sensing the hesitation of the monsters, Lihan quickly calls his teammates to attack. They paused, then decided to deal with the monsters tangled together first. One of the 2 blocked monsters leaps over the flames. Don't he let it touch the ground. As soon as its head breaks through the flames, the team members shouted in unison. Moving forward, the spear squad launched 3 spears straight into its belly. It lost momentum and fell into the flames. The fire blazed, scorching the monster's flesh, making it scream in agony. They just took down 1 monster. There is still another that has made it through the flames. Successful landing. The spear squad, 4 spears, charged straight at the ferocious wolf. But this one seems smarter than the others. It coiled its body, using its strong back to block the 4 spears. The spear throwers were momentarily confused. Damn it. It used its back to block the attack. It is planning to hold out until we run out of spears. Lihan hurriedly grabbed a spear from a teammate nearby. He charged at the beast while shouting to Jijo, looks like it has some power. Follow me. Jijo. Lihan jumped up, aiming directly at the front leg of the ferocious wolf with his attack. I am going to tear apart your old man's tent. His eyes were filled with burning determination, locked on the target. The beast's foot. He plunged the spear straight down into its leg. The pain from its foot made it lose control and tilt back, letting out a howl. Taking advantage of its moment of vulnerability, a spear pierced through its head instantly. Jijo was the one who just did that to the beast. Its blood sprayed everywhere, even splattering onto Jijo. He frowned. His eyebrows knotted. Looks like these monsters have really ticked him off. Shut up and go die. You bastard. Kuro sensed the danger approaching. He shouted out in alarm, Jijo, there is danger. Hearing Kuro's warning, Lihan turned to Jijo. The beast was still alive. It used its last bit of strength to leap at Jijo's legs. Lihan quickly pulled him towards himself, dodging the beast's attack. Whoa! It crashed to the ground, leaving Jijo in shock. Damn it. Is it dead yet? He looked at the tear in his shirt and sighed in relief. Luckily, it was just torn clothes. Just as he finished the thought, a purple glowing arrow shot through his left side. Ouch! His blood sprayed out as he fell to the ground, leaving Lihan bewildered. He yelled, Jijo. Kuro felt powerless too, unable to detect what just attacked Jijo. Sorry. I can keep track of everything. Being shot by arrows is worse than being attacked by the ferocious wolf. He was hit by that attack. His body had lost the will to fight. He clutched his wound, his body shaking uncontrollably. Lihan supported Jijo, leaning him against himself. He shouted to Kuro, if there are more of them, then Kuro, please locate them. It is time to launch a surprise attack. The team Lihan mentioned was hiding around here. Everyone's eyes were filled with fierce determination. And with just one command, they would rush out to fight immediately. This was also the ace that Lihan kept until the end, a surprise attack team of 3. When Lihan was making plans with everyone, he had already anticipated the appearance of the LU hunters. Just when we think we have wrapped everything up, hunters show up. Lihan pointed at the board in his hand and said, then used his psychic powers to ride it as if he were soaring through the sky. After that, once Kuro pinpointed the location of the hunters, he would escort everyone there. In the heat of battle, everything played out exactly as Lihan described, with Kuro using his powers to lead the surprise attack team to the Lelu hunters before they could even set up a defense. The surprise attack team quickly reached the LU hunters. The head thug slashed the hunter's throat with a knife. Following him was the curly-haired guy, with one hand around the hunter's neck. He stabbed his heart with the other. Let us wipe them all out. The last of the hunters fell. The surprise attack team did their job well. As the last enemy fell, Kuro was left panting, blood trickling from his nose. He gasped for air, desperately trying to catch his breath, his body nearly spent. Kuro felt completely drained, his hands braced against his knees, struggling to stay upright. His body was trembling. I can't push my stamina any further. Lihan surveyed the condition of the team. Clute can barely move without a puppet. We are down to just 2 spears. Plus, with Jiro in such a dangerous state, Lihan's worry was escalating. We have truly exhausted all our strength. If more enemies show up, we have got to make a quick escape. Suddenly, ominous sounds filled the air. Lihan's pupils dilated. Fear was etched on his face. His team was in a dire situation. If that sound really is from them, then we are in big trouble. Those ominous sounds he heard were the growls of ferocious wolves lurking in the forest. The savage wolves charged into attack. The 4 members of Team 13 stood back to back, forming a defensive circle. They were on high alert against these feral wolves. They are surrounding us, and their leader must be lurking nearby. After observing them for a moment, he recognized the leader of these monsters. Fang White, a beast resembling the others but with a coat as white as silver. This is a smarter version of a werewolf. The savage wolf bared its razor-sharp teeth. Drool spilled from its mouth as if it was ravenous for his team. At Lihan's feet, dark killing intent surged up, wrapping around him and freezing him in place. This killing intent is making me numb. The area where the team had set up their defenses was now completely surrounded by the beasts. The dark killing intent clung to him more and more, already creeping up to his shoulders. Lihan was still struggling to break free from that terrifying force. What should I do now? In your moment of utter helplessness, when you do not know how to tackle this impossible situation, you catch a glimpse of the sky. Up above, sparkling lights flicker continuously, one glowing brighter than the rest as if it is descending to earth. Lihan's eyes widen, his pupils dilating as if he has just spotted some kind of savior. He tears away the malice clinging to him, feeling a flicker of hope ignite inside. We are alive. Lihan spins around, urging everyone to hang on just a little longer. He quickly shouts, everyone grab your weapons fast. We just need to hold out a bit more. Kuro listens to him, mustering the last bit of strength to unleash his powers. He grits his teeth, activating his powers. Just a little more. Kuro radiates a surge of energy, bolstering both him and Joe's. His already weakened stamina is now being spent on 2 people. and Kuro's strength is rapidly dwindling, his brow furrowing. Under the pressure, he is exhausted. Leaning on his thigh to keep himself upright, his body trembling uncontrollably, the white wolf growls menacingly. But now, its roars no longer terrify Lihan or his teammates because their savior has arrived. With the strength from Kuro, both he and Joe stand tall like fierce lions ready to pounce. Without waiting any longer, the white wolf and its pack charge in, leaping straight at Lihan. One moment later it could tear him apart, but Lihan is not backing down. Fueled with determination, he lunges at the beast with his spirit is here. A spaceship lands right above the wolf. Boom. A thunderous roar echoes like a violent storm breaking through a clear sky. A brilliant white explosion erupts, blinding the area. The ground shakes and trembles like an earthquake. The chaos, combined with the winds from the spaceship, sends dust flying everywhere, forcing those nearby to shield their eyes. Lihan grits his teeth, trying to catch a glimpse of the spaceship. The doors of the spaceship slowly open, revealing a pair of metallic legs stepping down. A figure clad in massive armor, looking just like a robot, stands there, holding a heavy gun and watching them intently. Inside that colossal armor is Sergeant Red, his icy gaze fixated on them. It is truly a miracle they made it this far. Sunlight beams down, one hand raised to block the harsh light. The shadow of that hand falls over Jose's face, and his expression is indescribable at this moment. For someone who just narrowly escaped death in such a dire situation, it is hard to put into words what he is feeling right now. He recalls Sergeant Red's words and sighs truly. A miracle. Clute sits next to him, his right arm broken and now stuck in a cast. He gazes towards the sunlight with a detached expression, replying to Josie, "Yeah, it really is a miracle. Half the squad did not make it that day. Yet here we are. Still alive." Clute's words dampened Josie's spirit, his eyes suddenly dimming like a flame about to be snuffed out. Josie was lost and thought about it again, his gaze distant and uncertain. Then he spoke up, "Isn't that spirit armor amazing?" The image of Sergeant Red in that armor was something to behold, taking on those monstrous wolves with such swagger, effortlessly blasting through them one by one, wiping out those beasts like they were nothing. The way he fought truly left a lasting impression on both Josie and Clute. "Yeah, it takes us a ton of effort just to take down one of those wolves. And here he is, slashing through them like butter." The whole team felt a wave of relief and joy, celebrating their survival. Some were so overcome with emotion they were practically in tears. Clute looked at Josie and said, "You know, even though it was terrifying, everyone is just ecstatic to be alive." But in that moment of joy, Clute noticed Lihan standing silently in a corner. His expression seemed to be lost in thought, grappling with something horrific. Seeing him like that really caught Clute off guard. Lihan's serious face and those fiery eyes were genuinely scary. Clute told Gossi that it looked like Lihan was deep in some troubling thoughts. In a room, Lihan sat on the bed, one leg propped up, hand resting on his knee, lost in contemplation. Since we returned from that spatial rift, the petty rivalries between the teams and the competitions felt utterly pointless. At the door of the neurology clinic, Suki arrived, looking contemplative as he called out, "Lihan." Hearing his name, Lihan stood up and walked over to him. Suki faced him and confessed, "I used to hate you, but I am really glad to see you are still alive." In Suki's mind, he was still haunted by that fateful day, surrounded by raging flames and billowing black smoke, his eyes wide and stark. He recalled embracing the blood-soaked body of his teammate, screaming until his throat felt raw. Suki did not hold back, expressing, "Like you said, I am not ready to kill anyone, or witness anyone else getting killed. The monsters are still everywhere, and I have finally realized who our true enemy is." Lihan furrowed his brow, lips pressed tight, raising his arm in a determined gesture. He understood Suki's words all too well. He quietly pondered that the enemy's strength was unlike ours. "We must become stronger." A black-gloved hand sported a communication bracelet. Suddenly, that hand punched the wall with such force that it broke through. The loud noise startled Lihan, who turned towards the damaged wall with a look of shock. The bracelet on that arm lit up with a message. "Lihan, you have been summoned. Come immediately. An emergency meeting has been called." After receiving the orders from the organization, both he and the other guy headed to the meeting. Before leaving, Lihan slapped a piece of paper over the hole in the wall, temporarily covering it. "Well, I patched that up for now. But why did it punch through like that?" The one who just delivered the news to Lihan was silent. They walked together to the meeting, and Lihan shot a puzzled look at the guy in front of him. This guy is really something else. After walking for a bit, he speaks up, "Can I ask who called this meeting?" The other guy tilts his head slightly. Then, Hen casually taps something on his communication bracelet. Lihan stands outside, waiting, his face showing a hint of curiosity. "Sergeant Red, do not bother me anymore." Hen raises his arm with the bracelet, letting Lihan see the message he sent. while flipping him the bird to show his annoyance. Seeing Han's gesture, and recalling the earlier fight, he begins to suspect Han's disdain for him. He does not like me because of that last match. In a massive 4-story building surrounded by lush greenery, security surveillance equipment is installed all around the exterior. It is quiet as Lihan steps inside the building, which is incredibly spacious. In the center, there is a reception table with 2 men sitting there. Sergeant Red wipes away his tears, his face expressionless as he looks at Lihan. You and I stand at attention in front of Sergeant Red, waiting for his response. Sergeant Red rests his arms on the chair, legs crossed. He looks very relaxed, while the person opposite him has long, blonde hair. He sits very seriously, hands clasped neatly on his knees. Lihan squints at the familiar figure sitting across from Sergeant Red. It seems the guy senses his gaze and turns to him. The look in his eyes was as if they were sworn enemies from a past life. What a jerk. Sergeant Red lifts his head. He raises an eyebrow and speaks up. Stop wandering around like a lost puppy. Sit down. This is going to take a while. In the ARC management meeting, they discussed the recent battle. A quarter of the second-level personnel died in that incident. Not during a real fight, but during training. ARC's chief officer, Alexander Rico, interlocks his fingers and raises them in front of him, his brow furrowed. We need to ask the Supreme Leader and reveal the truth about this heavy property loss for ARC. He takes a deep breath, sighing. That is the final decision of the senior committee. The chair is empty. It seems there is still a position missing here. Head coach Grossman will take on all responsibilities. Sergeant Red and the others are intently listening to Alexander's words. Their faces show no emotion at all. Now, let us talk about the incident. Opposite Wei-chan and the others, they showed no emotion on their faces. The attack is suspected to have been planned by the Ilu mages. But everyone, feel free to speak your mind. We have always wiped out low-level fighters like the Ilu yard workers. Those were the first opinions in the meeting. This time, we are taking the initiative to strike first, and the Ilu mages revealed themselves. This is the first time it has happened since the low-level war like the Ilu yard workers, but they could not show a hint of emotion. We can't let any emotions slip either. This is the first time this has happened since the war began. The Ilu mages can even open the hard gates now. Freezing machine is holding someone inside. Perhaps the war will start sooner than predicted. Sergeant Red's eyes widened after hearing that, and the special back-end guy looked dazed. Turning to Simong for clarity, the guy seemed incredulous, casting a skeptical glance at Lihan, wondering, are we even on the same team? Silently, he raised the information bracelet, prompting Simong and Lihan to turn their attention. Simong and Lihan thought that name was not bad, and they did not argue but agreed instead. So I will go with Y too. Sergeant Red noticed they all liked the codename Y, so he confirmed. Then our team codename will be Whiskey. The whole team shifted their attitude upon hearing this, but they did not dare to object. Lihan's gaze dropped, avoiding direct eye contact with Sergeant Red. As for Simon, he had a sharp smirk, but with his mask on, his expression was unreadable. All that could be seen was his stiff posture. Sergeant Red maintained his usual sitting position, staring straight at the students as he said, now I will lay out your objectives. At that moment, during Sergeant Red's meeting with Alexander, he had a furrowed brow, rubbing his finger between his eyebrows. Profit. I know having a profit right now would be great, but there will come a time when we need them even more. Sergeant Red's face darkened. Enro? Alexander asked. What do you think? Sergeant Red, he bluntly replied. Let us put the profit matter aside for now, but please allow me the authority to form a team. Alexander raised an eyebrow, surprised by Sergeant Red's proposal for a team. Sergeant Red's face tensed, filled with suppressed anger, his eyes blazing as he spoke loudly. We will capture and torture them. It is the easiest way to extract information from the enemy. At this moment, the panic in their eyes and tightly furrowed brows revealed how thrilled the whole team was. We will capture those Elu mages. In Sinriju, right in front of them stood their teacher, greeting them in an unusual but cheerful manner, calling out, welcome. The middle school kids, taken aback by the extravagant welcome, were still told to pick their basic weapon feathers, each marked with a series number, so remember to return them after use. Lihan tightly gripped the equipment in his hands, inspecting it closely. So this is the weapon feather. Suddenly, the tip of the spear lit up in a strange blue glow, catching him off guard. The color of the spear tip was unusual. The teacher was not too surprised. He chuckled with delight, adjusting his glasses like a sage. The dragon material is absorbing your spiritual energy. With a goofy grin and a sword in hand, Lihan asked, is there a different version? You know, like a slim blade or something. The teacher, looking a bit annoyed but still charming, pointed at him and said, you only get your own weapon when you hit level 3. Kiddo, you think I whip one up every day? Faced with that attitude, Lihan felt utterly defeated. Okay. Moments later, the teacher confidently held a glowing orb in his hand. Now, for the next gear. Take this. It soared into the air, radiating a brilliant blue light. And everyone gasped in awe. This is... Both of them held it with eyes wide open, and it continued to shine brightly. Lihan, bewildered, asked. A hoverboard. The teacher elaborated. It is a more compact version of a hoverboard. I have stripped it of all functions except for movement. Feeling fully equipped now, Lihan put on his cap and stashed the hoverboard in his bag, with a backpack slung over his shoulder and his weapon in tow. He looked like a force to be reckoned with. In the dazzling glow of the setting sun, the sky was breathtaking. The silhouettes of brave warriors boarded the train, wishing good luck, kiddos. Meanwhile, at the Shenzhou Rift, a shimmering purple barrier blazed into existence, marking the boundary between both sides. To avoid ambushes, the soldiers were discussing their next move. From here, we will walk to the action zone. One of them remarked. The mission is titled Capture the Mage. Everyone was resolute. The objective was to capture the mage Elu and return safely. They were assigned roles. Silent, myself, Lihan, and then Simon. Earlier, Lihan had confronted John Red while he was still chewing on a cigarette. Why did you add me to this mission? Facing Sergeant Red, Lihan replied seriously. There are third-year students way stronger than me, but Sergeant Red only replied. If I wanted to pick someone with better combat skills, I would have. Standing tall and muscular, he still clutched that cigarette in his hand. True. But from a strategic standpoint, it is different. Your group can survive without gear against those thugs. His face turned serious. That is not your only strength. Though, Lihan hesitated, remembering how most who returned from the rift were dealing with severe psychological trauma. He recalled the battlefield scene, a place of despair, where even the strongest men cried out in agony amidst the harshness of war. Some even lost their minds, their hair disheveled as they crawled on the ground searching for scraps. Humans can break too. Sergeant Red took a long drag from his cigarette, adding, from that angle, you are definitely a monster. Facing this reality, Lihan could not help but sweat. There were times I thought you were one of them. Then snapping back to the present, Sergeant Red's words echoed clearly in his mind. The only thing he lacked right now was combat experience. Taking his words to heart, Lihan's resolve hardened. His heart was filled with determination. And he was not alone. Simon felt the same way. Experience, that was why Sergeant Red chose him and Simon. But deep down in Samong's heart, he reminisces about the day Lihan was celebrated on the screen amidst everyone's cheers. Unbelievable. Lihan even managed to beat a high schooler that day. Simon was so tense he could hardly breathe. Then a thought struck him. Sryans. Lihan. I will show you who the real champion is. At that moment, Sergeant Red boomed to everyone. I am going to take a break for a bit. Lihan. Simon. Let us split into two teams. Everyone was crammed into a rundown room that barely had 4 walls. Meanwhile, Simon gripped his weapon tightly, standing guard with a serious expression. Next to him was the equally serious face of Red, staring intently in one direction, refusing to look away, while the other two stayed alert. Lihan took a moment to remove his cap for some air. Beside him was Silent, who was probably feeling a bit suffocated and a lot anxious, beads of sweat rolling down his face. His expression suddenly dropped, and his eyes carried a hint of sadness. Then Lihan thought of the faces of his fallen comrades, those who would never return to the team. He knew the chances were slim, but they were out there somewhere. Suddenly, a noise beside him caught Lihan's attention. It turned out Silent was also thinking about taking off that cap. But Lihan kept staring, making Silent awkwardly fumble his hands, and the scene continued to unfold. Realizing something, Lihan politely said, I will look away. Why do not you take off the cap for a bit? At this point, Silent completely abandoned the idea, letting go and glancing at the watch on his wrist. Then he slowly turned, revealing the words on his cap. I am Nahat. Lihan blushed and replied. Okay. But not long after, a moment passed. Everyone was on guard on one side of the forest. From this point, the communication devices would not work over the usual channels. An announcement rang out. We will switch to the team's network. Everyone remained vigilant from all directions. Silent was focused on the front, in the direction he was watching. There were 2 unfamiliar guys dressed like the enemy. Immediately, he reported, there are 2 enemy scouts from Elu up ahead. As he observed them, Silent kept typing to notify the others, finally hitting send. They are approaching. The other 3 gathered in one spot, raising their weapons. They continued to direct Silent. Take care of them. As Silent began to draw his weapon, his entire body glowed green. Silent's energy levels were off the charts. Silent swiftly glided past the 2 enemies, quickly decapitating them, his mind racing. Blink. The words flashed on the screen. At this moment, Sergeant Red looked at him, flashing a satisfied smile, and was even prepared with another message. This is insane. But Simong's face was showing clear disbelief. Lihan felt the same way. His skills were incredible, like a pro assassin. Suddenly, Silent noticed something, gripping his weapon tightly, as another Elu scout appeared beside him, but the two enemies had also sensed something. One of them suddenly looked toward the tree where Silent was hiding. Silent moved quickly, weapon in hand, ready for a fight. Suddenly, there is a notification. Wait. Silent. It turns out it is from our teammate Lihan, who is carefully observing. I think it is better if we follow them instead of just waiting to die. You are not the only one. Even Zone Red is peering through the scope to assess the situation. Hearing the suggestion, he asks.
Wow.
Lihan looks at their backs and confidently replies. They are heading towards the water trail and are completely unguarded. Most likely, they are returning after scouting. Sergeant Red listens to his reasoning and can't help but praise him. Smart move. Great observational skills. Lihan. He also tells Silent. Silent. Follow them. We will trail behind. But Simon's face shows signs of irritation and frustration. It is clear he is feeling inferior to Lihan. While Lihan is highly regarded by Sergeant Red, Simon can only think, I am just thinking about taking them out. Just wait. I will surpass you. Following the plan, Silent skillfully tracks them from behind. From his vantage point, every moment of theirs is being meticulously recorded. Clearly, they are heading back to the water trail, where many of Silent's adversaries are gathered. There is someone sitting above the scouts. This must be the leader or someone of high rank. At his feet lies a row of bodies placed there. Looking closer, it is a woman with green hair. He is holding a staff that looks incredibly powerful. His claws are long, resembling spider legs. They look like finger traps, making his fingers appear even skinnier than those claws. This is the sorceress with the slim waist. Observing through the communication device, Sergeant Red asked, Do you see the stone on top of that staff? His words draw everyone's attention to the stone. The stone is a vibrant shade of blue, almost glowing. That is the spirit stone. I am sure you guys have studied this. Both Simon and Lihan are astonished if that is indeed the spirit stone. The image of the stone appears in both their minds. It is a blue stone, radiating mysterious and powerful purple smoke. It is a stone capable of holding a massive amount of spirit energy. They must be using it to shoot down aircraft. It is surrounded by a swirl of purple light, and it seems to be charging up right now. Looking at the stone on that staff, it is emitting a very strong purple light. Everyone understands. But it looks so bright. It might just fire again. Now they start analyzing the enemy's strength. The opposing side has 1 Elu sorcerer and 6 Elu warriors, making a total of 7. The scene before them is clear, as those 6 scouts are still circling around that Elu sorceress. But in this misfortune, there is a stroke of luck. Thankfully, no one has spotted them yet. After confirming the target, the enemy's forces, and their gathering point, Sergeant Red orders everyone to regroup at Silent's position. Everyone's faces are serious, and Simon is even more focused to catch up with Lihan. Lihan shows a determined and brave expression. Zone Red announces, Let us kick off the mission to capture the sorceress. He made it clear. The sorceress Elu has teleportation abilities. We need to capture her before she spots us. Elu's face appears, looking no different than a goblin, with long ears and topped off with a hat shaped like a head of a mushroom. The ears and eyes of the creature on her hat are wrapped in a green light, while her pale, piercing eyes glint with intensity. Her wide-open mouth makes her face even more terrifying, and her hands, though skinny, are surprisingly strong. As previously mentioned, she is surrounded by spies. Zone Red commands, Move in. Silent will capture the sorceress Elu. Zone Red will take the lead, and we will eliminate the others. Silent's team is already positioned in the nearby bushes, watching them closely. Careful with every move. As a leader, you need to be serious. From now on, mistakes are not an option. Even though he had seen the communication devices, witnessing it all firsthand still left Lihan stunned. Bright as day. What on earth is lying over there? Suddenly, his eyes widen as if he has realized something. Turns out, he looked closer at what he called lying there. Those people died with their eyes wide open, their faces grotesque and pitiful. As he gazed at the scene, Lihan's face twisted with anger. He was furious as he scrutinized the corpses at his feet. His uncle Jun, Kasim, Domingo. Seeing this, Sergeant Red quickly called out to wake him up. Lihan. Lihan. He realized that the energy of that spirit force was fading. Why did he suddenly change like this? In the darkness of the night, even Jun Red understood that if this continued, everyone would be in danger. 4 figures were hiding in the bushes. Observing Elu, he was absorbing energy, and if Lihan did not calm down quickly, it could lead to disaster. The wizard Elu could sense the spirit energy. He reassured himself, It can't be, and said seriously, Don't move. Given the situation, Jun Red had to change plans urgently. Switching to whiskey. Everyone was to withdraw. Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. Withdraw. Silent, hiding behind the bushes, was stirred by this news. Simon reacted even more, his face clearly showing surprise. But Lihan could not care less about what Sergeant Red was saying. At that moment, his energy radiated more intensely. His face appeared fierce and terrifying, but perhaps an explanation was needed to ease everyone's minds. Maybe he had to take care of this jerk. Observing carefully, Sergeant Red thought, that is still not enough for it to detect us, as long as no more energy leaked out. However, just as he finished that thought, he turned around, startled by a blinding green light. In front of him now, Lihan was engulfed in a surge of energy, with waves of bright green overwhelming the dark space. Unable to control him any longer, Jun Red was furious. Damn it. He seemed to be drawn to that energy. He turned back, his eyes blinded by the green light. Jun Red immediately dove to the ground, his face tense. The wizard followed the energy trail and flew towards it, raising his staff decisively. It seemed like Lihan was done for in that moment. But unexpectedly, he fell flat. It was actually Sergeant Red, who had rushed to him and pushed him away, causing Lihan to snap back to reality. Jun Red's face was determined and strong. Behind him, the purple glow from the puddle accentuated his features, making him look somewhat frightening. As Lihan regained his senses, he saw Sergeant Red's strong body poised to come down on him, filling him with dread. But sadly, Jun Red could not afford the luxury of time to express emotions like that, because just moments later, he was spun around by that purple light, blood spewing forth. It created a dark rift in space, glowing bright purple, stirring up the previously quiet forest. At that moment, Lihan was no longer distracted or lifeless. He shouted loudly. Sergeant Red. Jun Red was lying at his feet, struggling to speak. Have you snapped back to reality yet? Those words echoed deep in Lihan's mind as he opened his eyes wide, suddenly realizing that just a few minutes of losing control over his emotions had thrown everything into chaos. It was out of control to this extent. What was even more alarming was that Sergeant Red, who had trusted him completely just moments ago to save him, was now left with only one leg. Sergeant Red looked more haggard than ever, his face twisted in pain. If I am no longer able to fight, you will have to take command for me. Now go. Lihan closed his eyes tightly, lowering his head in anguish. A wave of guilt washing over him, he said. We are retreating. Give me cover. Hearing this, silence seamlessly blended with the wind and sprinted forward. Simon raised his weapon high, gripping it tightly, showing he was more than ready to fight. Now, having just gone through a terrifying moment of his life, the two teammates were supporting each other. But all that could be seen on the ground were the three legs of the two of them. That was Lihan. He showed he was responsible by carefully supporting Zone Red after the recent incident. Lihan was completely sober now, cursing under his breath. Damn it. Damn it. Screw this. At the same time, the Mage Elu let out a powerful roar. What that sound meant was anyone's guess. But after hearing it, the Joe thieves scrambled away, as if he had just ordered them to do something. Silent gripped his energy-infused sword firmly and swung it, his motion appearing so powerful it created a gust of wind. Indeed, just one slash from him injured a Joe thief. Over here, two other Joe thieves were charging up the slope, the direction Simon was aiming at. Meanwhile, down here, Silent was too busy fighting off the rest. Simon stretched his arms out, firing several shots ahead. However, these Joe thieves were no ordinary foes. They used their iron scales to shield themselves from the bullets. Seeing this, Simon was so furious he could not speak and holstered his gun. He was just like Lihan, radiating energy, trying to lift two rock-solid pieces of earth beneath him while they were jumping in to try and beat him down. He hurled the two rocks he was holding toward them, sending one Joe thief's head flying, blood splattering everywhere. But it was only effective when one fell. Fuck. Min. Slow down. He still had one rock left in his hand, and in front of him was another Joe thief. Simon was furious. Damn it. Even witnessing his ally lose his head, the remaining one showed no fear and swung his weapon at Simon. Seeing this, Simon thought, is this it? Then suddenly, he lunged forward and cleaved the head off the other one, right in front of him. Blood from the fallen sprayed onto Simon, leaving a gruesome streak on his armor, and his face was anything but friendly. Faced with the one who just got his head chopped off, Simon could only silently remind himself of the name. Simon. How did Lihan take that thing down? It could be said that nearly half of the Mage Elu's allies had been taken down, yet he showed no signs of fear. Continuing to murmur as if performing some kind of ritual, the remaining numbers suddenly turned back, as if they had just received orders or were being controlled by him. Simon and Simon were taken aback. They abandoned the chase after us. Both of them walked towards Lihan, who was pale and blaming himself, thinking it was his fault for ruining the plan. Without a word, Simon went up and delivered a punch. That unexpected attack sent Lihan crashing to the ground. The Cylon crew was now brimming with energy, more than capable of delivering a few memorable blows to Lihan. But at that moment, Simon stepped in to stop him. And that was enough. Sergeant Red was barely able to stand. To be precise, part of his leg had been severed and just bandaged. So now, he could only slump down against a tree, using his weak strength to say we could not proceed with the plan anymore. Being stubborn would only make things worse. Zone Red proposed that we should retreat, but interrupted by Lihan, who had just sat up, said no. We are sticking to the plan. Hearing this, Cylon suddenly shoved Simon aside as if he intended to hit Lihan for real. He lunged forward, kicking Lihan in the head, causing him to bleed from the nose. Sensing that things were spiraling out of control, Simon knew this was not the moment for internal conflict. He jumped in to pull Cylon back and shouted loudly. He tried to calm the person in front of him, reminding him, I know you are really angry, but right now, Lihan is our commander. If you keep this up, I won't let it slide. Those words seemed to have an effect. Cylon calmed down and fell silent. But it was only for the sake of the team's greater good. He crossed his arms, looking adorably defiant. After managing to reason with this hot-headed individual, Simon looked seriously at the new leader, Lihan. Lihan was kneeling, rubbing the places where Cylon had deliberately hurt him. Listening to Simon, you do realize that all of this is happening because of you, right? If you come up with another half-baked plan, I will knock you out before we have to retreat. He said seriously, I will decide after I hear your plan, though I do not want to admit it. You are the smartest one among the second years. Lihan just lowered his head, looking strong but also mixed with something unexplainable for a teenager coming of age. He stood up, looked directly at Cylon, saying, stop being so cranky, and listen up, Cylon. Honestly, things are not that bad right now. Lihan really is something. After all of Simon's effort to hold Cylon back, just one sentence from Lihan made Cylon's hands tremble. But not wanting to hit him again, Cylon just clenched his other hand tightly around the one shaking in anger. Simon could not believe his ears and asked again. Not bad. Yet Lihan firmly insisted. Yep. Why do we want to rush this? He started analyzing. Because of Elu's fire spirit power and his ability to teleport. The image of the plane getting shot down flashed in his mind. Along with that came the grotesque, horrifying image of Elu. After all that, Cylon said. But we do not need to worry about that anymore. After hearing the analysis, Simon recalled a bit as well. Regarding the fire spirit power, you are right. That guy used up all the remaining explosives. But why do you think he won't teleport anymore? Just one more time. Remember the sight of the witch Elu beside the water stain? For the past 10 years. They have been hiding away because they are super cautious and sly. But right now, even with their lives on the line, they still are not breaking. Then Lihan says something that leaves both of them stunned. The truth is, that guy just tried to drain the last bit of mental energy from the crystal. Simon's face goes pale at those words. Even Cylon, who is fuming, looks just as shocked as Simon. Lihan sees through it all. He states that the guy has sent the Elu warriors back to protect himself instead of continuing the chase after us. In that moment, Lihan finds the weak point. He would not need to do that if he still had the ability to teleport. There has to be a reason he can't get out of there. The entire space now falls back into a chilling silence. Cylon and Simon exchange glances, both nodding as if silently sharing something. Simon speaks up. All right, Lihan, spill your plan. Without a word, Lihan imagines the spot by the water stain, glowing in the darkness. In his hand, he grips a mini hoverboard tightly. He is determined. I am going to catch the Elu sorcerer. Remember their formation. He lays out his strategy. I will ambush them from the spatial water crack. Then, like a true leader, he assigns roles. You two can distract them from the front. Even if the Elu sorcerers can sense the mental energy, he carefully hypothesizes that if mental energy escapes from the spatial water crack, where powerful energy emanates, they will be harder to detect. His vision will also be obscured by the light from the crack. But Simon spots a flaw. Me too, he admits, recalling the terrifying image of that monstrous mouth wide open. And then there is the spaceship. Simon continues. I will also be under pressure from the crack. Right, can you handle that kind of pressure? Simon reminds him. If you mess up, it is game over. However, Lihan cuts off that unlucky talk. I am confident in my ability to control the mental energy, imagining where he needs to stand in the future. He clarifies. I am not trying to cover up my mistakes, thinking about the responsibility he bears. Lihan states. It is because I am the only one who can do this. Simon, feeling angry, snaps at Cylon. He must be seeing his teammates in that gruesome sight. He is like a machine, A cold-blooded jerk. If you see that scene and do not react, you are not even human anymore. Hearing this, he retorts. But even when things go south because of my mistakes, I can still observe the enemy and plan what to do next. It is remarkable. That is why Team 13 trusts Lihan so much. At the same time, he is heading to the spot, thinking to himself, good thing I made it just in time. Right in front of Lihan is an endless abyss teeming with monsters, reminding him that one wrong move could mean disaster. A second later, Lihan decides to grab the hoverboard from Professor Off 2 that he had lent him. Meanwhile, Del Simong checks his watch, muttering to himself. 15 minutes have passed. At the same time, Lihan has taken off on the hoverboard, racing forward. Next, he directs himself towards the abyss and thinks to himself, it is time to kick off the plan. While soaring through the air, Lihan intentionally hops off the hoverboard for a few moments. Moments later, he lands back on the hoverboard. Just then, both Del Simong and Silent charge towards Ilu as soon as they spot him, ready for battle. On the other hand, seeing Elu leaves Del Simong a bit bewildered as he mumbles to himself. So we have got another warrior on our side. Wait. Are those patrol guys back? The enemy is swarming. And all we have here are Del Simong and Silent. As Silent opts for close combat with his sword, Del Simong opens fire with his gun, while Ilu laughs mockingly at them. But just a second later, Silent closes in and finishes him off with a swift strike from behind. Replacing him, Del Simong shoots a glare at Silent. In the next moment, Del Simong suddenly aims his gun at Silent. In the midst of his confusion, he fires a shot that whizzes right past Silent. And then, it hits Ilu, who was charging in from behind, aiming to slash him. Next, both of them nod in unison, sharing a silent understanding. Meanwhile, Del Simong worries about Lihan and silently cheers him on. Hang in there. Lihan, you can't fail your very first mission. You are making your way deeper into the abyss. After moving a bit further, Lihan feels uneasy and silently curses. This eerie night brings back that familiar fear of dragons. A black dragon appears right in front of Lihan, but he tries to convince himself it is just an illusion. Don't hesitate. As the dragon opens its massive jaws, he charges toward it. Desperate to wake himself up, Lihan bites his own finger until it bleeds. Now, he glares ahead with a furious expression, not stopping there. Lihan screams and dives straight into the dragon's mouth. Meanwhile, Del Simong continues his assault with the gun. A moment later, he glances forward and mutters to himself. Just two left. The two he is talking about are the patrol guards. While Ilu has not run off yet, Silent is calculating. They need to protect the wizard Ilu, so there is no way they will advance. Ultimately, Del Simong decides to aim his gun at them. As soon as he senses danger, Wizard Ilu quickly casts a spell, channeling his energy into the gem on his forehead. Then the remaining two follow suit, bracing themselves against his gunfire. Del Simong notices this and stops firing, murmuring to himself. They see the bullets coming and are using a force shield, so he exclaims loudly, "Nice defense." Just then, a shadow suddenly appears from behind Wizard Elu, causing Del Simong to shout, but only in front. He said that because the dark shadow was Lihan, and he was holding a syringe in his hand. Then, Lihan successfully wrapped his arms around him from behind, causing the Wizard Elu to scream in panic. The two patrolling guards were also terrified after witnessing this scene. Just then, Silent charged in with his sword, thinking to himself, what the heck. In no time, he had taken out both of them. At the same moment, Lihan managed to insert the needle into the Wizard Elu's neck. Moments later, despite his struggles, Lihan injected the potion into his opponent. Next, Lihan widened his eyes to see the results. Murmuring within, "Come on, work your magic." Worst case, this guy will teleport. As the Wizard Elu experienced pain, his body began to change. In the next moment, his body started to disintegrate from the top of his head. At this point, Lihan screamed in shock, but it was too late, as the Wizard Elu's disintegration was faster than before. Finally, with just a pink glow left, he angrily cursed. In the dim night, staring hopelessly after the Wizard Elu's body returned to Lihan's hands, he anxiously asked, "Did it work?" The scene shifted, and they returned safely to headquarters. At this moment, John Red was typing away when Lihan came to find him. He also noticed the opponent's amputated leg. When John Red saw him staring, he irritably said, "Stop looking at me like that. I can manage with a prosthetic leg, and I have got my veteran benefits. So I am good. No need to apologize." Lihan agreed, replying, "Yep, sir." Then, John Red encouraged him, saying that carrying out the plan was the right call. "Lihan, if you back out, my leg will be sad and cry." He joked, "Thanks to you, I have finished the strategy report. Now, we just need to hear the details from that captured guy. Can we interrogate a creature from another world? There is someone who can read minds. He is probably the only one who can do it. This is the infirmary." And a second later, Someone else arrived. It was Silent. But he looked a bit awkward and only dared to stand at the door. Teacher. He is done talking. Silent. Come in. Silent did not speak directly but used a device attached to his arm. Are you okay? Sir. John Red grabbed a cigar and replied. I was planning to go on a diet. But I do not need to anymore. I feel much lighter now. Silent smiled. And since he could not see the other's face, Lihan thought it was strange. Is he laughing? Watching the two of them laugh, Lihan could not help but think, I am seeing this with my own eyes. But it is still hard to believe. Someone like Sergeant Red can actually talk to Silent. After chatting for a while, he kicked them out. Get lost, old man and ninja. I need to reminisce about my lost leg. On the way out, Silent apologized to Lihan, saying sorry for hitting him. If it were me, I would have acted the same way. He smiled back cheerfully. I deserved it. I put everyone in danger. Hearing this, he turned to see Lihan's expression. After a moment, Silent said, but you managed to pull through. I can see why Sergeant Red has such high hopes for you now. You replied sincerely. I do not think Sergeant Red can tell what he likes and dislikes. But either way, he is just going to bully you. Hearing this, Silent burst out laughing, catching you off guard. Just like that, the two of you reached the intersection. So Lihan spoke up, saying, we have arrived. See you later. Silent. After saying that, both of you waved goodbye to each other. But just as you turned to leave, he used the device in his hand to talk. Plus, wanting Lihan to stop, Silent even threw a rock at your head. Right after that, he turned back to look. Lihan sighed as he glanced at him. Finally, Silent encouraged you. Study hard so you can level up to high school soon, kiddo. Plus, he even raised a finger to show he was cursing. Additionally, Lihan recalled what happened at the Black Dragon place along with John Red's words. He felt the pressure from the water stain, did not he? Can you control the cloud in that state? If you mess up, we are all done for. And then, at that moment, you confidently replied, I trust my external abilities. The reason I do this is not to make up for my mistakes, but because I have the highest success rate. Meanwhile, at the international airport, a group of specialists had just disembarked from the plane. There were about 8 of them, with only one woman in the group. The leader of this group was named James, and he was thinking about the weather. As soon as he got off the plane, he could not adjust to the weather here and was unbuttoning his collar while complaining, it is too hot. After a while, someone came to greet James's group. Shortly after, his subordinate reported to Alexander Rico that the tea council had arrived, and then he ordered, escort them to the conference room safely. Following Alexander Rico's command, the whole team saluted James's group. Thank you for making the journey here despite the distance. We will escort you to the conference room right away. In case you get lost, we have equipped you with short-range communication devices along with a guiding map. With that, they handed those over. After that, he looked at it with interest and thought to himself, I just need this, and I am good to go. Plus, when he saw James going off on his own, David felt both surprised and confused. Next, he raised his voice and said, T-Council James do. Let me escort you. But James declined David's offer. It is, I can manage myself. T-Council has its privileges. You know, although he was a bit unhappy, he still had to agree. However, inside, David was cursing James. Damn it. He is such a difficult person. At the same time, his colleague Michael was also feeling annoyed, muttering to himself, after all, the information you are about to show us is just for show. After a few steps, James suddenly remembered something and scratched his head, sighing, which startled David and left him puzzled. Immediately, he turned around to ask him, where the hell is that guy Lihan? After David guided him, James finally arrived at Lihan's place. As soon as he got there, the guy generously pulled out a ton of candy for Clute, Kuro, and Joe's, grinning as he proclaimed, great to meet you all. Team 13. There is plenty more where that came from, so just stash it in your bags for now. You kids are just like my own, so I will treat you all really well, he said. But then, someone chimed in to remind him, excuse me, sir, we need to get back to training. James quickly raised his hand, responding awkwardly, all right, I won't bother you anymore. He politely stepped aside to watch as Lihan began giving orders to everyone. All right, everyone, get ready. We are heading to the shooting range, he murmured to himself. That must be Lihan. Based on its basic intel, there is nothing special about it. But during the competition, it gained fame and made a name at the Space Rift. After a while, James had to step outside to wait. And since he had been standing there for too long, he started feeling bored, so he decided to stretch a bit. James was grumbling. These stubborn idiots. Ever since that incident at the Space Rift, there has not been any competition left. The other teams are taking a break. So why are these guys still training? Just then, James heard footsteps. And he turned to look. As a few people walked out, he silently wondered. What now? Meanwhile, as they were leaving, Lihan told them. All right everyone. We are heading to the armory. James felt intrigued by the kid. Sighing. Man, he really is stubborn. That afternoon, Lihan was practicing with Kuro at the volleyball court. James had chased after them and was now standing on a high platform. Observing the two below, Lihan held a piece of wood and said to Kuro, "Wait. Let us train together today." The sudden invitation caught Kuro off guard, but then he shifted to fear, grinding his teeth as Lihan gave Kuro no chance to refuse. Commanding, "Get into position, Kuro." Kuro looked at Lihan with fear in his eyes. Thinking, why does Lihan want to spar with me? This does not feel like a regular practice session. Meanwhile, he was plotting in his mind. In the space rift, I learned a crucial lesson. You can just rely on spiritual power to fight in real life. I need to become a versatile warrior. Sure, he might be weak at level 1. But since our bodies have become superior, it is just a matter of mental ability now. So Lihan charged in fast. Exclaiming, "Here I come, Kuro." He quickly tapped into his innate spiritual power. Pivoting from his footwork, Lihan attacked swiftly and without mercy, and then Kuro's powers were fully unleashed. In the end, he still got hit in the neck. And to make matters worse, he was pushed back by his opponent. However, Kuro managed to counter all of Lihan's subsequent moves. He struck continuously, delivering a considerable amount of damage. While dodging attacks, Kuro felt a surge of panic. Thinking, this is so suffocating. I thought I was going to die. And Lihan noticed the look on his face. For the next attack, Kuro tried to grab one end of the wooden beam, but in the end, the other end was pointing right at his throat. On top of that, Lihan kept reminding his opponents. Even though he could see the near future, he would not win just by playing defense like this. Why not give it a shot? Kuro anxiously asked back. Kuro hesitated for a moment, lost in thought. A second later, he closed his eyes and gritted his teeth, as if trying to make up his mind, not wanting to let Lihan down. After a loud shout, Kuro finally decided to attack. At that moment, he looked satisfied with his own display, but there was still a flaw. Kuro was so scared that he charged in with his eyes shut. He only opened his eyes and screamed in fear once he lost his weapon. Quickly, Lihan scolded Kuro. "If you are going to attack, at least keep your eyes wide open and hold your weapon tight," he said sadly, bowing his head. "Sorry about that." You stayed silent. Watching Kuro's attitude, after a moment, Lihan decided to guide him again. "Kuro, this time, give it all you have got and attack me." It seemed he had a light bulb moment, his eyes shining bright. At the same time, Jose, who was practicing nearby, overheard and exclaimed, "What are you talking about?" Even Glut wore a confused expression. Plus, everyone present turned their attention toward Kuro. This unintentionally put pressure on him. But Lihan was still pushing him. "Kuro, from now on, I am going to attack you with everything I have got. So you better do the same." Meanwhile, Joe stopped practicing to observe and said, "Just based on weapon skills, Lihan's got this in the bag." But Glut chimed in, "If he adds in mental strength, it is not a sure thing." Seeing Kuro still hesitating, Lihan asked again, "What is wrong? Kuro, are you scared I will get hurt?" And he honestly replied, "Aha, I really do not understand why you are like this. But you must have a reason for acting this way. I really trust you, so I will do whatever you ask. I believe in you." Lihan. At this moment, Kuro activated his mental strength and tightened his fist, ready to fight at any moment. Before today's practice match, Lihan had consulted Wei Chen. As soon as he saw him, Wei Chen poured Lihan some water and cheerfully asked, "All right, Lihan, what brings you here today?" "This is some awesome tea. Give it a try." He politely raised the cup to take a sip. Afterward, Lihan even complimented, "This is delicious. Thanks, teacher." However, in his heart, he thought, "This tastes a bit strange." Wei Chen sighed and thought to himself, "Look at you, acting like a kid." A second later, Lihan said seriously, "The truth is, I am here because of Kuro." Hearing this, he took a sip of tea and was surprised, thinking to himself, "Kuro. Honestly, Kuro is still lacking many attack techniques. He is pretty hesitant when it comes to fighting. I am afraid this might get him killed one day." But Wei Chen calmly replies, "People go through psychological changes based on the dangers they face." Lihan thinks to himself, confused, psychological changes. Without keeping him waiting, Wei Chen quickly explains that it is the refusal to harm someone. Even the bravest soldiers waver when it comes to killing, but once they experience these psychological shifts, they can take action. It is indeed a bit cruel to ask Kuro to hurt someone, but he needs a chance. Just like that time he pushed his limits in the desert, when he totally put his trust in me. So now, only Lihan can help Kuro. and he is tapping into his mental power. Moreover, after recalling what Wei Chen said, while smiling smugly, he thinks to himself, so this is what a psychological shift feels like. Meanwhile, Jose appears annoyed and says, Kuro, that jerk is not listening at all. Additionally, Nut asks him, should we stop them? On the other hand, there is someone else feeling excited, and that is James, who has replaced him, saying, this is incredible. This is the power of the Inoka. After chuckling to himself, Lihan secures it to his belt, getting into a ready stance. Then he thinks to himself, this is unreal. How should I handle this? Is it like Kuro? Outside. Feeling tense, Jose tells Nut, right now Kuro can see all of Lihan's moves and is easily countering them. He agrees, replying, attacking him now would be really tough. In note, Kuro has launched an attack on Lihan, and he is also using his mental power. Kuro strikes quickly and accurately. But luckily, Lihan dodges just in time. Moreover, while fighting, he quietly comments on Kuro's fighting style. Even though it is being countered by psychic abilities, it is as strong as when I throw with physical strength. Outside, Nut bluntly states. So he just needs to catch it instead of dodging, while Jose counters. Sounds simple, but who can actually do it? Plus, to get Kuro to reach his full potential, Lihan provokes him. You are just throwing a spear. Underestimating me. You need to do more than that, Kuro. Then he gets the hint and replies, yeah. So Lihan tightens his grip on the weapon, smiling as he says, Kuro, in the end, you will have to attack me. Do not keep dodging. Go on. Attack me with the spear in your hand. Hearing this, Kuro looks at him with a confused expression. Even so, Lihan charges at Kuro, shouting, here comes my attack. In the next moment, he counterattacks using his mental power, but Kuro manages to block it. Not stopping there, Kuro uses his mental power to control the nearby spears. Meanwhile, Lihan taunts him, not many weapons left for you, Kuro. Just as he finishes speaking, Kuro attacks back. Suddenly, he becomes more determined, using his mental power while shouting to boost his confidence. Just like that, Kuro uses his mental power to control all the nearby spears to attack Lihan. He quickly takes off his jacket, and with his cold, piercing gaze, Lihan is looking for a weak spot to break through. Finally, he found it, right in the middle of that guy's jacket. And then Lihan managed to carve a path through those spears, replacing Jose. Startled and horrified, he used his powers on the jacket to push the spears aside, while cheering for Kuro, saying, lift your spear and fight, Kuro. Even Lihan was hoping for that, even as he hesitated. Just a second later, Kuro tightened his grip on the weapon, shouting loudly as he continued to fight. But Lihan broke the weapon right out of his hands. Not stopping there, he moved closer to his opponent. When Kuro saw Lihan making a snapping gesture, he felt confused. But then he had to cry out in pain as Lihan snapped his fingers against his forehead. On top of that, Lihan cheerfully remarked, it is great that you can still keep your eyes wide open while attacking, Kuro. Meanwhile, Kuro held his head in pain, staring at his opponent and groaning. A moment later, Jose and Claude rushed into the arena, dancing and celebrating with excitement, saying, that was brutal. Kuro, you are truly a fighting machine. You need to step it up. Plus, Lihan has not even gone easy on you. Kuro, you are still too green. When you threw all those spears at once, you aimed them all at one spot on me. If you keep throwing wildly in all directions, it will be harder to dodge, and I could end up getting hit in the arm or leg, Kuro honestly replied. I am worried it will hit you instead. Lihan turned to ask, really? You actually said that? He continued, I did not expect you would use the jacket to block like that. And seeing all four of them training happily, James felt delighted and thought to himself, Lihan, he is even more than the rumors say. I am sure he is going to bring a lot of trouble in the future. Something that trouble has not told me yet. Thinking this, he stepped closer to them. As soon as they saw James, the whole group looked surprised, while he casually said, could you spare a bit of your time for me? Lihan, unsure if he should believe it was really him, had a slightly awkward expression, feeling puzzled by his sudden appearance. But then Lihan met James alone, and after listening to everything he had to say, he found it hard to believe and said, what happened at the spatial rift? I have included everything I know in the report to the council. James replied while handing Lihan a can of soda. I just wanted to hear it directly from you. Have a seat. And besides, he thought to himself, get ready, Lihan. My special skills have been honed through countless agreements. Right now, James was wearing an overly expressive face, not psychic at all. On the other hand, he pretended to be surprised while listening to Lihan's story. Thinking, that next part, James mumbled to himself. If I agree with you at some point or on some action of yours. While thinking that, he outwardly praised Lihan. That is really impressive. Then he silently told himself. You will feel comfortable and unconsciously say things you did not intend to say at this point. James expressed astonishment, exclaiming, that was a crazy idea back then. Absolutely brilliant. The second thought, he felt satisfied. Thinking, I am almost there. Next up, James showed more curiosity as he moved closer to Lihan, asking with a sense of urgency. So what happened next? After spinning a long tale that still left the other person unsatisfied, he turned to him, visibly annoyed, wondering, what is the deal with that? James thought to himself, that is all the info reported so far. Plus, he asked Lihan again, is there really nothing else in that story? Lihan honestly replied, yeah. All the details are in the report. James began to observe the other's expression, muttering in his head, no emotion whatsoever. Classic punk. To wrap up this chat quickly, Lihan took the initiative to bid him farewell, saying, I am off for some extra training. Although a bit disappointed, James had to accept it. Fine. Whatever. While he continued to watch Lihan, the latter felt a sense of satisfaction, thinking to himself, I have been ordered to keep secrets. No matter what happens, you want to get any info from me? Old man. A moment later, James pulled out his phone, typing away rapidly before quickly making a call. Investigate Lihan for me since the space water incident. Report all the info you have right away. The next morning, Lihan went for a run, counting 1, 2, with Zhangzhizhou and Jules tailing him. Meanwhile, Lihan's team was running faster than the others, counting in unison as they ran. 12. Trailing behind was Dimitri's team, who was also pushing hard and counting non-stop. 12. After a while, Dimitri caught up to Lihan and called out, Hey, Lihan. Seeing him, Lihan cheerfully replied, still pushing yourself as always. Ah. Dimitri. Then he added, I have to give it my all, no matter what. You see that guy over there? He is the punk from Russia. He has been following us around for days. And it is really annoying. He keeps talking about fighting for the country, even after battling those monsters. Lihan was taken aback by this news. After the fight with those monsters. What is he saying? We are going to fight what? They will fall apart after the battle. After a moment, Dimitri's team ran parallel to Lihan's. And he spoke honestly to Lihan. The higher-ups want to start a war to take over the world after defeating those monsters. Lihan was completely shocked and expressed disbelief about the truth of this matter. At that moment, Jules was practicing martial arts with Kuro on the volleyball court, while Lihan stood outside observing them. Additionally, Zhangji and Clute were also training together. During this time, he began to reflect on the issue Dimitri brought up earlier. It was truly puzzling. Even after defeating the strongest enemy humanity had faced, peace was still nowhere in sight. Just then, James opened the door and stepped in. Moreover, with confidence, he silently thought, Lihan, I finally found you. The time you went missing after the incident in Shinrizu. Clearly, during that time, you were involved in a secret mission. I'm going to turn that rumor into reality today. No matter how scared you are, James's presence completely draws the attention of everyone present. A second after noticing someone following James, Lihan's group starts to heighten their alertness. Jules and Kuro quickly activate the devices on their arms. Immediately, Zhangji and Jules shoot him a challenging look. This sends James into a panic. But it does not stop there. You suddenly come in and bind him. Your swift and decisive action leaves James no time to react, and he asks in shock, Lihan, what is going on? His men quickly draw their guns, but is all futile as Kuro uses psychic force to turn the tables, disassembling all their guns piece by piece. The other two are clutching their injured hands and screaming incessantly. Next, Lihan firmly states, we need to protect him immediately. James Jun responds irritably, why did not you explain anything beforehand? You hurriedly reply, we have received orders. Please cooperate. James, confused, asks back, but why? No sooner had he spoken than the building began to shake, causing debris to fall from above. At that moment, Lihan quickly activates the device on his arm and warns of an enemy ambush. The commander responds, warning of an ambush to protect the inspectors around immediately. Only then does James begin to piece everything together, silently questioning, why are they targeting the inspectors? Could there be a mole? Receiving the orders, Lihan quickly commands, Jules, I am entrusting the inspectors to you. Zero a nut. Arm yourselves. Additionally, Kuro anxiously asks, who is the enemy? Is it Ilu's group? Lihan simply replies, must be humans. After binding James and his men, He distributes weapons to everyone and starts assigning roles. Each person gets 2 clips. That gives us 60 rounds. To be extra cautious, Lihan checks the guns one more time. At one point, you even asked the other teams how many people each of you had to protect. Felix said, 4. Dimitri said, and Del Simone said. After hearing that, James started doing some mental calculations. The other team leaders totally accepted Lihan as their captain. Honestly, with his experience and track record, it makes sense. Meanwhile, he was also pondering where the most advantageous terrain for us would be. Thinking that, Lihan immediately ordered, everyone, gather at simulation field number 4. Bring all the gear. Following his command, they began to move. Over here, Lihan's team was escorting James's group. After a moment, he asked him, do you know anything about the enemy? Damn. After saying that, he observed the opponent's attitude. And James started thinking seriously. After a while, Lihan gently said, it seems you know something after I let you read the message. Also, I do not think you are one of those purebloods. Damn. At this point, James sighed. Purebloods. They call themselves that. Zeus found it hard to believe and asked him again. Purebloods. Quickly, James explained. There is a group of people who do not consider spirit users as human and want to kill them. They operate based on religion, as well as the fear of the powers of the new humanity. Next, the trigger shouted loudly, in 3 years, they will invade us, and they still want to kill us. He replied to him with a hint of fear. They believe it is the spirit users who caused the invasion. They think that if they kill all the spirit users, the invasion will disappear too. Of course, that is all nonsense. Spirit users appeared when the gates opened. By this point, the enemy James mentioned was ready to jump from the helicopter. On the other hand, the leader shouted loudly. Found them. Those monsters opposing the Lord. The enemy's helicopters had surrounded the sky. Right after that, the first shots were fired at the enemy helicopters. On the other hand, they even brought out heavy artillery, and they took down quite a few of their helicopters. In the midst of the gunfire, several helicopters fell and exploded above them, but they still focused on fighting. Even so, some enemy helicopters successfully landed below, and they started carrying guns to fight back. And Lihan saw this, plus he heard. They are getting closer. At that moment, Lihan was extremely furious. Additionally, there was a helicopter overhead that had been shot down. After a moment, in the thick black smoke rising, Lihan said, the enemy's helicopter has fallen nearby. He then asked Nut, there is a high chance they are still alive. Can you count how many people are on that helicopter? He quickly replied, about 4 people. And then Lihan observed the battlefield while telling himself, the reason I want to cross this simulation battlefield with so many obstacles is to avoid conflict as much as possible. Thinking this, he bowed his head in contemplation for a few seconds. After a while, he looked up to observe everything. At this point, Lihan made a decision. Everyone, get ready to go, now. What we need to do is wipe them out. Following his orders, they began shooting without waiting for anyone, replacing the panicked leader. Then he proceeded to check on the status of his subordinates one by one, and when he was ambushed, he used his subordinate's body as a human shield. On top of that, he fired back, managing to wound one of them, who cried out in pain. But at that moment, he was struck with fear upon hearing the earth belongs to humanity. You monsters do not belong here. Lihan declared fiercely. What we need to do now is bring death. This statement made Jules lower his head in thought. While James eyed him warily, he was not just looking at Jules. He was also observing Jiro, who was lost in thought nearby. Then James pondered. Most of them are useless now. Maybe there is just one kid. Meanwhile, Gnut seemed pretty confident, so Lihan ordered. Gnut, watching them leave. A thought crossed James' mind. Those bastards are way stronger than the regular guys drilled on the battlefield. But there is still a difference. When it comes to killing, the opponent is a veteran. And with this thought, he remembered the leader, who had pulled out a secret weapon to cut the ropes. Gnut was still following Lihan, and after a while, he turned back to ask, can you do it? And then he stared down the opponent. Meanwhile, Lihan was waiting for Gnut's response, and he confidently replied, I will treat them like deer and take them down. We will die if we do not kill them. Right. But after hearing this, he felt uneasy and thought to himself, this brings back some not-so-great memories. Back in Korea, still, Lihan was being chased. Stop right there. You little punk. At that time, he was holding fruit, while his pursuer wore a furious expression. After running for a bit, he reached a traffic light near the train tracks. Right now, it was showing red, meaning no one could cross. Yet Lihan was trying to pass. And at that moment, the other guy grabbed his collar. Feeling terrified, Lihan began to fight back. And then he punched that guy in the face. Now the guy was on the ground under Lihan's foot. But suddenly, he stumbled a bit. A second later, Lihan fell, causing the fruit in his hand to drop to the ground. And he cried like a baby as he watched the apple roll away on the street. Fast forward to the present, and in front of Lihan was a helicopter taking off. So he signaled to Clute, who nodded in agreement, and the two cautiously moved deeper inside. After a while, Lihan pulled out a hoverboard and laughed as he took off his clothes. A moment later, he placed it on the board to let it float freely to check if anyone was around, and just as he thought, it was quickly shot at by the enemy. Thanks to that, Clute discovered their position and prepared for an ambush, while the enemy was confused. What the heck is going on? And when the suit was shot to shreds, they finally spotted the hoverboard inside. Meanwhile, Clute had also started shooting at them. They quickly retaliated and cursed. Damn it. Just as they finished speaking, Clute wiped out the whole place, with the last guy getting shot from behind, and the one who shot him was Lihan, whose aim was always spot on. However, he looked dissatisfied and thought to himself, damn it, I need to aim better. Just then, Clute discovers a guy who is not dead yet, and to make matters worse, he is cursing them out. Damn it. Knowing someone's still alive makes Clute grit his teeth and shut his eyes tight. The survivor turns back to glare at him, trembling with fear. In that moment, Clute talks to himself, opens his eyes, and before finishing off his opponent, they both lock eyes for a few seconds. To blow off steam, Clute starts shooting at him non-stop. Meanwhile, Lihan, who was worried about him, steps in to protect him. Damn it. However, Clute quickly regains his composure and responds. Just hanging out with Kuro and the others. Zeus still has his gun aimed at James while Kuro is trembling in fear. This caught his attention, causing James to glance at Kuro and mutter to himself, this little punk is in way over his head. I wonder if he could even squish an ant at this point. And what the heck is he staring at? Similarly, with that thought, James successfully untees himself. Suddenly, Kuro shouts, they are coming, and he jerks back, thinking, wait, what is coming? Meanwhile, he is grinding his teeth. Warning, if you do not shoot them. James hears this and casually glances over. At that moment, Kuro spots an enemy nearby. Then he screams in panic. Everyone, get down. James is startled and turns to him. Even Jiro looks terrified. James spins around, and just moments later, the enemy gets taken down. But the one who shot him was James. And in the chaos, Kuro ends up losing his gun to him. However, he has to face another enemy standing close by. So Kuro uses his psychic power to pull a metal sheet, creating a shield to protect himself from the enemy's bullets. And then, James takes him down instantly. A second later, that metal sheet crashes to the ground. Plus, he angrily turns to Kuro and asks, is that it? Kuro awkwardly replies. And James also praises his opponent, saying, you may not have shot, but your psychic ability is pretty impressive. Quickly, Lihan returns, nervously asking, is everyone okay? He swiftly tosses a gun towards Kuro. Then James raises his hands in surrender and smiles, saying, you are the smart one. So I am sure you understand the current situation. Right. Lihan gives him a serious look. Meanwhile, there are still some enemies nearby who have not been taken out. So someone shouts, keep going. As soon as he finishes speaking, they start firing at the area in front of them. After a while, they stop shooting to assess the situation. The leader is also here now. He is leading his army into a tunnel. A second later, the smug leader boasts, the rat's nest has finally been opened. Let us clear them out. The masked man raises his gun high, declaring loudly, I must be fooling the entire world. The Scorpions won't invade Earth anymore. He is trying to brainwash everyone. It has been 10 years since they disappeared. And these bastards are scheming to train the new godly beings known as Power Masters. His words seem to ignite a call to arms, a rallying cry against the new breed called Power Masters. They are plotting to dominate humanity. Then he stands before a crowd, all armed like him, in a fort. At the mock battlefield number 4, Lihan and the others have gathered. Once everyone's present, a voice booms. All second-tier soldiers are assembled. A man with bound hands steps, furious and shouting, you worthless scum. Who do you think we are? You really think there won't be consequences for treating us like this? He bends down to say more, but before he can finish, a hand lunges forward and grabs his collar. Simon yanks him up, his face a mask of rage. Shut your mouth before you get killed. The old man still does not understand why he is tied up, and Simon's expression suddenly shifts to one of madness. He glares at him in fury. One of you traitors set all this up, did not you? A damn traitor. He smirks coldly. And because of that traitor, I am going to have to kill someone. The man's face turns pale, trembling and speechless. Simon's eyes start to darken, like a burning blue flame. He glares right at him. I have never felt this disgusted in my life. The man shakes, his knees giving out, unable to speak. A voice from behind interrupts. Enough. Simon. As Lihan steps forward, followed by Joe's, Lihan speaks up. Our mission is just to guard these inspectors. Hearing this, Simon turns to look at Lihan and silently nods in agreement. He immediately threw the gear over his shoulder and walked past, leaving everyone behind. Joe scoffed, thinking that Simon is such a pain, listening to Lihan's orders so easily. Inside a large building, a level 1 weapons facility, a shadow staggered forward, blood dripping down drop by drop. Wei Chen was lifting a dead man by the collar. He hoisted the body high into the air. His face darkened as blood continued to drip down, staining his hands. Wei Chen gritted his teeth, breathing heavily, surveying the chaos around him. All he could see was a scene of devastation, with children crying nonstop. The atmosphere was grim. Wei Chen held his injured arm, feeling exhausted, as if he might collapse. He released his grip on the wound, crying out in pain. Wei Chen struggled to glance at the watch on his wrist, barely managing to call out, Lihan. Heavy footsteps echoed on the ground, calling his name. Lihan. Somewhere in the forest. The hurried footsteps continued. Leading the charge was Lihan, sprinting fast with his weapon tightly in hand. He worried. Those bastards are targeting the level 1 headquarters. Wei Chen called out again. Trembling. Lihan, he said into his watch. Those bastards have reached the hideout. Based on the distance, only level 2 seconds can intercept them. Wei Chen's expression darkened as he gritted his teeth. I am leaving everything to you. Lihan's team continued to rush forward, anxiety churning in Lihan's heart. If we are late, it is all over. A man was riddled with bullets, each shot piercing through him. A group of masked men relentlessly fired at that man. The masked man frowned. This is so annoying. Then he looked down, lamenting. This place has such a complicated layout. He called on the phone, glancing ahead. There is a door over there. Then he asked the person on the other end. Delta. Alpha. Have you found anything? Delta's voice crackled through the phone. This is Delta. We are still searching. Alpha's voice chimed in. This is Alpha. After breaching the hideout, they discovered enemies were behind them. Outside, a leader spoke into the phone. We are preparing for battle. The two sides faced each other, poised for the fight. Lihan readied his weapon, declaring, there is no time left. We have to confront them head-on. He turned to the calm-eyed golden hair, asking, none of them are using heavy weapons. Right. Simon, can you hold them off? The young man with golden hair stared intently at him. Receiving the mission, he shouted to everyone with determination. Let me show them how to shoot on my signal. Lihan ran ahead while glancing back, directing everyone who was following. Simon will lead. Everyone stay behind him. Both sides charged at each other, one side shouting loudly. Opening fire. Simon quickly broke through the defensive line, his body still rushing forward with determined eyes as he shouted orders. Shoot. Simon stood at the center, a powerful aura radiating from his protective body. Green energy also spread around, enveloping the masked opponents in front of him. The masked man, with his gun raised in front of him, struggled to speak. What the hell is this? Before he could comprehend what was happening, his group was shot through, one by one collapsing, while Clud and others from a distance fired at them. Lihan stared at the fallen leader on the ground, struggling to lift his head in disbelief as he cursed, You damn monsters. He trembled, trying to muster the strength to look at Lihan's group. You all should be wiped out from this world. A bullet was fired, and Clud, gritting his teeth, said, You guys are the real monsters. Lihan calmly patted Clud's shoulder, urging him, Stay calm, Clud. We still have enemies inside. Clud looked at him in shock. Lihan turned to everyone and announced, And you guys? His next words startled everyone. I am forming a temporary strike team with this number of members, because we are quite similar. So remember this well. Lihan's gaze and expression turned serious and cold. He recalled his past, realizing that the cost of being swayed by emotions was deeply ingrained in his bones. He would not make that mistake again. Lihan gritted his teeth, silently determined, and told everyone, from this moment on, you must suppress all emotions. If you can do that, the entire strike team will be wiped out. Someone was sketching lines on the ground, saying, I know this terrain better than they do. Positioning our troops here won't cause any issues. Lihan looked up at everyone and continued to command. Team leaders should set off with their squads. Upon hearing him, everyone began to disperse. Dimitri was walking when he suddenly turned back to look behind him. Then he stopped and called out to the young man. Lihan, I have something urgent. Really fast. Can I do it now? I will hand over my responsibilities to the vice captain. Dimitri lowered his head, his expression full of sorrow. I have to go confirm this. Seeing this, Lihan replied. Go ahead. Dimitri. In front of a warehouse. A figure stood at the door. And on the ground lay bodies scattered everywhere. Dimitri stood there, his face darkening, silently staring at what lay opposite him. The buzz-cut guy called out to the person inside the warehouse. Wait. What are you doing here? He angrily questioned the stranger inside. Hearing the call, the stranger slowly turned his head. Dimitri. The buzz-cut guy's face began to twitch with anger. And he asked sharply, You are grabbing one of your own. Snap out of it. A man was being held up, and hearing this, he questioned with disbelief. My own. You think I am on the same side as you? He glanced at Dimitri. Whether you know this or not, you will be sent out to fight in the real world when you enter your 3rd year. Dimitri silently stared at him. As the long-haired man recounted his past to Dimitri during a mission, I was terrified and utterly desperate. As if my instincts and intuition were screaming that there was no way we could defeat it. Dimitri was silent. Contemplating, scared of the dragon. The long-haired guy let go of the man, setting him free. Slumped down. They were exhausted. And then the long-haired guy stepped closer to Dimitri, and cruelly ordered me to take that thing down. He reached out with a face full of anguish, treating us like pawns. And I was just a broken piece on the board. But tossing me aside would still be a waste. So just think about what they might do next. Then he recalled his own painful past, remembering how those crowds would silence him, suffocate him, injecting all sorts of unknown drugs into his body. Remembering this, he grimaced in rage. They wanted to do that by binding me and injecting some kind of mind control drug into my brain. Dimitri listened in silence as he continued. You thought evil was the only place like this. Our homeland. The invaders. They are all the same. The only thing on their minds is to exploit or kill us. Protecting humanity under these circumstances is truly pointless. Suddenly, Dimitri smirked, causing the long-haired guy to stare at him in surprise. Dimitri tossed his gun down, one hand still pulling back his hoodie. Then the ground began to rumble. I am not really a fan of evil either. But I have got to protect my family at home. You get me? Dimitri's body suddenly surged with fiery determination. So the first thing I am gonna do is punch that dragon's lights out. And then I will take down any scumbag standing in my way. From the monitor, a voice filled with concern echoed. Sounds like Alpha Team is done for. And there were 4 dots on the screen. Denta. Enemy. Alpha Team. The voice echoed again. Team Denta. The enemy is heading towards you guys. On the screen, the green and red dots clustered together. And a voice came from the monitor. Please take care of them for us. A man loaded bullets into his gun. The masked guy raised the weapon and said to the person behind him, I am gonna wipe them all out with this gun. The monitor continued to display the red dots clustering together. And someone exclaimed in disbelief. I can't believe evil has a place like this. Lihan's group cautiously made their way inside. And one person wondered why they knew about this place when we knew nothing. Lihan, observing with a furrowed brow, replied, just as I expected. The only way to understand this situation is because there is a traitor among us. Suddenly, as if he sensed something, his footsteps quickened. Standing in front of a grenade, Lihan shouted, Wait, stop everyone behind from moving forward. Then he lowered his voice. It is a trap. And he quietly crouched down to observe the situation inside. Lihan nervously bit his lip, thinking, I should have let Kuro follow us. The masked man opened the door, his cold gaze stepping inside. The 2 behind him swung the door wide open. And he spoke up, I found them. The masked man cast a sharp glance downward and coldly ordered, Take them all out. The guy next to him nervously said, But they are just kids. They do not even have any weapons. The man remained indifferent. I know. Just throw away your compassion. The masked figure, a new generation of imposters, nervously biting his lip, thought maybe he should have let Kuro follow him. The masked man swung open the door, his icy gaze piercing as he stepped inside. The 2 guys behind him pushed the door wide open, and he spoke. The masked figure stepping in, his cold eyes surveying the scene. The kids were trembling in fear, their faces streaked with tears as they huddled in the corner. Before the soldier could finish his threat to kill the children, a bullet from the masked figure pierced through his head. With a cold, sharp face, he aimed the gun directly at the soldier. The soldier's eyes widened in shock as he fell, hearing the masked man's final words. This new generation will decide for themselves what is right or wrong. Then he lowered his gun, his expression chilling and terrifying, saying, I only do what I have to do. Outside, Lihan panicked as he looked beside him. Seeing the young blonde guy slump down, Lihan shouted in worry. A nut. He and Simon quickly dragged Nut inside. Lihan immediately handed Nut off to someone else and grabbed a gun, shouting, Simon. Both of them rushed out with their weapons. And when Lihan saw the masked figure aiming at him, panic washed over him. He worriedly thought, that is a grenade launcher. Just then, the masked figure pulled the trigger, firing a huge round. Simong sprinted forward, his heart racing as he widened his eyes at the bullet. Realizing he did not have time to shield himself, Lihan gritted his teeth, raising his hand to activate his defensive power. But he felt incredibly anxious inside. This is not good. Even with a shield, it would not hold. Lihan jumped, his hand shooting up high. When his energy transformed into his hand and made contact with the bullet, he immediately focused, picturing himself holding a grenade. Gritting his teeth, he quickly bent down with the gun in hand, thinking, if I just do this, then I will have to. Lihan threw the bullet back with all his might, sending it flying forward. The bullet shot back, catching them off guard. And before they could react, a massive explosion erupted. The shockwave rippled around them, and Lihan raised his gun to fire again. At that moment, all the masked figures fell to the ground. Suddenly, the watch on one of the masked men started beeping, and Lihan turned to look. A voice crackled through the watch. Delta Team. This is Team E. Z's eyes widened in disbelief at the news. The screen emitted an alert sound, announcing that the center had been wiped out. He fell silent, staring intently at the watch in his hand. The watch issued another command. Continue towards the embankment. Dmitri was knocked back, slamming into the glass door. The long-haired man continued his relentless assault on Dmitri, but the long-haired man did not stop there. He furiously attacked Dmitri, causing him to cough up blood. Then, he threw Dmitri violently against the wall. The impact so strong that it cracked the wall behind him. The long-haired man raised his fist, striking Dmitri directly in the stomach. A large spurt of blood erupted from the boy's mouth. Watching Dmitri fall, he picked up a metal rod and said coldly, I have explained it all, and you still do not get it. His eyes were now filled with a hint of madness as he gripped the heavy metal rod, ominously stating, each of us has an opponent we can never defeat, no matter how hard we try. Just then, the long-haired guy used all his strength to stab a metal rod toward the boy, knocking him down in the corner. Suddenly, the boy gently lifted his head, catching the long-haired guy off guard as he looked at him in shock. Flames began to blaze from Dmitri, and he looked up, saying, I still can't figure out how I could lose to a coward like you. In some room, Clute, injured and with his leg bandaged, carefully leaned against the wall. Clute reminisced about his childhood, reflecting on a conversation between Lihan and Jose. Back then, Jose had patted Lihan on the shoulder and said, Lihan, you know that guy? Right, he is the one from Class B. Lihan replied with a smile. Of course. He is the talent we have been looking for in our squad. Clute thought about expectations, slowly berating himself. I do not deserve any of that. How embarrassing. Someone approached Clute and said, I am really sorry, but we can send a team to help you evacuate right now. Just wait here. Clute. Then they ran off, leaving Clute sitting alone, his face lifting with clenched teeth. On Battlefield 4, everyone was fighting against masked enemies. A masked guy was about to throw a grenade when someone spotted it and shouted, Grenade at 12 of the clock. He quickly activated the defense, and the grenade exploded overhead, creating a massive cloud of smoke. One of the masked men nervously said to his companion, Our weapons are not doing anything to them. The other guy replied anxiously, Damn it. Where's the air support? We are out of time. A masked guy thought worriedly. The squad at the front line is about to be wiped out, and the other bad guys will be here soon. The audience murmured nervously. If only we could get an airstrike on them. We could wipe out those monsters. John read and the others hid behind a thick wall, thinking, Lihan's plan is working. Here, we do not even need to aim at the enemy. If we calmly hold them off like this, reinforcements will arrive soon. The sound of drilling echoing continuously. The masked men were breaking down a door. One of them yelled, Emergency. The enemy is quickly approaching us through the shortest route. Looking at the monitor, someone said, Looks like they have used Delta. The masked guy spoke up. Though they are young, their bodies are nothing like normal humans. I think they are just some kids who got genetically modified. However, remembering the earlier scene, the masked man continued. But it seems they are not panicking at all when they see the area cleared by Delta. At this moment, Lihan's side began to pick up speed, running forward without stopping. Lihan picked up his watch and suddenly held everyone back. Stop. Lihan's team was gradually approaching the enemy squad. The S squad. Lihan turned to whisper to everyone. I will explain the plan. Let us prevent a battle from breaking out amidst the smoke and chaos. An alarm rang out. Target alert. The first automatic bombing plane is approaching the simulated battlefield at level 4. Someone asked Lihan, Are you going to crawl into the ventilation shaft? He calmly replied, Yeah. These ducts are connected to the inside of the room. Looking at the monitor while Lihan explains, I will head inside before those doors open and aim for their backs. Simon points at Lihan and says, we still do not know if the metal plates of the vent can withstand bullets. And if you approach from behind and distract them, the chances of dying are still pretty high. Lihan turns to reply, but we really do not have time. Before he could finish, a voice cuts in. I only caught half of the plan. But I think I can help. Someone worriedly sees Clute approaching, still nursing a wound on his leg. Clute. Your leg, Clute nonchalantly says. As you can see. Simon asks, is it because of the healing element? That ability suits you. Clute smirks and replies, thanks for the compliment. Clute bends down to assess the situation on the ground and says, wider than I thought. As he subtly glances around, Lihan speaks up, Simon and I will go ahead. Once Clute distracts them, we will attack together. A loud noise erupts, shaking the metal above, and the masked man realizes it. He yells, there is something up there. Shoot. Taking advantage of that, Clute runs, and Lihan urges, hurry up. The two sides clash. Gunfire erupts. Bullets fly continuously. The noise is deafening. Lihan shouts, just aim straight ahead and fire. One masked man gets hit and falls, but the leader remains unfazed, reloading and continuing to shoot. Clute's eyes flash with a hint of blue as he raises his hand to activate his defense barrier. A thunderous explosion sends Clute flying, causing him to crash down. Someone from the masked side yells, we have taken care of them. The leader asks, is the door open? A voice responds, let them in immediately. Lihan shouts, do not let them in. Everyone move now. Clute rises from the thick smoke. I see it. Saying, where do you idiots think you are going? Lihan and Simon stare in shock. Clute stands tall, surrounded by a swirling green aura, blood still streaming from his mouth. He speaks. Do you have any idea how annoying this is? The green aura enveloping Clute stands firm as he slowly says, always getting hurt at the worst times. Thinking I am weak or a burden to everyone. He raises his gun with a crazed expression. Grinning. This is so badass, right? What? The healing element. It has got to be at least this strong. A small plane crashes to the ground, causing panic. Kuro clutches his head and collapses. Someone calls out worriedly for Kuro. A massive surge of power erupts uncontrollably. Kuro looks up at the sky with a worried expression. Thinking, Lihan, thank goodness you are not here. A plane unexpectedly appears, flying overhead. What the heck? Suddenly, several giant explosive candies drop from the plane, leaving the crowd dumbfounded. Whoa! The atmosphere becomes more tense than ever. And then a voice rings out from the crowd. The fire is being launched. They scream in desperation. Do something. We are going to die. Kuro's gaze fixates on the scene. Reminiscing about the past, life in hell was tough. Countless memories flood back. Being bullied and discriminated against. Thank you, Lihan, for making me feel alive. To him, Lihan was like a light pulling him out of darkness. Luckily, he was not here right now. Kuro's eyes flickered with seriousness. He should not die in a place like this. A hand reached out, gripping a stone tightly, guiding Kuro as if he were here right now. And with that memory fading, Kuro made his decision, his hands emanating a deep blue aura. Thinking to himself, I must. The blue aura began to spread across his body and stopped a bomb right above him, leaving the onlookers utterly dumbfounded, seeing the series of actions unfold. One onlooker was so shocked they could not help but think, whoa, what the heck? Then something even more shocking happened. A hand. It was Kuro's spiritual force taking shape as a hand. It formed a hand reaching high, blocking the bombs that had just been dropped. Wherever that hand went, the bombs were halted. The clash created a massive explosion, threatening the lives of those nearby. The shockwave from the blast was tremendous. As it settled, the stunned onlooker finally opened his eyes and said, I have never heard of someone wielding spiritual force like that. The scale is unbelievable. Nearby, an angry guy thought, they really are a bunch of ruthless scumbags who do not deserve to exist. His face twisted with anger. Thinking, at least if I can just escape this. From his coat, he pulled out a gun, aiming it directly at Kuro. This time, Kuro was in serious trouble. The scene shifted to Clute's group. A voice called out, Clute! Clute! Wake up! Above him, Zuzu heard the call and slowly opened his eyes. Lihan, worried, kept calling out, Clute, can you hear me? What is my name? Hearing that, Clute shot up. Calmly he replied, you are Lihan. Lihan still could not shake off his worry. Clute, Lihan said softly. Finally, everything seemed to come to a peaceful end. Lihan sat up straight. Can you hear me? What is my name? You said I am Lihan. Lihan was still filled with concern. Clute, Lihan said gently. At last, everything seemed to end without a hitch. But you were too reckless. Even if you have found your strength. Clute tried to defend himself. I told you already. You are lecturing me again. Seeing his friend was okay. Lihan replied, "All right then. Either way." With this, the first level evacuation zone has been cleared. The first level evacuation zone has been resolved. Area has been cleared. Back in the day, Dimitri was carrying a strange person on his shoulder when he stopped to listen to the announcement echoing. Area B has been cleared. The gym has been resolved. Simulation Battlefield 4 has been resolved. Fast forward to 3 days later. Lihan stood on the rooftop of a building when footsteps echoed. It was accompanied by 2 other bodyguards. Approaching Lihan and asking, "What is wrong?" "Captain Lihan." Lihan turned around and replied, "Just could not sleep for the first 2 nights without medication." He lit a cigarette, quietly listening to what Lihan had to say. Some people were still in critical condition. They were smashing windows and furniture for no reason. The image of a frightened man flashed in his mind. So hard to stop the wicked intentions towards humanity. He recalled the scene where many had to fall. Through our mission, we can see the countless bodies piling up at the first level. They did not even have the strength to protect themselves. Just like we did a few months ago. Then he spoke up, his anger bubbling as his mental power surged uncontrollably. "Those bastards treated us like animals and slaughtered us without a second thought. But it seems they are just human like us. They say they are afraid of being restrained by the spirit masters. Maybe it is because of this situation." He broke into a sweat at that sight. Lihan regained his composure, gathering his mental energy. "But I do not want to become a monster like that." He continued to push his point. "Humans should not harm each other, no matter the reason. It should just be that way." Old James, seeing him so serious, began to sweat nervously. Then he replied, "I do not know if the one behind me is really just a teenager." He remembered the moment Kuro unleashed his power, and could not help but marvel. "I was terrified witnessing Kuro's strength. I did not even remember throwing away the cigarette butt. But you are scary in a different way." Hearing that, he seemed to calm down a lot. "Thank you for saving Kuro." He recalled the scene from 3 days ago when James took a bullet for Kuro. It turns out there really was a traitor among the inspectors. Luckily, James managed to subdue the shooter at that moment. "I did not think they would cause that much damage. They targeted the day when there were the fewest people active." He scratched his chin, saying, "The Upper Inspection Committee won't say anything about the evil anymore." Then he seemed to recall something. James scratched his head and said, "You probably do not like adults, because they only care about their own interests and scores. Everything becomes meaningless if we lose to the dragons." He explained to him, "Humans are always logical and rational. We keep repeating the same mistakes, even when we know the consequences. Do you think we could find weapons anywhere without the dragons?" Lihan's face turned serious. But he could not stop speaking over each other. The voices kept ringing out. "I am acting for the future of the country too. And I know it is hard, but one day, you will understand." After finishing, James turned to leave, waving goodbye. Lihan's expression turned contemplative, but then quickly became resolute. Then he clenched his fists, looking at him and finally questioning. That was quite a contradictory statement. To James's astonishment, his voice rang out again. "If you know it is a mistake, you should not repeat it." Hearing those words, he stood frozen in his tracks. After thinking for a moment, he replied, "You are really something else. A soundos?" And the 2 disasters after the crackdown left a terrifying mark in darkness. The image of a man and 3 kids flashes on the screen. Then, it is quickly tucked away into a storage basket. Turns out it was Lihan's stuff. After packing up, he turns to leave. The earlier sound still lingers. The majority are dead, leaving only a handful alive. A blue car is waiting outside the building. Lihan reflects on everything that has happened. Every second-level survivor has been scheduled for routine psychological therapy. In the empty corridor, only the sound of his footsteps can be heard. His feet move forward without hesitation. When suddenly, another pair of feet appears. A mysterious figure appears, wearing a mask, blocking his path. Lihan looks at the masked stranger, his mind still racing with thoughts. "And I have become the only one to advance to level 3. The masked figure just stares at Lihan, saying nothing. Lihan, feeling the tension, is filled with question marks. After a long moment of silence, Lihan breaks the ice, asking if something's wrong. Then the figure raises a hand. At that moment, he realizes it is his height. Thinking back, when did I get this tall? Suddenly, the silence becomes deafening, and realizing he has been rude, the figure turns away without saying a word. Then, the stranger bolts away, leaving Lihan in disbelief. Wait, what was that? He just took off, leaving Lihan standing there. Confused, the scene shifts to another place. Level 3, Area 8. Lihan suddenly glances at that stranger, silently thinking. Divine power. Military branch. Out of nowhere, a burly man with blonde hair and black glasses speaks up. Precisely. Here we do not differentiate between first or second generation spirit users. We call them Altlobe divine power. Military branch. The man gestures towards Lihan. Introducing himself, I am Johnny Swartz, and you are. Lihan extends his hand to shake Johnny's. Politely responding, I am Lihan. The blonde guy asks again. Li Chan. Lihan quickly corrects him. It is Lihanna. The response is unclear. Yet the blonde still messes it up. Alright. Li Chan. Nice to meet you. Then the strange name from earlier steps in, and Johnny Swartz excitedly says, your senior is waiting for you over there. He pats Lihan on the back. Good luck, the little soldier replies. Thank you. The senior guides him to his lounge. Seeing the spacious room, Lihan can't help but marvel. Huge. Like a student new to the city. He is in awe. This room must be twice the size of his dorm on level 2. A mechanical voice comes from the senior's device. Just leave your luggage here and go grab breakfast. The scene shifts to the dining hall, where a chef is showcasing his culinary skills. Others are preparing delicious sashimi. Looking mouth-watering. The senior continues speaking through the machine, as long as it suits your taste. You can find anything you want here. Japanese, Chinese, you name it, they have got it. Lihan turns around. Bewildered. Looking at the masked figure. I am? And the senior keeps guiding me. Here. You can grab food without waiting in line. You are still amazed. But I am just a bit thrown off, because the vibe here is so different from the strict level 2. The senior, pouring honey into his meal, replied, I do not know much about Korean food, but they eat plain rice. Right. You immediately responded. It is not that I am craving Korean food. It is just that I rarely get a proper meal lately. But it seems like you are eating a lot of sweets, he said, causing the other guy to flinch, feeling a bit guilty. The senior quickly defended himself. A spirit master needs to consume a lot of sugar. You know, especially since the energy requires the brain to be constantly active. I need to finish this pile just to keep my strength up. Lihan still looked skeptical but replied. Got it, you picked up your chopsticks. Ready to eat. But then remembered a meal from the past that came with rice, making you nostalgic. Suddenly, Lihan looked up at the masked guy. At this point, he had finished eating and was glancing in your direction. Lihan thought he was acting a bit weird and asked, what is it? He replied, you know how to use chopsticks. Lihan immediately answered, yeah. The guy continued, chopsticks are considered a mystery in the Western world. Hearing this made you chuckle awkwardly, while the senior kept rambling on. I even heard they can catch flies with chopsticks. At this point, Lihan felt completely stuck, like he was caught in a sticky trap. The image of a master catching a fly with just a pair of chopsticks flashed in his mind, competing like a fierce showdown. There was a scene where a character caught a whole fly with chopsticks. I must be watched that movie over 10 times. Seeing the senior lost in his movie thoughts, Lihan pointed at the mask and said, your mask is from a movie too. Right. Guessing randomly. He was shocked when it turned out to be true. Exactly. This mask is based on a C3 model from the Chainsaw Killer movie, but I had to tweak it a bit before I suited it up. By this point, Lihan was left speechless. I see. After finishing their meal, the two moved to another spot when suddenly a young guy approached and asked, are you the newbie who just leveled up? He introduced himself. I am. Nice to work with you. Newbie. You raised your hand to greet him. I'm elite, sir. Then added, pleasure to meet you. Lacha. Lacha noticed your rank and became intrigued. Good observation. I am not a so I still have my rank. Suddenly, Lacha's tone shifted. But Lihan? You are the one who blew off a leg of Sergeant Red. Right. He stared at Lihan, waiting for an answer. Well, you started sweating, unsure if you should respond. In the end, you decided to be honest. Yep. But if only I had been the one caught in that bomb, it would have been better. Hearing this, he burst out laughing. Oh my. Lacha chuckled and said, you are not just a house cat, you are a wild tiger. His whole demeanor suddenly radiated intensity as he locked his gaze on you. You are not busy this afternoon. Right. Make sure to be at the training center. You silently thought, is he planning to spar with me? He exuded the same fierce energy as those two, and this man was incredibly strong. On the training ground, everyone gathered together as a muscular man smiled. Testing the skills of the rookie, Lihan got into his fighting stance, lightly taunting his opponent. Just so you know, if my teacher gets hurt, I am not taking the blame. Hearing this, the guy laughed and teased. Oh man, I am so scared. Everyone around started chatting. Look at him go. Good luck, rookie. Lihan thought to himself. They are cheering for me, not for Teacher Lacha. Do they really think I am going to lose? Lost in thought, a punch came flying from Teacher Lao, who laughed as he landed a hard hit on Lihan's cheek. Stay focused. Good. Lihan bit his lip in silence, readying himself to throw a punch. Lacha kept a keen eye on him, dodging his strikes and kicks with ease. Deep down, Cha thought. A basic simple yet powerful. A sign that this kid is not just relying on his enhanced physique. He is actually trained. But just as he thought this, his expression darkened, and he charged straight at Lihan. A hit landed squarely on Lihan's face, while Lao's calm criticism lingered. But that enhanced physique still has a weakness. Lihan felt pain shoot through his body, blood trickling from his nose. And before he could catch his breath, Teacher Lao kicked him in the ribs, crying out in agony, gasping for air. He thought, if I take one more hit, I am done. I need to find a way to take him down. With that in mind, he grabbed Lao's leg and dove down, trying to gain momentum to knock him over. Seeing this, Cha complimented him. Good thinking. His body was drenched in sweat, arms tightly wrapping around Lihan's waist, looking down at him. But this is where it ends. Cha was taken aback by Lihan's strength, thinking to himself, a normal person would be seriously hurt from that hit. Yet, here he stood like a mountain, with the demeanor of a victor, looking at Lihan and asking, You good? Suddenly, a counterattack happened. Lihan rushed toward him so fast it left Teacher Lao stunned, thinking he had already won, only to be outmaneuvered by the kid. At this moment, Lihan had his weapon aimed straight at Lao Cha's throat, saying, That is enough. Lihan was in a dire position, forehead drenched in sweat, panting heavily, but still gripping his weapon tightly. Knowing the match was over, he quickly bowed. Seeing this, Cha was surprised. Your fighting spirit is commendable. Then he handed Lihan a towel, signaling him to clean his wounds. When you train alone, you might not realize it, but that enhanced physique still has a flaw. Now you see it. Lihan understood, grabbing the towel to tend to the bruises on his body. Responding, Are you saying my body will become heavier as I increase my physical strength? His teacher understood what he was saying and continued. Exactly. Because your body has become as tough as iron to adapt to that spiritual armor. You will have to bear a greater weight. Cha recalled the earlier fight. That was a brilliant move to instantly change your attack stance. But if you realize that I become stronger against physical damage, you should have started by holding your ground from the very beginning. He turned away, continuing to explain. The reason is that you still lack experience. You still have to learn a lot of techniques. That is enough for today. I will see you here at the same time tomorrow. Lihan stopped his movements, furrowing his brow in thought. Tomorrow. The scene transitions to the next day. In the training room, everyone else has already started their practice. Cha seems to be waiting, excited to see the kid back. Lihan greets him cheerfully. Hello, Sensei. Cha suddenly points at two people training. You see those fools over there? They are boxing, throwing powerful punches. Seeing this, Lihan is curious and asks, Is that? Then he realizes something. Johnny Swartz. The image of Johnny Swartz appears, full of might. He is an early master of mental power focused solely on close combat physical enhancement. He has fought in 2 wars against the dragon race and even caught a werewolf bare-handed. Cha tells him something unbelievable. Go take down Johnny. Seeing Lihan's lack of response, he urges him to get fired up. What? Scared, Lihan thinks to himself. Sensei must have a reason for saying that. Then he quickly replies, I will try my best. He approaches his opponent and asks, Swartz, can you fight me? Johnny looks at him with disdain. You are that rookie. Richan. Right. Lihan corrects him, saying, It is Lihan. But Johnny ignores him and continues. Do you have experience using mental power? Upon hearing this, Lihan thinks his specialty is physical enhancement. Lihan decisively declares, I want to use mental power. Johnny replies, All right then. He looks at Lihan with a confident smirk. Let us get started. Richan. Lihan corrects him again. It is Lihan. Instantly, Johnny Swartz lunges forward without warning. It is all the same. As he charges, Lihan readies his fists. Cha stands, witnessing the spectacle between the two. The scene shifts to the ground level, showing Lihan on the floor, not sure when he ended up there. Johnny Swartz looks over at Cha and says, This kid is not ready to fight me. Cha. Lihan quickly gets back up and says, One more time. Please. Cha stands there, confidently grinning. Just keep beating him until he understands. Johnny Swartz, expressionless, looks at Cha as if confused by his plans, but quickly responds with a scratch of his head. All right, fine. As dusk falls, Lihan keeps getting hit, and they fight until night falls. He grits his teeth, drenched in sweat. Lihan's face showing signs of frustration from getting beaten without being able to retaliate. Cha approaches with a chilled drink and asks, Still upset about losing? Good. Lihan immediately responds, Even if I fight him 3 times, I will still lose. Cha pulls out a cold can of soda and tries to comfort him. Of course, You lack experience in unarmed combat. You are good at armed fights. But they have nothing to do with unarmed combat. Lihan seems to grasp something from Lao Cha's words. It is not the same as using Boston Crab against dragons. A flashback appears. Are you planning to kill a dragon with Sambo? I could try choking a dragon if things get worse. Sensei Lihan is more insightful now. He asks, what is wrong? Lihan nothing at all. Then he turns to his teacher and wonders, if that is the case, what is the point of practicing unarmed combat with me? Lihan's questions keep ringing out. Then why do you still want me to do this? The teacher saw the kid ask like that and replied, think carefully and you will understand. But if this opportunity arises, what would you do if the teacher told you to take Johnny down again? I would switch to an armed fight. The teacher finally understood, and Lacho was satisfied. Exactly. We are not athletes. You just need to defeat your opponent under the right conditions for you. Lihan glanced over and replied, I get it now. The two of them just sat together for the whole session. After that, Teacher Loche taught me so many things. Lihan looked at the teacher and thought, and his teammates treated me like a little brother too. The scene fast forwards to a few days later. A group of people chatting away on the street. Is that movie based on a true story? The chatter buzzed continuously. Yep. Lacha really took down 20 American soldiers with just a knife. Laughter echoed through the night. He is a national hero of Thailand. So that story got turned into a movie. Lacha pointed at himself and asked, what is it? Do I look cool or what? Lihan turned to him and teased. Yeah. The actor is really handsome. Lacha laughed even harder. So you can joke around. The crowd chimed in. They say he is the most famous actor in Thailand. Everyone was relaxed. It was not time to go in yet. How about we grab a few drinks? Lacha nudged Lihan. But Lihan waved his hands. I do not know how to drink. The scene shifts to area. In the quiet space where only the sound of Lihan's footsteps echoed. Suddenly he spotted someone. It was his senior, seeing a familiar face. Lihan called out. Silent, he asked Han. Is your mission over? It has been 3 days. Right. The familiar mechanical sound from Silent's device came through. What are you doing? Why are you just coming back now? He replied. I just watched a movie. Lao Cha. The Hunter of the Jungle. After saying that, he remembered the scene of him and others watching the film on the screen. A handsome young man wielded a sharp knife and shouted, Come on, you bunch of pigs. In front of him was a group of thugs looking intimidated. The valiant image of Lao Che appeared in Lihan's mind. I want to see if Lao Cha in the movie is any different from real life. His voice still echoed. Is there anything different in real life? Picking up on the cue, Silent typed on his device. If it is a movie, I can show it to you too. Then he quickly deleted what was about to be asked by Lihan. The previous message quickly replaced with, Good night. Lihan barely had time to process what just happened when Silent turned away. Seeing that, he asked, Hey Silent. He did not understand why he was in such a rush. But then he chuckled remembering the earlier scene. Silent appeared like a reaper. At first, he seemed really intimidating. Connecting that to the current reality, Lihan concluded. But in the end, Silent is just a kid like me. Lihan held the weapon in hand. Observing, the coach smiled slightly. You want to fight back? That is a clear yes. In this armed battle, Johnny across from him exhaled a few puffs of white smoke with a fierce look. It has been 3 days now. Do you think you are ready to take down Johnny? Brad. Johnny took a deep breath, channeling all his fierce energy into himself. Lihan chuckled, thinking that he looked just like a massive bear. And even more intimidating with a weapon in hand. Johnny charged in with enthusiasm, saying, Hey. I. Li Chan. Remind him. It is Li. He pointed the sword down. Having memorized all of Johnny Swartz's moves and attack patterns over the last 3 days, you stayed calm, dodging your opponent's strikes. Then brandished your weapon, countering the golden-haired man's swordplay. Deep down, you thought you could foresee all of his movements. You seriously ducked under the blade, locking eyes with your opponent, feeling as if you could see the future unfold. And Johnny took 3 blows to the stomach, gritting his teeth in pain, barely holding back a groan. Then he clutched his belly, shaking, while Lihan remained in a fighting stance. Utterly astonished that this guy had just reached 3-star level, Lihan lunged forward with his staff, and Johnny instantly retaliated. But both of them stepped back. Weapons raised, ready for round 2. Johnny was sweating bullets. And you gritted your teeth, realizing it was time to call it quits. Johnny was pushed back as Lihan swung the staff towards him, gripping his weapon tightly, his gaze fixed on his opponent. The blonde guy stayed silent, intently watching you. Suddenly, Lihan charged forward, slamming the staff right into Johnny's face. Luckily, he blocked it just in time with his hand. but the force of Lihan's weapon was enough to crack his glasses. Suddenly, your whole body relaxed, and with a slight smile, you said, "You lost." Lihan held his weapon up in front of Johnny while he pointed his sword at your neck. Johnny smiled in astonishment as his glasses shattered, thinking to himself that Lihan had made a mistake. If he had not hesitated at the last moment, he would have won. Then immediately praised you. "You are really strong, very good." Li-chan. You thought with a hint of disappointment. Realizing he could not even get your name right, you had to remind him, "It is Li." Johnny took off his glasses and laughed heartily. "Who cares? Let us. I will introduce you to my friends." He lifted his shirt and gestured. "Come on. Hurry up." The coach patted Lihan on the shoulder, praising him. "Well done." The man with a proud demeanor added. "Winning is not everything. Good. You have learned the true meaning of that. You have kept your dignity intact, and opened up the chance for you both to bond." Lihan smiled gently at the coach, implying that there was no need to defeat a teammate to prove strength. "Because there is still so much you can learn from Johnny." Oko waved enthusiastically, calling, "Hurry up. Come here. Lihan." Lihan replied casually, "Hello." He cheerfully shook your hand. "Let me reintroduce myself since you have reached level 3 now. I am the chief engineer of Team 3. Siegfried Sumacher." You politely introduced yourself. I guess. 2 is a blue specialty. Above his head, there shone only a bright light like a light bulb. Exactly. T2 explained. "I finish my work so fast. It is like I have 8 arms. That is why they call me that." "Means 8. Lihan paused, acknowledging he got it. "Come on." Silent quip from behind. "He is just putting on a show for himself." He held a clipboard and walked ahead, leading the other 2 guys along. "Lihan, the thing you are about to use only requires a basic C-level spirit power, but having a B-level is the best. You are the first guy to control an A-level spirit power over here." Lihan is taken aback. "Ah. That is." 2 is grinning with satisfaction. "Exactly. See what I mean?" The bald man turns to introduce Lihan. "Take a good look. This is a veteran who fought in the final battle." Lihan's eyes widen in amazement as he gazes at the object in front of him. The spirit power armor. Lihan seems confused, but it appears to him like just a leftover frame. Tiku explains the machine. "That is old man bit. I have restructured what is left, now it only functions for training purposes. You will be trained every day to become compatible with this armor." Then he presses a few buttons to repair the suit. Lihan watches the tech machines working on the armor. "I guess I can't just wear it myself." "Right." Tuka looks at him and advises. "That is why you need engineers and machinery. Don't move if you do not want another hole in your shoulder." Lihan hesitates with questions. "But what happens if," at this point, he looks sadly at him and asks, "What if I need to go to the bathroom?" Tuka raises his hand and jokes. "You think that is a big deal when you are heading into life and death combat? I can't waste my thoughts on silly little issues like that." Lihan chuckles helplessly. "I feel like I have been disillusioned here." The bald man wraps up the explanation. "Once you are all set inside, we will activate the syringe for you to connect with the armor's control system. It will be like holding a super weapon in your hands, and you will need to get used to using it proficiently." The machines continue to adjust the armor. "Today, we will test the maximum time you can stay in the spirit power armor." Speaks up. Starting now, the helicopter is sinking underwater while searching for a location. The destination is the Spirit Power Research Facility north of Qinghai, China. Zoni reports the situation. "They have been paralyzed and all activities have halted due to an attack. The facility has officially requested military aid from China." Kuro sits quietly and asks, "What is the enemy's troop scale?" Zoni immediately responds, "Just 1. Then he recounts softly. "A terrifying monster appeared, and how it slaughtered ruthlessly. That is what they told us. Just 1. But its combat capability is off the charts. They sent 2 special forces teams for assistance, but they were wiped out." Another guy raises his chin and ponders. "Do you think we might need more manpower? This situation seems more dangerous than we thought." Zoni describes its defense. "It is highly likely that Elu is a soul shield user. An ordinary soldier would not stand a chance against Elu. If it is using the soul shield in a narrow tunnel, it would be tough to inflict damage." After saying this, he smiles confidently. "But we are different. We are spirit warriors. We just need to smash that soul shield, and everything will be solved." Zoni turns to ask, "Right, Li-chan?" Lihan sighed, looking distressed. Yeah. His teacher calls out his name, and suddenly, he changes his attitude. Is not it supposed to be Lihan?" Lihan turned away, sulking. While the teacher did not even think to correct the name, Kuro and that guy burst into laughter, pointing over and Zoni could not help but laugh at Lihan's frustrated expression as the helicopter continued to fly away. Lihan, deep in thought and not looking too happy, realized it had been a month since he leveled up to the 3rd grade, and this was his first mission against Elu. No less, a soldier charged forward, bringing back some bad memories. But then Elu wiped out all the soldiers. There was a man below directing the helicopter to land with his baton. Was this really the Psychic Research Center? Someone questioned. Why does it look so deserted? Another person quickly chimed in with an answer. Many countries are conducting psychic research, but most of it is top secret. Johnny tilted his head cautiously, because if they got discovered, they might be attacked by the pure human faction. Just then, he furrowed his brows as if he realized something. Lihan's contemplative expression made Johnny wonder. Did I say something wrong? He placed a hand on Lihan's shoulder, and trying to distract him, saying, usually, we won't order you to kill anyone. One person's face contorted in shock. The incident that happened was truly unfortunate. But there is nothing we can do about it now, with no other choice. Johnny warned again. But you should not get used to killing. Lihan furrowed his brows, looking confused at him, while the blonde guy winced in pain. Like, come on, man. Suddenly, he burst into laughter. Richan. Lihan sighed with a forced smile. Thinking the teacher was going to call him Richan again, Johnny replied, unable to hold back his laughter. Saying that line gave me goosebumps. Man. A convoy of military vehicles slowly rolled into the area. With more vehicles rushing in, the area leader had arrived. Soldiers stepped out of the vehicles with professional demeanor, accompanied by several researchers. They approached Johnny's area, and the likely head of the department greeted them warmly. He extended his hand for a handshake, thanking them for making the journey here. Lihan observed and assessed them. The research team belonged to the Psychic Research Center from China, and were those military personnel behind them. The Special Forces soldiers saluted in military style, greeting the Chinese heroes. Johnny and his teammates quickly returned the salute. He began assigning roles, saying Lihan and Kuro. Zay and I will talk to them. You two wait over there. Lihan and Kuro walked away, but he still glanced back. A scientist came up and placed a hand on Lihan's shoulder, asking, so you are one of them too? In an instant, Lihan's demeanor shifted, revealing the alertness of a soldier. He twisted the scientist's wrist as a warning, making the man cry out in pain. Do not touch me. The guy quickly backed down. All right, get it. The scientist, clutching his arm in pain, turned back with a confused look from Kuro and Lihan's expression that was as dark as a pot bottom. Ouch. That hurt. Seriously. Lihan was perplexed while Kuro whispered to him, what is his deal? An elevator emerged from the fine sand, and Lihan thought to himself, this elevator only goes up to the 1st floor. The other routes are restricted, so I can only take this way. The 4 of them, Lihan, Ja, Kuro, and Zay, were all in the same elevator. A map of the underground area appeared, showing a total of 3 levels. Let us confirm the map and the path we are going to take. Jomai held up 2 fingers seriously and said, we have 2 objectives. First, to obtain the research data. And second, to check if there are any survivors. He continued with the plan. If we do not run into the enemy, just ignore them. Because once we complete the mission, we will just blow up the research center on our way out. Johnny crossed his arms, and Lihan still looked a bit confused, asking if we had any more information about the research data. Johnny replied, the research team is very tight-lipped. It is really frustrating. The military is equally annoyed about it. They said their comrades died for nothing. The serious blonde guy warned, do not forget this. Li-chan. Even if the 3 of us die during this mission, Johnny pointed at Lihan, insisting, you better not go seeking revenge or anything, just back off. People like you, who are so talented, are irreplaceable resources. You can afford to die. Lihan bowed his head, closing his eyes to think for a moment, then looked up again with a smile. So what you are saying is, if I am weak enough to die on this ridiculously easy mission, then I might as well just die early. Right. Hearing this, Johnny sighed in amusement. The elevator finally reached the 1st floor. The blonde guy led the way, calling out while everyone behind him readied their weapons. Team Victor. Let us start the mission. The corridor was eerily empty, and the lead member raised his hand to signal a stop for inspection. Then they proceeded cautiously. They entered a research room and looked around. Someone reported, clear. It seemed they were planning to go down a level. There was nothing on the 1st floor. Someone ordered, and Lihan took it very seriously, saying, let us head down to the 2nd floor. Lihan had a bad feeling and furrowed his brows in thought. Something felt off. It was like he had forgotten something important. The 4 of them stood before the door leading to the 2nd floor, and Johnny gently twisted the handle, announcing, there is a smell. He turned to the others, making Lihan realize something. It smells like blood. Lihan gasped, suddenly startled as if he would figured something out. He furrowed his brows in contemplation. So that is it. That is why I felt something was off. He pointed out the anomaly in the situation. There were no signs of a struggle from the first floor to the exit leading down to the dangerous second floor. Lihan clarified his concerns seriously. It is highly likely this is not an external attack. Johnny chuckled softly, adjusting his glasses. I get it now. I see what you mean. I also noticed something strange. He raised a similar concern. Like, why is there no elevator directly connecting to the third floor? It is because they have to keep a tight control over the third floor. Johnny slung his gun over his shoulder, announcing to his teammates, which made them groan. But Lihan was cheerful, saying, let us head back. We can continue this mission. The researchers provided misleading information. They need to be held accountable for this. Suddenly, the power cut out, startling everyone. The blonde guy and the others quickly pulled out their flashlights, peering into the darkness, making sarcastic comments. The elevator shuts down just in time. It is like they are eavesdropping on us. Lihan had a thought. Like they were, he suddenly recalled the name of the doctor, who had placed a hand on his shoulder. So that kid is involved in this too. Lihan pondered. Eavesdropping. And instantly turned to feel around his shoulder, making Johnny curious. What is it? Li-chan. There is a round listening device. Lihan reported it, and the look on his face was like he just got caught red-handed. Just as I thought. He immediately tossed the listening device aside as everyone turned back to the path ahead, leaving us no choice but to press on into a dark room. The man in combat gear seemed to be scouting something. Pressing the malfunctioning watch on his wrist, communications cut off after receiving the signal. The man's calm tone was almost eerie as he spoke to the soldiers around him. If we want to get out of here, we need to find the power room and start the generator. There is no other option but to move forward. Upon hearing this, everyone followed him, advancing toward the doorway of a room that the soldiers from earlier also entered. The expressions on their faces were a mix of horror and anger, all of them gasping. This is terrible. What is this? A display or something? This is sickening. The ground is covered with blood and bodies. One of them noticed that Lihan seemed off and turned to shout at him. Lihan, are you okay? At that moment, Lihan hung his head in silence. Just then, someone called out, Chan. Ri-chan. Are you alright? His worried face and urgent tone suggested panic. Ri-chan. Take off your hat. Drink some water, he said, as Ri-chan sank to the ground. Clutching the water bottle, one teammate asked, Are you calm now? Hearing this, he quickly replied, Yep. Upon hearing this, the senior officer spoke in a reassuring tone. It is. None of us have ever seen something so horrifying. At this point, Lihan had calmed down and stood up. The senior officer continued to comfort him. The fact that you did not faint is impressive. You are only about the age of my youngest sibling. Lihan, surprised, replied. You have a younger sibling. I have one at home too. He spoke softly, a hint of sadness in his voice. I have 2 younger siblings. My whole family died in an attack. He recounted a story from years ago, his voice filled with loss. I jumped at them and cried out. I know it would not change anything. But at that moment, I really wanted to die. But wanting to die does not mean you can. Then I enlisted and risked my life in battles. His tone turned sarcastic as he continued. But death seemed to be taunting me. I just would not die. And my reputation only grew. After hearing his story, Lihan felt a pang of empathy. He never imagined that Captain Harrow had to endure such things. He could not help but wonder what it felt like to lose siblings like that. Thinking he did not want to think about it anymore, other teammates came over to check on him. Li-chan. You okay? He nodded, signaling that he was fine. The person continued, Second floor is clear. No signs of survivors. So let us head to the third floor. I have a bad feeling about the third floor. It is the only access point we can control, a voice said. The power's out, so it is probably completely locked down. Hearing this, Sergeant Red said, That is not important. Just wait. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and a powerful aura radiated from his body. Lihan looked on in shock. So this is what enhanced physical abilities look like. Sergeant Red exerted all his strength, trying to force the door open. Beyond that dark, shadowy door, a soldier with bandages approached, leaving everyone in total disbelief. A soldier. Is he really a survivor? In his hand, he seemed to be holding something strange. It suddenly emitted a green light as he slowly walked forward, grinning in a creepy way. Sergeant Red's aura was overwhelming, while those behind him seemed utterly confused about what was happening. Then, he immediately hurled that object toward the people standing there. Everyone dove to the sides. In his hand was a gun, and just moments ago, he had fired a bullet that ripped through Sergeant Red's uniform. The man radiated power and muscle, charging toward the soldier right now. The soldier bared his teeth and threw something. Was that a grenade? Sergeant Red reacted swiftly, dodging just in time. A loud explosion erupted, filling the air with thick smoke. When the smoke cleared, Sergeant Red asked, "Did he leave?" At that moment, everyone spoke up. "Johnny, that is a mutant. I can't believe a mutant is using human equipment. This has never happened before." One person continued, "Not only that, but it also pulled someone out of the group to kill. It is just like a human." Sergeant Red was furious, radiating an intense rage. "I just wanted to get to the power room and be done with it. But we need to figure out what is going on here." Lihan stared at Sergeant Red with a hint of admiration. He had found an opponent that was not taken down by conventional weapons, so would not rush to attack again. How did it disappear? And where did it go? Meanwhile, elsewhere, the mutant was fuming. It seemed he had sustained injuries as well. "What the hell is that? Human weapons are nothing to him. I need to get stronger. Right now, I want to crush them into tiny pieces." As he spoke, the mutant immediately created a multitude of other mutants, following his command. A strange purple light emitted from his forehead. With a sinister grin, the mechanical voice of the system echoed, "Emergency power is starting up." Lihan took his glasses off, and everyone anxiously turned to look behind them. Johnny beside them put on his shades, trying to look cool. "All right." They looked at each other, utterly speechless, not understanding their teacher. Even now, he is still wearing sunglasses. Johnny, sword in hand, led the way. They followed, all armed and cautious, advancing toward the strange room ahead. "Just as I thought. There is an unmarked place on the map. Let us see what they are hiding." He was filled with determination to uncover the truth, even if it was data from 2 survivors. All the information they provided was false. They tried to obtain real data after we dealt with the LU. They suspected that this capture was not just a coincidence, that the leader had ulterior motives. It seems like that is a captured LO. Almost there. I am sure they are trying to train it for military purposes. They are sneaking around doing this behind the backs of the Wict and the higher-ups. They have hit a dead end. It is a straight shot from here. Spoke up. "Should we split up?" He looked forward and dismissed the question. Johnny nodded in agreement. They randomly picked a path. There was a hook column here. To their shock, there were 2 bloody corpses sprawled on the floor. They guessed this must be the research team that perished while trying to escape. The deeper they went, the more it looked like a disaster zone. The sight of the bodies lying askew all over the room suggested they had just been ambushed not long ago. Just as the blonde guy predicted, the glass of the automated machine was shattered. Blood splattered from the corpses. And that computer was still running its programming. They must have found something after capturing LU. They tried to explore new territory by researching and transforming it, but they only made it so powerful that it became uncontrollable. The surgeon attempted to hack into the system, and Lihan suddenly had an idea and said, "The countries involved in the Wicked project are to blame." They reported research findings regarding spiritual energy to the higher-ups, but it was basically just for show. "I am sure other countries are the same." Lihan disagreed, his eyes filled with anger. "It is just that they have not discovered it yet. It is a war between humans. I am so over this." The blonde guy focused on the screen, and the more he saw the information, the angrier he got. "I am sure that higher-ups Machine 1T let us walk away easily. Damn it. Everything S in China. Lihan, check these documents. Just copy the important stuff, and we will get out of here." A loud noise echoed, and Lihan quickly scanned the area. He looked at 6 of the clock and spotted the enemy. They each took a defensive stance, eyes fixed on the source of the sound. A purple light flared up, and a monster with long claws charged at them with terrifying speed. Wielding a spear, they shouted orders to fire. Bullets flew toward the monster, but it seemed unfazed as it raised its hand to block the shots, which ricocheted back at them. They had no choice but to use the spirit shield. Lihan realized the precariousness of the situation and thought of an idea. To neutralize it, he would need to use a spear. Johnny, seeing the situation was beyond saving, decided he had to intervene. He stopped Lihan, saying, "Richard, step back." Before Lihan could react, Johnny charged forward, determined not to let it escape this time. With a fierce momentum, he sprinted toward the beast. "I will split you in half." He swung his sword with a piercing scream, aiming to tear the monstrous soul apart, and the creature slowly began to fall. Lihan noticed Johnny was losing patience. It seemed he wanted to use a burst of speed to end this fight quickly. To his surprise, it not only did not disperse but reformed, its power doubling as it launched a quick attack on Lihan's teammates. He yelled, "Attack it fast." Lihan's face was a mix of fear and hesitation. He used all his strength to hold on to the knife pressed against his throat, pulling it out, his hand dripping with blood. The voice screams inside you, "It is time to attack. Right now." You do not know what to do, feeling completely powerless. You know it is the right thing to do, but that was your teammate, your brother. You can attack him. But the person in front of you is also your comrade. You pull out your gun and aim straight at that monster. Bullets fly past his head. Blood spraying everywhere. It is a horrifying scene. He has let go of your friend, and in his agony, he unleashes a burst of strength. Just barely able to scream, he swings a knife and drops your friend on the floor. Coldly shouting, "Focus." Lihan. Just when you are about to deliver a decisive blow, you notice a power stone appearing on his forehead. He quickly darts out the door, catching everyone off guard before they can react to stop him. At this moment, the blonde guy finally notices his injured student and asks, "Damn it, Haro, are you okay?" Haro has passed out, and the person next to him shakes his head, realizing he might not make it. They have to take the fight to that lunatic to avenge their teammate. You tell Johnny. We have to chase after him and finish this right now. Lihan stands in front of him. Suspicious? While you are out for revenge against Yuri-chan, you respond firmly. This is the best time to chase him down. He is injured in multiple places and looks like he is running on fumes. Yuri-chan. The rage ignites. This debt must be settled. Let us kick off this showdown. They move forward to hunt down that monster. Red asks you what you learned from the last encounter. Lihan, he can't keep using his teleportation. And he can use teleportation and the soul shield at the same time. Finally, they get it. That is why he used Surgeon Haro as a shield. Everyone is furious. That ambush was a fluke, but it worked. Luckily, we managed to wound him. Like you said, this might be our only shot at the turn. They decide to split up this time, each going a different direction. If anyone encounters him, just do not die. Okay. Lihan cautiously scans ahead. That lunatic has already killed everyone here. Their bodies pinned to the walls. You are losing it, but you reassure yourself that it is fine. The monster is definitely lurking around here somewhere. You move slowly. The monster lurks behind you, its bloodthirsty gaze searching for you. It silently approaches. Lihan starts to guess, relying on experiences from the past. This performance is not to provoke or scare the enemy. It is to charge the power stone, to recharge that mental energy. It recalls the hatred when humans imprisoned and harmed it, and the satisfaction of torturing them. And just like that, its mental energy strengthens. And I am sure it is right here. Indeed, when you guess, you are never wrong. The monster lunges from behind, swinging a butcher's knife straight at Lihan's head. Luckily, he was on guard or else he would be toast. Just as he bends down, he rolls forward to create distance from the creature. Lihan leans back, dodging the attack while aiming. As soon as he steadies himself, he fires a rapid shot right at the monster. Taking advantage of its moment of chaos and pain, Lihan charges in with a long stick. I need to finish this as quickly as possible. He concentrated his strength on the spear, driving it deep into the monster's heart. As he struck, its body slowly became translucent and vanished before Lihan's eyes, causing him to lose his balance and stumble forward. But honestly, who finds this stuff hard? Not me. I have heard this song before. With unwavering grip, Lihan aimed his knife straight into the monster's head. The spear pierced through its head, dropping it instantly. Lihan was still reeling from the throw. Standing there, gasping for breath, the soldier's radio was neatly placed back in his pocket. The three lonely souls had gathered, caught in a moment of silence, mourning for the fallen soldier. Lihan clenched his jaw in anger and despair. These people should not have had to die. Johnny agreed. They would not have died if the one in charge had handled things more wisely. But they did not care about the lives of the soldiers. Those who can command hundreds with a snap of their fingers or a mere word would not act like this if they truly valued a life. In the end, his emotions grew callous. He was getting used to it. Lihan incredulously asked him if he was really okay with that. Johnny sighed heavily. It is sad, but that is human nature. A brutal experience starts to fade if it is repeated enough times. Johnny lightly punched Lihan's left shoulder, warning him that if his heart grows numb like that, he would not feel it anymore. At the very least, he should remember it in his mind that every life is precious. Lihan promised he would never forget those who died beside him, and he had no intention of forgetting them in the future. Fast forward to the afternoon. As the sunset cast long shadows, Lihan's group moved toward the entrance with the soldier's body. Johnny led the way with a large piece of metal, followed by Lihan and the redhead carrying their fallen comrade. What awaited them was not a warm welcome but a line of professors and soldiers standing by, guns at the ready. Johnny asked the redhead if they should break through the encirclement as planned. He paused for a moment before suggesting he would negotiate with them. Johnny worriedly asked if he would be okay. The redhead confidently approached the crowd, thinking they would not fire in front of so many soldiers, especially when he was unarmed. The soldiers aiming their guns at Lihan's group suddenly recognized a familiar face. It was Zaijun. As Zaijun shouted with all his might, "My comrades! The experimental center has deceived the military. They created monsters through inhuman acts, causing unnecessary sacrifices among soldiers to cover up this truth." A professor immediately jumped up, pointing at him. yelling how ridiculous it was to shoot him right away. But the soldier next to him barked back, telling him to shut up until he sees Zai Jun is talking. The professor stood there dumbfounded. What? Zai Jun continued to persuade the soldiers. You are not slaves. You volunteered to carry weapons. But did not they realize they were aiming their guns at the wrong people? They also recognized right from the start that the orders did not seem reasonable. Why should we shoot down soldiers? Just as they stepped out of the experimental center, Zai Jun's words are becoming more powerful every day. Soldiers are the foundation of a military's strength. And for that reason, we have a duty to question and refuse to follow baseless orders. Lihan and Johnny stood nervously behind him, waiting for the soldier's decision. One soldier took the initiative to raise his weapon, aiming it towards the sky. Seeing this, his comrades quickly followed suit, raising their guns as well. Professor Den looked on in shock at the soldier's decision. The commander calmly adjusted his hat, just as expected. It would end this way, not surprising at all. Zai Jun, the national hero of China, who made the biggest personal contribution to the country during the First War. Many soldiers here enlisted after hearing about Zai Jun. Professor Den suddenly went wild, rushing towards the commander with fury. What are you still standing there for? This is treason. Order them to fire right now, he shouted threats, saying if the commander did not kill them, not just him but his whole family would pay the price. Before he could finish, a sharp crack interrupted the professor's curses. As Lihan's group went into action, the commander remained calm, expressionless as he lowered his weapon, leaving everyone stunned. Moments ago, he was ready to stand firm, but now time seemed to fast forward to the night. Lihan, Zai Jun, and Jun went to pay their respects with the group of soldiers. Zai Jun anxiously asked the commander if this was really okay. The commander had long since resigned himself to this. We will have to prepare to face the consequences for disobeying orders. But what happened at the research center will eventually reach the leaders if we want to prevent further escalation in the rest of Northeast Asia. All the blame will fall on the research staff. Zai Jun was deeply moved, sincerely thanking them for their brave actions. The commander humbly chuckled, saying it was all thanks to his courageous subordinates. And even if they discipline me, the worst that will happen is I won't get promoted. You are the real brave one. You gave up all the glory and wealth to join the fight against evil. In the still of the night, the helicopter carrying the three of them officially took off. Lihan sat silently with his arms crossed, resting his head against the seat. Johnny leaned over to look at him, then turned to tease Zai Jun, saying, I have never seen someone look so rough asleep before. He was not too surprised. It was not strange compared to what Lihan had been through. Johnny pondered this for a moment, glancing at Lihan, who had his eyes tightly shut. Completely unaware, the helicopter soared under the serene moonlight, signaling the end of another mission. Amidst the blue sky, white clouds, and golden sunlight, gunshots rang out in rapid succession. Asserting their power, the soldiers stood at attention, bowing their heads before the guns planted in the small stone. One by one, they stepped forward, kneeling in respect and mourning for their fallen comrades. Lihan, with misty eyes, also paid his respects at the graveside of his comrade. After the ceremony, Lihan and his two brothers walked away on foot. He recalled the moment Zai Jun negotiated. He was genuinely worried. If his words held no weight, they would shoot before he could even speak. Zai Jun replied, all the soldiers of the evil, including Hero and La Cha, will be heroes when they return to their homeland. But I am not special like that. My job is just to recruit more soldiers. A commanding voice rang out. Don't be so humble. You deserve to be a hero with all your contributions since joining. Zoni, dressed sharply in a suit, came to fetch Rai Chan, saying, come with me to a place. He was surprised and asked if it was right now, to which Zoni firmly replied, you have been summoned. Following Zoni, Rihan walked into a lavishly decorated room. Zoni left first, telling him to wait here. They would be right back. Rihan, confused and left alone, muttered, who? In response, he heard the sound of Zoni slamming the door behind him. Feeling helpless and unable to do anything, Rihan turned to see what was on TV. To his surprise, it was two people he knew, Clute and Zeus. Rihan immediately recognized Team 13. The match for the TUS rank was about to restart. Who would be their opponents? Zeus shouted loudly. Charge forward. Clute, I will hold him back. With that, Clute, along with the blazing temple fire, charged straight at Simon. Of course, he was not going to go down easily. He quickly erected a solid shield for defense. But this was Team 13's moment. Zeus yelled. Clute. Clute immediately sprinted ahead, dodging like a champ. Simon glared and cast a spell, destroying his shield to meld it with Zeus's temple fire. The raging flames erupted fiercely, spreading out and attacking Clute. Zeus was also hit back, quickly raising his hands to shield himself, but still getting swept away. Lihan watched and had to admit that Simon had become much stronger. Zeus, You need to avoid direct confrontations when facing Simon. He suddenly froze, realizing someone was missing. Where's Kuro? Just then, Rico pushed the door open and walked in. I called you here because of Kuro. You must be Lihan. He introduced himself. I'm Alexander. Lihan immediately bowed. I am the commander of ARC. He swallowed hard. If he is the commander, then he reports to the headquarters. This is someone with real authority in ARC. Rico politely told him to have a seat. Would you like a cup of tea? He did not beat around the bush and got straight to the point. Now it is a crucial decision. I am pondering whether to report to the higher-ups that Kuro can be revived. Lihan sipped his tea, then looked up to hear Rico continue. I think you might be the only one who can convince Kuro. Flashback to the ambush at Barris, where Kuro awakened his S-class abilities, leading to a chain of events that caused him great distress. At that moment, Zeus instantly noticed something was off with him. Watch out. They are coming again. Kuro lost control of his power, leaving his teammates in shock. He was completely out of control. Going berserk, his massive power erupted chaotically, causing a nearby airplane to crash towards the group standing guard near the forest shrine. They were just stammering, asking each other what was going on, when suddenly a plane crashed, knocking Zhang out of the game. Kuro feared his powers had caused a deadly disaster, so he refused to train. Rico's plea echoed in Lihan's mind, urging him to convince Kuro to return to training. We can't let his ranked talent walk away like this. Lihan's call snapped him back to reality. The soldier opened the door, inviting him in. Lihan stepped into the room, where several other soldiers were hard at work, keeping a tight watch. He opened the side door, where Kuro was sitting. As soon as he walked in, Kuro murmured that it had been a while. Lihan, are you doing okay? Kuro's face looked even more terrifying than a first-year engineering student after cramming for calculus. He looked utterly haggard. Lihan tried to stir some positive thoughts in him. It is not your fault. You are just an unintended prodigy. But Kuro still carried a heavy burden, needing to witness everything firsthand, maybe deep down. I wanted to kill them all. Lihan felt for him. Still, you did what you had to do to protect your friends. No one can blame you for that. Kuro chuckled bitterly, asking him if that is what everyone was saying. Sorry, but I think I can keep going. It is time to wrap this up. Lihan's heart ached for his friend. Kuro, it is because you are too kind. Empathy for your enemies is a luxury few can afford. Unlike other kids with their own motivations, you just want to chase after me. If this keeps up, I will lose a precious friend. I do not want to experience that despair ever again. Just let it go. Kuro, Lihan urged him. Just give up. Kuro was taken aback, not believing he could say that. Lihan coldly stated that maybe fighting just is not for him. Giving up is not such a bad thing. Giving up is not such a bad thing. Kuro, if anyone puts you in danger, I will take them all out to protect you. But you do not have to go that far. Just walk away from this fight with your abilities. You will definitely find a job in another field. The soldiers outside were listening to Lihan, trying to talk his friend out of it. Totally shocked, he told Kuro to give up. I should just pull him out of here. As the soldiers approached the door, Lihan suddenly jumped up. He used his strength to lift the table in front of him and hurled it at the door, blocking the two soldiers, making them panic as they shouted that the door would not open. They pounded on the glass door, yelling for Lihan. Open the door now. Open it. If you do not. Lihan felt like he had just dealt with a calculus problem. He shouted for them to shut up. I am trying to talk here. The soldiers outside rallied, saying they would break down the door. Bring the tools to break it down. Lihan now lowered his voice, turning back to his friend. Kuro, ideally, I should listen to them and try to convince you. But given this situation, I am not sure you will survive until the battle ends. You will spend the rest of your life in suffering. Kuro, stop calling me that. Lihan, you are going to get punished for this. But Lihan stands his ground. Who knows? I am a soldier ready to hit the battlefield at any moment. Even if I get punished, it will be just a slap on the wrist. Kuro, with a wry smile, praises him for being so smart to foresee the consequences of his actions. The door suddenly bursts open, startling Kuro. All he can do is watch as two soldiers smash the door to pieces right in front of him. The two soldiers rush in to take Lihan down, pinning him to the ground. As a man of honor, Kuro can stand to see his friend get bullied like that. Gritting his teeth, he unleashes his strength. Don't you dare mess with him. Lihan, Kuro shouts, ordering them to stop. And right before the astonished eyes of the three of them, the heads of the two soldiers literally vanish. Lihan stands off to the side, rubbing his slightly bruised wrists from being restrained. Rico approaches from a distance, stopping right in front of him with a smirk. You did that on purpose, did not you? I can't believe it. I almost got tricked just now. You should be giving me a heads up just when I thought I was done for. I did not realize the heads of those two soldiers would find their way back to me. They realized it was not Kuro who had them knocked out, but rather their own fear, An illusion of terror. Even while being restrained like this, he could take out everyone in this room. The realization sends shivers down their spines. Kuro slowly transitions from rage back to normal, and has successfully convinced me. I am going to keep training and reach level 3. So please let him go right now. Kuro thinks to himself. Lihan. Even someone as confident and strong as you can have moments of weakness. But now I have the strength to help you. You have always protected me before. But now it is different. I will stand by your side. Lihan. His face filled with sadness. Brushes past Rico. He glances back as he walks away and says. Just like you said. This kid really has a charm about him. But that charm seems a bit dangerous. Cecine shifts to the training ground. Leche relentlessly attacks Lechan with rapid punches. Johnny also barrels in, using his bear-like physique to tackle him, shaking the entire gym floor. As the training session wraps up, everyone bids farewell to Lihan. See you tomorrow. Richan. He strides away while sharing thoughts with Cyan. I should not have said I wanted to learn from them. They are enthusiastic. Training hard. Did you see the look on their faces? Cyan types away. Why are you even learning martial arts? You really do not need it. Lihan replies with a scoff. Who knows? What if I need it someday? Better safe than sorry. That way I can win in any situation. He remembers Johnny's earlier words. This kid needs to chill a bit. Lihan gets pushed to the ground. Can you feel that yet? Alright. Why so? You are a little champ. Are not you? Just a bit more. Just a bit more. Making him scream for mercy. Ouch. That hurts so much. Surprising situations do not happen often. Teacher Lihan struggled to move. So he awkwardly offered to help. Do you want me to carry you? But the proud Lihan would not accept it. No way. I can handle this. The sound of the door slammed open. Red just arrived and greeted everyone with a grand entrance. Lihan exclaimed in surprise. Sergeant Red. Johnny chuckled as he teased him. Those new shoes look sharp. Red shot back. Oh really? You want a new pair too? Lihan rushed over to ask. Are you returning to your duties right away? Red replied. I will be back as a guide for level 1s for a while. We need to recruit more people for level 2s. And I still need to recover my own abilities first. I heard you did really well on your first mission as a level 3. Your head must be in the clouds from all that praise. Lihan felt shy about it. Not all. Let us step outside for a bit. Lihan watched as Red expertly cut his cigar. Just a usual reminder. You never care about no smoking zones. Do you? Red shot back, telling him to zip it. In Ark, where's there even a place to smoke? I have brought it up in every meeting. But they have zero intention of changing it. Lihan was at a loss for words. I do not think this should be considered weird anymore. Red took a long puff and called out to him. Anyway. Lihan. Do you remember that Elu made you caught? How could Lihan forget? Of course. Have they found any more info from interrogating it? Red's tone turned serious. The war starts in 3 years. It is an attack from the vanguard. On the other hand, the vanguard is nearly ready for an offensive. Lihan was left speechless this time. Red continued. The prophecy says we will be attacked in 10 years. And it is not wrong. If there is a full vanguard army, the war will come much sooner than we think. They both stood still, perfectly in sync with the rustling wind. A knock at the door echoed along with a voice. Richan. As the door swung open, Johnny's awkward face appeared. Lihan asked if he needed something. Johnny cut to the chase, handing him something in his hand. Here, a gift for you. Lihan curiously took it. What is this? A star. Johnny laughed, introducing it as a video of a competition between the level 2 teams that happened yesterday. It is from Team 13. You will soon be the captain of that team. Right. Besides, what are you doing cooped up in your room on your day off? You loser. Isn't hanging out with those old-timers more fun? Lihan corrected him, saying it is not exactly fun. After all, we mostly just talked about nonsense. I did not even know there were that many words to describe women. Johnny burst into a loud, obnoxious laugh. Well, this place is just full of guys leaning on each other anyway. But I gotta admit, I am feeling a bit embarrassed right now. Alright, I'm heading out now. Do not forget to watch the video. Lihan waves goodbye. Thanks. Teacher. Johnny adds as a side note. Do not get stuck thinking about useless stuff and hiding out in your room all day. The door slams shut as Johnny wipes the smile off his face. Looking back with a heavy heart, Lihan rushes into the room and immediately turns on the video. The opening scene blasts to life with the chaotic noise and the tense faces of the 2 team captains. Our opponents are Team 3-star. Probably because they do not have many level 2 players left since the attack. Lihan suddenly realizes. Kuro is the vice captain. How come Joes and Groot are so quick to step back? But he has to admit, well, Kuro's personality is not exactly his strongest suit. But the guy is pretty smart. Lihan is glued to the screen from morning until late afternoon, feeling the pressure mount. Good grief. It is a total mess. Team 13 won thanks to Kuro. Just thinking about how he could hold his ground all on his own until sun sounds exactly Like something Jiro would do.
Yet,
Lihan still can sleep, convinced that someone will soon reach a higher level. I wonder who it will be. Simon, Dimitri, or Nent. Then he quietly wonders. Wait, am I feeling lonely? Flashing back to the battle between Team 13 and Team 3, Jiro confidently proposes. I will take care of Simon myself. Nun and Joes exchange skeptical glances. First looking at Jiro, then at each other. Joes recalls Jiro's dark past. Did not he say before, if you want me to deal with Simon, you might as well just kill me. Right. Jiro jumps up, offended.
Wait.
You idiots. That was just because last time Joes planned to attack head-on. If it is just the three of us going in there, we would only be serving ourselves up for him. Joes raises his fist high, ready to go, and says, I do not like your attitude at all. Jiro smirks and replies, I am not planning to just charge in and fight him. Simon's really weak when it comes to teamwork. Although he is tougher now than before, if I challenge him, his pride won't let him back down. Joes is baffled by how quickly Jiro changes his mind. Did not you just say you would not confront him directly? Jiro responds.
Yeah.
I am not going to do that, but I will make him think I am. I will handle him myself, and you guys can take care of the rest. The announcement blares. Team 3 and Team 13. The flag capture round begins now. In note, Jiro finds Simon to mess with him. If you are so tough, come here and fight. Simon, the great Jiro, will take you on. Simon ignores him, because judging by Jiro's safe distance, no one wants to mess with him. Simon turns and runs, leaving Jiro in shock. Am I being too cautious? He resigns himself to sacrifice, mumbling, I really do not want to do this, but I guess I will have to play the bad guy once again. True to his word, Jiro charges at Simon before he can even straighten up. How can you call yourself a genius? Lihan fights better than you, and Kuro has way more spiritual power. Pretty sure Lihan is taller than you too. I heard he is 6 feet tall now. Taller than you. Oh man. Jiro realizes he has gone too far, and he is definitely pushing it. Just as Simon turns around, Jiro bolts, clutching his leg. If Simon decides to go easy on him, he will make sure to come back for revenge. Their duel was recorded and recognized as the longest competition in history at Arc 7 years ago. In a dark alley, Red stood right in the middle of the street, facing a man with an immobile style. He helplessly told him, I thought I told you not to follow me. Red shot back. That is my mission, to bring you back to Arc. Tron, feeling powerless, advised him, I understand your situation, but I do not care about your gambling rehab center, especially when you are teaching those kids how to kill. When I was young, I received help from the cult that my old man revered, known as the Tranquil Sect. And that was just one of the many cults that sprang up during the war. I operated as a member of the organization, training inhumanly every day. At first, I started with small animals, dogs, rats, cows, monkeys, and even humans. It did not take long before I could kill them without a second thought. Tron bowed his head warily. I can't let the kids suffer the pain I went through. If you understand, then just go back. Red furrowed his brow tightly, tossing the cigar to the ground as he turned to leave. If we can't win the upcoming battle, humanity won't survive. You can talk about justice while barely scraping by. I won't make you kill anyone, but at least accept the role of a coach before you go. Tron did not understand why he was so stubborn. Aren't you listening to me? Either way, I am not planning to cooperate. Red clicked his tongue in disappointment. Well, what should we do? I need to go with you, and you refuse to go with me no matter what. Should I use force? Tron paused for a moment, then told him not to waste his life like that. But someone like Red, with more guts than brains, would not listen. He swiftly grabbed a knife from somewhere and stabbed it straight at Tron. The man jerked in surprise, quickly dodging to the side to avoid the blade, but a scratch still marred his cheek. Red was eager for a fight, and Tron immediately retaliated, striking hard at his hand, causing the knife to fly away. He grabbed the knife back and slashed it across Red's neck, who froze, staring at the cut in disbelief. Tron warned him, I want to kill you, but you should know your limits. Not letting him finish, Red landed a solid punch to his head, making Tron dizzy enough to drop the knife. You should think about killing me, he said, as Tron winced in pain. Above them, a plane was moving peacefully through the sky, while below, two men were locked in a life-or-death struggle. Red took the initiative to attack first, but Tron stood firm, defending against his blows. He pivoted, driving his elbow straight into Red's stomach, causing him to stumble backward. While it seemed like Tron was winning, he was actually tiring out too. Red, in pain and trembling all over, still stood tall, spitting a mouthful of blood onto the ground and warned Tron, if you want to end this, You better do a better job with what is down there. After saying that, Ingayentron's expression turned icy. Red was still in the mood to tease him. I guess I am dying here. Ingayentron extended his hand. I will finish our little showdown with this. You won't die. But be careful. Nguyen's hand bent slightly. And even though it was not a terrifying weapon, there was an odd feeling of oppression. Red quietly slipped his hand into his pocket. Imagining that his hand was even more dangerous than a blade, the two stared at each other in silence. And just as the plane flew past the alley, Ngayentron dashed toward Red. He swung his hand dangerously close to Red's face, almost cutting the corner of his eye. Red was not backing down either. Unleashing a fiery punch straight to Ngayentron's face, the atmosphere grew quiet once again. When Johnny arrived, he had to stop and take in the scene before him. What the hell happened? He killed him. Red shook himself awake, saying he just fainted. I choked him out with my fireball. Johnny curiously asked about the flames he used to light his cigarette. Red, feeling the heat, admitted it right away. Yeah. Sorry for playing dirty. It is all this stuff. He pulled out a bright green stone. The mineral my grandpa lent me. It boosts my mental power. That is why I can control my flames perfectly. I mean, I would not burn his face off or anything. Right. Johnny was completely frustrated with him. Seriously. Your fighting style is so annoying. I should just smack you. Red pushed himself up, saying, either way, let us take him back. Johnny adjusted his watch. This is black market stuff. Request for transport. Mission completed. What is his name again? He randomly threw out a name. Red face-palmed. It is Ngayentron. You idiot. Johnny sat down, cracking open a beer, while Lihan silently watched him drink. After finishing a can, he seemed revived, like a wilted flower getting watered. Crushing the can in his hand, he quickly opened another can, looking at Lihan, who was struggling to finish one. Shaking the bag full of water in his hand and asking, want a drink? There is plenty. Lihan took a sip from his cup and shook his head, replying, no thanks. Johnny watched Lihan sip his Coke and commented, it seems a bit confusing. Though your body is ground, your mind is still pretty childish. Suddenly, his mood shifted. He said, just try to stay alive. Richin, you can't die without ever tasting alcohol. Right. Donnie die before you have gotten drunk. That would be so sad. The more he spoke, the more animated he became. Lihan felt a bit speechless. Is he really just going to talk about getting drunk? Meanwhile, others were running around the training ground. Johnny watched them for a long time before telling Lihan, in 2 years, you will surpass me as a warrior. His hand unconsciously crushed the beer can, thinking, by then, even evil one to be able to control you. If a psycho grows up and turns against evil, images of himself, bloodied and a bit deranged, flashed in his mind as he fought and killed someone. Back to the present. He said, if you turn your back on humanity, there won't be any left. Do not become a monster. Richin, back in the training room with Octu, Lihan was in his armor, focusing on juggling the ball in the air. When Octu pushed the cart over, watching Lihan practice, the old man chuckled softly. This is impressive. Really great for an engineer. This kid Lihan is something else. Everyone knows his mental power is pretty low, but his ability to control objects is quite impressive. That means not a single ounce of mental energy is wasted. It allows for better control and manipulation of everything. If someone can split their mental energy into 10 parts, they could actually go up to 20. Oh man, that is genius. The more he thought about it, the more he enjoyed it. If he keeps practicing like this, he can further divide his mental energy. After the training session wrapped up, Lihan was totally drenched in sweat, lying on the floor, gasping for breath. Quite pleased, approached him, saying the active time was 25 minutes, a bit of an improvement. Great job, Lihan replied. Not even close to applying this in real combat yet. He responded, you are just getting started, no need to rush. But he was too exhausted to keep talking, saying, I have given it my all. Tu suddenly realized, right, my bad. I will take it off for you. Once freed from that heavy armor, Lihan immediately went to hydrate, sitting on a bench, drinking water while rubbing his shoulders. Tu stood behind him, asking with concern, you good? Lihan, still catching his breath, replied, it feels like my muscles are screaming. Tu sat down beside him and said, obviously. You were using all your muscles toward the end, and your mental energy ran dry too. You will get used to it gradually. Plus, the second generation mental armor will be way more comfortable. Lihan's face lit up with surprise. Second generation, Tu went on excitedly. Exactly. It is designed to support different specific roles. But there are only 80 pieces of the second gen armor, because we are short on materials from the dragons. We can make more than that. Hearing this, he asked, so the number of people with mental armor is limited to only 50 at level 3. We need 30 more for the remaining armor. Right. Tu suddenly realized he had said too much and waved his hand. I am just part of the tech department. I am not interested in the distribution of those items. With that, he quickly made an excuse to send Lihan off. On his way back, Lihan ran into John Red, the teacher returning from the level 3 dorms. The two stood facing each other, and John Red looked at him, looking for a casual chat. Lihan, is that you? I just saw you mess up earlier. Lihan suddenly brightened up. He must have returned from a mission. What is up with you? Teacher, he asked with a hint of excitement. Meeting that guy must make you really happy. Lihan nodded. Yeah, he is almost my age. Honestly, I was getting a little bored not seeing him. Habitually, John Red pulled a cigar from his pocket. Smoothly continuing. He was talking about you two. You two have a pretty good relationship. Lihan honestly replied. I am still asking him for a favor. And everyone's really nice to him around here. Taking a puff from the cigar, John Red thought for a moment. Not really. Lihan. He always cares for others. Despite being so young. If he were just pretending, everyone would catch on easily. You are not stupid. You know what needs to be done. It only hurts when someone acts fake. Then John Red asked him. Would you like it if I talk to you while thinking you are a weirdo? Hearing this strange question, Lihan felt a bit confused and stammered. I guess not. But why does he always wear that mask? John Red was taken aback, looking at him as if he had just heard something shocking. You really do not know. Lihan shook his head. I have no clue. The mask is not special at all. It is just for show. The two stood there, silently smiling at each other. A few days later, Johnny came in. Greeting. Welcome. Newbie. My name is Johnny Swartz, and I am a first-gen spirit master. He extended his hand for a handshake, then turned away, saying, there are a lot of people here who want to meet you. He quickly followed Johnny. As Johnny led the way, he gathered information. They say you are a genius. I have high hopes for you. Suddenly, dark, haunting images flashed in his mind, while others clapped for him, saying, genius, amazing. Simon, you can use your psychic ability to this level. Keep it up, and you will become the best. Even here, receiving such praise, Simon walked into the training academy with confidence, even a bit of arrogance. So this is the academy, so many people. This bunch are all spirit masters. No matter what, I will be the best here. Suddenly, amidst the crowd, a crying sound caught Simon's attention. He looked at the boy, tightening his fists unconsciously. That brat does not belong here. He annoys me. How can he be a spirit master like me? Ridiculous. I can't accept that. Simon stepped up to the boy, who stopped crying and looked frightened. Simon swung his fist straight into the boy's face, knocking him down to the ground. The boy knelt there, weakly gazing up at Simon. But what Simon could not accept was the fact that he was a better spirit master. The S-class belongs to a completely different realm from the chosen ones. Something you can't achieve just through training. Inside the training room, Simon was training furiously, punching the wall in frustration. Damn it. What can he even do? All he does is cry all this time. I have been working hard to keep going, to be a genius. In the conference room, Lihan was already waiting, his face showing a hint of anxiety as he spoke about an urgent meeting. No one knew what had happened. Simon, sitting across from him, replied, who knows? Since both you and I got summoned, it must be some special mission. A knock on the door interrupted them, and both jumped to their feet, watching the person enter as Lihan exclaimed with joy. To say, he waved back, long time no see. And then they began the meeting. Lihan, astonished, asked, am I really preparing to act as the vice captain? Stise nodded. That is right. We are missing a lot of first-generation spirit mages, so we do not even have a captain. He continued, you know about the Tyrano spatial rift, right? Lihan, hearing this, he was taken aback. The Tyrano spatial rift, Tirana, the capital of Albania, was where the second rift appeared after the first battle. Back then, humanity could not stop the dragon horde, and the entire Balkan peninsula, including Albania and Greece, became a dead zone. Lihan then asked, the Tisei must be trying to reopen the rift like they did in Sinizu. The Tisei agency said that the situation was even worse. The entire legion stationed at the rift was slaughtered by the Tisei. The second phase of the war will be announced soon, and the whole evil legion will need to prepare for mobilization. Lihan asked again, so you mean there are a lot of Tisei there? The Tisei agency continued, some Ilu sorcerers have opened a time-space tunnel, which is why the Tisei can come through with such a large army. The number of Tisei keeps rising, as if they want to declare that this time they will successfully open a massive spatial gate. Lihan clenched his fist tightly and looked at his palm, thinking to himself, this situation is developing faster than expected. This time, Maybe the dragons will appear. A knock on the door interrupted the conversation among the three, and a voice cut in. Sorry I am a bit late, Johnny said, then pointed at Simon behind him. The last member of the team is here. I guess you guys do not need introductions. Since you two have fought together before, Lihan and Simon exchanged glares, both brimming with intensity. Simon thought, yeah, that jerk always gets in our way like he is trying to flex on us. It was during Simon's first day at the training academy that he punched a crying boy for looking down on him, thinking he was not worthy of being his equal. Back then, Lihan was just a tiny kid. He stood in front of Simon, clenching a rock in his hand to prevent Simon from hitting an innocent person. Coming back to the present, Simon walked to the desk, pulled out a chair, and sat down. If it were not for me, he would have been expelled already. No matter what, I am going to surpass him. Johnny took his place at the head of the table and began the meeting. All right. Since everyone is gathered, I will summarize. The goal is to prevent the spatial rift from opening. 7 legions from the first generation will support you all with spiritual armor. However, we can only send a maximum of 3 air units to assist you. We do not have more than that. If the plan fails and the dragons invade, we will stop them with spiritual armor. Everyone listened intently and became determined. I am ready. This is the purpose of all the training we have undergone. Lihan stood up and asked, when do we leave? Johnny adjusted his glasses and said, right now, at the Tyrano outpost, 20 kilometers from the Tyrano rift. In the meeting room, the lieutenant pointed to the screen and said, here are the satellite images of the rift in the area. We have detected quite a few super spiritual barriers. A dragon summoning ritual is taking place at one of them. However, we have no clues about which barrier is hosting the summoning ritual. Although conducting an airstrike to wipe everything out in one go is ideal, those barriers would not be affected even if we dropped a nuclear bomb. Then he laughed heartily. With my years of battlefield experience, I can confidently say that we won't be able to solve this issue with airstrikes, because the surrounding terrain is urban, and the grants will burrow underground. After speaking, he noticed that the soldiers below had no expressions on their faces, and he felt a bit awkward as he stammered, let us proceed. Leaving the meeting, Lihan called everyone together and said, I will summarize our operation this time. The tanks rolled in, and the monsters outside roared like crazy. Lihan's strategy was to have the joint forces fight off the low-level monsters while each Tobi team located a barrier and took out the Ilu mages. As everyone knows, there are 7 spirit armor suits always ready in the air, and we can request a maximum of 3. That is our last resort. Although sacrifices will be made, we need to hold on as long as possible. In the end, those bastards want to quickly wipe out our forces to force us to activate the spirit armor. The tanks fired, explosions echoing without pause, and the monsters were ruthlessly eliminated. But there were just too many of them with advanced weapons. The grants are not a real threat. What is terrifying is their effect, their mindless frenzy. They only focus on the enemy in front of them and charge forward, ignoring the injuries on their bodies. The grinding noise made by their teeth only added to their madness. 30 to 40 of them were ready to die, just to take out a single tank. If it were not for their rapid reproduction, they would have gone extinct by now. While making explosions to divert the monster's attention, Lihan led his team to take another route around. Spotting 4 grants ahead, a monster slammed against a wall, shattering it to pieces. Lihan's team halted. He said, there is an ogre E. Privacide? Stay quiet and handle the grants. Simon, Lihan shouted. Let us take down the ogre E. Everyone simultaneously acknowledged the order and charged forward. They were not intimidated by the overwhelming number of monsters outside. At that moment, Lihan pointed in a direction and yelled, over there. Let us take down the monsters. The creature stomped down, smashing a nearby car, then swung its arm down towards where Lihan was standing. But he quickly jumped out of the way. He gripped his spear tightly and said to Simon, I am going for its head. Simon, clear the way for me. He followed the orders and focused his spirit energy to assist him, moving rocks under Simon's command as he shouted. Lihan. Lihan charged forward, climbing up its leg, and with all his might, he stabbed it hard in the side. Taking advantage of the monster's painful scream, he pulled out a grenade, yanked the pin, and threw it straight into its side. A loud explosion erupted as the monster's head blew apart, and Simon created a protective barrier to shield everyone from the blast. The monster fell, and looking around, its limbs had already been dealt with by his teammates. Lihan said. Private Tazai looked at him, thinking, oh man, is that still the kid I knew? I used to think he was remarkable. But now, even though I have been on the battlefield for almost my entire life, I feel like I am being led by a trustworthy superior. As Lihan's team continued to follow his command, arriving at a crossroads, Lihan raised his hand to signal everyone to stop. He stepped lightly to probe ahead, bending down to test the blood on the ground around the corpses. Then said, They have been dead for a long time. The others are also searching around for any clues. Sergeant Tisei speaks up. Lihan. There are some wolf hairs here. I am certain the werewolf hunters are around. A noise echoes from deep within the alley. Lihan grips his gun tightly, staring into the darkness. Whispering. Be quiet. Everyone. And get ready for close combat. He presses against a wall, clutching a rock. Thinking. If they are werewolves, decapitation will work better than a mere takedown. With that thought, he hurls the rock inside. Lihan pulls out the grenade he had ready in his hand. The moment the wolves hear the sound, they start to track him down. He pulls the pin and tosses the grenade their way, then turns to crawl away. He throws a flashbang to limit their visibility, giving his team a chance to strike down those werewolves. Lihan scans his surroundings and spots someone drawing a bow aimed at their group. He quickly turns his head and shouts. Get down. Each arrow from that masked figure flies out, and he hastily uses a nearby corpse as a shield to absorb the blows. Then he notices Silence staring at him intently. Annoyed. He explains. What? Our lives matter more. Lihan grips the grenade tightly and says, we need to take that bastard down. But as he realizes what Lihan intends to do, the three others can help, but think that the grenade won't reach that far. That guy will easily dodge it. But Lihan is confident in himself, saying, it will hit for sure. Before pulling the pin and tossing it, the grenade, propelled by Lihan's mental strength, flies swiftly. Although the guy has already turned to run, it is too late. A loud explosion echoes through the air as Silence steps up, patting him on the shoulder in congratulations. Sergeant Tisei chimes in. I do not know much about psychic abilities, but it seems he has succeeded against all odds. Silent remains silent, lost in thought, considering the difficulty of the technique comparable to making a three-pointer from the center of a basketball court while spinning at the sight of the water stains. The monstrous horde is terrifying. Suddenly an explosion occurs, sending monsters flying, but it does not eliminate them. Their focus and purpose are now to breach the barrier circle created over there. A voice booms. Level 9 psychic barrier activated. Extermination required. The urgent footsteps approach as Lihan responds. The XE level is approaching level 9. Just 1 kilometer left. We will finish this in 5 minutes. He runs. Sergeant Tisei recalls when Lihan told him. Sergeant Tisei. Please connect the detonator and bring it here. Use some more grenades, as the minions will flood into this area. So we need to set a trap. Back in the present, he forces a smile. Thinking. He has become a warrior faster than anyone. But that hurts me. He is just a kid, barely 10 years old, standing atop a tall building. Observing the monsters surrounding the barrier, Lihan said, everyone except Silent, clear the path to the psychic barrier. And in the meantime, we will cover the escape route. Silent will cut through the barrier and eliminate the sorcerer Elu. Receiving their orders, they quickly get to work. Silent tightens his grip on 2 swords, beginning to concentrate his mental power into them. Watching his movements, Lihan thinks, we are counting on you. In the dark, in a room where bamboo blinds block out all light, a little girl sits in front of the TV, absorbed in watching, flipping through one tape after another. Turns out, she is injured and has her leg in a cast, unable to walk, so her only escape is through movies. In the shadows, her bright smile shines through as a voice echoes. A young man dressed in a rebellious style, fully armed for battle. He is even wearing a motorcycle helmet. And in the moonlit night, an assassin suddenly appears above him. At that moment, right in front of him are his friends, all teaming up to fight against a horde of ferocious monsters. Without hesitation, the young man charges forward, leaps into the air, and swings his sword. With swift strikes, he instills fear in the monsters, quickly taking down the leading beast and landing gracefully on the ground. On his helmet, a message lights up. Jai try. Helmet flashes a red message before transforming into a skull image. He quickly gets into character and charges ahead, wielding his sword fiercely to cut down anyone in his path. Suddenly, he leaps into the air, dropping grenades onto the monsters below. Boom! The earth-shattering explosions roar continuously, and the silhouette of the young man dashes through the blasts and past the fighting soldiers. Amidst the chaos, Lihan grips his gun tightly, saying, we have taken down base 9 already. Can you believe kids like this? You are giving me goosebumps. She watches Silence back with a sigh, while he raises an unamused middle finger in response. The aircraft powers up and zooms away, heading towards a skyscraper to drop some grenades. From the opposite side, observing the building explode, Lihan said, a mental armor has been deployed to support the ground team. We need to hurry. Suddenly, a voice interrupts. Can you hear me? This is Alpha 1. Hearing the call, he thinks to himself, if it is Alpha 1, then this must be the leader of Team Alpha. He responds. XE here. The person on the other end continues. The next point you are aiming for is base 8. Since we are nearby, we are thinking of joining you. Lihan is taken aback, saying, have you already handled your assigned position? He thinks to himself. They are quick, the voice replies while running. Yeah, we move fast. But there is a problem. What problem? Lihan asked curiously. Are you being chased? The voice on the other end said. Yeah, we just eliminated the Elu mages. Disregarded everything. And now we are being chased by a pretty big army. So we are in deep trouble. His name is Direk, and his unique ability is to generate electricity. Assuming there is a place he can use that. On the other side, soldiers were running for their lives. Panting heavily, he gasped out, Anfa, can you hear me? The reply came back. Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear. You told me to wait, but you have not said anything else. I think you have left us behind. Lihan immediately directed. If you go left for 500 meters, and then straight for another 200 meters, you will find a large outdoor pool. I am sure there will be some rainwater in it. Even though the whole city is out of power, the guy on the run was now in a dire situation, with a huge, terrifying monster hot on his heels. He was sweating bullets from fear. And then he suddenly realized what Lihan was looking for. I think I know what you are searching for, in his mind. He marveled at how quickly he came up with a plan to use his special ability. Seeing his teammates understood what he meant, Lihan said, we will head to that spot and wait. Before cutting the connection, he tried to say to Lihan, if we survive this and make it back, let us be friends. Hearing this, Lihan felt an immense joy and nodded gently. All right. The 4 soldiers dashed forward as the massive monster army relentlessly chased them, occasionally lunging to attack and intimidate them. The soldier being attacked was exhausted. Panic-stricken, he asked, how much further do we have to go? Another soldier reassured him. We are almost there. Just around that corner. Once we get back, I will fry them all. With that, his eyes lit up with a golden spark, electricity crackling from his hands as he prepared to act. Lihan and the others arrived at the designated spot to wait. And he felt like he would be struck by lightning at the sight before him, an empty space waiting for a showdown with nothing in sight. 4 of them ran to the end of the road, stopping to look down at the empty floor, realizing that the ground and walls were completely destroyed, leaving no water behind. Staring at the parched courtyard, Lihan gritted his teeth, feeling a wave of anger at himself, bowing his head in despair, feeling utterly useless. It is all my fault. I put everyone in danger. Seeing him seemingly spiraling into despair, his teammate put a hand on his shoulder and said, Lihan, calm down. It will be okay. No one will get hurt. Looking into the captain's determined eyes, Lihan slowly regained his composure and nodded. Just then, the roars of the monsters echoed, and everyone gripped their weapons tightly, getting ready to fight. Lihan's spirit surged, shouting that the enemy was closing in fast, and to get ready. The group leading the monsters cheered upon spotting Team X's up ahead, feeling like they had found their life saviors. Quickly accelerating to regroup, the captain waved them on, commanding them to hurry and prioritize protecting Team Enfa. The monsters were quickly attacked by Lihan's team. They shouted to use whatever weapons they had. Gunfire erupted, and shell casings rained down on the ground. At this moment, Lihan shouted to them, fall back. The more we fight, the more of them keep coming, and they are incredibly aggressive. The captain realized that retreating was not an option, as behind them was a dead end, and spoke up, Lihan, we can't back down anymore. We need a mental power booster. Hearing this, he bit his lip, thinking carefully, knowing that everyone's lives depended on this decision. If he called for reinforcements from the ground as the strategist Tasai suggested, they might just escape this mess in no time. Just 2 units left, and if I request help, there will only be 1 unit left for the other teams. Lihan was even more determined, thinking, we have to find a way out of here. Think. Suddenly, he glanced in one direction and noticed a water tank. Without wasting time, he quickly assigned roles. Silent, Simong, head to the other side of the tank. Team Alpha 2, 3, 4, and Team Ishiba, hold the defense line and funnel them into the tank. Silent, there is a water tank behind that tree right in front of you. Check inside first. Just half of that tank will be enough. Silent quickly ran along the wall and jumped to check it out, while Simon prepared to disable the support system. Everyone went about their tasks, and after assigning roles, Lihan quickly joined the others in fighting the monsters. After receiving the aux signal from Silent, he quickly ordered, all troops, retreat. Alpha 1 is ready. Following the command, the base of the water tank was quickly broken, and it tipped over towards the swarm of monsters. Standing on the wall, Direk stepped out, puffing up with confidence, saying, I guess it is time to restore my reputation. He charged up a powerful electric current, grinning as he looked ahead and stated, Tonight's menu is rotisserie. The electric surge caused the monsters to scream in agony. A part of the city lit up with Durek's electricity, and feeling satisfied, he stopped, resting his hands on his hips, smugly watching the charred monsters below, saying, "Total victory." He laughed heartily, not noticing he was overexerting himself, with blood streaming from his nose and mouth. Suddenly, he collapsed. But luckily Lihan was right behind him and managed to catch him just in time. Casting a warm smile at Lihan, he said, "Sorry, buddy. I've done all I can. I am trading Alpha back to you." "Easy one." Lihan helped Durek sit down and replied, "Yeah, get it. You are tired." As Durek playfully scolded the stubborn kid. Meanwhile, their teammates were still locked in fierce battle. Lihan quickly led the team to reinforce them. "All units of spiritual armor reinforcements have been dispatched. We have got the upper hand now. This is the final stand." The support crew glided through a desolate area, littered with the remains of monsters they had slain. They exchanged glances, questioning, "Did we really wipe out all those lackeys? I bet there were tons of them." Their eyes turned to the other side of the city, where purple lightning struck down from the sky ceaselessly. There is only one last stronghold left. The monsters are all gathering there to be annihilated. But before they could reach the heart of the monster lair, they had to get through a swarm of henchmen, and step by step, they advanced forward. At that moment, Lihan called out, urging him to pierce through the shield. They quickly broke the encirclement, creating a gap in the purple barrier of monsters. As they stepped in, the scene around them left everyone wide-eyed in shock. The monsters inside did not seem prepared for battle. They looked like they were caught in some trance. Lihan wondered silently, what is wrong with these guys? Staring at them left him breathless for a few seconds. But he quickly regained his composure. There is no time to hesitate. We need to take out the sorcerer Elu right away. A bolt of lightning struck from above, causing an enormous explosion. The monsters remained entranced, and kneeling on the ground with their hands raised to the sky. Meanwhile, the sorcerer in the middle was pierced by a fatal blade. Looking at the sorcerer lying on the ground, Lihan removed his helmet to catch his breath. But suddenly a blinding light shot up, causing his pupils to constrict and his face to pale. A black hole emerged from the spot where that purple light was, and a claw slowly extended from within. In the blink of an eye, a gigantic monster appeared, and everyone stared in disbelief, questioning, what kind of monster is that? Lihan's face went pale in terror as he thought to himself, even if I can only see its front claw. But there was no doubt about it. Compared to the dragons we learned about in class, this one had to be at least twice as large. The pitch-black wings of the creature began to spread towards Lihan's feet, and he found himself frozen in place. Seeing him in danger, Sylar and Delcy worriedly rushed in to help. He was about to fall into the abyss. A memory flashed in Lihan's mind. He heard someone calling his name. He turned to see Sylar standing in front of him, saying, "Don't die on me, Lihan." He could not react right away. Sylar continued, "Being brave does not mean you are unafraid. It means you have to push through." Lihan looked at him and smiled. "I have no intention of dying." "You know. Where did you get that line from?" Sylar replied, "From the movie Samurai Moonslayer. When we get back, I will show you." Back to reality, Sylar lunged forward, and Lihan pulled him out of the danger zone. The rift in space quickly expanded, and a terrifying aura began to radiate from it. As the monster with a massive head and razor-sharp teeth emerged from within, Sylar yanked Lihan out of harm's way. But the backlash from the monster sent both of them crashing to the ground. As they scrambled to get up, they glanced back at the beast, its bloodthirsty red eyes glaring at them, revealing part of its neck. Lihan could not help but shudder at the horrific scene unfolding before him. It was devouring everyone in its path, not just Lihan, but all his teammates were paralyzed with fear, their faces pale as they struggled to suppress their terror. The colossal monster slammed one of its massive arms to the ground, right in front of where Sylar and Lihan lay. Lihan, assessing the situation, realized that the waterway was too narrow, allowing only its head and front legs to break through. "We need to call for a mental armor support. And fast." Suddenly, the monster roared mightily, its scream forcing anyone who heard it to clutch their heads and crumble to the ground in agony. This beast's abilities were still unknown, but it was incredibly dangerous, capable of seizing control over nerves, rendering everyone powerless to fight back. It bellowed, "So the pesky little bugs are already here. Once the waterway opens up, I will wipe out everything above ground." The poor soldiers were writhing in pain on the ground, moaning and begging for it to stop. Cursing under their breath, Diosmung was sweating profusely, clutching her pounding head as she cursed, "Get out of my head. Damn it." The monster roared back, "First, I will take out the things you have created with your flesh and blood." It fixed its gaze on the plane flying just above it. Following its line of sight, Lihan deduced its current target. He thought, It is aiming for the cargo plane. I have to stop it right now. But that seemed nearly impossible as pain shot through him, making him writhe, while the monster opened its massive jaws, gathering a terrifying force within. Observing this, Diozamung fumed, thinking, we are going to lose everything. Lihan, enduring the pain, knelt on the ground, as if making a critical decision. Everyone would die unless he did something. Just as the monster's power was reaching its peak, Lihan suddenly leaped forward, grabbing his weapon and charging straight at the beast. Determination burned in his eyes as he shouted, Diozamung, we have to break free from this monster's control. I have got to pull the trigger. But suddenly, the gun slipped from her hands, and her mind was flooded with thoughts of death. Her gaze landed on Lihan, who was not far away, and she wondered, how is he doing this? Why is he the only one? Why is he the only one still okay? Memories from the past flashed in Diozamung's mind, in John Red's office. He placed a folder on the table and said, this is what you requested. What is your plan with this list of third-rate companies? Johnny picked up the folder, examining it closely. After a moment, he replied, I plan to send one of these guys on a Tyrano mission as a member of Richan's team. Richan. Hearing the strange name, John Red pulled a cigarette from his leather pouch and asked, who is that? Johnny replied, Lihan. Richan is the nickname I gave him. It is meant to be a joke. John Red took a drag from his cigarette and said, that is the same annoying trait you pinned on Wei Chan. Haven't you matured at all since then? Johnny shot him a glance and fired back. What about you smoking in a non-smoking area? Suddenly, Johnny noticed something and said, wait. Darknut Mayer. The healer. He used to be on Richan's team. He then held up a resume and pointed to a picture, adding, I like this guy. He looks like me. John Red rolled his eyes, then stood up and pointed. This guy's better than that guy. The two continued debating. I do not know. He kinda resembles you more. After a heated argument, they finally settled it. John Red snapped his fingers, conjuring a flame to light his cigarette, saying, just do what I say, and they will be a perfect couple. Folding the documents in his hands, Johnny asked, do they have a good relationship? John Red replied, not really. To be honest, they do not get along well. But they never let that affect their missions. He hates losing more than anything else in this world. But it is definitely something that drives him forward. Back in reality, Delsamung chimed in, Rihan, if you can do it, then so can. Meanwhile, Rihan quickly appeared atop the monster's snout with his long spear. Del Simong was still struggling to break free from the control of the ancient beast. Faced with the sharp eyes of the monster, Ryan thought, I do not think my attack will hurt this thing at all. I wish I could change the trajectory of its deadly breath. He swung the spear down, and at the same moment, the monster unleashed its power, launching straight up into the sky. Ryan was thrown off its snot. The cargo plane targeted by them quickly exploded. After achieving its goal, the monster growled, looking at Rihan sprawled on the ground in mockery. That effort was all in vain. That foolish guy has lost hope in anyone now. Ryan certainly would not give up. He tried to shake off the daze, glaring at it with fury, thinking, I can't feel my left hand and leg. The monster's eyes glinted as it continued. But for some reason, you still think you have a chance. It reminded him, that look you are giving me is really pissing me off. The monster, with one eye damaged, glared at him angrily and issued a warning. You still think you have a chance to win? With that, it swung its claw towards Rihan. Suddenly, the monster's claw halted. Its arm began to tremble. It roared in shock. Am I shaking? The claw slammed down on the ground as it questioned. Why is the ground shifting like this? Rihan could not help but be astonished by this too. The monster struggled to hold its ground, but the pull from the pit dragged it down. Its claws were dug deep into the earth, but it could not hold on. It tried to raise its claws once more, saying, if all I had to do was kill you then. Looking at its claw attacking again, Rihan knew he was really done for this time. He looked down at his feet. Damn my leg. Just when the claws were about to reach him, a flash of light shot in front of him, blocking the way. In front of him, as the dust settled, Rihan tightly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, astonished, he discovered a spiritual armor standing right before him. It had come down on its own without needing a command to activate. He looked at it with suspicion. The only one who could do that is. The armor looked at him and said, looks like I showed up just in time. I thought I was the only one who made it out alive. But tears streamed down Rihan's face as he looked down at its feet, mangled by the monster's claws, and he cried out, your leg. The armor seemed unfazed by this, responding calmly, live long, Richan. Then, it along with the monster was sucked back into that spatial hole. In the blink of an eye, they vanished before Rihan. Alone, he knelt on the ground, wailing in despair. At the same time, the sun began to rise, signaling the end of an endless, dark night. Vahhammed was the code name for the 8th dragon appearing in the Tyrano mission. Alexander, Rico, and Gray sat in front of the projector, replaying the battle. He spoke up. Vahhammed. You have really given it a grand name, Gray. Gray leaned on his hands seriously and replied, that damn thing is nothing like any dragon we have faced before. It is significantly bigger and stronger. In the conference room, they reviewed and discussed their experience from the battle. The destruction of the 4th squad with the spiritual armor was a massive loss for us. Even if we were given additional funding for reinforcements, it would still be incredibly difficult to re-equip all our forces in such a short time. Zurit pointed at the screen. Continuing, the good news is, thanks to the dragon's presence, many other nations have shown interest in participating in the plan. Alexander Rickard sat there, deep in thought. Even if some of them have good intentions, the appearance of Vahhammed has made their positions quite precarious. Suddenly, he noticed something and grabbed the mic to speak. Wait! Pause the screen for a second. Who dealt damage to its eye? On the screen was the image of the monster roaring in rage, one eye pierced by Lihan's spear. A past event resurfaced. In the training room, Johnny and Lihan were helping each other practice, with Johnny commenting while they fought. Sometimes, he was no different from a heartless machine. He acted as if that was the reason for his rationality, even if he had to walk a path straight to the gates of hell. If he believed it was the right choice, I am sure he would seize that opportunity without a second thought. After that, once Lihan had defended against a few basic punches, he lunged forward, wrapping his arms around Lihan's waist and slammed him down onto the floor. After a grueling training session, Lihan lay on the ground, panting. He said, "Don't you dare die. You have to survive at all costs." Johnny sat down, extending his hand with a smile, saying, "It is time to get up." Lihan, back in the present. John read, his face etched with worry, stared at Lihan, who lay unconscious on the hospital bed. At that moment, Lihan slowly opened his eyes, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. John Red asked, "Are you awake?" He glanced at him and, with difficulty, replied, "Sergeant Red." Then he struggled to prop himself up on one arm and asked, "How long have I been out?" John Red looked at him and replied, "You have been out cold for 2 days." Hearing this, Lihan's face fell, his voice heavy with sadness. "Oh no," John Red continued. "Yeah, he has gone along with that bastard. It has been reported that he is missing. Not dead." Lihan hesitated before speaking, his hand gripping the thin blanket tightly as he tried to steady himself, saying, "Can I have some time alone? Please." John Red stepped out, where 3 people were waiting. Upon seeing him, they said, "What do you think this is?" "A daycare." John Red sighed and replied, "Lihan just woke up. I think he needs a moment to collect himself." Inside the room, Lihan sat alone in his hospital bed, his face a mix of anger and despair. Back in the office, after the meeting, people began to chatter. Many countries showed no signs of life. Most seemed to have perished in the Tyrano battle. Alexander Rico said, "Well, at least we can breathe easy for a bit. Is that all for today?" To raised his hand, saying, "Hold on. There is something I need you to look at." Alexander Rico placed his hands on the table. Questioning, he said, "I propose that the prototype Generation 2 currently under consideration by the first team should be transferred to us, the 3rd squad, as soon as..." To finished, another person immediately rebutted, "What the hell are you talking about?" To continued, "The prototype can be activated immediately." The other person was not backing down either, insisting, "What nonsense are you spewing? Even that red guy can move it despite being particularly sensitive to controlling psychic powers. The risk is way too high." To snap back, "Just say you want it instead of making excuses. You plan to send it back to the factory after you dismantle it anyway." He lost his patience, grabbing Mivir to by the collar, saying, "Even so, I would never let you have it. What are you trying to create? There is someone perfectly compatible with this prototype. Trust me." He insisted. Amid the chaos of their argument, Alexander Rico managed to grasp the main point, saying, "Send me your plan. I think I am going to lose my mind if I stay here any longer." 3 days later, Lihan, with a cast on one arm, was walking down the hallway when he ran into Del Simong. As they passed each other, Lihan softly said, "Thanks, Simong." They both paused. He turned to her, adding, "For your help in the last mission." Del Simong's expression suddenly shifted as she recalled the moment, remembering the precarious situation. When she was trying to escape the monster's grip, Lihan had bravely charged in to fight it off. Del Simong clenched her teeth, shaking with anger as she looked down and said, "Don't make me laugh. You think you can look down on me just because you were made group leader a couple of times." She suddenly raised her voice. Don't treat me like one of your little friends. Lihan's expression changed as he pointed at her, saying, So how many of my little friends have you beaten? I forgot. You recently got completely wrecked by Jijo. Right. Del Simong was so furious she could barely speak. Then come with me to the gym so I can break your other arm. Lihan, annoyed but agreeing, replied, Fine. And they both marched towards the gym. At that moment, Lihan started to feel a bit impulsive. He thought to himself, Crap. He looks really offended. Did I just make things worse? Del Simong followed behind, also blaming herself. I let him see my insecurities. What am I doing with a loser like him? Looking at her, he thought. I did not think I said anything too serious. Both of them frowned, thinking, either way, I won't let him treat me like a joke, especially not that guy. Behind them, two people exchanged glances and said, Not those two. Then they called out, Lihan, Simong. The two turned around immediately to see it was Dimitri and Glut. Dimitri cheerfully bragged, Long time no see. You guys heard the news. Glut and I just leveled up to grade 3. Hearing that, the two exchanged glances and leaned in to whisper. Lihan spoke first. I think we both need to cool down a bit. Do not you think? Simong replied. Then do not bring your face near me anymore. Even if I calm down, I can guarantee I want to blow up again. Dimitri and Glut, feeling smug, waved and strutted over to them in the cafeteria. Everyone was buzzing about Lihan's epic battle against the giant monster. Hamid, I heard you chased it down with just a spear. So cool. Lihan. Good morning, Glut. Taken aback by his teammates' over-the-top attitude, turned to tease Lihan, asking, What is it like being hailed as a hero? Lihan, clearly annoyed, shot back, Not fun at all. Just then, Kuro walked by and said, That incident would be easier to deal with if you just kept it in your head. Lihan, I am sure you still remember your promise to be friends if we survive. Right. The image of a soldier with electric powers flashed in Lihan's mind, and he stammered, Alpha 1 Der. He felt glad to be recognized, saying, You know my name. Awesome. Great to meet you. Lihan. Then the three of them headed back to the dining table together. But suddenly laughter erupted, drawing everyone's attention in unison. Lihan's eyes widened in shock as Derek turned around and laughed. Oh no. Not again. And the one attracting all the attention was silent, casually carrying a cake that was several times bigger than his face. Lihan and Derek watched as he approached. Silent. It has been 5 days. Rumor has it that if he needs to think about something, he will stare at the wall for days without even taking a sip of water. He calls it wall training, but honestly, his post-workout food intake is off the charts. Lihan said, I noticed he eats even more than I do. Clute next to him was munching on a bao bun and replied, I bet he is hitting the limits of the human stomach right now. Then a platter piled high with buns was set down right in front of them. Looking at him, Lihan asked, You changed your mask? Silent pointed at the mask and replied, I just forgot to charge the battery. Looking at the stiff mask, Lihan wondered, How does he eat without it? Then he curiously asked, Why are you training so hard? Silent answered, I realized how cowardly I have been. Just sitting there watching you fight alone. Then he noticed Clute and asked, Who is that beside you? Turning to Lihan, he introduced, This is Clute. You have met him before. Clute, as if he could see himself, waved his hand. Nice to meet you even though I am not sure you remember me, Silent coldly replied. I will try to remember you. Clute's face lit up a bit, and Silent pulled half of his mask off to reveal a handsome face. Clute stared, his cheeks flushing with embarrassment. In the training room, while everyone was busy working on their strength, Clute was lost in thought. No way. There is a girl in this. If not, does that mean I like guys? No way. He sat across from Silent, staring intently, determined to figure out this awkward feeling. Clute. Come on. I grew up looking at the northern sea of Norway, instead of fearing the unknown. I should just check it out. A little sweat from training dripped down like rain, and he mustered up the courage to take a deep breath. This is my chance. If it is that mechanical mask, it is hard to guess. After that, Clute stood up, grabbed a towel to wipe his sweat, and walked behind Silent, humming a tune. There is a rumor that guy is faking it on his face. If that is true, I just need to apologize. Just as he reached out to act, Clute was kicked backward by Silent's long leg. Silent stepped closer and said, Never let your guard down. No matter where you are, that is the way of none. A soldier. After saying that, Silent turned and walked away, leaving Clute fuming there. Just you wait. What kind of nen? A soldier. Really? At that moment, Lihan came over, pushing Klutz back and said, I think you should stop. He glared at him and said, Unlike you. Once I am curious, I can stop. Suddenly, Durek placed a hand on his shoulder and said, Klut, buddy. I get what you are feeling. The two exchanged mischievous smiles. Durek said, Meet me on the rooftop at noon, and we will discuss this in detail. Klut immediately nodded. Do you have any good ideas? In front of Lihan, the two shook hands and said in unison, See you later, ignoring Lihan's confused expression. By noon, the four of them met on the rooftop to discuss, and Durek spoke up first. All right, Klut. Let me introduce you. We are a secret organization of AIC, Unlocking Silent's Mask, abbreviated as SMO. We have come together to see Silent's face. Welcome. Comrade Klut. Then he handed Klut a homemade badge made from a bottle cap. Klut looked at the badge in the palm of his hand, and Durek asked, You seem disappointed. Klut, visibly irritated, lifted the lid of the container and said, Can't you guys do any better? This looks like trash. What kind of organization lets their badge look this shabby? The corner of Durek's mouth twitched as he replied, Well, this trash is exactly what we are going for. It is one of the reasons we can maintain our secret identity. He then continued with his presentation. Chasing Silent on your own is impossible. But if you join us, we will have 4 people. That is the minimum number AIC requires for a mission. Klut understood what he meant as Durek stepped forward and grabbed his arm. Exactly. That is why we will really become powerful with all 4 of us. And the last seat for SMO will be filled. Klut could not argue anymore and asked, All right, what is the plan? Durek smiled as all 4 of them looked down from the rooftop. He said, In 20 minutes, at site number 7, there will be a training session to test Silent's blackout abilities. After that, he won't be able to blink. And that is when we will surround and ambush him. Klut listened and turned to say, Isn't that a bit cowardly? Durek replied, You know nothing about Silent. Do you? Just watch, and you will see. Meanwhile, in the training area, Silent was stretching. And then a voice rang out. All right, Silent, let us get started. There are 6 lights flashing continuously within a 35-meter range. And as always, the last light is vertical. Begin. At the command, Silent took off like a shot, smashing into each light, moving just a bit faster. Even if he blinked, he would not lose speed. All the momentum would carry through when he falls. From the rooftop, Durek told the others. As long as he does not blink, you won't catch him. Klut sighed. That guy is scarier than I thought. Durek then said, He will do 2 more rounds like this. No dawdling. Let us get ready. The 2 of them high-fived excitedly. Today, we are finally going to uncover the biggest secret of evil. Meanwhile, Lihan was holding a stack of books, recalling the earlier conversation between Durek and Klut. He silently prayed for them, hoping they would be okay. Klut and his buddy were staring intently ahead, planning to sneak up when the masked figure turned to face them. At that moment, the masked figure was surrounded on all sides. The glaring sunlight shone directly into Klut's face. He looked up and exclaimed, You guys are so weak. He angrily watched as his companions were taken down one by the masked figure, forgetting that he was being beaten just like them. His teammate Lihan complained, Why do not you think it is because our opponent is too strong? Also, it seems I can use my special ability to shock him this time. Klut shot up in anger. This is not good, he thought to himself. We need a mastermind to lead us. Someone who will oversee the strategy and direct us. The figure of Lihan appeared in the distance, intently watching them. Klut and Durek sat there deep in thought. Lihan said, I do not want to do things he does not like. Klut interrupted. Lihan, he said, sounding serious. Be honest with me. Aren't you curious about the face behind that mask? Glut's question made him break out in a sweat, his eyes wide as he replied to them. Glut clutched his head like it was about to explode. I thought he would hesitate a bit. Well, anyway, that just reminded me of something from way back. You know, the moment I joined Team 13. Even though I was not there, I am sure you would manage to set up your own squad somehow. Then he tried to sneak away, saying, I am out of here. Take care. Durek. Lihan thought to himself, sorry. Last time. Then he called out, Glut, I'm only helping you this one time. If we fail this time, we are done for. Glut instantly lit up, giving a thumbs up, as they passed a sign saying road work. Please detour. Lihan's voice rang out. We will set traps all over the building to make sure. I marked the locations. So let me share them. Suddenly, everyone's watches beeped loudly, startling them. There were a lot of them, so they had to move carefully. They were left wondering how he could map it out so detailed in such a short time. You even know how to set traps. I told you just let Lihan handle everything, Glut shouted joyfully. And Lihan reminded them. You guys should move in pairs when I am not around. Also, do not get within 20 meters of Silent, or you might get caught in a blink, if Silent vanishes close by. Retreat immediately, if you are lucky. You might just avoid him. They were impressed. All right. You are pretty clever, Lihan called out. Now. Everyone. Okay, let us on the rooftop. Lihan adjusted the headset, slightly twisting one ear cup to check the communication status. They all responded in turn. 3. 4. Got it, he said. The target will appear right in front of Team 1 soon. Smo 2. Lure the target towards Smo 2. Got it. Then Glut dashed forward. Fist ready. Chasing after the masked guy. He ran past the trap but missed his target. Lihan said. The target has entered the building. All right. Smo 1 and 2. Head back and go to the house. Now it is Smo 3 and 4's turn. One person kicked a soda can right into the masked guy's face. Surprising him, he clutched his face in pain, staring at the can. Thinking. Traps. They seem way more organized than before. There is no way they got this smart on their own. Someone clever must be calling the shots here. He glared at the two closing in and cursed up a storm. Suddenly, Glut shouted. The target just skipped the first can and breezed through all the traps at an incredible speed. At that moment, Lihan realized the gravity of the situation. I do not think we can catch him. The important thing is that he is aware of the traps and has let his guard down. He scoffed at the traps, thinking, no way I would fall for that. Then he quickly moved on. But something felt off. It felt like that bastard commanding me had me right in the palm of his hand. He then dashed toward the house, and Glut immediately reported. The target is heading for the house. He quickly opened the rooftop door. Lihan appeared right in front of him. So it is you. Lihan. He saw him from a distance, with only two mysterious tarps between them. He thought to himself, this is ridiculous. Am I a monster? He bolted forward. And the other two had already moved up to the rooftop. He reassured himself. I am just jumping over the first trap. And when I leap over the second one, I will reach Lihan in a flash. Lihan thought. That is exactly what he would think. Suddenly, as he leaped over the tarp, a deadly trap sprung up, and he thought. But I did not hit anything. Lihan quickly pulled the wire on his finger. I can activate the second trap myself. There is no choice but to blink. Suddenly, he appears right in front of you, and he is caught in the trap immediately. Without thinking, you smash the bucket right into his face. Sorry about that, the other two, and everyone else. Surge forward, now's the time. Everyone. Attack. Lihan stands there, frozen for a moment. Those moves are something you only see in movies. I never thought it could happen in real life. But I guess this time is an exception. The physical skills are unbelievable. He has taken down several people around him. Even while wearing that bucket on his head, he slowly takes the bucket off and locks eyes with Lihan intensely. You are the worst. Lihan is sweating. I might be pushed him too far. He seems ready to turn away, and then suddenly, he calls out your name. If you had time to put a bucket on his head, why not just take off his mask? I said we would attack together. So why are you just standing there? He coldly replied. I am not one of your crew. Lihan was about to touch the door. Suddenly, he pulled his hand back and stood there, lost in thought. He whispered, I am here to apologize. I am really sorry, he said. But the girl inside heard him and stayed silent. Then, a notification popped up on his watch, asking, why did you do this to me? He quickly replied, I can turn down Glut. He has made the big decisions for me in the past. His eyes drooped, and he shook his head. It is all my fault. Honestly. I thought it would be fun, she shot back. What is fun about that? I just want to see if I can catch you. Given what I am capable of, then he grew curious. I am kinda interested in what is under that mask too. Turns out, the one wearing the mask is a girl. And she stood there, not missing a beat of his reaction. She let out a breath and suddenly, a light shone right on his face. She opened the door, catching him completely off guard. But she was wearing another mask, pointing at the watch. It is charged now. Then she typed something into it. Don't he do that again? He shyly responded. Okay. Thinking to himself, he must have his reasons. I did not mean to unmask him when he hates that so much. He was sweating bullets. I will definitely make Glut tone it down. Should I make him come apologize? No. I just want you to say sorry. All right. I will see you later then. As he turned to leave, she grabbed his hand again. She held tightly to his arm and pulled him inside, the hallway growing eerily quiet. Meanwhile, on the runway, a squad was getting ready. Today's the last day we squash those puristas. How do we find their headquarters? We owe it all to the Vahhammed line. Ever since we confirmed the presence of our sworn enemies, one of the executives from Puristus traded his safety for their location. It is a mixed bag of emotions for humanity and our next generation. I guess everyone's out in the yard training. Did you apologize yet? Klut replied. I have already stopped by. He said it is all good. I really like the vibe there. Lihan curiously asked. Does that mean you are backing down? Yeah. Just like I promised. Suddenly, a guy rushed in from behind. What is it? He asked. By the way, Klut. Do you want to watch a movie tonight? A movie? You borrowed one from me yesterday. Yesterday she pulled him inside and handed him something. Remember I said I would show you a movie, Samurai Moon Cutter. Right. Wait a sec. Let me find that tape. He looked around and thought to himself. It is all just movie posters. I am curious. I really love movies. She replied. It is the only way I can see the world outside. The outside world. Come to think of it. He said he has been in this hellhole for a long time. He must have come here when he was 7 or 8. Maybe even earlier. So the only world Samurai knows could be from movies, or this artificial island, she said. I know these movies are all fake, but I can't help but admire them. They are just so awesome. Then she handed him a USP, saying, enjoy the movie. Back to practice. He thought to himself, today feels quieter than usual. There is only the high school here. Where did all the soldiers go? As he was walking, someone suddenly called out to him, Lihan, this is an emergency. I will give you time to change. Then get down here. He rushed to the car, and the guy tossed a helmet at him. Here. Catch. Get in. I want to answer any questions on the way. Got it. They quickly moved forward. Lihan thought. Something urgent must have happened. A lieutenant has to come pick up a regular soldier. We joke around here. But suddenly he felt a wave of anxiety looking at the scene ahead. This is beyond anything I imagined. Footsteps echoed in the distance. I will guide him from here. Right. Commander. The commander appeared before him. He reached for the identification device. Identifying identity. The system chimed. You are cleared to enter. The two stood before a large door. Slowly, it creaked open, and they stepped inside. He was curious. So what is going on? I did not think I was allowed in this area, the commander said. You are right. But someone really wants to meet you, even if it means bending the rules. And that person does not have much time left. They stopped at another door. We have arrived. Lihan. The person you are about to meet is the current deputy commander of this hellhole. Move along. Lihan felt like he would been struck by lightning. They quickly entered the room. A voice echoed from somewhere. Come in. The person in front did not waste any time interrogating him. Are you Lihan? He extended his hand. Come closer. He flinched at the man's demeanor. One hand was still dripping seawater. He narrowed his eyes, as if guessing Lihan's intentions. No need to worry. Lihan hesitated, rooted in place. He finally stepped forward to shake the man's hand. Instantly, something strange happened. He was intrigued. What is this? The man said. This is inside you. And that is your true self. His gaze was deep and haunting. You are regaining your composure quickly, just like the stories we have heard. Truly. A prodigy. Is your environment what shaped you into someone like this? His hand reaching out is downright creepy. Can you let me take a look inside you? He nervously pulls his hand away. In an instant, he gets thrown back. He grits his teeth, stumbling back in pain. Lihan steadies his emotions. Then he asks him, what have you done to me? The person with him goes pale. How dare you? It is all right. Commander. His reaction is totally normal. He is sensitive, and his mind is surrounded by walls. Even I can see through it. He responds. Sir. So the only one with psychic abilities is you, and you are the one interrogating the sorcerer Elu. He gazes at him intently. Having met you face to face, I am sure of that. I can trust you with this. Second generation power armor. He hears this and is shocked. Second generation. I am tired now. You guys leave. The two of them quickly exit. As he walks, he is curious. Does Commander Jujun have psychological issues? He straight up replies. It is none of your business. You need to keep quiet about what you saw today. Of course, I just wanted to clarify. That is all. There is a wound on his wrist from being restrained. Plus, his office door has a lock on the outside. It seems the time he can stay clear-headed is quite short, so that is why his wrist often gets hit. He suddenly screams, Stop. Don't he say anything more? Are you trying to show off how smart you are? He realizes that what he said is not nonsense. He cradles his face in despair. Just as you said, back then. He was tormented for a while. The time he could stay clear-headed was really short. During those brief moments sitting there, he analyzed documents and decided not to take a step towards evil. Today, he spent that precious time on you. Do you know what that means? Second generation power armor allows enhanced soldiers, fighting on par with a dragon. Put it another way, enhanced soldiers are as much a threat to humanity as dragons. He thinks to himself, it is as if he wants to test whether I will be the one to save or destroy humanity. Then he turns away. Either way, you just need to know it is a tough decision. It certainly is, handing everything over to a kid. Just barely 10 years old. You are rubbing salt into my wounds. Even I, the commander, often forget that. Despite my patience and shame, we are letting kids hold the future of humanity. But maybe we have been searching for a kid like you all along. A prodigy we can trust to carry the burdens without feeling guilty. Lihan reminded everyone. Come on. In a hot place like this desert, Clute kept complaining non-stop. It is hotter than a sauna in here. I can't even step outside without feeling like I am dying. The girl next to him chimed in. Chill out. Just sit still for a bit. But sitting still is so boring, she lost all patience. I swear. I could throw you off this cliff right now. Lihan thought to himself. This is the middle of the desert in North Africa, the place where the fourth dragon once appeared in the past. The fourth dragon had the power to unleash destructive energy. As a result, many gorges were formed. He remembered what the old man said. The locals called those gorges the abyss, and it seems like a fossil believed to be that of a dragon was found in that gorge. It is older than human history itself. Glute turned back to the masked figure. Wait. Silent. Are not you hot in that thing? You are wearing a helmet in this scorching heat. Silent replied. I had the research team install a temperature control device inside my helmet before we left. Bin can handle it. They were amazed. What? Then Glute pounced like a hungry tiger. Hand it over. Let me. Silent. Frustrated. Pushed him away. Lihan just sighed from the side. I really want to go back already. They have to stay in this heat. Hotter than a volcano. Suddenly, a group of people approached. And it's pretty hot down here. A girl spoke up. Anyone want to come down with us? Hearing that, they pretended they did not hear anything. Lihan thought for a moment. Without hesitation, he replied. I will. Silent chimed in. I will go too. We actually need 2 people for each group. Anyway, I am not hot. They quickly moved at this point. They were all in the lift. They started moving out. Each one grabbed a flashlight. Lihan said, it is over there. Suddenly, what was in front of him took him by surprise. It is massive. If this really belongs to a dragon, then it is on par with the 3-headed dragon. The girl was curious. Can you verify it? He stepped closer. Reaching out to touch it gently, he felt a chill. The people next to him were even more frightened than he was. Oh my. That gigantic hand started to glow. He was holding on with all his might. Then Silent came over to help him out. Her hand caught him just before he was about to fall. He took a deep breath. Thanks a lot. The girl exclaimed. This is amazing. It really is a dragon's skeleton. Just leave the rest to us. Great job. I just got a silent axe. I thought to myself, no way. If that is really a dragon fossil, then that means dragons existed. Even before humanity. The archaeologists around were curiously looking around. Hey. What is going on? I stepped on something. He shined a flashlight on it. What the hell is this? Suddenly, the thing gripped him tightly. The archaeologist stood there, puzzled. What is happening? That guy was stuck, unable to pull his hand away from the object. All he could do was scream. Someone. Please get this thing off me. What was in front of them freaked everyone out. They saw it starting to swell. Help me. Do something. A group behind started firing at it. But it was too late. It is too late. It has already swallowed him whole. The guy shouted. Everyone, get to the machine right now. Damn it. It is a parasite. How on earth is it still alive? He was startled. A parasite. Based on what I learned about them, it will soon cocoon to transform. We need to get back to the surface immediately. Team Ick. Respond if you hear me. Everyone get ready to form combat positions. Our enemy is a parasite. Is gearing up to transform into its second form. The parasite is expanding at an alarming rate. He was both worried and scared. It is happening so fast. Everyone was terrified. It is coming this way. Help. The parasite is gripping the chopper we are in. It shook violently, causing panic among the crew. Only he remained calm. He stared at it, thinking of a way to deal with it. Then he turned around and yelled, please. Stay calm. We are almost on the ground. He leaned into the radio. Everyone, listen carefully. We need to predict its movements and behead that monster as soon as possible. And at all costs, we cannot lose. If anyone is, that thing's evolution will speed up dramatically. The target has appeared. Everyone. Move quickly. Clute's team was gearing up for battle. Everyone aimed their guns at the parasite. Over here. You monster. It was shot repeatedly, but it did not flinch. Clute said, I think the firepower is useless. Then he tossed his gun away. He charged at it. He went in barehanded to fight it. Damn. That hurt. Dimitri grabbed its tail. He held on tight. Both legs held the parasite with all their might. As it continued to expand, it was hard for them to control it. Suddenly, the girl shouted, jump. One person above immediately wiped the sharp pole straight down onto it. He shouted and then stabbed it right on top of its head. Gradually, it seems this method is working. They burst out from where they were hiding. Clute shouted loudly. Lihan, this bastard is already paralyzed. Lihan signaled. Silent. The rest is up to you. Then he swiped towards it. Clute looked up and saw him approaching. Lihan threw a grenade at it. Dodge. Clute. Everyone just stood there, watching the monster chow down on the grenade. Its massive body was engulfed in terrifying flames. Silent above also looked down. Then without much thought, she dove straight down. Her whole body seemed to radiate a mystical power, a teleport plus an attraction. The sword plunged deep into it, slicing its upper body in half. Silent stepped back. Lihan saw this and became wary. Its body was slowly advancing towards that head. Dante let it reattach. A truck driver suddenly spoke up. Leave that to me. I will push it off the cliff. He made some practiced movements. The truck smoothly followed suit. He drove decisively and skillfully. You insect. Instantly, this will push it straight down into the abyss. He jumped out of the truck. These disgusting bugs. Lihan saw this and shouted out, Dante, get close. He furiously shot at the remains of its body. I will crush you with bullets. Suddenly, he felt danger. Not even a moment after, he had become the prey of the monster. Lihan looked at this and could only sigh. The girl shouted in anger. Damn it, these amateurs. They should just stay put instead of interfering. Looking at the monster that was mutating again, they were worried. It has wings. It is mutated 3 times now. Simong. Silent. Get ready for aerial combat. Suddenly, it flew up and seemed to intend to escape. They stood there, gaping in surprise. It is running away. He thought to himself, if we lose track of it now, the casualties will be much higher. Simong. Prepare for takeoff. They all charged into battle again. Lihan raised his gun, aiming straight at it. 1 second later, it got hit. He said, the ground is more suited for bugs like you. Then he fired again at it. After a while, it gradually lost balance and fell. Everyone anxiously rushed over, calling his name. Lihan. In the laboratory, everyone was busy researching. On the other side, a scientist was intently looking at the evaluation report. After a while, he finally spoke up. Among the ranks, he is truly something special. What an extraordinary person. Another one beside him curiously asked, is it hard for him to become this rank? He replied, I think we need a little external stimulus. He must be in this rank who is just not awakened yet. At that moment, the system announced. Test completed. A female researcher waved and smiled at Han. Great job. Kuro, do you want something to eat? He took off his hat, furrowing his brow in annoyance. I just want to rest. His reaction made the girl a bit shy, and she smiled back. All right then. Let us head back to your dorm. Seeing this attitude, Kuro quietly thought. Her kindness is all a facade. That attitude will change the moment I become useless. Then he followed the girl back to the dorm, and on the way, she informed him, the testing schedule is about to wrap up. You will be promoted to level 3 soon. Kuro looked up at the moon in the sky and thought. Level 3. From now on, I will protect you because I have gained the strength to do so. Scene changed to a desert. Here, Lihan is with Clute and Dimitri taking down monsters. Lihan charged forward with his spear, driving it through the monster's head, finishing it off swiftly and smoothly. Blood splattered everywhere. Getting all over Lihan, he wiped the blood off his face. Suddenly, a glowing blue orb appeared right in front of him. He reached out to grab it and realized it was a hoverboard. Looking at the orb in his hand, he thought, Samong saved me. At this moment, his teammates caught up, looking worried as they scanned him from head to toe, continuously asking, are you alright? Lihan felt touched and replied. Then he looked over at Simong with a sincere gaze and said, thank you. Simong, standing before Lihan's gratitude. Simong felt a bit flustered, but to hide it, he spoke up. Let us deal with these soldiers and get out of here. I won't let them off easy. They dared to resurrect the bastard we almost got. Watching him walk away, one of them spoke up. Are they really soldiers? Resting his chin on his hand, he said doubtfully. Why is Simong always so angry? Silent replied. That is just a part of his character. Back in the classroom, they were reviewing the monster battle footage and discussing it together. This is a report on Kronos, a recently discovered fossil. It seems to have existed since the White Period. Thus, there have been countless speculations about the origins of the species. More than enough of those origins already, Alexander Ricken said seriously. You can study whatever you want. But after we fend off the invasion by those monsters, what is so important about that fossil? We can already produce a ton of dragon scales and spirit armor. Why do not we just skip this and get to the profit part? We are planning on awakening her. After hearing this, Zornrek confronted him and then turned to question back. That is a command from Sister Haya. Is not it still too early? Seeing him getting agitated, the others rushed over to counsel him. Hey Red. Chill out. Why are you being so rude? But he did not hear a word and kept on saying. Shut up. We are still not treated yet. Reluctantly, they resorted to using force on him. Damn it. Help him calm down. Everyone hold him back. Zornrek's eyes lit up as he nearly roared. Back off. The flames erupting from Zornrek made the others quickly step back. Why did he stand up and step right in front of Zornrek? throwing a punch straight to his face to knock some sense into him with a sharp, authoritative gaze. He said, "Control yourself. Zornrek. Isn't your intuition more important than the reason? Vahhammed and Kronos. Everything we have faced was unexpected. What if they attack us before we are ready? What should we do?" Zornrek, stunned into clarity, nodded slightly and raised his hands, saying, "I will reflect on myself in solitary confinement." Alexandrico turned away, saying, "No need. It is not that I do not understand how you feel." A few days later, in the dining hall, Lihan's group sat down to chat after grabbing their food. Glud started the conversation. "That prophet is just a rumor circulating among the soldiers. I heard they say the prophet has awakened." Durek, sitting next to him, munching on a sandwich, curiously chimed in, "Is that the one who can see into the future?" Glud replied, "Yeah. I have heard they just awakened that person." Silent. "Have you ever met them?" Silent, busy with her platter full of pastries, suddenly got asked and shook her head. Dimitri looked at her mountain of food, feeling a bit nauseated. "How in the world can you eat all that?" A pair of long legs stood in front of the door, and it swung open as a girl with long green hair stepped in, leaving everyone in the room stunned. "That is the prophet." Hearing the murmurs, Glud turned with curiosity and asked, "What is all the noise about?" The girl with green hair arrogantly ran her fingers through her locks. Noticing everyone staring at her, she asked, "What are you all looking at? Haven't you ever seen a person before?" Glud hurriedly nudged Dirk, saying, "That must be the prophet. I can believe she is a girl." Dirk turned to look, equally shocked. "Isn't it mostly spirit mages from our generation who are men?" Silent, who was eating, suddenly froze and glanced at Lihan beside her. Lihan was lost in thought. She looked so young. Is she really from the first generation? To him, the first generation seemed like Zonret. Looking at that girl, he could not help but wonder. She is probably only in her 20s. How old was she when she first went to battle? Silent stared intensely at the newcomer, her expression shifting, thinking to herself, "I do not like that girl." At that moment, the girl was walking and smoking when suddenly a voice called out to her, "Prophet." "So it is Zonret," looking all gloomy as he stares at the girl. "What do you think you are doing here?" The girl, furious, points at his face and shouts, "I have every right to go outside. Why do you care?" Zonret replies, "They are only letting you take a regular stroll. You idiot. And you are already thinking about smoking. Have you lost your mind?" As he speaks, he snatches the half-burnt cigarette from her mouth. "If you want to die, just say so." Zonret snaps his fingers, and a flame appears, burning the cigarette to ashes. Then he swiftly grabs her hand and pulls her along, saying, "Now come on, you little brat." She yanks her hand away from him, shouting, "Let me. Who do you think you are?" And in front of all those onlookers, she is being dragged away against her will. Dimitri watches the scene unfold, amazed. Both of them are really fierce. What did she do to get caught by Sergeant Red? None of them noticed Lihan's dark expression. He sits quietly in his corner, lost in thought. Sergeant Red truly is something. The sound of footsteps echoes as Zonret walks, glancing around, asking, "Where did she go?" Meanwhile, the girl is hiding behind a nearby wall, waiting for him to pass. In a room, two is testing something and glances over. "Ready yet?" Lihan, this is the first big training exercise. Lihan stands in the room, already suited up in armor, weapons in hand. T2 says, "Let us begin." The equipment powers up, and he thinks to himself, "Soon I will gain this power. 2nd gen psychic armor." Back to the girl from earlier. She is walking down the hall, thinking, "How dare he control me? Just a loyal dog for the wick." After acing his training, Lihan is worn out, his limbs feeling like jelly. He bends over, gasping for breath. Two happily approaches, clapping his hands in praise. "You completed the training. For your first time. You did excellent. I knew I made the right choice. Keep up the practice. Lihan, the upcoming test will be a piece of cake for you." He looks at me, asking, "What test?" Tutu does not want to spill the beans. "Remember, we will have to present ourselves in front of everyone sooner or later. So get ready to show them our best selves." Lihan pulls out a towel to wipe the sweat off his face, asking, "You are pretty close with Sergeant Red, right?" Tuco looks a bit surprised. "Red," Lihan continues, "do you know anything about the seer? I heard she just awakened. She is in a state where she can move on her own." T thinks for a moment, then furrows his brow, saying, "The seer has been frozen. It took as much as setting up a psychic device. But her abilities are incredibly valuable." Lihan, curious, asks why she had to be frozen. Tiku explains, "It is due to the psychic power outbreak. Some awaken too early and can't handle their strength. Their bodies gradually turn to stone. And they will die. The seer is in a state where she could drop dead at any moment. Suddenly, a voice interrupts. The girl they are talking about has appeared at the door, without them noticing, standing there with her arms crossed. She says, "Sounds like an interesting story." The moment sees her, he feels a wave of panic and lets out a startled shout. To stammered, "What are you doing here?" "Prophetess." She replied coldly, "I need you for something." Hearing this, he looked worried and asked, "What is it?" She replied seriously, "Please get me a handheld gaming console. I am so." To responded, "Where am I supposed to find that in hell? And why should I?" But she did not give him a chance to refuse, grabbing his collar and insisting, "You are the technician, so just whip one up." He felt a bit intimidated by her and stammered, "What nonsense are you talking?" At that moment, the girl suddenly realized that Lihan was standing nearby, watching her, and said, "Oh wow, you are from the second generation. Right. But how come you are so muscular for a girl?" As she spoke, she glanced at him and exclaimed, "Oh man, look at those muscles. You are growing up way too fast. That is so unfair." Then she flashed a mischievous smile and said, "I have something to discuss with you. Want to find a quiet place." To wanted to quickly shove this burden away, so he urged Lihan, "All right, take him away. He is done training. Just go. Lihan, see you tomorrow." Then he whispered to Lihan, "Get her out of here. I can't stand stubborn girls like her." She overheard him and said, "I heard that, just so you know," before pulling Lihan away, reminding him, "Don't forget about the gaming console." In the garden, where she called it a quiet spot to talk privately with Lihan, she stood there silently, so he spoke first. "What did you want to say?" she said. "You heard what Marie said, right? About my current situation." "Yep. I do not have much time left. My hair color is not supposed to be like this. But I am still living happily with the time I have left. Do you want to run away to a faraway place with me?" Hearing such a strange request from a girl he barely knew, Lihan turned to leave, saying, "If there is nothing else, I am out of here." She urgently called him back. "Wait a minute. You really do not know what humor is, do you?" Just like Red said. He was a bit surprised. "So you know me?" Suddenly, her eyes turned red, and a surge of red energy surrounded her as she said, "Yeah, I know. And I want to tell you this." She placed a hand on his forehead, and after a long moment, she said, "If you want to live, do not get involved in this anymore. I am only saying this because Red cares about you." Lihan asked, "Do you see a future for me?" She replied, "I am telling you this because I see nothing. In most cases, that means you are going to die. If you are dead, how can there be a future?" But contrary to her thoughts, he said, "In most cases means there is still a chance I will survive. Right?" Hearing his question, she was taken aback. "What the heck?" Then Lihan turned to leave, not forgetting to express his gratitude. "Thanks for the warning, but I am always close to death anyway. I knew the chances were high from the beginning." Watching him walk away, she was furious, grinding her teeth as she muttered each word. "Fine. Then live and die like a loyal dog," she shouted as John Red dragged her away, screaming, "You let me. That hurts." Then he threw her into a room, his face twisted with rage, saying, "What is wrong with you?" He stepped close to her, leaning against the wall, staring her down and questioning, "You are not new to the invasion today. Why did not you say anything before?" She snapped back, "Didn't you already know why?" "Because I do not care about this world." John hesitated and said, "Come on, Catherine, stop acting like a child. You are not the only one who has to make sacrifices. Do you know how old those kids from the second generation are? The oldest is barely 12 or 13. And they are out there risking their lives." Catherine paid him no mind and asked, "So what?" John read, "How can you not understand why I said that?" Then, lowering her head, she choked out, "Sacrifice. Sounds so noble, does not it? Makes my heart feel warm. But why should I have to sacrifice? I probably won't even live to see the next invasion. At least those kids have hope." As she said this, tears streamed down her face. Catherine continued to scream in rage that they would live in a peaceful world once the monsters were wiped out. "Why should I care about my ability to see the future when I have no future myself?" John furrowed his brow, his voice sad as he replied, "Because you are a good person." Catherine wiped her tears and walked past him, saying with a half smile, "What a fool." The scene shifted to military helicopters flying across the city to ensure the safety of the citizens. The soldiers were moving down the street, chatting as they went. Seeing a city this intact is both exciting and strange, with all the evacuees. "It looks like a ghost town." Dimitri walked alongside Simon and chimed in, "This place is going to be wrecked after 7 days. Ah. Simon shrugged and replied, "Yeah. Probably." According to the prophet's predictions, a portal and a dragon would appear in Paris within 7 days. because such a monumental event was about to unfold. A brand new place with no precedent was drawing a lot of attention from special forces around the world. In front of Lihan's group, another crew approached, all muscular and fierce-looking, armed to the teeth. Their leader stepped forward. "You guys are the lion spirit users. Right. Mind stepping aside a bit? Kiddos." Dimitri let out a cold laugh and said, "With a wide road like this, why do not you just move out of the way yourself?" But the soldiers on the other side burst into mocking laughter. "Aren't you supposed to be some kind of illusionist? Why not just fly over us?" Dimitri gritted his teeth in anger, cursing under his breath. "Damn it." Lihan signaled for him to calm down and said, "They are just trying to provoke you. Who do you think you are?" Spotting their insignia, Lihan guessed. "Looks like they are from the US. The guy pointed at himself and said, "We are Elite U. Special Forces, also known as Hellboys." Hearing that name, Dimitri was taken aback, realizing he had heard about them before. Even though they did not possess spirit powers, these guys were enhanced physically. "I heard their upgrade points are insane. Probably why they are even bigger than Dimitri." The guy noticed Lihan did not say anything after hearing their name, so he turned to his buddies and taunted, "Looking at your sizes. Without that spirit power, you would be flattened like a bug." Lihan shrugged it off and walked past, saying, "That is funny. All right." Everyone, frustrated that they could not get a rise out of the big guy from the US, one of them said, "How boring. See you later, chumps." After a while of moving, the evil team finally reached their resting place. Looking at the clean, luxurious room before them, Clute exclaimed in amazement, "I have never stayed in a place like this before." Immediately, he dropped his stuff and dove onto the bed, delighting in its softness. "Hey Lihan, this bed is amazing." Looking at Lihan, he sighed and said, "I have never touched anything this soft before." He reached out to feel it, saying, "Is this silk? Now I know what luxury really feels like." Clute walked over to the nearby fridge, opened it, and his eyes lit up as he called out to Lihan, "Check this out. There are so many drinks in here. What do you want?" Lihan. But Lihan declined, saying, "No, I am." Clute, unfazed by Lihan's refusal, quickly grabbed some food and mumbled while munching away, "Oh man, it melts in your mouth." He exclaimed, "What does this say? I can't read French." Lihan took a bite of a pastry and replied, "You think I know?" After refueling his spirits, Clute felt more pumped than ever. He jumped off the bed and declared, "All right." Lihan, surprised, asked, "Go where?" Clute pointed at the bag of snacks and flashed a mischievous grin. "We are gonna snag some more from other rooms. Those soldiers won't touch this stuff anyway." Lihan immediately shot back, "Dude, that is a terrible idea. Don't go wandering off. There are too many other units around." But Clute was not one to be easily convinced. He stood by the door, waving at Lihan. "Come on. You are not the captain here, so I am not listening to you." Lihan facepalmed and said, "Yep, that is definitely Clute for you." He then walked over to the table and pulled out a tablet to check the map, thinking, "I need to memorize all the key building locations around here while I still have time. If we are not prepared, we won't stand a chance. We won't use everything we have prepared in battle, but when the time comes, those things will lead us to victory. And I won't forget that." Just then, there was a knock at the door. Lihan thought it was Clute returning, but it was Catherine. "Catherine." Silent opened the door and heard a quick breath before Catherine's voice rang out. "Hold on. Let me just sit down for a second." Silent wondered, "What is going on?" At that moment, Catherine was sitting against Lihan, breathing heavily and drenched in sweat. Silent looked at the scene and turned away, thinking, "What is that girl doing with Lihan?" Outside, Dimitri was facing off against a guy from another team who was closing in on him. Yan Jiang, nearby, joked, "Are you too scared to go solo? You even brought your buddy along." The other guy bent down, smirking at Dimitri. "Don't worry. It is just me against you. The others are just watching. Unless, of course, you decide to run away." Hearing that, Dimitri chuckled and replied, "Oh really? Don't you worry. I want to use the magic you are afraid of." The two locked eyes, fire igniting between them as they simultaneously said, "Then let us get this started." Standing by the elevator, Silent recalled the scene of Catherine leaning against Lihan in the room, and her heart ached. She placed a hand on her chest, thinking, "This is too uncomfortable. I need to get some fresh air on the rooftop." Just then, Clute returned, arms full of mixed loot, and saw Silent waiting for the elevator. He asked, "Hey Silent, where do you go?" Meanwhile, outside, Dimitri launched a punch at the American soldier, who not only did not dodge but let Dimitri hit him square in the gut. He did not know if he was made of iron or what, but when Dimitri hit him, it felt incredibly solid. Dimitri thought to himself, This guy's body is unreal. After that, he threw everything he had into his punches. But he realized he was not landing any hits at all. Moreover, the guy was able to catch Dimitri's punches perfectly. He retaliated with a strong jab right to Dimitri's forehead, making him bleed. Dimitri refused to back down. If a punch was not going to work, he would try something else. With that thought, he gripped the solid arm of his opponent and swung his entire body up. The gang members watching gasped in shock. Jaws dropped. Dimitri glared at him, refusing to retreat, and smirked, saying, "If you do not want a broken arm, just admit defeat." But just like that, Dimitri found himself flipped upside down, thrown to the ground with such force that he cried out in pain. Seizing the moment, his opponent lunged forward, aiming to stomp him flat. But with his life hanging by a thread, Dimitri quickly jumped aside to dodge. Lying on the ground, Dimitri looked up at him and said, "This is dangerous. Now I am going to fight you for real." Suddenly, the door swung open with a bang, and Dimitri turned to see Silence striding in, pushing him aside as she headed straight for the guy. Seeing her small, delicate frame, he sneered, "Get out of the way. What if you get hurt?" Silence's eyes blazed with fury as she replied, "I am so annoyed. I just want to break something." The guy's face turned pale as he let out a pained scream. She had just snapped his finger. He rubbed his finger, growling in anger, "You want to die?" Ah! He swung his fist down, but Silent tilted her head aside and easily dodged. Her slender arm delivered a swift punch straight to his gut. He doubled over in pain and kneeling, and immediately commanded his gang, "Catch her." Just then, Clute appeared beside Dimitri, exclaiming, "Smof is not weak. Silent is just way too strong." Silent coldly walked past the gang members, each one of them receiving a brutal beating and writhing on the ground. Watching Silence back, Dimitri thought to himself, "I do not think I can fight her." Meanwhile, Lihan was gazing at Catherine, who was exhausted in his lap, and he recalled when she entered the room and said, "I will report to the higher-ups. Lihan will die if he participates in this operation. As soon as I say it, you will be moved to a safe location immediately." He looked at her and replied, "I thought we already talked about this." Catherine slammed the door in anger. "A dragon is going to appear. You have seen dragons before. You are going to die. You are still too young to die." Suddenly, she froze, her strength leaving her as she collapsed to the floor. Lihan looked at her worriedly. "Are you okay? Let me help you sit up. I will call a doctor right away." Weakly, she replied, "Just let me rest for a bit." Back in the present, he looked at Catherine, who was unconscious in his arms, thinking, was that a mental explosion? The survival rate is 0. Moments later, fragments appeared, and she was standing at the edge of a cliff. He was about to shoot when a voice rang out, "Stop shooting. Someone is still alive." She unfortunately slipped, causing those below to gasp in shock, eyes wide open. Though she was falling from a height, she maintained her calm demeanor. Outside, the sun broke through the clouds again, and she gently closed her eyes. Back in reality, she suddenly opened her eyes wide, waking up from her daze. She realized she was lying in bed, her body stiff, thinking, so it was just a dream. She hesitated to get out of bed, looking at the figure in front of her and silently thinking, what a crabby attitude. Behind him, in her eye, the shadow of John appeared. She thought to herself, why do they look so alike? The old folks were not wrong. Fools flock together. He then turned around and spoke up. Are you awake? Feeling any better? She heard the question and the doctor replied, yeah, I am feeling a bit better. Hearing this, he pushed her out of the room, not forgetting to add, then just go. Don't come looking for me again. Leaving her with a frustrated look, she seemed too stunned to respond. What the hell? Later, in the research lab, the professor appeared extremely annoyed with her loud voice. Do I need to wear mental armor or what? Crazy. Walking around my house. Are you mad at two little things? She angrily pointed at his leg. Continuing. Look at your own leg. Not backing down. Shot back. Don't say anything. That is why I am trying to compromise here. We do not have many reinforcements left. We will have one more person. Suddenly, John noticed something and glanced to the side. The professor was gesturing at something, causing him to be completely confused. She turned around and left, but did not forget to translate the professor's message for John. What he means is either make her shut up, or both of you get out and follow me. I have somewhere to take you. The bar. Dunn handed her a drink and said, here. Drink this if you are worried. Just look at my future. You will see whether I live or die. After hearing this, she angrily turned to him and shouted, I could not care less about your future. I just feel sorry for your reckless actions. As she spoke, she accidentally knocked the cup she was holding down, adding, and give me the alcohol. Do you think I am a child? Seeing her action, calmly replied, drinking is not good for your health. You know. She seemed unimpressed and slammed the cup down on the table, angrily saying, "Don't you think it is too late to care about my health now?" Seemingly unable to take it anymore, angrily said to Denzi, "I told you we are researching these treatments. That is why I have to be stuck in the lab as a test subject." Hearing this, her voice suddenly turned low, showing clear sadness, leaving him wide-eyed in surprise. "You know I won't live to see that day." He helplessly rubbed his head, secretly thinking, "Damn it, Kathy. I really do not want you to wake up more than anyone else." Then he grabbed the bottle and said, "All right, let us not talk about that anymore. Fine. I want a drink, so let us drink." As he poured the drink into a cup, his face clearly showed his sorrow. Kathy saw this and said, "You should drink a glass too." Feeling defeated, sighed, Okay. Both of them drank together, and after a while, the table was piled high with empty bottles. Kathy was drunk, while John kept drinking. She glanced up at him and reached out without hesitation to ruffle his hair, leaving John stunned, looking at his messy hair. She exclaimed, "With this messy hair, you look even more handsome." Suddenly, her eyes widened. She sat up straight, looked around the room, and thought, "This is Redma's room." She checked herself, glancing at the empty space beside her, and thought, "He must be sleeping somewhere else." Then she let out a sigh. Forever the perfect gentleman is not. He had her in his sights now, aiming right at her as she stood by the window ledge. Suddenly, he spun around and shouted, "There is someone still alive." That was the signal for help. He looked up at her, thinking, how strange. How could someone be there? Then, panic washed over him when he saw her jump straight down without hesitation. He dashed forward without a second thought. Just as she was about to hit the ground, he caught her in his arms, panting heavily. Wasn't she the one sending out a distress signal? What was she thinking? Jumping out of a window? She did not answer but stared at him for a moment, then smiled and said, "I knew you would catch me." She stepped towards the sink to look at herself in the mirror. Suddenly, she realized something and opened the door, gasping in surprise at the sight of a stockpile of food inside. She thought to herself, "He can be a woodpecker, but he sure looks like one." Without hesitation, she grabbed some food, taking a piece while enjoying the breeze on the balcony. A gentle wind blew, making her soft hair dance in the air. Yet, her mind drifted back to last night, recalling John's annoyed face when she stepped out and told him that letting her hair down made him look even more handsome. Her cheeks flushed red as she scolded herself. "You are crazy. You have really lost it." Then she glanced at the piece of food still in her hand. As she walked into the room, she thought, "There is no lighter here." She tossed her hair and stepped out of the room. Suddenly, she spotted something and widened her eyes in surprise, exclaiming, "Wait, you are Silent." Right. Silent, hearing his name, glanced over, thinking, "This is Sergeant Redmar's room." He stared at her, making her shy and stammer. Before she could explain, he started typing on the keyboard, writing something that made her gasp. What the heck? Then he left without saying a word, leaving her standing there, calling out, "Wait, I really think there has been a misunderstanding here." As she ran off, she thought to herself, "I do not know why, but he really does not seem to like me." Meanwhile, in the research room, the professor looked excited and said, "Let me show you the new toy. First, check this out." He seemed completely confused by this. The professor continued, "You do not know the receiver. He sells threads like this. It is a trap." After hearing this, he replied, "I have no idea what you are talking about." The professor went on to explain, "Look, on your left arm, you will find a replacement for the hook blade. It can be detached. So if you do not need it, just take it off. There is even a backup charger, which is essential when hunting those nasty flying beasts. Just be careful not to get hit from behind. If it goes off, you are done for." The others chimed in, saying, "Every time the boss talks about getting hurt, it means there is a high chance you will get wrecked, so be extra careful." As he listened to the others, he imagined what would happen if that device, capable of lifting heavy stuff, exploded. He had to be careful. The professor continued explaining, "The prophecy is becoming reality. Lihan will don the spiritual armor and face that dragon. Ideally, they will successfully take it down. I can't believe we prepared all of this ourselves. For the past 10 years, the world has been too complacent." He projected onto the big screen in front of him and said, "I won't let that happen. I am not fighting for humanity. I am fighting for my friends. My brothers." A moment later, Vang spoke, announcing the arrival of a space anomaly. At that moment, Alexander was seated in the observation room, intently monitoring the situation. He spoke up, saying that if it was anything like the previous anomalies, the Earth would be far away, and the pawns would be out there. The computer's voice chimed in, pinpointing the predicted location of the anomaly, assigning all teams to their respective positions. Outside, the space portal began to open up, continuously emitting terrifying red electrical currents. One person seeing this could not help but exclaim, "Damn. I feel butterflies in my stomach. This is nauseating." The computer's voice continued to resonate, stating that all spiritual energy was converging in a specific area, right above the predicted location. Alexander, observing the space portal, saw it discharging incredibly powerful currents. While below, the army was readying tanks and ammunition. One person noticed something was off and voiced their concern. "Something's really weird." The Americans are laughing, saying, "What is going on? Is there a traffic jam or something?" At that moment, someone shouted loudly, "Look up at the sky." The space portal was now showing signs of about to open. Alexander, too, could not maintain his composure. The atmosphere was tense. Both he and the professor were utterly shocked by this revelation. The space portal burst open, unleashing thousands of monsters that surged out, diving straight down. There were so many that they formed a black column connecting the sky to the ground. The first wave of monsters landed on solid ground. Upon seeing this, Ding could not help but panic. What the hell are they trying to do? Then, the whole swarm fell at once, sending everyone into a frenzy. What on earth is happening? Lihan watched the scene unfold on the screen, thinking to himself, are these things really coming from the sky? Everyone stood frozen. Surely even the commanders were speechless by now. After all, they had only been preparing for a ground battle defense system. The computer's voice echoed again. Survivors from the apocalypse were confirmed, and the dead were likely just bait. Better get ready for what is coming. The monsters charged forward wildly. A command blared, initiating the operation. As soon as the order was given, bullets flew straight towards the horde of monsters. Instantly, a swarm of monsters began to drop like flies. The young soldiers manning the machine guns could not help but feel exhilarated. It is like playing a game. Easy wins and cashing in too. On our side. Damn those bastards. If it stays like this, we will be golden. But life is not that simple just when you think it is under control. More monsters keep raining down from the sky. Damn it. There is no end in sight. Are they trying to drain our ammo? After the larger monsters fell, shadows of flying beasts began to appear in the sky. Another kind. Look out. They are coming in hot. The computer's voice blared again. Flying monsters confirmed, and the activation sequence is set. Immediately, the first wave of bullets shot straight at the flying monsters, one after another. More monsters were taken down, and the artillery was firing at full power. Suddenly, a monster charged straight at the tank and exploded on impact. Alexander inside the command room watched in awe. They are self-destructing. Then, a horde of monsters surged forward, causing massive explosions. Meanwhile, we are still fighting relentlessly. Our resources are dwindling. At this rate, we are in serious trouble. Countless giant monsters, armed with weapons, marched towards the soldiers. Below were the huge beasts, and above them, the flying monsters ready to self-destruct. The computer continued, advising everyone to retreat from the area. Hearing this, he shouted, "Did you hear that? Let us get out of here before it is too late." Before he could finish, a monster prepared to self-destruct charged right at him, detonating to take down as many monsters as possible. Just as the explosion was about to reach him, he quickly activated his skill to counter the blast. The area was ready for detonation. Alexander, sitting in the command room, spoke with a serious expression. "Hold the line." Back on the battlefield, two young fighters are trying to rally each other. "Come on. We have to get out of here. This place could turn into a wasteland at any moment." A seriously injured soldier urges his teammate, "Just leave me here, or you will be next." But he refuses, saying if we are going down, we go down together. Who are we anyway? Hearing this, the guy nearby regains his spirit warriors straight from hell. Exactly. Both of them look ahead and smile, saying, "See you in hell, brother." At that moment, a creature flies toward them. They confidently shout, "Or we are the warriors from hell." A monster explodes right in front of them, but someone jumps out, charging straight at the explosion to stop it from advancing. The other two can't believe their eyes. Wide open in shock is Dimitri. He just took that explosion head on, smiling as he shouts back, "Do you think that slogan sounds a bit cheesy?" The two are stunned by this. He turns back, showering them with praise. "Dude, your loyalty is pretty commendable too." The whole area is engulfed in darkness. At that moment, he looks around. Everything is ablaze. The water nearby is on fire too. His comrades have all sacrificed themselves. The pain hits him hard, making him shout out in despair. His orders echo so loudly, you could hear them from a distance. Right now, he is like a raging beast, weapon raised high. He turns back, crying for his fallen comrades. You bastards. I will kill every last one of you. The computer's voice continues to blare. There are still surviving soldiers. Should we hold out a little longer? Hearing this, Alexander decisively responds. Launch the airstrike. As soon as he finished speaking, the whole area erupted into chaos with explosive blasts shaking the ground. In moments, the air was thick with smoke and debris. Alexander watched the explosions unfold on the screen, commenting on the devastation. The glorious reputation of Paris will be entirely shattered from this point on. Professor Lihan chimed in at that moment. For evil. Even this beautiful city is just a tool for defense. Even if we win, Paris will be reduced to a wasteland. Hearing this, he could not help but think to himself, that was truly a massive explosion. I wonder if everyone could evacuate in time. In the command room, someone turned to Alexander and said that most of the minions had been wiped out, and no more would emerge from that gate. Alexander's expression turned serious as he kept an eye on the remaining minions and tended to the retreating soldiers, preparing the first-generation spirit armor. It will appear soon. After all this time, I finally get to witness the power of the spirit troops with my own eyes. Outside, streams of purple energy poured out from the gate. Below, 4 figures stood in a rectangular formation. The voice crackled through the radio. Can you all hear me? We will end this battle. Just as he said that, a gigantic monster emerged from the gate. Imposing and terrifying, the voice continued, initiating the green campaign. It will use dragon breath. This type of attack was familiar. Not much different from what we witnessed in the First Dragon War. Its power was even weaker than what we had seen in the past. While it may not be as fierce as the Vahhammed, we must proceed with caution. We are sticking to the plan and aiming for its wings. The dragon unleashed torrents of red energy toward everyone, and without hesitation, they fought back with all their might. The dragons flew by harnessing their spirit energy, but they could not do that once they lost their wings. After all, the feeling is what fuels the imagination essential for the dragon's spirit energy. The voice continued. I will restrict its vision for a moment and strike from behind. Suddenly, someone jumped up from behind the dragon. The heat radiating from it singed his equipment. He managed to pin the dragon down, and at that moment, 2 others charged straight at the dragon, injuring it. We will aim to take out its wings to prepare for ground combat. At that moment, the dragon seemed to unleash its full power, its eyes glowing a fierce red. Energy waves of crimson spread all around. Its strength was so overwhelming that those charging forward were significantly affected. Seeing this, he could not help but exclaim in shock. No way. His sword hand trembled from the dragon's overwhelming power, but he swung his sword down, injuring the dragon. Its roar echoed through the air. The voice from the radio crackled to life. Reminding me of your relentless spirit. The wounded dragon charged downwards. The impact on the ground created a small explosion. The voice from the radio came through again. We can let it have a moment to breathe. Let us chase it down. The entire team quickly moved towards the ground, heading for the dragon. Amidst the dust and smoke, the shadow of the massive dragon appeared, its wings battered. Suddenly, a powerful red light enveloped it. John could not help but feel skeptical. What the hell is it doing? He stared intently at it. It was changing shape. The dragon had completely lost its wings and transformed into an incredibly muscular beast. The voice from the radio sounded again. I guess you could call it a new breed of monster. Our old methods won't work on this creature. John spoke, but that does not mean we are going to just accept defeat. If we take the battle to the ground, we still have a chance. John said to his teammates, adjust your jetpacks to maximum power and stick to me as closely as possible. We will launch a synchronized attack. I will go in first and hit it with an electric charge. One of the others asked, a bit worried. But what will happen to you, Red? John replied, if I am lucky, it will be dead before I get zapped. Then he charged straight for the monster. No time to hesitate, let us move. Damn it. All right. The whole team readied their weapons towards the beast. Its eyes glowed red, bathing everyone around in crimson light. Suddenly, the ground around it shattered, debris flying into the air. John cursed at it. Damn beast. Before he could react, huge rocks came hurtling towards him. The monster was definitely furious now. It lunged forward, swinging its massive arms and striking John, sending him crashing to the ground. The blow made his head bleed, but that hit could not take John out. He struggled to get back up, his body shaking. The monster was sniffing something out of the ground, its eyes gleaming. I turned to John. He said, this is insane. I have never seen anything like this before. In that moment, I thought, I just need to hold on a little longer. I have to reveal its capabilities before I die. The voice from the radio crackled again. Lihan is starting the operation. John was shocked to hear this. What the hell? Lihan immediately charged forward. Sensing something was off, John worriedly thought, there is no way the commander would give an order like this.
Well,
Lihan continued to advance straight towards the monster. John's voice came through the radio. Why are you getting yourself into this fight? Lihan, because I need to check back a few minutes ago in the command room, where a solid voice echoed, sending chills down my spine. Kathy looked at him in disbelief at what she was witnessing, hearing her words. Alexander merely glanced over without saying anything, his expression seemingly indifferent to his own fate. A figure stepped forward. The prophet hesitated, furious. She resisted his touch. Don't touch me, Alexander spoke up. Just let her be. Kathy turned her gaze toward him. Alexander said, the prophet is aware of how crucial this is. Right, that creature belongs to a new breed whose abilities we barely understand. If the second-generation enhanced soldiers fall victim to an unforeseen event, it would spell doom for the world we live in. Hearing this, she lowered her head in silence. Suddenly, she pulled out a weapon and said, if killing me is the end, so be it for my world. Her action left Alexander stunned as he was taken aback. What is she doing? She wore a serious expression, saying, if afraid, I will follow. Looking into her unwavering eyes, Alexander found himself at a loss for words. She contacted him and spoke. Lihan, I know I am being contradictory right now, but I warned you not to get involved if you wanted to live. You can hate me all you want, but please, Red needs saving. Tears began to stream down her cheeks. She could not hold back her tears. Please save Red, I am begging you. Lihan. Upon hearing this, he spoke to the professor. Please, you let me. He was shocked to hear her request. Lihan. Then he spoke to her. Prophet. Whether you ask or not, I am still going out there. I do not want to see Sergeant Red sacrifice himself either. Kathy could not find her tears as she stood there, trembling in front of the screen. Alexander remained silent. He said nothing. Back in the present, he charged straight toward the monster. Speed was incredible. Just as he was about to attack, John seemed to perceive his presence and turned around. Seeing him, could not help but shout angrily. What are you doing out here? You fool, Lihan replied. Can you burn its eye again? John quickly responded. I will use the smell to lure it. That is way more effective. Hearing that, he got. It already said it would kill you. So what is the point? Sergeant, John replied. Since when did I do what you told me to? Before he could finish, Lihan interrupted. I am not fighting for humanity. I just do not want to see my loved ones go. The monster continuously fired red orbs from its direction. Lihan skillfully dodged each orb with his abilities. The creature unleashed its psychic powers, causing the ground to shatter. John cautioned. It is using psychic powers. Be careful. He quickly jumped off the ground and shouted, please use the fire to block its line of sight, and I will blow its brains out. John saw his student like this and exclaimed loudly, you can do that. Not without risking it. Then he changed his mind and conjured a flame. Fine. I will go with you. The large fire shot straight at the monster. Taking this chance, he fired a laser towards it. The laser spiraled into the monster's forest of flesh. He wiped it towards it while thinking to himself, Dante, hold back. Fire the laser as fast as you can. We have to max out the reaction power. And you guys? That dragon. Just one blow. John thought to himself at this moment. What are you going to do? Lihan. At this moment, his entire body was surrounded by a blue light. Remembering earlier, he asked, is there any way to deal with the electric dragon? At that moment, the professor had replied, for now, release all your divine power outward. Hearing this, he skeptically asked back, release what? He saw this and explained, he might be a crude piece of trash, but we can't let him die. If he is in danger, due to the divine power, release all of it. At this moment, he followed that advice and released all his own power outside, thinking to himself, because the material ratio used in the second-generation suit has increased, it will neutralize other divine powers when I use my own. This is to create an explosion, forcing John to raise his hand to protect his body. While worriedly thinking about his student, luckily, Lihan was completely unharmed. He opened the mask of his equipment. The monster was now charred and lying on the ground, while a stream of green gas enveloped the dragon. Seeing this, John thought to himself, who knows? Maybe the kid I chose will save this whole world. Lihan stood frozen in place, his gaze fixed on the massive beam of light before him. The light surged straight up, enveloping his entire being. He cracked one eye open, curiously watching it. Then he opened both eyes wide. The scene before him had changed. Lihan could not help but be amazed as he looked ahead. Something small was right at his feet. He did not notice and casually walked around, causing the little creature to jump onto a branch. He walked to a place where a rather large dragon was located. He was startled to see it. Before him lay a half-chopped wooden tree, with the dragon sprawled on it. He thought curiously, is that a dragon? Suddenly, the dragon seemed to sense his presence. It bared its sharp, white teeth, one of its eyes as big as 3 of his fists. It posed for a moment before turning its eyes toward him. It quickly left the tree trunk and lunged downward. At that moment, Lihan was both surprised and scared. Standing there frozen, the huge dragon roared, human. I will prove and test my free will. He was jolted awake the sick room. Just as he was still in shock, Clute called out to him. Sorry about that. Did I wake you? Lihan realized that all this time it was just a dream. He sat up and asked, Clute, how long have I been asleep? He replied, 3 days. He was curious. Why are you dressed like a patient? He wiped the table with a rag as he answered. I went for a psychological evaluation, and they said I needed to stay in the hospital temporarily. After saying that, he spaced out for a while, remembering the scene of the battle all around him. The air was thick with smoke from the explosions. He angrily roared, and waves of power surrounded him. That light enveloped his body and unleashed immense power. His clothes were gradually torn apart, and his body, covered in wounds, began to grow cold. Tears streamed down his cheeks. Those damn bastards. I will kill every last one of you. He charged at them, throwing punches left and right. Each strike landed hard on the monsters, blood gushing everywhere. He wielded his spear and punched relentlessly. His eyes were filled with hatred. He swung a direct hit at one of them. It howled in pain. His gaze was aflame with fury. One by one, he took them down in rhythm. Soon, a whole pack lay defeated at his feet. The surroundings were gradually engulfed in flames, leaving him in shock. Back in the hospital room, he continued. Lihan, you always said you would fight to protect your loved ones. I will fight to protect my friends, too. Anyone who harms them will pay with their life, even if I have to follow them to the ends of hell. Lihan looked at him, feeling a swell of pride. Glut. He stared at Glut's expression. Suddenly, someone walked in. Glut continued speaking. I will give you some space. We can continue later. Catherine stepped in. She anxiously asked him, how are you feeling? I am recovering quickly. It seems you have reconsidered cooperating properly. She replied. It is because I overstepped and sent you in. Suddenly, her face turned pale. She said slowly. It is normal for those people to force 10-year-olds to train like that. Soldiers are always ready to fall. Call it duty. I hate all of them. But even so, I still told you to go save Red. When you left, I felt so light. Tears streamed down, she said. I am no different from them. The two sat there in silence. She wiped her tears away with her hand. I came to thank you, but now it has turned into this. He watched her cry and thought, I am too weak. Suddenly, her watch buzzed with a notification. She wiped her tears and quickly left. I have to go now. The funeral will start soon. Take care of yourself. He nodded lightly. Then thought to himself, just do not feel guilty. Just do your own thing. It used to seem crazy, but now it feels pretty normal. To protect my loved ones, I will keep fighting until every last dragon is dead. Tears will keep flowing. She stepped outside. I get it now. He stood at the door for a long time, watching her silhouette fade away. Kuro and Simon crossed paths in the lobby. He was curious. Simon, what are you doing here? Where are Lihan and Glut? He shouted. Both of them are in the hospital. What do you think? That is why I am here. Use your brain a little. Will you? Kuro jumped. What? Are they okay? He replied coldly. Who cares? If you want to know, then go visit them yourself. He told Kuro. Keep up. Will you? If you fall behind, I won't even care. Then he quickly walked away. Kuro thought to himself, I guess Simon still does not like me. Fine. He thought to himself, just seeing that stupid face makes my blood boil. That jerk won't wake up until his buddy dies in battle. I absolutely won't trust that guy, even in the most desperate situation. 3 days later, it is great that you have been discharged. Drink up while it is still hot. Lihan picked up the cup and took a sip. He set it down on the table. It tastes amazing. So now you know how to charm the ladies. He added a lump of sugar. It will taste even better with a bit of sugar. The sugar cube slowly melted in the warm water. He curiously asked him, I am sure you did not call me here just to sip tea. Right, is this about Kuro? Exactly. Please guide Kuro so he can join the fight, because he will also be fighting in a second-generation psychic match team. We decided to train an additional 11 more units. There will be 3 teams with 4 members each, and one of those will be yours. We have killed all the dragons that appeared outside Vahhammed. We used to be able to take them down with just 4 people in the first-generation psychic match team, but now, that is impossible with this new breed of dragons. They are evolving to fight against us. Right now, our future depends on the second-generation psychic match team. He stepped outside, silently pondering. Currently, I hold 2 trump cards, unless they reassemble the prototype. I am the only one who can operate it. Also, Kuro is at his strongest when he is with me. I need him right now. Every advantage is on my side. Suddenly, the sound of heavy footsteps slamming into the door echoed. Wait. Hurry it up, Simon yelled at Kuro, looking fierce. What are you doing? Dragging your feet. Sorry. Kuro could only stand there scratching his head. They called for everyone in class to meet in the lab. We are running late. Let us hurry up. He thought to himself. I have sworn not to be weak anymore. But no matter how hard I try, without Lihan by my side, I feel like I am just going back to square one. They gathered in the hall, all eyes on the new equipment. What is that? It is the new mental power evaluation machine. Just by looking at it, you can tell it is going to measure our mental strength, or something similar. This device will compile your mental power levels based on how well you perform. Just sit down, put this helmet on, and try to unleash all your mental power. The machine announced it had completed about 8,000 evaluations. He stared at it for a moment, then nudged the person in front of him to move aside. Okay. He sat up straight in the device. The machine started analyzing, beginning its evaluation. They stood around, curious, wondering what score he would get. The genius from England. Who knows? He is in there with 1,000 eyes on him. Suddenly, his mind felt like it was going haywire. His face drenched in sweat, feeling incredibly uncomfortable. The system announced it had completed around 10,000 evaluations. They erupted in chatter. That is insane. Isn't that the highest score ever? No one has surpassed 9,000 before. He turned his gaze to Kuro. Wait. You should go get evaluated too. He waved his hand. No need. I have been evaluated before. He shot a skeptical look at him. How much? What was Kuro's mental power level? The girl operating the device looked puzzled. It is a score of 12,000 methods. Another person stepped up, and this is just based on his average results. This cold girl who just appeared made everyone curious. He mouthed something under his breath. Then he walked away. And the girl felt intrigued. That is not fair, doctor. We do not necessarily have to, the doctor explained, with that stubborn personality. He definitely won. Let it go until he finds out what he wants to know. Kuro thought to himself. Maybe it is same mouth. Switching scenes. On Lihan's side. It is about digitizing everyone's mental power levels, like those stats in games we often see. Although I have not tried it. I think I get what you are saying. He thought to himself. Ak would create something like that without a purpose. Maybe they will use it in battle somehow. Captain. What is our mission this time? He looked at Silent and nodded, his gaze full of determination. We will start discussing it right now. A voice called out. Wait. You pathetic loser. Let us fight. I'm going to take you down hard. The girl pointed her sword at the guy. He turned to look. What is the reason for this fight? She shouted. I do not like that you and I have similar names. That is it. He smiled lightly and said. Fine. I think that is enough of that. Now. Hold on. What was that about? Back to reality. Silent was curious if that memory was something he lost after the injury. From a small village in the Pyrenees Mountains, all the soldiers on the battlefield in France ran away to this place. Clute replied. It seems pretty unusual given their nature and mindset. There must be something manipulating those bastards. Probably one of those cursed ones. Lihan ordered. Let us just pretend this village is a little more messed up. Observing the climate and the condition of the corpse. It seems it has only been about 2 days. There are not any other bodies. Where have the others gone? A voice called out. Lihan. Someone's approaching from the front lines. Everyone. Get ready for battle as a cart driver comes into view. Lihan ordered. Please confirm your identity. The cart driver set the cart down, then slowly lifted his cap. You guys are soldiers. Right, as you can see, I am just a farmer in this village. Lihan stared at him intently, suspicion written all over his face. The skull with a diving helmet in his hands is a common tattoo among the Marines. If he does not confess, we will have to resort to other methods. He extended his hand wearing a watch, accessing the database, preparing to scan. The man immediately surrendered. Call me Jack. Jack said. Lihan pressed for his full name. He shouted back. What a rude question. Better to be rude than to miss a potential threat. Ultimately, he relented, saying he was Jack Zigundler. You read the info on him. He retired 6 years ago and was a former member of the PF. Yeah. I decided to come see you guys after all this time on the run. He is not even a deserter. What is the issue? He replied. The mentalist is always monitored even after retirement. There is no freedom at all. They fear we will use our powers to commit crimes. And he slowly turned away, then stared back at you. You will help me. Right. I can bury each and every one of them. But I want to give them some dignity. They have all gathered in one spot now, he explained. Originally I settled here to avoid surveillance. I have come to like it here. I want to spend the rest of my life in this place. He paused for a moment. I guess you guys are hunting those bastards. Right. I would like to join. Your surprise at his proposal was evident. I could only watch helplessly as each person perished. Thanks to this power, I decided to live like a coward. His gaze grew more determined. And you thought to yourself, invisible. Well, I am not sure how effective his combat ability is. This mental strength will be useful for us in surveying the terrain. Nice to meet you. Jax Zigundler. My name is Lihan. I will temporarily hire you. You moved quickly to hand him a gun as a sign of agreement. He firmly gripped the gun in his hands. His gaze was filled with confidence. Looking forward to your command, Captain Lihan. Then everyone quickly set off, making their way into the forest. He walked slowly at the back. Seeing this, Lihan ordered, "Halt, we will take turns keeping watch." Good grief. He tiredly opened a bottle of water. Are you guys even human? I did not think I would be this worn out. There is no way I can keep up with you well-equipped soldiers. Lihan said we are enhanced spiritual power users. Which means you guys are second gen. And they are still pushing that project hard. He thought to himself. Looking closely now, they looked like kids. Probably around 13, 14 at most. Definitely stronger than the first gen. But still too young. Curiously, you asked him why he left evil behind. Your eyes glued to him. He gazed up at the sky for a long moment before replying. Because to me, evil has become as vile as those dragons and minions. Silent, standing beside him, could not help but eavesdrop. She thought to herself that if this had happened 6 years ago, that was also when the injury occurred. Suddenly, Silent felt a pounding headache. Like hundreds of electric shocks coursing through her, a giant hand appeared in her mind. Coming with me. Her eyes widened in terror. We were not born to be livestock. Everyone out there is an enemy to us. Come with me, the man said, trying to pull her along, looking at her with a terrifying gaze. A name flashed through her mind. Reb. The sound of footsteps grew more urgent. Catherine's steps were frantic. Both she and the guy behind her were incredibly tense. They stopped in front of a door, and she said, "Do not just stand there. Open the door." The door swung open, revealing a pitch-black space. Most of the files had been digitized and stored on the server. She quickly said, "Do not think of me as a fool. I have been in a deep sleep for 10 years. The files from those 6 years have been tampered with. I will uncover the truth about what happened during that time." On Lihan's side, he said to the man, "The reason you despise it, is it because they recruited and promised to train kids like us?" He stared at you for a long while before responding. "Do not put too much faith in Ak. I took away kids like you and..." Suddenly the system chimed in. "This is easy too." Lihan jumped, glancing at the clock. "We are tracking a low-level monster. It can't move due to severe injuries. It seems to have been abandoned by its pack." Those guys quietly left the place. Lihan commanded. Suddenly, he looked over at Silent, who was clutching her pounding head and trembling uncontrollably. He said into the radio, "Kuro, you handle it. Kill it." Kuro was startled by the order. His hands and feet began to shake uncontrollably. Looking at Kuro's state made him think. After all, the goal of this mission is for Kuro to experience real combat. He also needs to get used to taking down minions. Go take care of it, Kuro. He moved towards it, sweating bullets as he stared at the creature. The massive beast was ready to devour him whole. He raised his gun, standing in front of it. "I will kill you." He aimed the gun at it. But his hands were trembling, his face filled with anxiety. He reminded himself, "If I do not take you down, my friends will meet the same fate as the corpses we saw in Usto." Then he pulled himself together. His hands stopped shaking. On Lihan's side, he was worried about Silent, continuously calling out to her as she was in despair. "Silent. Silent. Stay calm. I need to calm down." She keeps mumbling in her head. "I am not wrong. If there is a mistake, it is this world. That child has..." He calls out to her loudly. "Silent." He grips her shoulders tightly. She gradually starts to calm down. But he is still really worried. She slowly stabilizes her emotions and regains control of her mind. She touches his shoulder. "I am okay now." Seeing her calm down gives him the courage to look away. Two others come over. It is time to switch shifts. "Kuro. Great job." He approaches and puts a hand on Kuro's shoulder. Kuro watches the hand resting on him but says nothing. The old man standing nearby observes them, thinking to himself, "So these kids are the second generation. They are nothing like the second generation I used to know. They do not seem like kids forced into these roles, but rather like kids who have naturally grown up." A curse escapes his lips. "Damn. Not here anymore." Catherine angrily throws things around the room. She is furious at him. "You knew it was not here from the start, but you still did not stop me." He replies, "Restricting your actions goes against my principles. Why do not you just go die?" "Because I won't budge an inch until I find the truth. Tell me why the records were tampered with." He lets out a heavy sigh. Between the first generation and the current second generation of the cycles, there was another generation. 5 children with the highest mental power were chosen. He picks up a picture from the wall. The Enso shift. It is infuriating to expose the secret weapon. But they lost control right from the early stages of the program. The plan has failed. She watches him curiously. He pulls a notebook from his bag. She looks as if she is about to faint. "Don't he tell me it is?" Inside the forest, everyone is taking a break. They are whispering and discussing. Finally, "We have found them. Jack, you are their scout. We will take stock of their numbers, their equipment, and who their leader is." "No problem. Then he takes off his shoes and slowly looks around. He uses invisibility to scout the area, counting as he moves. 17 low-tier monsters. This is so easy that even the normal first generation could handle it. I still have not seen the leader. Where could it be? It must be nearby. Lihan is now sending a message to him. Jack, you have been gone for quite a while. Get back to base. You will be spotted if there is an Lu mage there. Just a little longer. Lihan thinks to himself. There are only low-tier Lu monsters around here. Then he continues to scout the area. Not noticing a monster staring right at him, Lihan starts to feel anxious. I have lost contact with Jack. The people around Lihan think. We have no choice but to keep moving forward. The top priority is to ensure Jack's safety. Let us split up. They gradually disperse to search and scout the area. Suddenly, Lihan senses an unsafe air around them. The footprints were deeply etched into the ground, surrounded by a mysterious red aura, as an enraged red-faced figure began to emerge. Someone was questioning them. Are you serious about this? You plan to kill those kids? They only know how to explain. Not to kill, but to control. Still, some might die in the process. Which is basically murder. I can't follow orders like that. He replied. I will leave this evil behind. I can't let the blood of those children stain my hands. He then gripped the sharp sword tightly, took hold of a soldier's head, slashed at his neck with a swift strike, and with a fierce punch. Blood splattered as the soldier collapsed to the ground. He was indeed a killer. Staring at the man he had just slain with fiery eyes, she charged in with a flurry of strikes, and in just a second, not one, but several monsters fell. Lihan ordered, let us go. Kuro, use your mental energy to support me. He complied. Reassuring himself, I must do my best. I will protect you at all costs. Standing before the horde of beasts, he felt no fear. At that moment, a wave of power enveloped him. He felt like electricity was coursing through his body. He charged forward, fearless of anyone. Lihan was equally astonished by his power. It was a terrifying strength that seemed ready to obliterate everything, creating explosive shockwaves that shook the ground. Lihan was feeling overwhelmed. Yet he continued to harness his strength to fight. He thought to himself, so this is what rank power feels like. Now I understand why the evil one is so intent on keeping him around. Impressive, Kuro. But you should conserve your energy. You do not need to go all out against a low-level monster. Sorry, this is easy 3. Can everyone hear me? On Jack's side, a voice rang out. I do not know why. He curiously turned to look back. He had just been stabbed but suddenly regained both his body and mind. Yet Jack was now our enemy. He slowly stood up. I do not know why you are doing this, but come here. You fake. Clute looked at him, seething with anger. Suddenly, the system chimed in. Easy level. Gather at easy 3's position. Lihan commanded everyone. Clute on the other side swung his spear expertly, dodging effortlessly. Then he threw all 3 knives at him, catching him off guard and wounding him. He was flung backward, blood splattering once again. In that moment, Clute was ready to finish him off. He raised the sharp knife to strike down. But what was he focused on? He looked into Clute's face. And suddenly, his power manifested. Clute was completely taken aback, and his hand holding the knife slipped. Ooh. Clute. He managed to escape successfully. Then he threw a grenade at him. Caught off guard, Clute fell to the ground in pain. He stood there, ruffling his hair. Just because you can heal does not mean you won't feel pain. At this point, everyone finally arrived. What happened? He explained. He attacked me from somewhere. But from the look in his eyes, it seems he is being controlled. Everyone was extremely curious, about to approach when Clute stopped them. Don't he get too close? He is still dangerous. Lihan glanced at his injured leg and thought, but he will die if we leave him like this. Suddenly, it was as if he was coming back to life. His bloodshot eyes locked onto him. Then he let out a scream, obeying the command, while they stood frozen in total disbelief. It was like he was resurrected. Lihan was curious. What was happening? But when he heard the noise, he suddenly shouted out loud. Hearing the scream, Lihan quickly turned to stop him, saying, back off. He understood he needed to drain a bit more of his energy. Now, Lihan threw his weapon far away. At this moment, his entire body trembled as he struggled to hold onto that thing. The pain was so excruciating it left him gasping, and just then, that energy seeped into his body. To everyone's astonishment, Lihan's body expanded beyond the norm, and that red substance was now just a trickle. At that moment, Lihan looked just like a raging demon, his face twisted in fury, exuding a dark red aura. His eyes flared wide open, now glowing bright red. There was nothing else. All Lihan could emit was a deafening sound. In the middle of the forest, a bright red light blazed like fire, accompanied by a cacophony of screams. Lihan was sweating profusely, veins popping out on his face. He was in agony. Now his teammates had to hold him down tightly. All three were anxious, with Kuro asking in frustration, "What do we do now?" "If this keeps up," Kuro calmly replied, "we have already contacted the base. We might have to bring him back in this condition." Kuro was feeling a knot in his stomach, glancing over at Kuro. "Kuro, can T use your powers to infiltrate?" Kuro was just as troubled. "You really think I can pull that off?" Kuro insisted. "For now. Let us try everything we have got." And then Kuro agreed. "All right." Kuro unleashed his powerful energy, extending his hand toward Lihan's face. Inside Lihan's body was a chaotic energy. While he stood small and distant from it, Lihan was intensely focused, staring at it. The two faced each other. Lihan thought, "This place." He recalled the time he met the old man here, realizing this was the space of his consciousness. It seemed this time we had ventured much deeper than before. Lihan's eyes were determined while the chaotic energy roared like a beast. With Lihan's face, it spoke. "It is hard to believe you have managed to hold on to your consciousness this long. This is a first." The monster wielded a weapon in its hand. Shocking Lihan. It was 10 times his size. "I will destroy you once and for all." Lihan tensed up. "Sounds just like me." Kuro was channeling his power, while Kuro anxiously asked, "Do you see anything?" Kuro, quickly. Kuro replied, "I think Han is fighting right now. If he can push that thing out of his body." He looked at his hand. "Maybe I can catch it. But I can be sure." Kuro could not hide his worry anymore. "Come on, take it down." Lihan, just like always. But inside, Lihan was getting battered. The chaotic energy was satisfied, aiming its sharp tip at him. "This is your end." Its face twisted sinisterly. "Don't be sad. Because soon all your friends and loved ones will reunite with you." It pressed the weapon down a little more, causing Lihan to scream in pain. It felt satisfied. This was the only thing it could take pride in. Lihan was now enduring both physical agony and mental torment. But his spirit still had a complement. He was the only one who could hold out for so long. Suddenly, this place lit up, and the arm of that entity vanished, leaving it shocked. What the hell is going on? It felt like something was pulling it upward. Its entire body felt weaker now. It could not believe it was its power, its mental energy being rejected. Lihan was equally stunned, rejected. At that moment, a voice echoed in his head. "We have never encountered a case like yours." Images flashed before him. He had never seen anyone use mental energy and have their spirit energy rejected like this. That entity was now on its knees, completely drained of strength. Lihan hesitated. Maybe it was due to my unique circumstances. That entity was awake but could not do a thing. Lihan yanked its collar and threw a punch forward. His face looked terrifying. "Stop impersonating me right here. Right now." The entity masquerading as Lihan was grabbed by the collar, furious but utterly powerless. "This impersonation ends here." From the opposite angle, Lihan looked incredibly violent and menacing. He bent down, swung his arms, and shouted loudly, "Get lost." Almost immediately, he delivered a powerful punch to that entity, smashing its face in. The force of that blow sent it flying. His face twisted in pain as it screamed, filled with rage. "This little punk." Lihan thought to himself, "I need to get out of here. His power is too dangerous." At the same time, the entity was trying to crawl out from Lihan. Everyone was taken aback by the scene unfolding before them. Now, from Lihan, a blinding beam of light shot straight up into the sky, shocking everyone around. Instantly, a shout rang out. "Over there. Look up." "Kuro, can you do it?" Kuro did not hesitate at all. Energy radiated from him. "I will give it a shot." Kuro soared into the air, his long hair billowing as he flexed his arms. Kuro slowly closed his hands, intertwining them tightly to trap that entity inside. He announced, "Got it." The entity was confined within Kuro's palms, furious but unable to say a word. Suddenly, a red hue began to spread within the bubble. Everyone was horrified. It was trying to escape by turning into smoke. Suddenly, Lihan's voice boomed from behind. "Let me give it a try." Everyone turned their attention to him. "Are you okay?" Lihan's face was smeared with blood, and his armor was stained. Notably, on his left arm was a prosthetic hand that looked like it was made of gold. He forced out, "I'm doing fine." Glancing at that arm, he shouted, "I did not think I would actually use this in a real fight." With that, Lihan raised his golden fist towards the energy bubble containing that entity. Lihan's other hand supported the golden arm. The golden hand radiated an intense, dazzling light that was almost unbearable for everyone present. The spirit was instantly shattered, releasing agonizing screams before exploding in midair. Everyone gasped in horror as Lihan lowered his tight grip on that prosthetic arm. Groot shouted in panic, "What just happened?" Lihan simply replied, "It is the latest experiment from that crazy snail." He recalled the dragon's bones still lying in the freshly dug hole, and then remembered the teacher holding a piece of bone in his hand. Lihan recounted how he secretly took a bit of the bone and left when they uncovered the remains of the golden dragon. With a trembling hand, he raised that arm and said, "I am not comfortable using this in real combat since it has not been approved yet. But now that I have tried it, maybe it suits someone like me, who has no special strengths." Under the serene night sky, everyone gathered around Jax, softly calling out, "Jax! Jax!" Lihan's face was filled with worry, constantly calling out his name. "Jax! Can you hear me?" Maybe that scream awakened Jack's consciousness. He woke up, his face sweaty as he called out, "Anne, the old man is awake." Lihan felt a rush of excitement, filled with hope. Keeping his spirits high, the demon sent a bird to the medical team. But Jax was thirsty. He was straight up. "It is too late for me now." From above, the group surrounded Jax. The old man was now left with just one leg. In silence, he said, "Even if I die right now, I would not regret it. Thank you for avenging those poor souls." Looking ahead, Jackie saw nothing but the images of his loved ones. Perhaps in his last moments, Jack still could not forget these people. He reached out toward them. "It won't be long before I meet my friends again." At this moment, his voice suddenly choked. His hand pressed tightly against his chest. "You do not need to feel sorry for my death." Claude struggled to hold back his pain, unable to say anything. Jax could see Claude's face more clearly than anyone else now. He bitterly said, "I should rest for a while now, should not I?" Under the bright sun, everyone looked at Jax with gloomy faces. At the meeting, everyone was discussing the spirit. That is how we refer to this kind of spiritual parasite. Everyone was working hard in the room. Everyone was focused on the screen. They seemed to use the memories and skills of their hosts, making them tougher to deal with than any of us. Suddenly, a man spoke up. "We need to conduct a thorough examination." A girl with green hair looked at the screen, her face a little sad to deliver the news. Jax Z. Gunler, the veteran soldier, has died. She suddenly remembered the day she spoke to a colleague. Did he really kill them all? She tightened her grip on the files in her hands. Did he really kill all those kids in the original plan? Turns out that person was John Red. He recalled the shadows of those people. "We tried to capture them alive, but they were stronger than us." Then he ruthlessly said, "In the end, we had to use psychic mechs to eliminate them." At this, the girl with green hair gasped in shock. "Why would you do that?" But he remained very calm. During the process, there were some casualties, but most were captured alive. As for where they are now, I really have no idea. That girl is fuming. "You do not know? Do you want me to believe that?" John Red immediately responds, "I would never lie to you. Especially not about this." Thinking about this, she lowers her head, feeling a bit downcast. "Only the chief of staff and a few close ones know," as she said. "Maybe they are already dead." She glances sideways, secretly looking at that man and thinking, what have they done to the children? Now shifting to the sound of the shower. A girl just finished bathing, and on the table, there is a skull charging up. She lays back on the bed, resting her hand over her eyes, wondering why that thought popped up in her mind. A flash of something crosses her mind. Turns out she is thinking of the image of a handsome young man, calm and wise beyond his years, his persuasive abilities making others nod without realizing it. Then suddenly, the image of Lihan appears in her head. He reminds me of Han. Suddenly, from outside, someone flings open the closet door, light streaming in, making the objects inside easier to see. A shirt and a jacket suddenly float up from the closet, moving towards one direction. Both fly and fit onto the body of a boy. That boy is Lihan. He uses his magic to make the notebook and pen move at his will. His eyes glow a bright blue as he places the notebook down on the table. Lihan continues using his power to control the pen. It seems like he wants to jot something down. The first line. He writes, "After the space gate appeared in Paris, we received requests for support from other countries in Europe." At that moment, images that seemed to be Lihan's memories flashed before his eyes. The moment his team, including Lihan, was in the heat of battle. Silent, Kuro, and Clued are chasing something. At this moment, he clearly announces over the radio, "This is Team Easy. We have spotted a minion trying to escape." In front of Lihan's group are silhouettes that seem human, armed, chasing after them. Lihan speaks into the radio, confirming 5 Lu warriors. The radio replies, "Take them out." As the radio cuts off, Lihan immediately turns left and gives orders. Kuro, as if understanding his plan, quickly prepares and acts, saying back to Lihan. On it, just as he snaps his fingers, Kuro extends his hand forward. A blue energy beam shoots out from his hand, wrapping around it as it radiates. In front of the minions, a towering mountain over 10 feet high suddenly rises up. The mountain is solid, leaving the minions no way to get past it. They look up at the peak as if still hoping to find a way over. Seeing this, Lihan's team does not hesitate and moves towards the minions, who have no escape left but to turn back and look. Then they decide to charge towards Lihan's team. The leader shouts, and the others immediately brace for battle. Lihan sees this and jumps up while commanding, Clute. Silent. Clute instantly charged forward, while Lihan's hands glimmered with a metallic sheen, his sharp gaze fixed on the minions. At that moment, he unleashed a powerful attack, striking the minions with lightning-fast bolts that left anyone hit completely paralyzed. Clute immediately unleashed a barrage of bullets at the monster immobilized by Lihan's attack. It could not dodge or defend itself. It just stood there, taking the hits, blood spraying everywhere as Silent charged straight at the minions. Without waiting to touch the ground, he executed slashes imbued with a dark aura. These blades swiftly cut through the minions' necks, and all anyone could catch was a flash of shadowy light along with a masked figure, gracefully landing with two swords in hand. As Silent's feet hit the ground, the dark auras behind him began to fade. In a grassy plain beside a forest, Lihan's group was resting after the recent battle. A voice rang out from Lihan's group. Silent, you are truly a monster. How could you take them down so cleanly? Silent replied, the real monsters are those minions that can pop up from the ground like that. Hearing this, Ganut, who was resting nearby, nodded in agreement and chimed in. Makes sense. Lihan turned to the person next to him, smiling as he said, you did great, Kuro. Hearing this, rubbed the back of his neck and smiled back, silently thanking Lihan for the compliment. Lihan continued, your situational awareness has improved immensely. Just then, someone tapped him on the shoulder from behind. Lihan turned around to see Silent. Puzzled, what is it? Silent pointed at Lihan's gloves and said, hand that over. After Silent's request, Lihan sighed and replied, that won't do you any good. You would waste mental energy that you should use for teleportation. After hearing Lihan's response, Silent showed no signs of backing down. He insisted, either way, give it to me. Seeing Silent's resolute expression, Lihan handed over his gloves, smiling as he added, sure, but only if you take off your mask. Upon hearing this request, the other three were taken aback. Ganut could not contain his surprise and blurted out, wait, what? Once he regained composure, Silent seemed to maintain his determination. He slowly raised his hand to his mask, looking like he was about to remove it. Seeing this, Lihan, Ganut, and Kuro were all astonished. They focused their gaze on Silent, as if they had been waiting for this moment forever. As for Silent, he continued to slowly pull off the mask, but it looked like he was still hesitant. Ultimately, he decided to give up. Silent let go of the mask, muttering, I do not think I can. This is who I am. Seeing him like this, Lihan let out a sigh of relief. He thought to himself, that is why I said that. Looking at Silent, he smiled brightly and reassured him. Hey, do not be too discouraged. Next time, I will let you borrow it. Upon hearing this, Silent's disappointed expression was instantly replaced by a beaming smile. He repeatedly punched Lihan's shoulder, saying, you promise? Right. Agreed. With a forced smile, Lihan agreed, struggling to say, that hurts. Silent, up in the sky, a helicopter had arrived to pick them up. While below, upon hearing this, Mood could not help but express his jealousy towards Silent, exclaiming loudly in shock, Zika. What about me? I wanted too. Kuro chimed in, clearly wanting to be like Silent. He added, I want to try that too. Seeing this, Lihan reluctantly said, all right. All right. At the end of his notes, he wrote, during the 2-week trip, we managed to control most of the chaos stemming from Paris. Wrapping up his notes, he said, it has only been 2 weeks, but it feels like we have been through years of training. Suddenly, a message chimed in, grabbing Lihan's attention. He turned to look and said, a message. Checking the time, he realized the message was from Siegfried Sumacher. After receiving it, Lihan immediately went to find Teacher Octu. As soon as Octu saw him, he proudly said, behold the 11 new second-generation mechs, all containing your prototype data. Approaching one of the mechs, Lihan asked him, so you called me here to test them? He replied, exactly. We can afford to release any defective products. Octu put on his headset and spoke through the mic. You would better hold back your strength to handle all 11 mechs. Hearing Octu's words, Lihan replied, yeah. Lihan was now in a silver and black armor, adorned with flowing energy patterns crisscrossing all over the mech. As Octu's voice echoed, Lihan's entire body was instantly enveloped in a layer of blue light. He charged forward to attack immediately, starting the test. At the same time, in another conference room, a girl with blue hair stood up and said, 30 days from now, standing before many people in the conference room. She continued, the location is the northern area of Arizona, the Grand Canyon. She then turned to look at Alexander Rico. That is where the dragons will appear. With a serious expression, Alexander Rico said. So it begins the countdown. He added. There are 11 second-generation mechs in this new fortress. As he pictured a silhouette wielding a spear in the blue flames, thanks to Lihan, who almost single-handedly took down all the dragons with the prototype. We are now better prepared than ever in terms of weaponry. He stood up firmly, declaring, prepare 2 teams of second-generation mechs 10 days in advance. Selecting suitable candidates for the mission from the third-year students, a blond man in the conference room skeptically asked. 2 teams. Not 3. Elsewhere, in the twilight, below was a large house. 2 men, one with red hair and the other brown. Called out, Jiro. The brown-haired man pointed and said, You are more talented than you think. Surprised by the words of the person across from him, Jiro asked in confusion. What do you mean? The other person continued. You are smart. You know when to stab others in the back. Hearing this, Jiro flushed with embarrassment. What? The other person continued. And you can make up for your shortcomings with your cunning, just like Lihan. Hearing this, Jiro exclaimed loudly. Just say it straight. Did he just realize something? His expression somewhat calmed. His eyes focused on the person across from him. He thought for a moment. The person facing Jiro was none other than Joe's. He calmly spoke to Jiro. It was time to level up, moving to Namba. And there stood Joe's before the examination council, consisting of 3 members. When suddenly a voice rang out. This was unprecedented. It turned out that voice belonged to John Red. He looked seriously at Joe's and said, wanting to be evaluated for promotion. I can only assume you are ready for the test. Right. Joe's, hearing Sergeant Red's question. Joe's hand trembled, a mix of excitement and anxiety, along with an unusual emotion swirling within him. He clenched his fist, silently affirming his own determination. He had made his decision, flashing back to Joe's memory. It started with an image of a TV showing a middle-aged man with blonde hair. His hand was extended forward as if reaching out to shake yours inside. He cheerfully asked, Does your child have psychic ability? He continued, Submit your application today, and you will receive countless benefits funded by the government. Outside stood Joe's father, saying, Aren't there any kids with psychic abilities? Just one would make our lives easy. Suddenly, a hand clapped on his shoulder. It was Joe's mother, cradling a baby in her arms. Her mouth set in a frown, instead of rambling on about nonsense. Focus on the kids, she said, and at that, his face showed clear fear. All right. At this moment, Joe's was preparing to leave the house. The sound of the door opening caught everyone's attention. His mother asked, Joe's, are you going out to play? Hearing her question, Joe's turned around and gently replied. Yep. His mother cheerfully said, pointing at him, Can you do me a favor when you come back? Pick up some groceries for dinner. Okay. After her request, Joe's left the house, which seemed to be located in a slum, surrounded by shabby houses. Even his own house looked pretty run down. He took his bike out and got ready to set off. He looked around once more, his eyes reflecting a mix of gloom and sadness. But he pushed forward through this place. His body looked frail and thin, yet he pedaled his bike vigorously, not knowing how long or how far he had gone. But those weak legs kept pumping without respite. He reached a tunnel, and even though he seemed tired, he continued to speed ahead. A vast, empty plot surrounded by old houses came into view. In the middle of the open space was a clear fountain. In this open area, children were engrossed in chasing a ball, pouring their hearts into the game. Among the kids playing soccer, suddenly a voice called out, someone using psychic power. While playing ball together, they executed skillful passes, all the while chatting as if it were the most natural thing in the world. One boy replied, That is a person with supernatural abilities. The kids remained obsessed with chasing the ball, their faces lit with extreme excitement. I heard the government pays you well. You might even be richer than a soccer player. Among those kids playing here was Josie. He had just gotten the ball and was dribbling it fast, excitedly asking, Really? Josie is standing face to face with a man holding an armful of fruit, handing it to him while speaking. As he hears the man's words, the excitement on Josie's face seems to vanish in an instant. He mutters something that sounds like nonsense. Josie holds the bag of fruit in his hands as the man continues. Those jerks just want to drag kids into this. Looking all serious, Josie glances at him, and the vendor goes on, saying they will let them die fighting the monsters. Mid-sentence, he reminds Josie that if he has any special abilities, he should make sure no one finds out. Riding his bike with the bag of fruit earlier, Josie recalls the vendor's warning. His face shows deep contemplation. The man's voice echoes in his head. If he gets discovered, he is done for. Holding a piece of fruit in his hand, Josie anxiously ponders the vendor's words, wondering if there is any truth to them. Suddenly, Josie's eyes glow a brilliant blue, and the fruit in his hand is surrounded by a blue aura, just like his eyes. But his expression remains unfazed. Examining his newfound power, Josie thinks hard. Fully focused on what he is contemplating, he gently places the fruit he just examined into his bag. Finally, he makes his decision and says, "Do not tell anyone. Anyway, I do not want to fight monsters." By the time he gets home, it is already sunset. He brings the fruits inside and calls out, "I am." Walking in. It is the same scene. The older kids are playing together. The youngest has already fallen asleep, and his dad is still sitting there watching TV. Josie slowly walks, and upon seeing him, his mom, who is preparing to cook dinner, turns and says, "You are back just in time." As he enters, he walks past his two younger siblings who are playing, and he sternly says, "Knock it off," bringing things to the kitchen. His mom, who is getting ready to cook, tells him, "You can leave that there." Hearing her, Josie puts the bag of fruit on the kitchen table and replies, "Okay," while his two younger siblings continue their play. Suddenly, the kid in red pushes the other one hard, slamming him into a cupboard, causing the kid in white to cry out in pain. Hearing his siblings scream, Josie turns around, scolding them, "You little troublemakers. I told you to stop messing around." As he turns back, he sees a vase teetering on the edge of the shelf due to the rough housing of his younger siblings just moments ago. Right underneath that vase is his little brother, who can barely walk, along with the two mischievous kids. The vase can't hold its position anymore and suddenly falls. Witnessing this, Josie is thrown into a panic. His mouth drops open and his eyes widen. The vase crashes down right on his youngest sibling, falling fast. The scene truly sends Josie into a state of complete chaos. His face shows sheer fear and panic as he instinctively rushes over, realizing he might be too late. Feeling cornered with no other options, he resorts to using his mental power. He extends his hand forward, emitting a stream of blue light. Witnessing this scene, his mother is utterly shocked, her mouth agape as she stares at Josie. Both his father and the two troublemaking kids stop what they are doing and look at him in awe. Your hand and eyes are radiating a blue glow, and your face is intensely focused. The vase is surrounded by a beam of blue light from Josie, floating effortlessly in midair. Just a few feet away from Josie's little brother, the baby beneath the vase is blissfully unaware, joyfully smiling at the vase as if it is the funniest thing ever. Josie slowly channels his psychic energy to move the vase elsewhere. Right at this moment, you feel like the center of your home, while everyone else, except Josie, is frozen in awe at this spectacle. Back in the room at the start, someone dropped a stack of files on the table and said, "You have always been on the potential promotion list. But there is just one reason you got knocked off the final test roster." Looking at Josie from across the room, Sergeant Red continues that it is because of your lack of mental strength. "But I do not think you have shown your full potential yet." The three examiners rise and approach Josie, pressured by their combined presence. Josie remains calm and does not back down. Sergeant Red adds, "Now is the time for you to show everything you have got." As soon as he finishes, Josie, with a focused expression, is more careful than ever. He immediately raises his hand forward as if to unleash his psychic power, and a flicker of orange-red light bursts from his palm. In no time, the tiny spark in Josie's palm transforms into a powerful wave of energy that spreads throughout the room. This catches the two judges off guard, except for John Red. This relentless energy has shifted. From Josie's palm, the red beams gradually morph into flames. They blaze fiercely, rapidly engulfing the entire room. The heat radiating from them is enough to make the judges wary and defensive. Witnessing what Josie unleashed, the two judges turn to Sergeant Red. One exclaims, "Hey, Red. He seems pretty chill. Is this too dangerous?" He slowly makes his way toward Josie, pulling out a cigar from his case and casually says, "This is fire created by mental energy. He can even choose to ignite specific objects." With that remark, John Red's expression shifts dramatically. He stares directly into Josie's eyes as if to threaten him. Continuing. Of course, Jose is not scared. He meets Red's gaze with equal intensity, while Sergeant Red adds, "This is under the assumption that he can control it perfectly." Jose's flames blaze even more fiercely, seemingly wanting to consume the entire room and everything in it. The flames seem to have taken a toll on the two judges. They scream in agony. Suddenly, a scene flashes of a muscular man with bizarre tattoos. In the center of the tattoo is a fearsome skull. He says, "All words are a curse." Turns out, that is the shop owner Josie encountered as a kid. He remembers that meeting vividly. The man continues, "If you have any special abilities, make sure no one finds out." The vendor from that day met Josie again, saying, "If you are discovered, you will die." Shaking off that memory, Josie thinks to himself, "Hey man, I do not need to hide anymore." The cigar in Sergeant Red's hand is now lit by the flames. The two examiners beside John Red are terrified by Josie's previous flames, their limbs trembling uncontrollably. They are so shaken that they can't even stand and crash down to the floor. Right now, there is not a single ember left from the fire earlier. It has completely vanished. Still, their hands tremble uncontrollably. One of them is shaking heavily, while I am still holding it together. Sergeant Red casually says, I can't even hold my damn cigar. And honestly, that is a great way to ruin my cigar time. Across from him is Josie, who after unleashing his psychic powers, stands there calmly facing John Red as if nothing happened. John Red can't hold back his words. This skill far exceeds what is needed to pass the assessment test. He looks straight at Josie and says seriously, Josie, starting tomorrow, you will be in grade 3. Hearing this from John Red, Josie also turns serious and looks back at him. He decisively turns away, leaving the 3 judges behind. In his mind, he thinks, now, I have nowhere to go back to. I am going all out to take them down. A picture of his entire family appears, but it is engulfed in fierce flames at the center. In the midst of the fire stands Josie, his face full of rage and intent as he walks away. In the end, Josie levels up to grade 3, and the container flies up, spilling its contents everywhere. That container lands with a thud, shocking everyone, and the mastermind behind it is Simon. He clenches his fists, his face twisted in anger. Nearby, Clute is sitting and eating with Lihan and Dimitri, watching the scene unfold. He is about to blow up again, all because he got rejected for being a Generation 2 support soldier. Lihan says nothing, while Dimitri, holding a piece of bread next to Clute, chimes in. I heard they only pick third-year students who have been at this level for at least a year. Lihan remains silent, but he is hearing the whispers. Clute is just mad because he got a special pass. In Lihan's memory, just a few days ago, in the middle of a forest, 4 people in mechs stood together. Turns out this was our first job. Our official mission was to wipe out the minions. But our real goal was to get familiar with the psychic mechs and learn to work as a team. One of the 4, seemingly the team leader, speaks up. As for the formation, Lihan thinks, I believe I can handle this mission on my own. The image of the 3 mech-wearing figures looks strong and muscular. But on the other hand, he seems quite petite. Inside the mech, Lihan looks ahead and says, and a class superpower user from South Africa. Then he raises his hand. I mean, we do not need this suit just to take down a few minions. It is as easy as, do we really need a system formation and other stuff like this? Hearing this, Muzz turns to look without saying anything, showing no reaction. Lihan cautiously asks again, are you listening, Amir? With an angry expression, interjects, our main goal is not to destroy minions. We need to get accustomed to the psychic mechs and learn to work together as a team. Now, Muzz finally speaks up, raising his hand towards his hip. Okay, do not be so serious, Amir. I am just messing around. Watching their playful attitude, Lihan stays silent, not saying a word. Lihan's face starts to show signs of worry, but behind him, there is silence. He has not said anything since the beginning. He knows well that Hen seems to have a lot on his mind. Their group moved forward, their footsteps disturbing the palm fronds underfoot. They gripped their guns tightly, determined to charge ahead. Through his mech suit, Lihan sent out a signal to everyone, confirming the presence of minions. He confidently stated, silent, I will approach first. Before he could finish his sentence, a teammate interrupted. Awesome. Moose is up front. Time to get to work and find something interesting. Without wasting a moment, he opened fire on the minion in front of him, causing his teammates to shout in surprise as Moose slowed down. Lihan fell silent for a moment, then calmly reminded everyone, stay close to him. The next scene was unbelievable as bright bullets flew toward a mech, leaving little puffs of smoke with each step. At that moment, Moose wore a triumphant grin, excitedly exclaiming, look what we have got. But suddenly, he froze. Right in front of him stood a pack of wolves. There were so many of them, all the same species, easily identifiable by their long, bushy eyebrows. They glowed and roared fiercely, showcasing their might, leaving him in awe as he exclaimed, I had no idea there were this many wolf demons here. In the next instant, a horde of wolves, or rather, a whole pack, charged at Moose. Standing alone, he tightened his grip on his gun, declaring, I will wipe you all out, down to the last one. From the wolves' perspective, his gun blazed with fiery rounds, illuminating an area that had just been dark and murky. Moose wore a smug expression as the fiery bullet struck a wolf, causing it to howl in pain. Not just that one, but its companions faced the same fate, while Moose was busy firing at them. His teammates finally caught up from behind. Everyone raised their guns high, and one of them shouted, all units, provide fire support. But suddenly, they fell silent. astonished. Before them stood a creature with a massive mouth, its teeth resembling sharp stalactites in a cave. Its body looked like that of a dragon. And when it roared, the sheer force created a gust that left Lihan's group in shock. A dragon, Lihan observed closely, then shouted, "That is not a dragon. It is a basilisk on our flank." In that moment of realization, Lihan understood that this enormous beast played a significant role, leading an army. The basilisk was a massive nightmare creature. They could crush tanks as easily as crumpling a matchbox. No ordinary soldier could take this down. But with the second-generation mech's mental power, it would be a different story. Just as everyone was tense, a command came through. "Silent. Mark the basilisk." Then another message popped up. "Amir, cover for Silent. I am heading to the Jipmus market." Without hesitation, the four split into two groups, with Silent and Amir quickly sprinting toward the monster. Meanwhile, Lihan tightened his grip on his gun and charged toward Moose, who was still busy attacking the wolves, all shouting in unison. As soon as the fight began, Amir unleashed his power to control the mini hoverboards. Surrounding him were no less than 3 hoverboards, and he aimed them at the monster's head, ready to take it down in one blow. Silent, radiating purple energy, was enveloped by shadowy auras as he carefully observed Amir's strategy. A bit taken aback, he used 3 abysses to distract the basilisk while deploying 4 more to maneuver it. After a jaw-dropping display, Silent could not help but admit, the guy was impressive. But not wanting to fall behind, Silent immediately charged forward. While Amir's hoverboards were darting around the beast, Silent decisively slashed a long line from its tail to its head. Moments later, it crashed to the ground, creating a powerful gust of wind. Both of them beamed with pride, thinking about how terrifying their combined firepower must look. As dawn broke, the start of a new day marked their glorious victory, clearing out all obstacles. Looking down from above, the group led by Lihan had reached an old path in the forest, perhaps the spot where they started. After completing their mission, they powered down their mechs and rested until they felt ready to move again. Lihan and Silent sat down together, taking off their helmets. Meanwhile, Amir looked quite exhausted, but he smiled as he removed his helmet, breathing in the fresh air. In contrast to Amir's wary look, Moose seemed quite cheerful, just like Lihan and Amir. As he pulled off his helmet, his face still exuded confidence, clutching the gun that had been with him all night. Noticing Moose's demeanor, Amir frowned. "Are you pretending you did not hear me?" Moose just glanced back, calmly replying, "Come on, just a little longer. Our mission's wrapped up." After all, he caressed his gun like it was a treasured artifact. "I mean, seriously, this thing is amazing." Under the dazzling orange glow of dawn, Lihan eyed a direction, realizing these weapons perfectly matched the size of the mechs. "I love the sight of minions melting away like ice under just a single flame." Unable to contain himself, Lihan remarked. And Moose, still wearing a proud expression, responded, All right, I am listening, Captain." Lihan sighed, explaining that although the second-generation mechs were made with less dragon materials, everyone adapted to them quickly. They were definitely seasoned veterans when it came to battlefield experience. He looked up at the sky, where massive helicopters flew by, blocking out the sun. Lihan said they needed to keep everything under control before the big attack in the canyon. As an Elu hunter in armor appeared, commanding the minion beasts to charge, the monstrous beasts charged straight at the 2 mech wearers. But they stood their ground, unfazed, weapons ready for the incoming threat. One of them raised his gun high and loaded it decisively. The first few shots rang out, taking down 2 or 3 minions, who screamed in pain as they fell. Silent dashed towards the hunter Ilu like a gust of wind, his dual sharp blades slicing through the air, decapitating the ugly hunter right before our eyes. Just then, Silent's teammate arrived, bursting with energy like a blazing fire. Without a second to spare, he charged into the fray, his voice ringing with confidence. "This one's mine." He leaped up, raising his weapon high, ready to deliver a finishing blow. While the hunter hurriedly conjured a purple shield in front of him, fear etched all over his face. The armored figure slashed downwards, splitting the hunter Elu in half. After wiping out the rest, Mouse's helmet retracted, revealing his triumphant face. "This is about to get interesting." "Too easy." Not even. The 4 of them gathered together. The fierce beasts and hunters from earlier, now nothing but scattered corpses strewn across the ground. Lahar pressed a button on his wrist, multitasking as he spoke. "Mission accomplished. I have notified the base. Everyone, take a breather." They found a spot to escape the stench of the beast's blood and sat down to chat. The bald guy turned and asked, "Aren't you tired of just supporting me?" "Next time, Let us bet on who can take down more beasts. Amir immediately shot back. No way. Not playing. Mouse. Taken aback. Raised his voice in surprise. What? Why not? Amir simply replied. You are only saying that because you can't outfight Silent. Hearing this, Mouse disagreed. Snapping. What are you talking about? Who do you think I am? Silent. Let us make a bet. Lihan fell into deep thought. His gaze silently tracking the two in front of him, completely understanding their behavior. Remembering last time he stood atop the raging beast, stabbing it to save Jijo. Now their team's power completely overpowered the beasts, making the slaughter feel like child's play. As for any life-threatening risks, it was like me battling a demon on the edge of death was merely a figment of my imagination. Suddenly, Lihan furrowed his brow, his expression turning resolute. He called out, and the two named paused. Turning to look at him. Mouse. Amir. Lihan seriously reminded them. You two are the best of the best. But that is exactly why you find it hard to trust me completely. Every detail on Lihan's face radiated determination. I hope that in battle, you can set aside your egos and follow my command. Amir shot a glance at Lihan, scrutinizing every word he said, while Mouse remained stoic, revealing no emotion. Lihan's face showed clear resolve. And the two should not doubt my judgment for even a second, in any circumstance, because even a moment's hesitation could put us all in danger. At another point in time, two sets of mechanical legs strode down the organization's corridor, and a voice rose. Yep, that is right. Those legs belong to Mouse and Amir. They walked and talked, Mouse slipping his hands into his pockets, trying to maintain a casual demeanor, and casually remarked, what do we have to worry about with 8 second-generation psychic-powered mechs? Even 3 or 4 dragons would go down as easily as pie. Mouse, with a visibly annoyed expression, treating us like his subordinates, drives me up the wall. I mean, skill-wise, he is really not that much better than us. Amir does not agree with Mouse's thoughts, but Han is our captain. Technically, what he says is not wrong, but hearing that makes Amir even more frustrated. He mutters. Yeah. I know. Mouse walks ahead, completely unaware of the person lurking behind him. Casually chatting with Amir, but I have my limits. He should really pay attention. The person behind them is Silent, sneaking up fast. He leaps, aiming straight for Mouse in front of him, and as soon as Mouse senses danger, he turns around. He punches Mouse right in the head, the blow so powerful that Mouse's blood sprays everywhere. But that is just a scene playing out in Silent's mind. He thinks carefully before acting. I should not kill him. Right. Watching them chat from behind, Silent can't help but ponder. We can't switch teammates now. Plus we can't take on a 3-man squad. After weighing the consequences of his actions, he decides to walk away. I spare you cause I respect you. Just so you know, a vast camp, a winding path through an expansive desert, and a makeshift camp comes into view. Tents set up in clusters. Surrounding them are trucks parked nearby. And in front of one tent, someone's unexpected voice chimes in. Nuclear weapons. Inside the tent, 4 people sit facing each other, discussing how to wipe out the minions without getting into close combat. Clearly planning to clear them out with nuclear weapons. A dark-skinned guy with curly hair chimes. Aren't they going to kill us too? Dimitri adds. They will provide us with protective gear. Clute overhears and his mind spirals. What if we turn into mutated monsters? Am I going to sprout horns and grow a furry tail? Simong jumps up from the chair in the back, rolling his eyes. Dude, you are already a monster. He rests one hand on his thigh, glaring at Clute. Stop talking nonsense and go back to your spot. You are really starting to annoy me. Simong says. And both Clute and Kuro turn to look at him. But Clute stands his ground, straightening up and saying seriously. I do not like the way you talk to me. Why are you taking your anger out on us? Then Clute adds. It is not our fault you failed to become a 2nd-generation enhanced soldier. Hearing this, Simong raises an eyebrow, his frustration boiling over. What? I dare you to say that again. Simong stands up, stepping past Clute, heading outside. And at this point, Clute is not going to let him off easy anymore. They both walk out of the tent, under the bewildered gazes of everyone. No one knowing how to react. Clute and Simong stride out, lifting their hoods. The dark-skinned guy watches them leave, confusion clear on his face. In this tense atmosphere, he calls out, should I stop them? Dimitri chuckled beside her, his eyes lighting up with a hint of excitement. Urging her to check it out, they exchanged glances, side by side. In a quiet hospital room where a girl with striking blue hair lay, still hooked up to an EV, her eyes filled with confusion, she stared blankly at the ceiling. Recalling the incident that made her faint again from a seizure, she sat up, rubbing her head. Exhaustion etched on her face. The time between her seizures was shrinking. And honestly, dying might be better at this point. Suddenly, her eyes widened, pupils turning crimson. And something took flight, a powerful force erupting from above, unleashing a horde of monsters that charged straight for the blue-haired girl. She raised her hand to shield one eye, the prophecy crumbling around her. Her face turned pale in an instant, and she bolted out of the hospital room, desperate to warn anyone before it was too late. She was in such a rush that she forgot about the IV still stuck in her arm. It got yanked out, blood trickling down her hand. Her figure dashed out of the hospital room, leaving behind the IV still dripping. Outside, a surge of red energy erupted, swirling like a storm that shook the very ground. Red alert, a space portal was forming, the crimson light growing stronger in the sky, causing a temporary ceasefire between Clut and Simon. While others looked on in confusion at the source of the red glow, the light started to spiral together, resembling a tornado, with a growing black hole emerging at its center. Boom! Two massive hands slammed down onto a table, creating a deafening crash. Alexander broke into a cold sweat, his eyes betraying his unease. This was happening sooner than the prophecy foretold. Simultaneously, the organization's automated mech system was activating, starting from the feet and moving with precision. Before long, the mech was armored up to the shoulders. In the blink of an eye, it was fully equipped and ready for action. The black-haired guy in the half-armor extended his arm, revealing a hand outfitted with striking yellow mobility gear. He clenched that hand into a fist. From the black hole, a terrifying creature began to emerge, its gnarled legs ending in razor-sharp claws, desperately tearing through the rift in space to escape. Amen. Alexander's workspace. He sat frozen, hands resting on the table, his gaze tense. Suddenly, the door flung open, and the blue-haired girl rushed in. Looking frantic, her outfit a mix of armor and chaos, ready to take orders, her body trembled uncontrollably, her face still a mask of panic. Her eyes were glued to the front, lost in thoughts that clouded her mind. Time was not the only thing that had changed. The entire prophecy had shifted. But how? How could that even be possible? Before her and Alexander stood the colossal monster that had ripped through the space rift, thanks to the Crimson Force. The gigantic beast finally broke free from the deep, dark void, letting out a deafening roar. The sound from the beast froze both her and Alexander's minds, their eyes wide with astonishment. The gigantic creature slowly descended to the ground, seeming to go berserk as it lunged at the minions, ripping them apart and revealing its grotesque face with its wide-open mouth and piercing gaze. It seemed to be watching and preparing to pounce on a delicious prey. The ferocious beast was tearing apart its own kind, while the black dragon was devouring its fellow creature, seemingly swallowing the core of the spirit power from the white-silver dragon. The brutality of the beast left everyone around in shock. Moss, with a surprised look, turned to Amir and asked, "What is happening?" "Those dragons are turning on each other." Lihan remained calm, his eyes fixed on the fierce battle between the white-silver dragon and the black dragon, not missing a single detail. Thoughts of battle began to stir within him. He kept his eyes glued to the intense fight between the two monsters, and with a steady voice, he reassured everyone. Stay calm. This might actually work in our favor, which means we could face one less dragon." After Lihan's words, Cylon turned to look at him, seemingly lost in thought about something. The ferocious black dragon slammed its two claws onto the neck of the white-silver dragon. Lifting its head high, a dark blue energy sphere began to form in its throat, as if gathering power, preparing to unleash a finishing blow to end the fight. And then, when the black dragon was ready, it unleashed an immense surge of energy, completely obliterating the white-silver dragon in mere seconds. After taking down the white-silver dragon, the black dragon looked up the people standing before it, and let out a deafening roar. The gate had closed. In the organization's office, a staff member, panic-stricken and with headphones still on, turned to his boss and said, "There is only one dragon left, and no signs of minions here." The fire in his gaze burned fiercely as he looked ahead. "Alpha Team, it is your turn now." The black dragon opened its massive jaws, revealing rows of sharp teeth. Its wings spread wide with power. The beast flapped its wings, creating a tremendous pressure on the ground. The people below stood ready for battle. Each one gripped their weapons tightly, their eyes turned upwards to the beast soaring in the sky. All Abyss members were on high alert. Their eyes were locked on the beast. "We will target its left wing first. Then the blue team will destroy the right wing, and we will move straight into Phase 2. The Alpha team listened intently as their captain laid out the strategy. Determination filled everyone's eyes. "I will assist Cylon as an attacker. Moose, you will join the blue team and distract the dragon. And Amir, you will support us from the back." Both teams from the organization were working together to encircle the beast. They were ready to confront the monster and complete their mission. "Looks like we have nothing to worry about." In the end, and will take down the dragon by himself with a poised demeanor. The girl with green hair stood beside him. She turned to Alexander and asked, "This time we have 8 others in the 2nd generation. As long as this one is not as strong as Jupiter, we are sure to win." A massive dragon with a long head and fiery red eyes exuded a fierce demeanor. Jupiter. That is the blue dragon of Kim Long. The one and caught earlier. The girl with the green hair clasped her hands in prayer. Hoping for everyone's safety after the battle, 2 Skyper lifted their massive guns, then fired in unison, aiming right at the beast. "All right. We have got its attention. Let us attack and take out its wings." After Siren's teammates distracted the monster, he positioned himself behind it, a powerful purple light enveloping his body. In a split second, Siren dashed in front of the beast with a decisive move. He swung his sword, targeting the roaring beast, the blade gleaming as it created a deadly arc. The razor-sharp edge was aimed straight at the monster before him. Siren was spun around in midair, his body losing momentum, making him about to crash to the ground uncontrollably. He struggled to regain his balance, but the force of the spin made it hard to stabilize himself. Fortunately, Lihan caught an ebit and quickly grabbed Siren's hand. Lihan gritted his teeth, pulling with all his might to bring Siren back. Siren looked up, his heart swelling with gratitude. He silently called out to Lihan. The image of Lihan holding onto Siren's hand painted a beautiful picture of teamwork. He could not speak, but he silently thanked him. "Thanks a lot." Siren cut off one of the dragon's wings. Sensing the tide turning in their favor, Lihan quickly seized the moment and commanded everyone to attack the beast right now. Everyone attack. At Lihan's command, the entire team unleashed a massive surge of power toward the stumbling dragon. The gigantic beast was assaulted from all directions, unable to defend itself. The remaining wing of the dragon was also severed by the full force of the team, and in that moment, it turned to look at its wounded wing, seemingly torn apart by pain. In the observation room, as the dragon fell, the staff there erupted in cheers. The tension eased from Mur, Alexander's and the girl's backs. When the colossal beast hit the ground, it shook the earth. The green team rushed to the fallen dragon. "Incredible. Let us clean it up." Above, 2 members of the Alpha team quickly followed suit. "Those scumbags from the green team are trying to steal all the glory from this victory." Mu's helmet came off, and he turned back with an anxious face. After saying that, he quickly put his helmet back on and jumped down onto the dragon's massive corpse. Both teams surrounded the carcass. Moose was eager to reach it and cut its throat himself. He kept going despite Lihan's advice. "We still have time." Moose gripped his sword and stepped slowly forward. His face showed a desperate thirst for glory. "Let us cut its throat before the green team gets here." Lihan was uneasy. He followed closely behind Moose. He realizes something feels off here. Lihan's gaze shifts slightly. Suddenly, he halts. Something is not right. Why would they send such a weak dragon here? Lihan panics. He quickly calls everyone. Lihan's voice is filled with concern. "Everyone, fall back now." Commander Alexander jumps up. A certain victory. Fantastic. He feels so elated he can hardly speak. The project. Seeing the results unfold, Alexander clenches his fists. "Our evil project has succeeded completely." The girl with the green hair looks worried. Long silently hope. "I hope this is the end of it." The warriors of the organization gather around the fallen giant dragon. Team Green. The sword has absorbed the dragon's essence and is ready. We will move together and attack. They stand around the side of the fallen giant dragon. Lihan is in the back. He tries to warn everyone to stay alert about this ease. "Everyone, wait a moment." Team Green. "You two, back off immediately." Moose turns around, his face showing impatience at Lihan's unfounded words. "What the hell is going on? You are speaking with such sincerity and seriousness. When things start swinging in our favor, we need to tread carefully. It could be a trap. Let us take a moment to breathe and assess the situation." Lihan is doing his best to convince them to hold back. "If I am wrong, then you can laugh at me however you want. But if something's really off here, it could lead to death. This is not just a game." Moose waved his hands at the dragon. "What do you want us to do? Just wait until it wakes up or what?" The green team is getting restless. They are speaking up. "Alpha team, do whatever you want. Just leave the dragon's head to us." Hearing the complaints from the green team, their frustration is reaching a boiling point. Moose turns his back to Lihan. Moose is fed up with the green team's whining. His voice is getting impatient and dry. "Just kidding." Then Moose's steps quicken, making Amir feel confused and call out after him. "Moose, bro." It seems he catches onto Amir's intent to stop him, so he quickly speaks up. "Don't try to stop me, Amir. I just want to wrap this up quickly and get some rest." Then Moose turns to look at Amir. "Make sure you are thinking clearly too. You do not want to become an anonymous part of the hero's journey." Hearing Moose's words, Amir ponders for a moment. "Why him?" As Moose walks away, Amir decides to follow him. Lihan calls out to him from behind. "Amir," but he keeps walking with Moose. Lihan continues to call out, "Amir." Get back in position right now. Hearing this, he stops, but still does not turn to look at Lihan. Sorry, but I think Moose is right this time. Amir keeps walking. Seeing this, Lihan can shake the deep unease in his heart. Let us just hope I am worrying for nothing. Now it is just Lihan and Seylan standing outside. The others have gathered in a circle before the dragon's head. Is everyone ready? The warriors raise their swords high one by one. Count to 3. Everyone. Just as he finishes speaking, not a second wasted, everyone brings their swords down in unison as the warriors swing their blades. Blood sprays everywhere. But in that moment, something pierced through the chest of a warrior. Moose was stabbed in the chest by that strange weapon. His eyes filled with shock. He watched in disbelief as the jagged tongue plunged through his chest. Unable to grasp the horror unfolding, pain and shock slowly consumed Moose's body. In his last moments, Moose could only stare at that strange, jagged tongue. What the hell is this? Where did it come from? Like Moose, the others fell victim to that wicked, jagged spear. After witnessing that mysterious sight, Lihan quickly called out, "Silent, get back here now." Lihan clenched his teeth, feeling a bewildering confusion about the source of the attack. What in the world was that? What is attacking them? One by one, Lihan's teammates collapsed, as a pair of legs suddenly appeared, trampling over them. Lihan could not tear his eyes away from the scene before him. His gaze was glued to the assailants. How were they all invisible? The hunters, those terrifying foes of the wicked, had officially appeared. Each one wielded those jagged spears. A thundering sound like a storm echoed. The leader among them soared into the air. His body seemed to be lifted by an invisible force. He maintained his balance high above. He raised his sword before him. Light glinted off the cold blade. Then he commanded his minions to attack Lihan and his remaining teammate. They charged at Lihan and his ally with ferocity and brutality. Lihan and Siren stood firm against the approaching hunters, like arrows speeding towards their target. They are coming. Suddenly, the air turned eerily still, like a snap of fingers. The hunters charged like arrows, fierce and brutal. Then, they suddenly vanished without a trace. Lihan's eyes widened in shock. The sudden disappearance of the enemies left him and Siren dumbfounded. He looked around. Everything was empty. Only the dust floated in the air from the chaos they created while running. Lihan quickly realized the magic they used. Invisibility. Lihan scanned his surroundings, fully focused on finding any trace of his opponents. He activated the special ability of his spirit power exosuit. They used cloaks to turn invisible. I can only guess their direction based on their speed. Gradually, Lihan began to spot small traces. Bloodied footprints of the hunters appeared on the ground. They must be here. Lihan extended his golden hand towards the hiding hunters. He started to gather energy into that hand, creating a powerful golden light. Lihan unleashed the accumulated energy, sending a powerful wave of gold radiating outwards, sweeping everything in its path. The hunters, disguised in their invisibility cloaks, were fully exposed as the wave passed through. In that golden moment, Lihan shouted his teammate's name. Silent. After Lihan's echoing call, Silent swiftly moved in, taking down the hunters at lightning speed. The bodies of the fallen foes lay scattered across the ground. Where's the last guy? Suddenly, a wave of energy seeps into the air. You can feel your opponent's presence. The tension is written all over your face. Before you can even react, a precise attack knocks the helmet off the spirit armor, leaving it completely destroyed. The helmet shatters into tiny pieces. Luckily, Lihan quickly dodged the attack. Knew it would come to this. That hunter is wielding an incredibly powerful weapon. Only one weapon can destroy the spirit armor. The weapon has a part of a dragon, a dark blue blade, with sharp spikes jutting out from the blade. They are all armed with weapons made from dragon parts. Ilu raises his sharp blade high, getting ready to deliver a fatal blow to your head. The tension is palpable on your face. Despair sets in. Damn it. I do not have time to hold it back. Whoosh. A powerful slash whizzes right over your head. It is wrong. He teleported. In that tense moment, you grip your blade tightly and launch an attack. You thrust the blade upward, piercing straight into the hunter's throat. After finishing off the hunter Elu, Lihan turns away. Thanks, man. It is wrong. Elu is standing right in front of them now. The only one left is Elu over there. It seemed like this battle would end quickly and easily, but reality is far from simple. Just when Lihan and Seylan thought they had victory in the bag, suddenly, countless strange tails appear behind Elu. They writhe and move. Lihan's face is filled with shock. He's got to be careful. His face is frozen in horror. His entire body feels like it has been frozen in place. It is the dragon they had just scratched its wings in the previous attack. Now, it stands before Lihan and Seylan, its eyes blazing with fury, and from deep within its throat, it lets out a powerful roar. Lihan and Seylan know they are facing an extremely dangerous opponent, and they need to prepare for a life-or-death battle. The beast opens its massive mouth wide, roaring loudly. Lihan's eyes widen at the sight before him. The beast seems unaffected by the previous attacks. Fearsome, Seylan grips his sword tightly, so tight that his hand shakes from the pressure. The beast's eyes glow a blood red. The creature appears to be gathering energy, preparing for a powerful strike, but Ceylan is not lagging behind. He is starting to gather energy too. His entire body radiates a deep and powerful purple light. I won't make the same mistake twice. The hunter Elu blinked and was already at Lihan's side. Meanwhile, the beast charged in with a ferocious attack, aiming for both Lihan and Ceylan. The combination of these two opponents unleashed a deadly assault. He quickly warned Ceylan. It is coming. The beast lunged, trying to crush Ceylan with its foot, but he reacted in the nick of time. He leaped into the air, perfectly dodging the attack. Ceylan's body was enveloped in a mysterious purple light. This purple light seemed to enhance Ceylan's reflexes and speed, allowing him to effortlessly evade the beast's strikes. However, the beast was relentless. It continued to stomp down towards Lihan, but he activated his psychic exosuit, generating a powerful recoil. This recoil emitted a swift burst of blue light. With the exosuit's support, Lihan easily dodged the beast's attack. He thought it seemed safer to approach from below. The roar of Lihan's jet engine echoed. His body lifted off the ground, charging straight towards the beast's belly. The sharp blade pointed at a predetermined spot, a weak point he had meticulously calculated. Meanwhile, Tyrano was fiercely battling above. He spun around to gather momentum for a powerful strike. He raised both swords high, then plunged them down with tremendous force. They unleashed an enormous surge of energy. This energy shot straight towards the beast. Lihan swung his blade upward. Then with a swift motion, he slashed horizontally across the beast, but he was intercepted by Elu, who, with a quick move, swung his sword, slicing through the air like lightning. Lihan's blade had no time to react, and in an instant, it shattered under Elu's sharp edge. Lihan's face turned to pure shock, his mouth agape. Taking advantage of Lihan's astonishment, Elu seized the moment and delivered a powerful kick, sending Lihan flying backward. After Elu's powerful kick, Lihan lost his balance and fell to the ground, letting out a cry. Before he could regain his composure, a gigantic foot with claws as sharp as daggers loomed above him, like a massive stone about to crush down, when the beast stomped down hard where Lihan had just fallen. In that moment of peril, he activated the jet propulsion of his mech suit, enveloped in a radiant blue energy. Quickly moving out of harm's way, he struggled to stab two swords into the beast's back. But it seemed his strength was not enough to pierce through the thick, tough skin of the monster. Lihan lay on the ground, pushing himself up with all his might, trying to sit up as fast as possible. He gritted his teeth, his face tense with effort. Lihan sprang up as fast as he could, just in time to see Elu raising his sword high. He locked eyes with Elu, his gaze sharp as a knife cutting through the swirling dust around them. Elu's sword came down at lightning speed, the blade slicing through the air toward Lihan. He managed to jump aside just in time, narrowly escaping the powerful and fierce blow from Elu. He hovered in midair and activated the power of his ring. It glowed and unleashed a wave of vibrant blue energy, shooting straight towards Elu's hands. The energy formed a coil wrapping around Elu's wrists, binding his arms together as Lihan surged forward. He concentrated his strength into a punch, aiming straight at him. After Lihan's strike, Elu fell flat on the ground. The hunter struggled to sit up, his gaze fixated ahead. Before Elu now stood Lihan, firmly grasping his sword, ready to deliver the final blow. With a decisive motion, he used the hunter's own weapon to end his life, the sword piercing through Elu's body. After finishing the battle with Elu, some tension faded from Lihan's eyes. He turned his gaze towards the remaining opponent, his brows furrowed tight, his eyes never blinked for a second, constantly observing, tracking, and analyzing every move of the opponent. In front of Lihan, the beast gaped wide, while Shilin persistently attacked, trying to drive the sword deep into its back. Stop already. But the more he stabbed, the more impatient and frustrated he felt. Why are not you dead yet? The beast opened its mouth wide and inhaled deeply. A massive rush of air was sucked in, and within its maw, an ominous energy began to manifest. We need to get out of here. As soon as he finished speaking, Lihan immediately activated his mech to escape the beast's terrifying attack. But it seemed his suit had suffered severe damage, causing it to malfunction and not operate as smoothly and effectively as before. Lihan's expression went blank. Before him, a torrent of purple light surged forward with terrifying power, leaving Lihan frozen in place. Lihan gritted his teeth, staring straight at the incoming attack, desperately searching for a sliver of hope to survive. But it seemed like there was no way out of this situation. Lihan felt utterly hopeless and powerless. He squeezed his eyes shut, bracing for the final blow. The monster unleashed its attack, generating a fierce stream of purple light, charging straight at Lihan with incredible power and speed. After a tense moment of waiting, the anticipated attack never came, and the sudden silence left him feeling bewildered. He opened his eyes, his expression a mix of shock and disbelief. After the terrifying strike from the colossal beast, the ground had been torn apart by an unstoppable force. Confused, Lihan raised his hands and examined them closely. Was he really still alive? He glanced to the side. Still slightly dazed and incredulous by that overwhelming power, a figure clad in a black and purple mech suit appeared beside him. Their gaze fixated on the ground that had just been devastated by the attack, with a voice laced with astonishment. They remarked that he had created a new canyon in the blink of an eye, under Lihan's bewildered and intense gaze. The figure in the black and purple armor stepped forward with an air of confidence. They did not forget to commend him, saying he did great and it would be a shame to let him die so soon. Standing tall, they proclaimed that from now on, their team would take care of things. Both Silent and Lihan were taken aback as they heard the commanding tone in their voice. Team Omega, move out. The figure in the black and purple mech called out, leaving Lihan still in shock. He had no idea about this fighting team known as Omega. Lihan recalled the conversation he had with Sergeant Red. He stood before him, asking, "What are we going to do with the remaining psychic mechs?" Zone Red, his face cold as ice, replied, "Just for precaution. It is not that you do not trust me, right?" He turned, his gaze returning to Lihan, maintaining his calm demeanor. "Just as you said, other teams exist too, so do not ask any more questions. They say curiosity can lead to trouble." And with that, Sergeant Red walked away, leaving Lihan watching his retreating figure, his mind still filled with questions. As Zone Red was about to leave, Lihan's words echoed, causing him to stop. "You once told me that 6 years ago, they killed the children they trained." Sergeant Red turned back, his eyes sharp as daggers, locking onto Lihan. Lihan persisted in seeking answers, his eyes flashing with determination. "Are you going to do that to us if things go sideways?" Sergeant Red's expression changed, his face turning crimson in an instant. A fierce flame erupted from Zone Red's hand, as if the fire was completely under his control. In a steely tone, he responded, "Does it look like I have the power to wipe you out right now?" Lihan stared intensely at Sergeant Red, his eyes brightening as if he had finally found the answer he sought. Back to the chaotic battlefield. The fight with the ferocious beast was still ongoing. Lihan sat silently, staring straight ahead with a serious expression, as if lost in his own world. He did not know how those kids were being treated, but perhaps not all of them had been killed. Lihan watched the figure of an Omega team member, a part of the story clicking into place for him. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted at the creature's foot, and it let out a deafening roar of pain. Before the creature could react, another attack struck its other foot. The beast spun around in confusion, glancing between its 2 feet, as if trying to assess the chaos. Its feet had become a landing zone for small spacecraft. As the ship doors swung open, the Omega team members emerged, armed with powerful weapons and exuding confidence. Silent perched on the creature's neck, equally surprised by the sudden arrival of teammates not in the original plan. Out of nowhere, they addressed Silent, their voices firm. "The guy with the skull mask. Are you going to help us?" The Omega team leader turned to Silent and started discussing the plan to attack the creature. "If you can focus your strikes on its neck, we will go in from below and aim for its core." Silent looked at them, realizing he had no choice but to team up with this group to take down the colossal monster. And just like that, everyone sprang into action. They moved with incredible agility, bewildering the massive beast in front of them. Continuous attacks rained down on the creature. Once it was distracted, the Omega team leader seized the moment, lunging forward, drawing a sharp blade, and plunging it straight into the creature's core. Although Lihan was not directly involved in the fight, his eyes tracked the movements of both the enemy and his teammates from Omega. Eventually, after a fierce battle, the creature was engulfed in a blinding green energy. In a quiet office, Silent was engaged in a conversation with someone. He wanted to clarify his questions about the individuals he encountered during the attack on the giant monster. "I need to talk to those kids." Sitting across from Silent was Sergeant Red, legs crossed on the sofa, arms draped over the backrest, his serious expression piercing through to Silent. Zone Red quickly responded, "They are too dangerous. They are criminals who not only kill trainers, but even their own teammates. You know this better than anyone." The image of a little girl lying motionless on the battlefield haunted him, a chilling scene. "One of them could easily shoot you in the head. Are you sure you can keep your anger in check when you see them?" A person with shoulder-length hair and a blank, expressionless face, Silent gazed distantly into the void, his mind drifting back to old memories. To someone with gray hair, golden eyes flickered in his mind, memories of events long past. "If I say I harbor no hatred, that would be a lie. But I want to fight them." Sergeant Red shut his eyes, seemingly deep in thought before making a decision, weighing every option. After a moment, he opened his eyes, his expression serious. Zone Red recalled the first-generation prophet, falling into contemplation. But I need to convince you." Starting now, a wild scene flashes through Sergeant Red's mind, where a man wields a familiar blue light, coiled around another's neck like an invisible noose. The guy seems to revel in the victim's agony and fear. It is as if he wants to choke the other person with that very light. They have become monsters, forsaking their humanity. I do not know how it has them under control, but Zone Red bites his lip, suppressing something unspeakable. No doubt about it. This is not for the faint-hearted. Then, Silent steps out of Zone Red's office and halts in the hallway. Silent seems to be searching for something in his pocket. A tiny white button, smaller than a fingertip, is pulled from Silent's pocket and gently placed in his palm. It is pretty important to him. Did you catch all that? Lihan is somewhere else. Glancing at his headphones, he has been secretly eavesdropping on their conversation from start to finish. He pulls the headphones off. Having meticulously jotted down everything Sergeant Red said in a notebook, he drifts into deep thought. If what Sergeant Red said is true. Behind Alexander, the image of a worn-out man with a fierce expression looms. This must be the work of the evil mastermind, the one truly in power. Not just because the commander is losing his grip. If war were to break out right now, the evil mastermind would be promoted to Supreme Commander. The image of Team Omega flashes in his mind. He figures Team Omega must be the product of evil and the evil mastermind. Lihan looks at the headphones in his hand, drowning in thoughts and questions about their organization and its secrets. What reason could he have to create them? Zone Red stands silently, his face devoid of expression. When Zone Red opens his eyes, disbelief washes over him. Monsters have given up being human. Then his gaze begins to shift. This is not their fault. As Zone Red looks at himself in the mirror, chaotic thoughts swirl through his mind, reflecting like a storm on his face. It is the evil's fault. It is my fault. It makes me sick. Zone Red's hands tremble. He struggles to keep himself from being swept away by the rising tide of emotions until the war ends. Until it has completely ended. Lihan stands there in his armor, the report blaring out. Mission accomplished, Glut tells Lihan. This place has been utterly destroyed. It has now become uninhabitable. Simong and the others stay silent. On the projector screen, the announcement rings out. Team Alpha has completed their mission. Looking at the 4 members of Team Lihan appearing, cheers erupt below. Team Alpha's teamwork is impeccable. This was the 6th attack they had to withstand since the event in the Great Canyon. Alexander Rickard glanced at his companions. But this was also the 3rd time the prophecy had miscalculated. She felt anxious upon hearing those words. Standing up in front of everyone, she said, I think it is because of the white silver dragon. She paused to think, then continued. I feel like the prophecies about the future change every time the white silver dragon appears. Just like the course of a race shifts when we pull the reins. She continued to express her thoughts, mentioning that the white silver dragon had been killed by other dragons, suggesting they would likely clash with dragons of other colors. Alexander Rickard sat there, seriously asking her if she meant that dragons would have different traits based on their colors. There is still a chance that the silver dragon has something to do with the open gate, and it has to turn against its own kind. Sasagrazer finally spoke up. We could have delved deeper into the loose specimen we captured, but the truth is, we do not know anything about dragons at all. Alexander Rickard replied. But we have no choice but to trust the prophet's predictions. Everyone in the meeting room fell silent, listening to Alexander Rickard. The only thing we can change is how we respond to them. It seems our best course of action is to use the black pieces and deploy our troops as soon as possible. He got straight to the point. It is time for us to prepare for the final battle. The evil has undergone a massive restructuring. The males want to be recruited because they want to be able to train any new superhumans in the time we have left. All the superhumans who were once guides have returned to the battlefield or gone back home. Wei Chen walked away with a large bag. A voice called out from behind. Are you going back to China? The person lit a big cigarette, nervously holding it in their mouth while looking up at Wei Chen. I know you agreed to join on the condition of only being a guide. But I thought you would change your mind after the kids showed you so much love. Wei Chen heard this and smirked, responding, take care of yourself first. Nervously standing there watching the plane take off. He brought the cigarette to his lips without saying a word. Tilting his head back, she looked up at the plane from inside the room. Thinking she felt a little sad to see him leave, she clenched her fists, tears welling up. Even though I think there is someone else who is even sadder than I am. Elsewhere, it had begun. An announcement echoed through the air. This is Ref 2. A person in red armor took their gun. Hearing the command, lead the minions to the designated area. Situation reports kept coming in. We have lured about 200. This is Ref 3. Moving them to the target area. I have around 300 here. The monsters were chasing recklessly. Voices still ringing out. This is Ref 4. Same here. I brought about 500. That is right. No jokes. This is serious. Let us get it together. The 4 from the meeting gathered with mission assignments. It does not matter how many there are. Just bring them all to the target location. The 4 suits combined into a giant robot. And then our captain would handle them all at once. A massive explosion occurred, large chunks constantly smashing into the monsters, all of them turning to dust. Everything returned to normal, and a joyful voice rang out. It will never stop being epic. The 4 people sat in their corners, voices never ceasing. I still can't believe it. With that firepower, how could he only burn the minions? The armor opened up. Jose's face appeared. Someone wondered. That is the captain of Team Retta. On the screen was Jose's face along with chatter, taking out all the minions with just one spark. Impressive. Zone Red looks at the screen and says, his fire wrapping ability is particularly strong when facing a horde of minions. Moreover, he is the best at masking his powers, always keeping his abilities in check to ensure he never stands out. Zone Red reminisces about Jose's past, thinking to himself, like how he was placed in Class D despite mastering object manipulation, or how he kept his fire wrapping ability hidden until the survival training. Above all, he chose to stay in the shadows for a long time, even though he could easily be in a better position. Lost in thought, Zone Red wonders why he suddenly showcased his skills. I am worried he might be in danger. Alexander Rickard speaks up, asking the seer, so what is the prophecy like right now? Do you feel any changes? She pauses in surprise, then bows her head to respond. Not all. The next invasion will be on Peninsula Island. I see a massive army of minions and a dragon. Alexander Rickard, with a serious expression, says, and this mission will be assigned to. Everyone listens in silence as Alexander Rickard continues. Team Alpha. He hesitates before continuing, and the red team will lead the way. A golden hand moves, engulfed in flames. Lihan. Determined. Thinks. I won't let anyone else go down. Jose's face is equally serious. Let us send them all to hell. No one knows that his last name is Lee, and his real name is Han, or that his full name is Han Lee. A newborn baby is left abandoned in front of a house. The baby is still very small, crying incessantly, with only a note bearing the name Han Lee. The sound of hurried footsteps follows as a man chases after. He shouts, "Stop right there, you little brat." In a room, the man cheerfully announces, "Today, we have the appearance of Lieutenant Little Hantang, the head of the Korean branch of evil, alongside Korea's first superpower user, Jeru, is on live television." Little Lihan grits his teeth and runs for cover. Along the street, the news continues to blare as the battle against the dragons comes to an end. Our military strength will depend on the number of superpower users we possess. We need to increase the number of superpower users at all costs. Right now, humanity shares a common enemy, but in the future, it will be a war between superpower users. The TV screen by the road still plays the previous broadcast. The man chasing Lihan stops, panting, muttering, "Damn it." His voice echoes through the neighborhood. "Next time I catch you, kid, you are dead meat." Lihan clutches something tightly as he darts into an alley. While running, he glances back cautiously, observing his surroundings. Suddenly, Lihan is yanked up, catching him off guard, a hand throwing him aside. The guy smirks maliciously. "Finally found you, little thief." Lihan coughs a few times, looking quite distressed. The guy's wicked face grins as he says, "You are Lihan, right?" He gestures with his hands. "Now hand over that bag while I am still being polite." Lihan, defiant, looks up and says, "What if I do not give it to you?" The guy steps closer, saying, "You have got guts? Little guy, you are not just any ordinary kid. No wonder a kid like you could survive out here for so long. I think I have got a way to make you useful." The man laughed cruelly. "You really think I do not know your name?" Lihan was stunned. The guy stretched out his hand, threateningly saying, "I know all the places you stay. You could try to run, but do you really think your siblings can do the same?" A month later, in a small neighborhood, a tiny figure walked down an empty street. Lihan cautiously observed as he slowly followed an old man. Suddenly, the old man turned around, smiling as he approached Lihan. Terrified, he pulled his hood up to cover his face. The old man grabbed his hand, and Lihan gritted his teeth. Staring defiantly, the old man just smiled and offered him an apple. But Lihan remained on guard. The old man asked, "Little grandson, do you like apples?" Lihan was taken aback. Lihan looked at the old man, gritting his teeth, thinking, does he really just want to give this to me? Countless scenarios raced through Lihan's mind. No, do not be fooled. What is he hiding in that bag? In fear, Lihan turned and ran. The old man was left speechless as Lihan snatched the bag of apples from him. He shouted, "Hey, kid." Lihan looked at the bag of apples in front of him. He found a secluded corner to sit, hugging his knees and thinking, I can't believe he was just being nice to me. I have never met anyone like that. He felt sad. Thinking, how much longer do I have to live like a stray? The blonde man appeared, shouting, there you are, you little stray. He walked closer, hands in his pockets, saying, you have been running from me for a month, without paying a dime for protection for your siblings. He laughed maliciously, squeezing his hand and said, you know what is interesting? You might just learn a lesson if one of them gets hurt. Lihan calmly thought, I have moved them to safety already, then said defiantly, you can try. No one can touch a hair on their heads as long as I am alive. The man screamed angrily. Yeah. Right. You just got a big mouth. Kid. He rushed forward, yelling, maybe I should finish you off right here. Lihan quickly grabbed the bag of apples and ran. The man chased after him. Hey. Lihan ran frantically. The guy behind was madly pursuing him, and Lihan jumped to another building. The man on the other side yelled angrily, this time I won't let you get away, you little brat. The sky was overcast. Droplets of rain fell, and in the rain on the empty street, the blonde guy was still chasing Lihan. He yelled while chasing, stop right there. Lihan did not stop. He just kept running, clutching the bag of apples tightly. The guy was panting behind him. The warning signals blared, and the train barriers began to lower. Suddenly, Lihan's collar was grabbed, and a few apples fell out. Lihan gritted his teeth and looked back. The train was rushing toward him with its blinding lights. A foot stomped right on the blonde guy's face, and Lihan wriggled free from his grasp. He made it off the tracks while the guy disappeared in a cloud of dust. Lihan sat there in shock, surrounded by apples scattered everywhere. Lihan opened his mouth in fear but could not say a word. Eventually, he curled up in a corner. The police officer wondered, what is up with this kid? The other person replied, he was at the scene, so I brought him here. The officer raised his hand, ready to scold, thinking, a scrawny kid like this, can you really shove an adult onto the train tracks? The other guy quickly explained, it is that it has already been triggered. The psychic ability detector at the west gate. The officer was confused. Lihan was still sitting there. The officer approached him and said, sorry kid, but just stay put. Okay. The officer's words left him stunned. The kid might actually have superpowers. The officer continued, we have contacted AQ to send someone to check on you, so just sit tight. He gasped when he heard Lihan say, Captain Kang. He looked straight into the officer's eyes and said, Captain Bihan Kang. Tell them I want to meet him directly. I have nothing to say to anyone else. The officer stepped back, a bit scared, thinking, this kid is too intimidating. Lihan's eyes burned with determination. I will protect them at all costs. Lihan envisioned countless scenarios, his brothers and sisters, this world, and his friends. I will slay every dragon. A voice commanded. Team Red. Attack. Instantly, everyone raised their weapons at the order. Everyone opened fire together towards the monsters. A massive explosion erupted. A voice echoed. Even though they are just a bunch of grunts, they are surprisingly smart. They were using the dead grunts as shields. The blue team was also attacking, probably because Lu had taken control of all of them. One blue team member shouted while fighting, I am leaving the rest to you guys. Team Red, in his green armor, turned around and said, Team Alpha will engage the dragon. The red dragon hovered in the air. The blue team focused on the fiery beast. With swords in hand, they all charged forward. A giant robot slowly approached, cutting through the massive flames. The blue team raised their swords, ready for battle. Lu called out, Alpha 3. Grunt replied, got it. Grunt leaped with his sword aimed down, plunging it straight into the dragon's head. Grunt yelled, over here. You monsters. Grunt stabbed directly into the dragon's head. The dragon roared in pain, its mouth wide open. Grunt pulled the sword out and stabbed down again. Simon bit back at Jiang, saying, are you stupid? That guy is distracting the dragon. Simon thought below. Hey. At least he is doing a good job keeping the dragon busy. The dragon slowly began to fall. It seemed weakened. A beam of purple light appeared from somewhere. Grunt approached the dragon alone, saying, good. We can see its core now. Lihan then charged up with his sword. A glow radiated from his body as he lunged straight at the dragon. The dragon staggered and fell into the sea of flames below. The dragon we just defeated is a chain dragon, the same type as the first dragon we took down at the very beginning. Level 2 dragons like Jupiter have a unique pattern on their bodies, completely different from level 1 dragons. Level 3 dragons are massive, with superior mental capabilities to match their enormous bodies. It is highly likely they possess a clear self-awareness, similar to entities like Kronos, whose remnants we have discovered, and Vahhammed, both belonging to this category. Lihan stood in the room, deep in thought. We can handle level 1 dragons with ease. He gritted his teeth, pondering. but they seem to be appearing more frequently. The team has already taken down 2 this month alone. At this rate. And next year. There might just be a war we have to face. Lihan rushed out, his hair flying, and spotted a letter on the table. Picking it up, a smile broke out on his face. The letter read, "Dear Han, we are doing just fine thanks to the government's aid. I hope our efforts contribute to our country." Lihan crumpled the letter in his hand, thinking, my family never says things like this. Do they really think I am that gullible? Burn this. Lihan tossed the crumpled letter into the trash. He lay back on the bed in silence, staring up at the ceiling, lost in thought. He questioned himself. Am I doing the right thing? 2 weeks later, Lihan and Kloop boarded the plane, surrounded by a crowd, watching helicopters soar through the sky. Someone wondered. 12 enhanced warriors. Kloop asked. Isn't this a bit overkill just to bring down a space gate? Lihan replied. That just means they are trying to minimize damage as much as possible. All the places we were assigned to before have been completely destroyed. Samang chimed in. Australia is the biggest financial contributor. They want us to protect it as much as we can, since they are the ones footing the bill. They are sending all of us into battle to prove to Australia that their investment is worth it. Kloop asked. But if there are 12 enhanced warriors, taking down a dragon should be a piece of cake. Right, Lihan interrupted. We should take a quick nap. Suddenly wide-eyed, he closed his eyes and said nothing as the helicopters continued to fly on. Lihan turned to the others. Each of you gets your own room. Feel free to choose. There is no training schedule tonight. So just do what you want. The evening in Australia was lavish and stunning. The Keen's Air Force Base, for the most part, remained untouched by war. This led to a massive influx of knowledge and talented individuals seeking refuge, making Australia one of the fighting powerhouses asserting its status. Meanwhile, in another room, someone lay back, stroking their comfy bed, lost in thought. Not bad at all. It has been ages since I have had such a comfy bed since starting these mission deployments. In another room, Lihan opened the door and was greeted by his own cozy, well-equipped space, and he dropped his things down just as he was getting ready to shower. The electronic clock on his wrist buzzed with a new message. He opened it to find a text from Silent, asking, "What are you up to tonight?" He quickly replied, "I plan to meet up with Aussie after my shower." "What is it?" Silent quickly responded, "Then I will join you. I want to fix a few things on my mech." Hearing this, Lihan immediately agreed. "All right, see you in an hour," his teammate responded. "Okay." The sound of footsteps echoed on the cold ground. It turned out that Dia was just taking a stroll on the street. Suddenly, he heard some hushed voices coming from a bar, men chatting and drinking. He quickly stepped inside. The bartender, who was busy polishing glasses while still puffing on a cigarette, looked a bit surprised when Dia walked in. As he got a closer look at Diao's face, the bartender thought to himself, this kid looks pretty young. He can be of age. He tried to ask about Diao's presence here. Are you a soldier from Akaha? Diao instantly brushed off the question and glanced to the side. Spotting a young man lifting a glass to drink, Diao pointed at the guy's drink and said directly, I will have this one. The bartender looked after him with mild surprise. Moments later, a glass identical to the one Diao pointed at was placed on the table in front of him. He picked it up and brought it close to his nose, feeling a bit annoyed. Thinking, it smells like cigarettes. But Diao downed it in one go, leaving the bartender speechless. He then slowly reminded Diao, you are not supposed to shoot it down like that. By this time, Dia's face was a bit flushed as he replied, who cares? Pour me another. Suddenly, he noticed that the door was not locked. He gently pulled it open. Thinking, the door is wide open. Inside the room, Lihan was hurriedly changing clothes and called out, sorry, I am not done yet. Just wait a little longer. Lihan had just finished showering, wrapped only in a towel around his waist, with hardly anything else on. He was using another towel to dry his hair. Seeing this, Dai felt a bit embarrassed and quickly closed the door. Just as he was recovering from the shock, Kloop walked over and asked, wait, what are you doing here? Dio snapped back to reality and replied, waiting for Han. Kloop looked a bit surprised. Where are you two headed? Dio answered, to the lab. Kloop perked up, I will go too. I do not have anything else to do. But then, he saw a message pop up on the screen. Nothing to do. Go take a nap. He was a bit taken aback. Why can't I tag along with you too? The screen displayed. Not really. Just then, Lihan came out of the room, spotting Kloop there. She said, Kloop, you are heading to the lab too? Kloop replied, yeah, I was planning to go. But before he could finish, he was cut off by a punch to the gut, causing him to drop to his knees in pain. Lihan, confused about what just happened, saw a message from Dio pop up. As the three were getting ready to leave, Suddenly a soldier rushed in, calling out. Upon seeing the three of them, the soldier continued. Simon, you have to stop him. Meanwhile, Dale was at the bar, completely drunk, stumbling around and bumping into other patrons. The tables and chairs were in disarray, the scene resembling a chaotic brawl. He mumbled. He is a superpower, his voice echoing. What should we do? At that moment, Lihan and the others rushed in, and upon seeing the scene, she shouted, Dale, enough with the drinks. We are going back to the room, Lihan yelled right in his face. Seeing her, Dale suddenly broke into a smug grin, thinking to himself, look who it is, our awesome captain. But before he could finish his thought, he chuckled. Look who it is. Our captain. Lihan's face twisted with a mix of anger and confusion as he looked at him, saying, I do not get what you are saying, but maybe wait until you are sober to talk. Hearing this, Dale suddenly erupted in rage, shouting, well, why is it you and not me? At this moment, Dale was furious to the point of frenzy. An intense energy radiated from him, so powerful that the bottles on the floor began to levitate and swirl around him. Seeing this, everyone had gathered behind Lihan without realizing it, panic in their voices as they shouted, this is too dangerous. Someone do something. Lihan's face was now showing signs of anger. Dale rushed at Lihan, declaring, I can't get any sleep, but why is it you? It does not affect you at all. In response, Lihan used a table in the bar as a shield to block Dale's attack. A loud crash echoed through the air. Seizing the moment while Dale was distracted, he lunged forward to grab him. But Dale was so drunk he did not even know what was happening, just a hair away from throwing up on the floor. The others watched helplessly, and only now did the bar owner dare to show his face. Lihan, feeling embarrassed, tightened his grip on Dale and said, I am sorry for this mess. The next morning, Dale woke up in his cozy bed. Remembering the events from the night before, he kicked off the blanket that had been covering him. He slammed his fists against the wall, his face flushed with embarrassment, thinking to himself, this is so humiliating. If I drink again, I might as well end it all. At that moment, the door swung open, and Clute walked in, saying, hey, we need to gather everyone. You awake yet? Why are you hitting the wall? Dale shot Clute a furious glare, his face turning red as he slammed the door shut, yelling, get lost. The door hit Clute's face, causing blood to trickle from his nose. With an innocent look, he thought to himself, is it just me? Or do people really think they can push me around whenever they want? In the room, Simon sat huddled on the bed, feeling utterly despondent. He felt as if countless people were pressing in on him. Those zombie-like figures kept reaching out to him, crying out, help me. Help me. They kept getting closer, murmuring, help me. Help me. At that moment, he opened his eyes to find everything around him drenched in blood red. Those figures clung to him, begging, help me. Help me. He felt himself sinking. Lately, I have been plagued by nightmares. Back at the bar, recalling last night, he stared at his glass of liquor. I can't sleep. If I drink this, I wonder if I will finally get some peace. With that thought, he raised his glass and downed it in one go, vaguely thinking, is it because the combat stimulants have worn off? The bartender had warned him. This is not the kind of drink you can down all at once. But with his flushed face, he remained resolute. All right, give me another shot. He could not shake off the images from before the battle, where most of the soldiers had been amped up on combat drugs. It made you aggressive, stripping you of fear or guilt about war. He stared at the glass just placed in front of him, still lost in thought. Instead, due to a lack of judgment and mental control, I have recently cut my doses in half. He grumbled as he held the glass. Let us just not manage it anymore. My body froze with fear at the sight of the dragon. But I will be back. He downed his drink amidst the laughter of the bar patrons. Moments later, a brawl erupted in the bar. What the heck? A few people criticized him angrily. Why did you have to do this? Others were trying to hold him back, but he was lost in his own delusions. Why is this happening? He shouted in rage. Throwing everyone aside, the whole bar was thrown into chaos. He struggled to catch his breath. Oh no. Then, he screamed as if he had lost his mind. If I am not here, everyone will die. I am protecting you. Lihan called out to him. Simon, you warned seriously. Stop right now. But Simon still looked dazed. Who are you? Aren't you supposed to be an amazing captain? He frowned at you. You are the only one in this mess. I have not used any combat stimulants. Then he yelled. Why do not you care about anything? Why are you so special? That thought brought back memories of seeing the black dragon. Simon yelled while gathering power around his hands. Then it finally exploded violently. Why is it only you who can do this? But I can't. Back to the present. Up high, in the command room, a group of people was being reprimanded. You caused chaos at the bar. The commander anxiously asked. Is anyone dead? Lihan hesitated for a moment before reporting, not a single person. Finally, the commander sighed in relief and sat down, but a moment later, he grew serious again. It is fine if you do not have it, but guys, you're not allowed to drink. Eventually, everyone was let go. But Lihan realized that the soldiers were pretty lenient about brawls in the bar. The center of this chaos turned out to be a psychic. No serious injuries. So everything was resolved easily. You shot a suspicious glance at Simong. What are you trying to say to me? I can ask again. At this moment, Simong was just as confused. Damn it. This is not a dream. That bastard. Both Lihan and Simong seemed to have the same thought. I do not know how to deal with that guy, but both were incredibly tense. Yet one thing was certain. You should never drink. Everyone walked together under the setting sun, because a battle threatening countless lives was about to unfold. At the gathering point, many soldiers were assembling there. They were just preparing. They laughed and joked around. Dmitri humorously asked, "Should I place a bet? Who will catch the dragon's head first?" At that moment, the teacher shouted, "Hey guys. Do you think this is a joke?" Lihan still did not seem to care. Having high spirits is good, but it should not lead to complacency. The alarm blared loudly. The crowd immediately rushed to check it out. Sounds echoed around the base. A metal box was lifted from underground. The people in front of the monitor stood in awe. The base. You are planning to dig underground. The walls were as tough as steel. Built according to the law. Up top, there was a cannon. A fortified fortress equipped with weapons was now complete. All the soldiers were in shock. It was massive. It had turned into a steel fortress. The teacher adjusted his glasses. Who would have thought he would stash away so much power? He pondered while looking at the base before him. If the war ends like this, the next dominant power could be Australia. Strange lightning flashed in the sky over the base. Many helicopters flew quickly away. Lihan announced the information. The local forces will handle the minions. We just need to focus on the dragon. Dmitri smirked sarcastically. He sounds way too confident. Does not he? Do you have any tricks up your sleeve? The bombers are patrolling. They detected the formation of a gate. They found a portal starting to form. Prepare to fire. A large gun was also being readied. The barrel was huge and incredibly sturdy. T2 exclaimed, "A rifle." He was with other soldiers, all looking pale. It seems they have more money to burn than we thought. The monster slammed the ground, sending shockwaves. A swarm of monsters appeared, looking ferocious. They tumbled out from the gate like a swarm of disturbed bees. Silent and Simo both turned pale. That is a dune from the Beta God. Accompanying the horde of monsters were giant centipedes. The officials were extremely concerned. They are massive. The one we caught before was just a baby compared to these. Should we intervene to deal with these gigantic monsters? The monsters' howls echoed through the air. The machines began to glow, ready to annihilate them. It lit up a centipede, making it swell grotesquely. Tiku and the others gaped in shock, staring up at the sky. An explosion occurred, igniting the area and sending the monsters into a panic. Someone gasped. What was that? That is amazing. Dmitri was visibly excited. Can we get weapons like that? Glut said hesitantly. Your back will break from the recoil. Dmitri dismissed the idea confidently. I bet I could handle it if I just toughened up. The beams from the base continued shooting at the monsters. Explosions erupted, wiping them out. Lihan rallied the troops. It is time to focus on the battle. Our moment has come. The dragons emerged from the portal as the sounds of attack ceased. More dragons came out of the spatial gate. The position of the dragons at the gate has been confirmed. Type of dragon, the blue dragon. Someone has given the command. Fire. That old cannon fires a flare. The explosion echoes across the sky. But the dragon does not budge. It takes no damage from the force of its own wings. Tiku shouted. Just as I predicted, someone has given the command. Activate Rob's Schiff's Maul. Helicopters swiftly drop bombs. The dragon watches intently from below. The missiles are diving down. The dragon begins to open its massive mouth. It unleashes a tremendous burst of energy, sending those bombs flying away. Lihan's expression changes. It is targeting us. Glut and Dmitri scream in unison. Dawn attacks with its breath. The dragon fires a powerful blast at a specific point, creating a massive shockwave in the sky. The sound of metal shattering rings out. Lihan's face turns pale with fear. Simong. The helicopter explodes into a cloud of fire. Debris starts to rain down. The soldier who escaped the burning helicopter is in for a rough time. Call me Alpha 4. Damn it. Lihan asks. Are you okay? Simong in the cockpit is analyzing data, still looking shaken, at least for now. I mean, I am definitely gonna die if I keep free falling like this. He is plummeting through the sky amidst the wreckage of the helicopter. Simong's ears. Grab a grenade. He spins a few times to gain momentum. Then Simong launches it into the sky. The grenade shoots straight down towards him. 3 grenades explode rapidly as he falls. Simong crashes hard onto the ground. Lying there, he coughs violently. Damn it. He lies there for a moment on the ground where he just fell. A teammate reaches out. He points his hand in front of Simong, who chuckles dryly. Well, you are still alive after all. Simong snaps back. Get lost, Clute reminds him. Save your energy for the fight. Another voice chimes in as Simong slowly sits up. Something's not right. Lihan looks very serious. The dragon has appeared. The terrifying dragon is soaring through the portal. But the gate is not closed yet. Someone wonders. Is the prophecy wrong again? Lihan It seems so. Lihan is serious. But the good news is, 3 dragons are roaring, tearing the sky apart. This is a 3-on-3 match. The dragons take to the skies one by one. Lihan anxiously observes the situation. He knows that dragon is suspicious. That white-silver dragon must have done something, changing the prophecy. Someone issues a command. Each team will handle 1 dragon at a time. The soldier asks Vang, do you think this one is level 1 or level 2? Someone else shouts, just treat it like a level 2. Vang gives the order to attack. Alpha team. Attack. The soldiers are gearing up. Announce which dragon you are targeting. This blue dragon is ours. Keep assigning roles. The brown and purple teams will handle the 2 black dragons. Everyone else. Get ready to strike when that dragon unleashes its massive power. Got it. Michi. Show off that confident smile and channel your energy. Alright. Let us take them all down. The dragon keeps charging energy in its mouth. The agile soldiers manage to dodge it. Michi laughs with a wicked glint in his eye. Wanna know something? I have been itching to try this for a long time. Michi is soaring freely above the dragon. My spear is not the only thing you should watch out for. Michi grins. What? Michi laughs mischievously. Radiating energy. Wanna know something? I have been itching to try this for a long time. Michi is soaring freely above the dragon. My spear is not the only thing you should be wary of. Young Michi twists his wrist, smiling with satisfaction as Lihan kneels before him. I have been training Sambo since I learned to walk. You do not stand a chance against me as long as I can reach you. Lihan looks serious, making Michi go silent and change expression. Really? So you plan to catch those dragons with that Sambo move? Michi can't help but chuckle. By then, I will be able to take down a few dragons. Michi's eyes shine with a wicked glint as he charges in. Sorry for going back on my word, but I do not think I will be able to drop it. You can take it down. You can take it down. Really? So you plan to catch those dragons with that Sambo move? Michi can't help but chuckle. By then, I will be able to take down a few dragons. Michi's eyes shine with a wicked glint as he charges in. Sorry for going back on my word, but I do not think I will be able to drop it. It is too thick. He continuously swipes at the dragon's body instead. Michi holds on tight. I will try to break its wings. He uses all his strength to grab the dragon's wing. The crisp sound of cracking ice echoes clearly. The soldiers are also focusing on taking down the other dragons. One soldier is gathering energy and directs all his power at the dragon, making it roar in agony. Lihan shouts, right now. Silent rushes in with 2 sharp blades. Glued also breaks apart and is focused on taking down the dragon. He is using all his strength to grasp its wing and has focused on taking down the dragon. Your eyes blaze with fierce determination. You drive your blade deep into the dragon's body. The dragon plummets to the ground amidst the shocked gasps of everyone at the base. Ofu joyfully celebrates with the tech team, their cheers echoing. Incredible. They took down 3 dragons in the blink of an eye. Right now, level 1 dragons are no match for them. The work at the base continues uninterrupted. There are no signs of minion activity nearby. The intel team is processing the reports. They took down 3 dragons in an instant. Level 1 dragons are a joke to them now. The work at the base continues, with no signs of minion activity nearby. The intel team confirms that all dragons have been eliminated. A soldier passing by is utterly shocked. Is it really all over? His hand trembles slightly when suddenly an explosion erupts. The shockwave from the upper floor makes everyone jump. Tiku shouts. What is happening? The soldier quivers in fear. It can't be? The spatial gate of those monsters reappears in the room. What? Everyone is injured. The gate opens right inside the base. A horde of monsters spills out, along with that hideous centipede. They continuously blast the base, destroying the entrance and sending the guards into a panic. What the hell is going on? They explode, sending soldiers flying. The swarm of flying monsters is overwhelming. They tear into the soldiers, attacking with every method possible. As multiple spots in the base erupt, 2 desperately tries to communicate amid the chaos. Can you hear me? The Air Force base is about to fall. 2 announces the dire situation. We can't send any support to you right now. We can't send any reinforcements either. He struggles to say more as the monsters attack. Survive at all costs. The soldier beside him pulls Mar. Iku's arm. Director. We need to get out of here. Tuko warns. Do not. You must live at all costs. We can't communicate anymore. Cluth grits his teeth in anger. Damn it. What is happening over there? Are we losing? The dragons are self-destructing because they are dead. Even though we have wiped them all out, the faces of everyone are solemn with anger. Lihan carefully contemplates the tense situation. They are using all 3 dragons as bait. Lihan glances at the slain dragons sprawled on the ground. That means the dragons were not their priority. Were they? In the dragon army, a sound catches Lihan's attention. Everyone senses something is off. Something is crawling out of the gate. Lihan signaled. Let us move. We should retreat while we still can. Dimitri gritted his teeth, his expression dark. Running away is just plain cowardice. Let us take them all down. He was seething, power building up inside him. I do not think we can handle this if we do not act now. Lihan called out seriously. Dimitri. The base is about to blow. The explosion rocked Professor Oktu, causing him to cry out in pain. The tech staff shouted. He is injured. Get him out of here. Oktu held his head, crying out in despair. We are done for? Everyone rushed to help the professor as the blast continued to chase them down the path. The person helping Professor Tyrano reassured him. Just hold on a little longer. We will get you out through the escape hatch. Oktu, clutching a cloth to stop the bleeding, shouted. We need water. The monsters had utterly decimated the base, completely taking control of the situation. Helicopters were coming in, but those flying monsters were attacking non-stop, turning the choppers into scrap metal. In light of this chaos, Lihan called out. Dimitri. He reiterated. The noble team's mission is to eliminate all minions. With no dragons left here, we need to survive until help arrives. Dimitri pointed firmly. But if you insist on retreating, we want cover for you. Suddenly, a few monsters stood up, advancing behind Lihan, causing him to jump. He turned to face the monsters with a fierce look. They shouted out names Muz. Amir and Lihan furrowed his brow seriously. Determined. He shouted. This time, I want you to stand by. Lihan yelled as he dodged an incoming attack. Noble team. Wait, Simon is attacking Dimitri. Dimitri looked dead serious. Debris flew everywhere, igniting Dimitri's rage as he turned and grabbed Simon by the collar. Simon gasped for air. Dimitri's killing intent flared. What did you just do? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Simon's face was filled with fury. If we are going down, we go down together, you idiot. Did that combat stimulant get to your head? Simon struggled to speak, gasping. We are not invincible. Once we exhaust the mecha's energy, we are all done for. Lihan stepped in to defuse the situation. He is right, Dimitri. If we run into another dragon, we won't be able to handle it. Dimitri paused, finally releasing Simon amidst their teammates. Dimitri turned his back, his expression cold. I was not thinking clearly. Simon, Lihan called out. Simon grumbled in annoyance. Shut up. He slowly began to walk away. Right now. I do not want to talk about it. Lihan was also exhausted, his heart weighed down by this guy's stubbornness. The ground trembled beneath them with immense power. The soldiers had to quickly cover their ears due to the overwhelming frequency. My ears. What is that? Someone tried using their equipment but failed. We can get lost. Someone reported. The situation is not looking good. Lihan responded. Let us get out of here. Klut's expression changed. This is way too similar to Siniezu. Siniezu. That surge of power is still aiming to attack us. We are about 10 miles from the base. But it is still scrambling our communications. Lihan felt restless. Something about this felt off. Like we were prey being hunted. Dimitri suggested, snapping Lihan back to reality. Let us head to the nearest town. If we are lucky, we can use the communication equipment there. You turned and flashed a bright smile, catching Dimitri off guard. That is a great idea. And no one should be there since everyone evacuated once the warning at the gate went off. Dimitri turned away. Agreeing, Lihan scanned the group. We are not far enough to escape the interference from the radio waves. He knew what was vital right now. But we have run out of supplies. At least let us find something to eat. Lihan shouted. Let us move. The sound of footsteps echoed slowly. A man stood in the blinding light, his expression serious and still, surrounded by several high-ranking leaders. Someone announced. Chief of Staff, you have failed. Alexander Rico Vosvat. We have not lost yet. We still have the Australian army. Someone clarified their point. In other words, you failed to secure the gate. The real battle has not even begun. But this is already a huge disappointment. Alexander Rico silently grumbled. As if we had any other choice. A series of coordinates appeared on the screen. Someone suggested that it is better to keep the gate open in Australia. Temporarily. It won't spread to other countries. Another person reacted vehemently. It is only a matter of time. Those bastards can teleport or whatever. We can just sit here and believe that evil will handle this. Alexander Rodden thought to himself. This is irritating to hear. So what do you gentlemen suggest we should do? Someone proposed nuclear weapons. That convinced Alexander Rodden. We will use nuclear weapons. He looked incredulous, struggling to ask. What? Sir? Why would you? What are you talking about? The other person shook their head. We can do that. Alexander Lomé. This is Australia's fault. This has to be the High Command of Australia. The person overreacted. It is like trying to destroy cancer cells. To eliminate cancer cells after a failed surgery. You would better prepare for a bloody scene. Someone suggested. Let us hold a vote. Alexander thought to himself. These bastards are seizing this opportunity to try to overthrow Australia. Our strongest enemy. Someone raised their hand. Feeling this was absurd. This is just insane. Use nuclear weapons. Another person pointed out. That is better than letting humanity go extinct. Many countries have already been engulfed in flames in the last war. Just activating the mech's spiritual power again after a nuclear attack would be reckless. The other person slumped down in despair. Please stop. We absolutely cannot use nuclear weapons. Let us keep some dignity. We are all making a tough decision here. Alexander was still lost in thought. For the sake of humanity, suddenly, those faceless figures appeared, their smiles twisted and menacing. I could almost see the mocking expressions on their faces. In the midst of the political battle, Alexander was lost in thought. Can we really win this war this way? Someone slammed the door open. The door lay still on the ground. Kicked down. The soldiers looked around. Some flipping the light switch on. They started rummaging through things. One asked, "Did you find anything?" They began to eat after being hungry for too long. This is pretty good. Someone was searching the waves. All channels were dead. In a hidden corner of the living room, Lihan set up a radar. He pulled hard, then plugged it into the socket. Lihan started connecting the information as Silent approached. He placed a plate of bread in front of Lihan, startling him. The radar seemed to be charging as Silent, and Lihan sat nearby. Lihan spoke up while they were leaning against the railing. "Where's yours?" Silent replied, "I already ate. But that thing keeps beeping non-stop." Silent called out, making Lihan glance over. Silent asked for his opinion while tapping on the screen. "What do you want to do when the war is over?" Lihan was silent for a long time, contemplating his intentions. "I have not thought about that. I think I will meet my siblings." Silent turned back to continue typing. He confirmed his own intentions to Lihan, surprising him. "I will go with you." Suddenly, the radar blared a red alert. The two rushed towards it. Lihan read the notification as Silent leaned in to observe. "The boss just sent us the mission plan." Lihan grumbled, still not having finished his dinner. "The nearest meeting point. The airspace is no longer safe, so we need to move to it ourselves." Lihan called out as a strange light flickered. "Silent. We have been here too long. Let us check each other." An explosion hit them out of nowhere, catching them off guard. The sounds of monsters converging outside the base echoed as they triggered the blast. Someone gave orders and switched all channels to internal communication. A teammate spoke up. "Got it." Lihan sat low to transmit the message. "This is Alpha 1. Can everyone hear me? Check the RUT I just sent right now. We have to take a detour to lose them," Lihan reported, with the remaining energy. "It is just enough for us to reach the rendezvous point, so only those who still have extra energy can stay behind to hold the line for everyone." Lihan glanced towards the enemy. "Silent and I will take care of the minions." Lihan clearly laid out the plan and course of action. The remaining ones will split into two groups to move through points B and C before regrouping at the target. Dimitri looked a bit uneasy. "You are sure you will be okay?" A shadow approached Simon with his piercing gaze. He shouted, "I will stay too." Others stepped up. "We are in this together." Clute grinned brightly. "After all, we are the Alpha team." Lihan interrupted. "Clute, you go help Simon. He got hurt when he fell earlier." Clute was a bit taken aback as Simon went pale. "What the heck?" Simon shot back. "It is just a minor scrape. I want to drag everyone down. Don't worry about me." Lihan clarified. "I am not sacrificing myself right now. I have made up my mind. I know we can handle this. Trust me. I will see you all again once we get out of here alive." The flames roared fiercely, and the teammates fell silent. Clute felt a pang of sadness. "Okay." Simon raised an eyebrow, sounding serious. The fire flared up even more, fueled by the monsters. The dragons and beasts were gearing up for another attack. Ceylon and Lihan charged out with their guns. Ceylon brandished his sharp sword towards the beast. "We need to conserve the mecha's energy. Let us use our guns as much as we can." The monsters kept swarming like ants while Ceylon and Lihan fought them off with all their strength. Meanwhile, the river was raging violently. The soldiers crossed the river. "I did not even think there was a river here. I think this is the best way to hide our tracks." Clute thought to himself, gritting his teeth. Hem was not wrong about the remaining energy of the mecha. There is a good chance we won to make it to the rendezvous point. Clute felt anxious as he breathed heavily. But Han, is he really okay? That prototype absorbed even more energy. Suddenly, Clute halted in the middle of the raging river. Elsewhere, Lihan was still firing away. It seemed like the gun was out of ammo, even though monsters were still in front of him, and decisively tossed it aside. Lihan yelled, "Ceylon, smash that monster with your blade. Get to point C and wait for me there." Lihan said in his final words, "If I do not make it in half an hour, head straight to the rendezvous." Ceylon hesitated, but his state could not afford it. Lihan roared as he continued to attack. "This is an order." Ceylon. Ceylon across the way stood still. "Hurry up." Ceylon nodded and turned to leave. Lihan kept slicing through the monsters as Ceylon sped off and ran with confidence while Lihan still held the line, pulling them back. "I believe in you." Ceylon silently prayed as Lihan kept swinging his blade. No matter what. Survive. His foot slipped slightly on the rocky slope. Lihan was managing to avoid falling too deep. Luckily, He grasped a ledge on the steep hillside to hold on. Lihan was panting heavily from exhaustion, sitting under a tree. He thought to himself, is this the exit? He struggled to breathe evenly as he pondered. Ceylon must have reached the final meeting point by now. I am going to take a quick break and head over there later, and gently closed his eyes from exhaustion. His eyes are still shut. Suddenly, a metallic scent like blood jolted him awake. Lihan had stabbed the monster in the gut with his blade. Warning it not to glare at him like that, the monster thrashed as it felt the blade pierce its body, still trying to kill him with its weapon. You are scaring me too. You know, Lihan tossed the monster aside like it was nothing. It was as if he could hear the frequency of the other monsters. I can sense the spiritual energy with all my senses. It is like it has transformed into a scent, or some kind of sound. He charged forward with the blade in hand. Lihan's expression was icy as he shouted, come at me if you want to die. In another empty area, several helicopters were stationed. Outside the helicopters, guards stood watch. Suddenly, the apparent commander of that squad widened his eyes. A figure in the distance was approaching. It was an enhanced warrior. Confirmed. That is Alpha 2. What is all this chatter? Why is Alpha 2 coming alone? He looked deep in thought. That is right, I do not see Alpha 1. Unfortunately, we can't wait any longer. He hesitated internally. I was ordered to bring Alpha 1 back at all costs. But, he told Ixay as he turned away and felt him grip his shoulder. Now, Alpha 2, we need to move. A chilling silence hung between the two. He reported the situation, causing A to go quiet. They are going to level this place with a nuke. If we stay here any longer, we will get caught in it. Zai remained silent for a long time. The sound of helicopters starting to take off began to fill the air. A swarm of helicopters started to rotate their blades. Lihan appeared, walking with a blood-soaked weapon. He limped as he was quite injured. The surroundings were desolate. Am I too late? Suddenly, he heard helicopters approaching from behind. Lihan turned his head at the sound of someone calling out loudly. Just in time. Alpha 1. I will drop the rope for you. Lihan let out a sigh of relief. The helicopter continued to fly over the stream from earlier. Everyone on the chopper was silent. Silent glanced over at Lihan, who was deep in thought. The sound of explosions outside revealed Lihan's determined expression. I need to get strong right now. My strength is slowly returning. He glanced downward. I was completely wrong. Lihan silently gritted his teeth, holding his arm. I still have control over the situation. Because for so long, I have taken Ace's support for granted. I can't believe it took losing him for me to realize this. The sound of bombs detonating behind the helicopter startled everyone, pushing them back from the devastation. Something splashed down into the water. Semeng hesitated. We are far enough from that place now. Just how big was that bomb? Lihan thought to himself. The villains control everything. They decide who becomes an enhanced warrior and manage them. The explosion from the nuclear bomb continues to echo in the background. They even control who gets to survive. You wonder, what will happen to us when the war is over? A few days later, in a hospital, someone speaks up. How are the kids doing? John read. Pouring tea. Replies. They all returned in one piece. Catherine sits on the bed and asks, what about Han? John glances over with a surprised look. John casually sets 2 cups down and takes a step forward. You really seem to like him. Catherine looks down at the bed. He is really quite strange. Catherine wonders as she radiates her power. No matter how many times I try to see his future, I can't see anything. And yet, he is still alive. This is really weird. Is not? John Red ponders before responding. It seems that no matter where he goes, he is still special. She suddenly thinks of John Jun. But at the same time, it would not be surprising if he suddenly collapsed and died. He could die at any moment. She furrows her brow. She calls out his name as John Red sips his tea. He looks over at her, deep in thought. Holding the cup of tea on the hospital bed, she expresses her wish. I want to go home one last time before I die. John Red frowns sadly. He also furrows his brow. Looking unwilling, John Red informs her of the situation. That place has been completely destroyed. There is nothing left. Catherine grips the teacup in her hand tightly. It does not matter. I want to draw something there. John Red hesitates at the suggestion. Please, can you help me? With your position among the villains, you could definitely make it happen. John turns away, leaving her in shock. Sorry. She suddenly bursts out angrily. You jerk. How could you do this to me? John pushes past her, preparing to leave the room. The Red I know would do that for me without a second thought. She knocks the teacup away in a fit. He would do it for me. Lihan and Simon face each other and told me he would request a transfer to another team. The moment he finishes speaking, the atmosphere freezes. Simon knows he is not joking. He stares at him with a mix of suspicion and confusion. Lihan stays silent for a moment before continuing. I always thought we worked pretty well together, at least on the battlefield. He sighs, saying he wanted to force him to stay. But at least tell me why. Is it because of what happened at the base? Hearing him say that makes Simon grit his teeth in frustration. Is not. The two of them sit down in chairs to talk. We just do not get along. That has been clear to me for a while. In the last mission, did you really think the members of your team were people you needed to protect? What I need is a teammate. Not a bodyguard. Lihan lost his machine. But protecting my team is part of my duty as captain. Simon squeezed the can in his hand tightly. I am not as good with words as you are, so just... Shut up. Simon stood up and walked away, leaving behind a cold silhouette in the evening sun. Lihan's face was filled with unspoken feelings, full of nostalgia watching him leave. A voice suddenly rang out. He switched to the red team. Glut was furious and jumped up. But that is Joseph's team. When did those two get so close? You can accept that. Remember. And suddenly, Jose's dodging us again. Seeing Lihan silent, Glut stomped his feet in frustration. How can you be so calm? He started reminiscing about his childhood. The three kids dreaming of peace sat by a small fire chatting. Everyone should come to my house when the war ends. Jose teased the two of them. I am sure I won't end up in a situation as bad as yours, but I did live in a rundown house. He chuckled proudly. I mean, they are all doing better now. Of course. They still remember me. But then that optimistic smile did not last long. Jose pursed his lips, his head drooping with nostalgia. My mom cooks really well. I really want everyone to try her food, even though I am not sure if everyone likes Spanish food. A kid like that, in Lihan's memory, could not possibly have a dark heart. I am sure Jose has his reasons. Let us give him some time until he is ready to talk to us. Switching scenes elsewhere. Heavy-hearted, Red Boy lit a cigar, taking a deep drag and tilting his head back. He sighed heavily. His mind could not help but recall the overwhelming disappointment and anger from Katerin. The red team I know would do that right away. He wondered what the red team she knew was like back then. Red glanced at the table in front of him, scattered with photos of many people. He picked one up. Contemplating, in the photo was a young blonde girl smiling brightly. Katerin Semi. She was an American tourist vacationing in Sabrina. After leading a group of survivors to safety in the past few days, she had sent a distress signal. Red could not believe it at the time. But this place was a hotspot for monsters. How is that possible? The soldier next to him said. She said she could move through safe zones thanks to her ability to see the future. In the chaotic and desolate scene around her, Katerin calmly lit a cigarette, taking a deep drag and exhaling. The scene shifted to a sunny, windy harbor. Katerin held the cigarette in her hand, calling Red to light it for her. He obediently leaned down to ignite the small flame to light her cigarette. Katerin puffed out a breath with pursed lips. Red could not help but chuckle, making her raise an eyebrow and ask what was so funny. Red teased. I have never liked those guys who smoke. Katerin is not backing down either. Just teasing you. When are you going to be my type? The two lean against the railing, standing side by side. They gaze at the tranquil, rippling river. Katerin calls out to him, lost in thought. Red, what do you plan to do after the war ended? He replies with a sigh. Dropped out of the forces. Katerin asks, is that all? Red answers back, I am fed up with war already. Katerin nods, saying she gets it. She buries her face in her arm, nervously. She asks if he wants to come to Texas with her and open a barbecue joint. Grandpa taught me his special sauce recipe. Cooking will be a piece of cake with your fire-starting skills. We will split the profits. I get 70. You get 30. Red can't help but laugh out loud. Deal, but I am taking 70. And you are getting 30. Silly. Katerin jumps up like an angry hedgehog. Just steal me away already. Walking down the path toward the future. Together. Right, the picture of three young soldiers beams with bright smiles, sharing a dream of a peaceful future for humanity. Johnny steps in front of the camera, adjusting it. All right. Smile. You are looking good. Great. This fancy gear works like a charm, he says, then races over to his teammates in the distance. Johnny shouts out, the countdown is over. Okay, let us smile. And just like that, the iconic photo is captured. Johnny reviews the photo, grimacing. That is terrible. You should have done something more fun. Red sighs in frustration. Why do you want to take pictures? Johnny excitedly asks. Do you know why? We are almost done with our work. We should have a picture to remember our time together. In the end, they all fought in the final battle. Only the seventh dragon remains. The war will soon come to an end. Red glances over, where Catherine is also gazing back at him. After everything, it is all going to end. I want to live a normal life. Johnny stands behind, throwing a handful of dog food at him. Grumbling, he pulls out a pack of smokes and tries to convince someone to take one. He gets shot down hard. I refuse. Same here. Johnny knows he is bored too. He grabs his camera and wanders off to play alone. Fine then. I will go by myself. The bell rings, pulling Red back to the present. He opens his wary eyes, glancing at the incessantly ringing clock on the table. The captains and the professor are all gathered in the meeting room. Rico speaks. Professor Gray, what about the prophecy? Rico continues. But it seems she already caught wind of this. Gray thinks it is plausible. Red remains silent, his expression cold. Meanwhile, Rico was deep in thought. He asked a question that sent a shockwave through the room. Is it possible to let her sleep for a bit longer? Her power is irreplaceable. She can die just yet. All the professors were stunned, unable to process it. Rico greedily insisted. We just need her strength one more time. In the final moments of the battle, Red found himself lost in memories. On that last day, he had succeeded. Kathy. He was as joyful as a child. He ran as fast as he could to find Catherine. We finally did it. We have slain the last dragon. But just as he pushed open her room door, Catherine was losing control. Screaming in utter despair, Red called out to her in shock. Kathy. What is wrong? Catherine. Her once clear violet eyes had turned a deep shade of blue. She looked at him. Her tear-streaked face filled with panic. It can be. For a moment, Red's heart felt like it stopped. Did you see something? Tell me what you saw. Catherine kept mumbling. That is not it. That is not it. Blue veins were popping out all over Catherine's body. Her lips trembled. The last dragon. Her hair turned a bloody blue like her eyes. Catherine looked at Red with despair. This war was just a reconnaissance mission. 15 years from now, all of us will truly die. He stood up abruptly, bowing his head, his teeth clenched in frustration, until the very last moment. You plan to treat the prophet like a mere tool. Rico felt a sting hit him square in the face. How dare you? Do you really think you are in a position to say that to me? Red did not respond to him, but the tight clench of his jaw was enough to show just how furious he was. He turned to leave. He slammed the meeting room door shut. Rico glanced at the doorframe. He immediately ordered everyone to keep an eye on Red. That night, Red went to see the professor to check on the prosthetic. It is all done. This time you kept it cleaner. Red jokingly reminded him that he had not been in the field for a long time. The professor just chuckled. The mighty Red has fallen to this. He was not going to let it slide, just like you. Old man, the professor boomed. You should know what is going on. He has still got a long way to go. They all still have to use my designs. Do they really think they are impressive? Just because they found a new application for what I created? Red stayed silent. He told the professor it was time to leave. The professor asked if he would be all right. This is really for the prophet. Are you sure you want to regret this for the rest of your life? His gaze held sadness and pity as he looked at him. Red lowered his head and sighed. I have done too many things I will regret for a lifetime already. The professor brushed his silver hair and winced as he stepped forward. Tum grabbed a black cloth to cover a corner. This thing seems to be out of commission. But I fixed it and got it working again. Red stared in disbelief at what was in front of him. The professor told him that even if they successfully put her into stasis again, there was no guarantee she would wake up in her current physical condition. Alexandra was ready to bet on the tiniest chance. But she had already saved countless lives. Her days of victory were starting to count down. But she deserved to be happy in whatever time she had left. You and the prophet will head to Hangar 4. We will have the psychic mecha and a helicopter waiting for you there. He walked alone through the night, pulling his hat down to hide half his face. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind, asking him, where are you headed at this hour? Lihan emerged from nowhere. He stared at Red. Lihan coldly asked him, where do you think you are going? Sergeant Red felt his heart drop. He clenched his fist tightly. That voice. Damn it. Alexander. Of course. Would send the most clueless kid to tail me. He pretended to calm down. He told Lihan he was just taking a walk. You exposed his clumsy lie. When the teacher wore that military cap he never used to wear, Red did not bother hiding anymore. I know you know, so cut the act. Lihan immediately switched to a serious mode. Red read Lihan like an open book. This kid always acted with purpose. He definitely had a reason for doing this. Where are you going? Lihan asked him. What are you planning that has Red all worked up? Dude. Seriously. Lihan pulled a cap out of nowhere and put it on his head to match Red. When you take the prophet, do you know how to get out of Ark? Red did not expect him to not be aiming at him. Aren't you following me? Lihan was obviously sticking to the truth. I am here to help on the prophet's orders. Red nearly shouted. And you just take the prophet's orders like that? Lihan ignored his panic. I have already taken out the officers who were tailing you. Red angrily shouted at him. Han Li, be honest with me. Why are you doing this? Lihan did not hold back anymore. I made a deal. I am helping the teacher get out of Ark safely, in exchange for a data file containing crucial information about Ark. He glanced over at Red. First, let us get the prophet out. There will be guards here too. Red looked at him with a face full of doubt. The two quickly approached the building where Catherine was. The prophet was probably on the second floor of that building. Lihan suggested we enter through the third window on the right. That was the closest way to the emergency exit. And there were not any guards around. Red was seeing this side of him for the first time. This little punk. What exactly do you want to accomplish? She has figured out all the blind spots of the security cameras and found a way to get in here. This is not something just anyone can pull off. She has been preparing for the scenario where Ark is the enemy. Lihan knows that Red is on high alert around him. Out of everyone, the teacher understands him best. Why did you go to such lengths to prepare? In unexpected situations, only those ready for the unforeseen survive. Red chuckled lightly, teasing him. Have you engraved Lao Cha's words in your mind yet? Still, I can't believe you have gone this far. You are one stubborn little punk. I really commend you. I am telling you. No matter what happens in this world, I bet you will make it through. The dynamic duo stealthily infiltrated the building. Lihan peeked out to check the soldiers' positions. They are changing their direction. Let us hold on here for a moment. There are only 2 guards here. That means they did not anticipate an intrusion. After all, how could they suspect that I, a mere sergeant, would betray Ark? Ark is still vulnerable from the inside. Suddenly, Lihan dashed out, catching Red off guard. Don't tell me you plan to take these guys on with those gloves. Just as he thought, Lihan unleashed a flurry of electrifying surprises on the guards, zapping each one. Within seconds, they were all out cold. Red stepped out, walking over the fallen soldiers, checking if they were okay. Lihan did not go overboard. He was sure he only used just enough power to take them down. I have run plenty of experiments on Clout to control the surge of power, so do not worry. The scene shifts to the outside warehouse, where Lihan helps Red suit up in some badass robot armor. Catherine handed him the memory card. The one he promised. She smiled and said, "Thanks. Stay safe out there, Red." As a teacher, never expected to see someone as reckless as you grow. I never thought I would say this, but thank you. Lihan froze at his words, wide-eyed in disbelief. Catherine and Red chatted as they headed toward the helicopter. Who is flying this helicopter? There is a pilot who agreed to back us up. It looks like I am making him do it. Lihan clenched his fist, his voice low as he asked, "Do you have any last advice for me?" Red turned to look at him. Lihan stood there, looking reluctant and conflicted. Red pondered for a moment. Advice? I do not know. You might have more experience fighting dung than I do. If I could give you one piece of advice, it would be to not show too much emotion on the outside. No one has the right to blame you, just because sometimes you act like a human for a moment. Lihan's hand gripping the drill trembled, reflecting his stress. Is this really what a teacher needs to say? You have toughened up during your training. Lihan gritted his teeth. Waiting anxiously, Red reminded him once more. You will be eaten alive the moment you show any weakness. Lihan shouted. That is something I know better than anyone. If that is the advice you are giving me, I do not need it. Red stared at him coldly, while Lihan remained stubborn, as if he were waiting for something. Finally, Red sighed and resigned himself. All right, fine. I wish you luck in battle. Lihan jolted, watching the helicopter slowly take off, memories flashing vividly in his mind. Lihan looked up at the helicopter flying in the sky, listening to the whirring blades, silently sending a farewell in his heart. Goodbye. Sergeant Red, in the mess hall. Soldiers whispered about Red. What a jerk. How could he do that just for a girl? How is he even considered a war hero? That traitor. I thought he was a heartless scumbag. But apparently, he is quite the romantic. They listened in and said to repeat it. Everyone was buzzing about this. Dmitri was not surprised. I mean, they are not wrong. He is a pathetic jerk, running away at a time like this. But what is weirder is the higher-up's silence. There is no way Sergeant Red could go out alone. Aren't they even trying to find his accomplice? And Red's accomplice was already at the door. He flung the door open, looking down at the flash drive in his hand. The screen lighting up in front of Han. There was no data or video. Just the words on the screen. I am sorry if I do not do this, Red. In a place no one knows. Snow blanketed the ground. An enigmatic man backed a freshly hunted deer into his vehicle. He closed the door, turned the key, and drove swiftly along the snowy road. The car left early in the morning and returned home late at night. The door swung open, and a familiar shadow rushed out. Catherine smiled brightly, asking the man, "You are late. Did you sell the game?" The man smirked, revealing himself to be Red with his thick mustache. Dap again. I even bought dinner. The two went back inside to warm up, sitting down to enjoy a cozy dinner together. Catherine playfully lifted her bowl, asking, "Should we just down it all in one go?" Red laughed indulgently. Oh dear. This silly girl. Take your time. Even as he said that, he could not help but indulge her. The two laughed and ate, filled with pure, peaceful happiness. I betrayed everyone just to see that smile again. I do not regret my choice. Meanwhile, Lihan was banging his fists on the table, obsessing over the words. I am sorry if I do not do this. Red is dead. You are sure there is more to this message? Is not there? Is something about to happen? A loud thud echoes through the air. Self-destructing. Rico asks, his face pale. Both armies of first-generation superpowers were wiped out by those minions. The soldier came to report and was scared off by the old man. But one of them managed to survive. There were no visible wounds on him, but he was unconscious and is currently being treated in the infirmary. Rico frowned in confusion and jumped to his feet, saying, I will go check it out myself. He walked, deep in thought, unable to believe this was happening right after Red left. Even though we mostly rely on the second generation, we still need the first generation. The soldier led him to the door, saying, "He is in here." The door slowly creaked open before them. The surviving soldier was already waiting at the door. But what greeted them was the sound of a gun being cocked and Enrico's stunned gaze. The soldier in the room opened fire on the soldier beside him. Rico barely had time to process what was happening before he lost his arm. Now he finally felt the pain, screaming out in despair. The soldier seemed unaware of what he had just done, bloodthirsty as he aimed the gun at Rico, ready to fire again. In that tense moment, a shadow darted through the area. Slicing through the furious soldier's head, it was Lihan with the legendary boar spear, coming to rescue Rico. Rico was shocked and turned to the side, as the furious soldier was knocked back by the spear. "And Lee, how did you?" Lihan urgently told him he needed to get out of there. But it was not over yet. Indeed, a bright red power burst forth from the furious soldier's body. That was Spectre. Lihan reminded Rico once more to leave right now, and Rico shouted his name. "I will go call for backup," he gasped as he ran off. Lihan murmured back, "This thing will take over your body. I will handle it myself." In an instant, Spectre left the soldier's body, howling towards Lihan. "You just let me handle it," he said, feeling a deep dread inside. But he was not ready. How could he take it down? Spectre roared and charged straight at him. Lihan gripped the spear tightly. Of course, if its target was to take over a body, it would not dare inflict any physical harm on the form it wanted to possess. He had no choice but to fight it mentally. Lihan did not dodge. He opened up, allowing Spectre to enter easily. The moment it did, Lihan felt like he had transformed into someone else. Unlike the chaos on Lihan's side, Catherine and Red were chilling. She sat back while he chopped wood. Even though he had put away his sword, Red's strength was still booming. Each swing of his axe was devastating. Catherine, looking bored, pouted as she waited for him, unable to stifle a long yawn. "Red, I am sewed," Red softly replied. "Come inside. If we do not want to freeze to death, we need firewood." Catherine took the opportunity to flirt a bit. "We could keep each other warm," Red helplessly asked her. "Are you sure about that?" As night fell, two doves sat on the porch, gazing at the sky together. Catherine sighed softly. "It is so beautiful." She blinked slowly, feeling a deep sense of peace. "I mean, considering we are almost facing the apocalypse." Red suddenly asked her, "You are still keeping your promise, right, Kathy? You promised you would never use your powers again." Catherine glanced sideways and saw the worried, sad face of Red. She smiled and replied, "Of course." Red thought to himself. Statistically speaking, she was bound to die the next time she had a seizure. She is fine now since she is not using her powers, but it could change at any moment. Catherine pouted for a moment before turning to call out to Red, making his heart skip a beat. She innocently giggled, saying she was hungry. Red, feeling his heart race, helplessly stood up to serve her. "You scared me." "Oh man. Go inside and grab something to eat," Catherine cheerfully said. "Sure. But why are you so surprised?" Red just waved it off and replied, "Nothing." Back with him. The guy named Han finally woke up after his miraculous rescue. A knock sounded, and Lihan, just waking up, rushed to find Rico. He did not even need to look to know it was you. "Tell him to sit down." Rico picked up the teacup, smirking. "As usual. I want to hear your report. I mean, about the recent ghost suppression." Lihan slightly bowed his head and recounted. "When I received the physical enhancement, there was a severe rejection of psychic abilities. They said it was unprecedented. They would never seen a superpowered individual reject psychic powers like this before. My body reacted similarly to the ghost because it was created from psychic energy. It intruded to take over my body, as if it willingly chose to end itself inside me." Lihan fell silent again, and Rico calmly asked if that was all. He confidently replied, "Yes, sir." But Rico knew he was hiding something, and stubbornly stood his ground. Yet he still let him go without questioning further. "All right, you are free to go." Lihan left, leaving Rico with his suspicions. If the earlier reports were correct, the ghost had not died because Han's body rejected it. It probably forced its way out. He was definitely hiding something. I wish Red were here right now. Lihan closed the door but did not leave immediately. Standing there for a moment. "Honestly, I have no idea what really happened yesterday. I do not even know what I was thinking when I did that. All I did was reach out my hand." The specter suddenly faded away right before his eyes. As Lihan walked, he thought, "Because I did not accept the psychic powers. My psychic energy level is so low that I can't even properly control a psychic mech. That is why I always thought my unique trait was my ability to manage psychic energy well. However, this could truly be my real self." A month later, Red returned from his trip, walking step by step toward the house. Catherine, as usual, was waiting for him at the door. You are back early. Red immediately asked her if everything was okay. Catherine blocked the doorway, telling him to hold on. Don't rush in. Red was surprised and asked her what was wrong. Catherine urged him to go buy some nose drops. Red's eyes widened in shock as he stared at Catherine. She smiled firmly, standing her ground. He could only helplessly ask, "Do you need it that badly? You won't even let me step inside." Catherine explained that she was making salt, but she had already started cooking. Saying that, she quickly shoved Red out the door. "Go on. Hurry up." As he got pushed out, he hurriedly started singing a tune. "Oh my." Catherine playfully orders him to hurry up. Red does not know what to do now. He can only obediently accept the mission. "All right, I will. I guess everything has been fine up until now." Red's shiny white car rumbles into town, and as he opens the door to step out, he freezes mid-stride. Damn it. It seems I did not maintain this thing properly. So Red has to awkwardly drag his metal leg along the street. Under the judgmental gazes of the townsfolk, people instinctively shift away, trying to avoid Red as much as possible. And he finally makes it in front of the supermarket. He steps inside and stands in front of the shelf. Red reaches for the salt. And that should be enough. Right. Suddenly, he frowns and turns, elbowing a stranger. The young man is caught off guard, stumbling back and crashing to the ground. Red grabs the salt shaker like a weapon and delivers another blow for good measure. He pins the guy down, saying, "You have been following me since the parking lot, and I even took the long way around." Red even pulls out a hot piece to aim at the guy's head for intimidation. "Who are you?" The young man frantically tells him to wait, but Red cuts him off, ready to deliver a death sentence right there. But suddenly, a voice booms. "Enough. Sergeant, drop your weapon." Red realizes he has been surrounded without even knowing it. Red obediently tosses the gun aside, raises his hands, and turns his back. "I am one of Haste guys. After everything that has happened, what do you want from a washed-up guy like me?" The door swings open, and a bear of a man walks in, none other than Rico, the one-armed guy. He speaks up, saying the situation has turned so dire that they had to call in even the has-beens. Red instantly goes on high alert. "It has been a while. Chief, what brings you here?" Before he can finish, Red freezes as if paralyzed. "Kathy." He swiftly escapes the soldier's grip, and with Rico's help, he bolts outside. The soldiers raise their guns, shouting, "Stop right there, Red." Rico gestures for them to lower their weapons, saying, "Let go, we will follow." He mutters, "Kathy. The prophet. I did not think she would still be alive after 6 months." On the snow-covered road, Red's car speeds off like a madman, with Rico's crew in a black vehicle hot on his tail, driving fast on the slippery snow. He quickly loses control. Red frantically spins the wheel. The little car bounces and slams straight into a tree, covered in blood. He struggles to keep his eyes open, inching forward with great difficulty. Red trudges along, gasping for breath, his metal leg slipping and causing him to tumble. But that does not stop him. He uses his hands to pull Aziz's body toward him. Red takes careful steps toward their shared home. He reaches for the door, gently nudging it open. In front of him stands the blonde Catherine from his past. But now, the house is engulfed in blinding emerald green, and Catherine lies unconscious on the floor. "I love you, Red. Forever." The Rico crew's vehicle pulls up outside the house. The driver waits for Rico's orders, wondering what to do now. Feeling uneasy, he falls silent for a moment before saying, "Let us just wait for now." Inside the house, there is a suffocating silence. Red holds Catherine's lifeless body in his arms. The splatters of goo are terrifying, splashed all over the house. Red hangs his head, unable to show his true feelings right now. Catherine's hands are soaked in goo, making it hard to tell if it is hers or Red's. Tears stream down Catherine's face, but this time, they are Red's. He cries out in agony, a heart-wrenching wail that pierces the silence. Rico and the soldier outside seem to hear his cries. Sitting silently, waiting from morning until the sun started to set. The car stayed parked there. The heavy snow weighed down the branches, causing them to sag and drop thick clumps. Inside the house, the atmosphere is warmed by a pot of stew simmering on the stove. Red slowly ladles soup onto a plate. Sitting down at the dining table as if nothing has happened, he picks up the spoon, only to put it down again. Instead of using the spoon, he lifts the plate and slurps everything in one go. He places the plate on the table, pushes his chair back, and stands up. Everything is ready now. "Kathy." Red heads to the bathroom to wash up, filling a tub with water and scraping off the grime that has clung to him for the last 6 months. He transforms back into the dashing Sergeant Red we once knew. After a quick rinse, Red throws on an old, tough suit he has not worn in ages. Catherine lies peacefully on the bed, as if she is just taking a nap. "I thought about going with her right away." Red steals one last glance at her, then pushes the door open and steps out of the house. The door closes, leaving Catherine motionless on the bed. "But it seems I still have a few things left to finish." A fire ignites in the freezing winter air. Red has set the house ablaze. Along with her. The one who stood by him. Red walks toward the edge. Saying, "Just wait a moment longer for me, Kathy. I love you." The news of Red's return has shaken the military. Sergeant Red is back, but why are they saying he is on sick leave? It is ridiculous. Lihan turns to the side and says they do not have time to ponder these things right now. Clute agrees with him. That is right. The plane announces it is preparing to land quickly. Each aircraft lands one after another, where countless monsters are waiting. Kuro sweats, lamenting that he does not care if it is just for a moment. He just wants to sleep, but there is still one more issue. Clute aligns with Khan. And I do. We have not slept in 48 hours. We will drop dead from exhaustion before we even get to the final battle. A series of missions. Non-stop. With no time to rest. Lihan feels uneasy too. If this continues, we all will. A loud explosion suddenly shakes the ground, causing everyone to turn and look. What was that? It is coming from the portal. It is the Omega-6 squad. Kuro wonders if they are being sent to block the portal again. Clute feels sorry for them. They really never get to rest. Do they? They must have it worse than us. Ever since they rebelled against the evil, it has not mattered if they die at any moment. Lihan understands that they are being treated like expendable parts. He suddenly feels the glow of a communicator. The local network. Lihan speaks up. "This is Alpha 1. The other side quickly responded. "This is Omega 1. Requesting support from Alpha Team." Lihan does not seem too keen on it. "That is beyond our scope of work. Can you handle it yourselves?" Omega 1 replied. "We can take down 2 dragons at once. One will escape while we deal with the other." Lihan said, "Ask for support through your superiors." The other side chuckled lightly, asking if he was serious, saying they thought they were smart. Kuro noticed Lihan was silent and asked what was wrong. "Tell the guys to request support from Omega Team. I will go with Silent." Since her name is Silent, she did not have the authority to refuse, just quietly accepted the mission. On the other side, Team Omega was waiting, and Omega muttered, "Hurry up. Alpha 1. I can't wait to see you guys." But the path to Omega 1 does not look too promising either. There are more monsters down there than ants at a picnic. They push their way through, blocking Lihan and Silent. Lihan shouted for Silent to ignore them all and head straight to the target. The two sped ahead, trampling over the monsters swarming below. But you can run from the sun. And they still ran into 2 heavy-hitting monsters. Lihan told Silent to pick one, and she would go first. So she dashed forward and delivered a clean slice to the monster, taking it out in a flash. Lihan was not one to back down either. She kicked the monster literally into the air. The two seemed to face no obstacles at all, continuing on towards Omega. But when they arrived, there were no dragons causing chaos. Lihan, just landing, asked Omega if everything was wrapped up. He grinned shamelessly, thanking them for coming all this way. "It is great to see you again, Silent." Lihan straight up asked if he had lied to get them here. Omega waved his hand, denying it. "We really need the backup. You guys just came late." Lihan pointed out his flimsy excuses. When the critical zone of the dragon exploded, all communications in the area would be disrupted in Zealot. "You really are a terrible liar." Omega 1 chuckled lightly, saying he underestimated Lihan. "Now that it is out in the open, there is no point in hiding anymore." "You are right. We should have a straightforward conversation." Lihan raised an eyebrow, telling him not to tell her he was planning to repeat that failed rebellion from before. Silent stood by, listening in, while Omega 1 explained they were a bit too lax last time. Lihan shot him a contemptuous smirk, saying she did not think much had changed. Omega 1 continued, "The only reason we are still alive is because the enemy does not have enough soldiers, which means there is no guarantee they will keep us alive after the war ends. But do you think things will be different for you? I am sure you have thought about this at least once. But don't you dare tell them about Lihan's dark past. It is just too hot to handle. Omega 1 led you to understand what will happen to us when the war ends. The only way for us, the superpowers, to survive is to unite. Back then and even now. I have done what I had to do to keep myself and my team alive." Lihan gritted his teeth and snapped at him. "Your teammates? You are the one who killed them. You are nothing but a murderer. You said you killed him. You quickly covered your face with your hands." "Did I really do that?" Her whole body shook with fear. Lihan realized you were in shock. "We are going to lose our way in this conversation. I need to stop Omega 1 from getting what they want. That is why you accused Omega 1 of being a liar. He is lying. Are you denying my claim? You do not seem like yourself at all." Just then, a sharp sword was drawn across Omega 1's throat, silencing him instantly. This bastard, trusting Han unconditionally, while the Omega 1 troops raised their guns, pointing them at Salin, demanding him to drop his weapon. But Omega 1 calmly told them not to bother. "We are done talking for today. I look forward to seeing you again." Lihan turned on his heel to leave, reminding Omega 1 that there were some things he, Ark, and the others had completely forgotten. First, We need to win this battle. Everything else will come after that. With that, Yu and Salen flew away. Omega-1 sighed. It is a shame. I have thought a lot about this. Han is a stubborn hardhead, but one thing has become very clear today. If I can beat you, I can beat all the third-year classes. The scene shifts back to the training center. Oftu called out loudly, "All right, Kuro, are you ready?" Kuro, although a bit nervous, replied yes, feeling a bit sorry. On the other hand, Riko outside felt a bit anxious. 2. Kuro is not even wearing the psychic armor. What are you planning to do? Oftu calmly adjusted his glasses. You will find out. Inside the room, 3 machine guns were loaded. Riko quickly warned, "Wait, stop right there." But the 3 guns had already started firing at Kuro. You would think he would turn into Swiss cheese. But no. Kuro took control of the game, creating a psychic shield that blocked all the bullets fired at him. Calmly, he welcomed each bullet. Tuk explained, compared to battlefield experiences, Kuro can now use level skills by maintaining a high level of psychic focus. He can withstand physical damage without needing psychic armor. Offie picked up the mic and told Kuro, and next, Kuro, destroy everything. Quickly, he reached out, unleashing an attack that blew up all 3 guns at once. His power had surpassed the ability to control ordinary objects. In his current state, Kuro could easily roam the battlefield without being touched. Riko could not help but exclaim, "Oh my, he is a monster." He excitedly calls out, "This time, humanity will achieve total victory. This proves that the evil project is absolutely justified." But Art is not happy at all. "I am worried. Is this power something a gentle soul can handle?" The knocking on the door echoes through the silent night, sending chills down my spine. Clute, with a panicked face, peeks out through a small crack. He asks in shock, "What are you doing here at this hour?" But the hand gripping the door handle feels strangely off. Clute realizes he is trembling, quickly grabbing his own hand to calm himself. "I do not feel so well." Lihan suddenly pushes him aside, walking straight into his room. On Clute's desk are syringes and several packets of drugs laid out. Caught red-handed by Lihan, Clute hangs his head in embarrassment. He knows there is no escaping this. Yep. It is a combat stimulant. I have faced countless near-death experiences, and after a while, it becomes normal for me. If I do not do anything for this long, it feels like my body is screaming for action. Like it can sense the rush of battle. He laments to himself. Damn it. How did it come to this? Clute seems to be hearing something unbelievable. But hey, if we win this fight, I do not know. He starts to imagine that scene. I want to buy a really big boat, big enough to make everyone jealous. Lihan crumples up all the drugs in front of Clute. He walks him out, apologizing for worrying him, and thanks. As for when asked, he seems a bit flustered. After we win this fight, I have never thought about it. I will open an Aikido-do in Japan. Lihan puts on his battle armor, checking it thoroughly and getting ready for the fight. I can't believe this is our final prep. He steps toward the aircraft. A total of 22 teams from the 88th Ranked Mecha Spirit Force, a culmination of all resources and manpower, to create an army where the weapon is humanity. Lihan, Silent, Clute, and Kuro, Zeus, Simon, Dimitri, and Derek. 500 brothers who live and die together have gathered. The announcement rings out. Everyone bored. The group steps forward together. A figure slides over, calling out to Lihan's group. You guys. Clute turns around, surprised to see Zeus. Zeus looks at the two of them, gathering his courage to say, there is something I have not told you all, so you all better make it back alive, so I can tell you everything when we meet again. Lihan smiles brightly. Okay. Clute says goodbye to him too. See you later. Riko sits in the command room, monitoring everything. We will also divide our forces into 3 parts to prepare for situations like this. If the invasion 15 years ago was just a reconnaissance mission, this invasion will be unlike anything we have seen before, but I do not think we will lose. He orders to bring up the Mongolian steppe on the screen. On the screen, lush green Mongolian prairies stretch out. A mighty army of armored vehicles and 4-legged walking guns stands ready alongside skilled soldiers. Adding to that are heavy missile trucks lined up perfectly. Red takes a deep breath and raises a cigar to inhale deeply. We do not have any psychic mechs, but you guys are still part of the psychic force. Our job is to support the airborne troops and wipe out the minions. All you have to do is stick to what you have been trained for. Jiro stands below, gripping his trembling arm tightly. Damn it. I can't hear a word he is saying right now. You are trying to calm yourself down. Come on, Jiro. Do not be dumb. Don't be scared. Mei is not going to die. Mei will come back home safe. No matter what happens, Mei will survive. The sound of cracking tension catches Rhet's attention. He smirks at Giro, checking in on him. You okay? You are holding your burning cheeks. What? Just a little shy. Rhett puts on his helmet. He reminds everyone to stay alert. He looks up at the clear blue sky, wondering if this is really the battlefield he has been waiting for. Kathy, taking in the beautiful scenery before them. Who would have thought a fierce battle was about to erupt here? The soldier in charge of observation holds the binoculars tightly. The silence so deep you could hear a pin drop. But all of this is just the calm before the storm. Bright red glimmers are approaching the FIFA army. The soldier's face goes pale with panic. What the hell is this? It is. The observation room erupts into chaos. It is the gates. But like this? Rico's eyes widen as he stares at the screen. Yep. It is happening right in front of us, but we can't believe our eyes. This is how their main army invades. The bright red dots expand, creating pools of light in the sky. Not just one, but hundreds of gates opening simultaneously. Heavy tanks quickly open fire. Explosions erupting towards the gates. From the smoke of the blasts, countless dark shapes rush out, charging towards the soldiers. The monsters dance between the bullets. Those who escape through the gates do not get far. The tanks and machine guns are already waiting, mercilessly firing at the beasts. Soldiers sit up straight, firing continuously. Others eagerly join the fray, firing mini machine guns, taking down the monsters. Die already, you bastards. The backup troops behind create a shield, protecting the monsters from the barrage. Red commands everyone. There are still plenty of monsters alive after the assault. Stay alert. Rico, can he sit still any longer? Bangs his fist on the table, calling for air support. We need to launch a direct attack on their gates. The flying blocks are moving in fast, continuously raining missiles down on the ground. From within the portal, swarms of winged creatures emerge. The second wave of monsters has been unleashed, intensifying the battle. The soldier on lookout quickly reports back that he has spotted the dragon line, requesting reinforcements. A blinding light beams directly at us. The boss dragon has joined the fray. Not just one, but a whole squadron of dragons are roaring in unison for the attack. The observation team urgently sends a warning. Their breath attack is ripping us apart. Should we deploy our first wave of troops? Rico furrows his brow, deep in thought. I did not expect much. But is it really over? Such a shame. But I need to keep using them as bait. At least for now. Let us distract them a little longer. A lucky soldier narrowly dodges the dragon's breath. It is looking pale and terrified. He glances back where his fellow soldiers have been wiped out by the monsters. In a panic, Jiro turns around, only to find a dragon waiting, its claws poised to strike. Jiro grits his teeth, clutching his gun. But he can T-move. Out of nowhere, a figure rushes in front of him, firing and blasting the dragon away, saving Jiro's life. Red Quad urges him to pull himself together. As Jiro is drenched in sweat, looking pitifully at Sergeant Red, the command center compiles the data. Thousands of our soldiers have fallen in battle so far, nearly 10,000. They have confirmed sighting around 200 dragons. Casualties expected. We need to deploy the first military unit right now. But while the soldiers are in a rush, Rico remains surprisingly calm. Just as I thought. The second year P lacks enough experience. Do I really have no other choice? The Air Force team is now being sent into battle. The bloodthirsty dragons are eyeing the moving planes. The aircraft drop strange cylindrical objects all at once. The dragons, not to be outdone, haul as they charge the strange objects. But their breath attacks do nothing to this secret weapon. These are cocoons made from dragon material, able to withstand any breath attack while landing. The cocoons touch down, opening up to reveal well-trained soldiers. The first military unit consists of 6 outstanding squads known for their flying skills. Their mission is to swarm the dragons and force them down to the ground. The dragons have been swiftly subdued. Awesome. Let us move on to the next one. Waves of dragons are losing their wings and plummeting down. Below, another unlucky warrior gets taken out by the monsters. Jiro braces himself, trembling like a leaf, trying to stand up. Total dead end. He fires his gun at the monster. That is a win for him. He takes down the beast, his entire body soaked in sweat. But it seems Jiro is starting to overcome his fear. I am not dying today. Damn it. The observation team continues to report. 60% of the enemy air force has been eliminated. The Sea of Wounds is preparing to deploy the second wave of troops. Rico feels confident with these numbers, taking down 200 dragons with just 24 people. With this kind of power, there is no reason for us to lose. Most of these dragons are the weaker kind. Rico orders the second wave of troops to be sent in. The second wave is called the Elite Force right now. Jai chimes in. We are counting on you guys. It is time for the second wave. Dimitri cracks his knuckles and asks, did you guys hear that? It is our turn now. A voice from the comms crackles to life. We do not know what awaits us after this battle. We do not even know if we will make it back alive. But for me, I do not want any of my friends to step onto the battlefield again. Omega takes a deep breath and smiles faintly. Lihan declares solemnly, this is truly the last time. Let us go end this war. Klute's piercing shout echoes. At this moment, Lihan in his armor charges down with a spear at breakneck speed, aiming straight for the monster. Then he turns and says, Silent, move to the right. It is a double-edged spear. Silent quickly shifts position. Seeing the monster trying to escape, she raises her sword and focuses her spirit energy, slicing down with a powerful strike. Lihan quickly flies over to assist. We need to use that as our motivation. Team Alpha has already taken down 3. Well, we can't let them beat us. Right, let us send these wingless dragons back to the sky. Zeus, with his fierce red eyes, unleashes his fire spirit energy, igniting the monsters and creating a sea of flames in the sky. Meanwhile, Kuro conjures a giant hand in midair, crushing the monsters in an instant. The battle seems to be swinging in their army's favor. Alexander Recker in the observation room tightens his lips into a smile. Everything is going smoothly. We can end this war. On the ground, monster corpses lie scattered everywhere. The soldiers, who had been fighting non-stop, are now taking a moment to rest. Lihan lifts his helmet to take a closer look at the scene around him. Sweat pours down his face like rain. Glut, panting and wiping his sweat, says, "We are not done yet." Right. Lihan replies from beside him, "Probably. What about those like Vahhammed? But we still need to prepare for the next wave, because the gate has not closed yet." Right in front of everyone, the space gate still looms, but there is no sign of activity. Lihan thinks to himself, "We still have a third wave. If we can hold off one more attack without them, the odds will swing in our favor." Just as he is deep in thought, the monsters start pouring out from the space gate again. And there are way more this time. Everyone gasps in shock. No way. Then they report to Alexander Recco, who is sitting in the observation room. A wave of reinforcements is approaching the gate Type 2. Around 100 of them, staring at the computer screen in disbelief. He slammed his fist on the table and shouted, "What? The first-class line is just baby stuff compared to the second class. But there are 100 of those second-class monsters." Then Alexander Recco commanded, "Launch the third wave of attack." The helicopters quickly took off as ordered. Lihan received the command and immediately spoke up. "All squads will form a single company, led by the most experienced squad leader. The first wave will focus on support, since they have the least methods. Everyone quickly follow the orders." Meanwhile, Saland was fighting alone against the gigantic monster, thinking to herself, "This is the defining moment of my life. Fight for justice. I need to take down at least one more dragon to lighten the load for everyone else." After a fierce struggle, the baby dragons were finally wiped out. Their remains littered the ground. Zero lay on the ground, drenched in blood, struggling to breathe. Zorn Red approached him, looking down with concern. "Are you still alive, Zero?" He opened his eyes to look at him, then tried to sit up, cradling his head. "Sergeant Red, how am I still alive? What happened to all those monsters?" Looking up at the sky, he replied, "They scattered unexpectedly." Zero was puzzled. "What? But why?" Zorn Red pondered before saying, "I am sure we will find out soon. Whether we like it or not." Sitting on the ground, nursing his injuries, Zero looked at his teammates fighting above and gritted his teeth. "I am a bit frustrated." Zorn Red turned to him, asking, "Why's that?" He replied, "Because I can't fight alongside them." Meanwhile, in the observation room, others were updating the situation for Alexander Recco. 90% of the second-class dragons have been eliminated. The tide is turning in our favor. We have only 12 casualties so far. Upon hearing the report, Alexander Recco silently prayed, "Please let this be the end." At that moment, on the battlefield, the small portals that had been fluttering earlier were now starting to merge, leaving both Dimitri and Ganus in awe. The portals are merging into one gigantic gateway. Lihan was still furiously battling the monsters, having just taken down another one before stopping to remind everyone, "Stay focused. We need to wipe out all these dragons before the next wave hits." In the observation room, they also noticed something unusual about the gate, an unprecedented size. This must be Vahhammed. A man who was imprisoned laughed maniacally before uttering something in an incomprehensible language. Outside, as the portals merged, a surge of power exploded, knocking other soldiers back. From the spatial portal emerged a massive claw, followed by a gigantic monster, terrifying in its presence. Others exclaimed, "It is too big." "Is that the one from before?" Lihan stared at the monster, one eye damaged from where he had stabbed it before. After a closer look, he confirmed, "Yep. That is Vahhammed." As the monster appeared, it exuded an aura of arrogance, tormenting the others before declaring, "You pathetic insects. This time I will ensure I crush every last one of you." Inside the observation room, after analyzing the monster, they confirmed it with over 97% accuracy. It is Vahhammed. Alexander Rickard felt a cold sweat running down his back. It can talk." Outside, the soldiers were being tormented by Vahhammed's roar. "The noise in my head would not go away." Kuro, almost hypnotized, said, "We need to get out of here. Because soon, all life on these planes will be wiped out by the colossal monster that just roared as it stepped through the space portal." At that moment, Kuro's face was filled with worry as he looked at the monster. He said, "In just a few moments, we are all going to die." Lihan, stunned, asked, What? Kuro swung his hand and punched him in the stomach. Gasping. Speak in a way we can understand. Do not just stand there like a statue. Lihan, a bit calmer, explained. What he means is there is no way we are getting out of here alive. Right, Kuro. Kuro sadly nodded. The monster let out a roar and unfurled its massive wings, soaring into the sky. At a certain height, it gathered power in its mouth and aimed it at the earth. Firing down, the ground began to explode. Everything was being destroyed, and thick black smoke rose to the heavens. At that moment, in the wide control room, a voice yelled anxiously, "It has destroyed our external sensors. We have no visibility on the battlefield." Captain Alexander pointed outside and shouted, "There is no time to waste. Prepare the aircraft immediately." Right now, memories from his childhood suddenly flooded Lihan's mind, training with friends, fighting together, overcoming difficulties. He could not understand why those memories popped up in his head during such a dire moment. Back in the present, as the monster attacked, the ground beneath them was completely obliterated, with sparks from the monster's devastating blast still lingering. Lihan looked at his body encased in a protective barrier and asked in shock, "What is this?" At this point, the others realized it too, a shield. "I am not even scratched." Zonret, covered in wounds, remarked, "Have they all been wiped out? No way anyone could survive an attack like that," he thought. Even if they miraculously survived, it was still attacking us from an unreachable distance. This was the worst-case scenario. Blood continued to drip from Kuro's legs. He had used all his abilities to protect his friends. Just then, Simon turned around to see this scene and shouted in shock, "Wow, that bastard, Kuro." But at this moment, Kuro was completely exhausted, collapsing to the ground, his vision fading. Yet he still tried to catch a glimpse of his friends before losing consciousness. Simon and Lihan ran to his side. Simon quickly used a syringe to inject Kuro with medicine, while Lihan used his golden hands to try and revive him. Both of them shouted continuously, "Wake up, Kuro. Open your eyes." Lihan put every ounce of strength into reviving Kuro's heart, while everyone else stood by, praying desperately. Simon yelled in frustration, "Damn it. This is not how you die." At this moment, Alexander Rico's plane is speeding towards the scene as he urgently asks, "How much longer?" The reply comes back, "We are getting close to the area around the gate." Alexander Rico continues, "What about Vahhammed? Can we see it?" The other person types away rapidly and answers, "I am trying to establish a force pulse for visual confirmation." A beep sounds. He says, "We have detected a concentrated spirit force. It is outside the aura. It seems like it is preparing to unleash another breath attack. According to our calculations, we have about 30 minutes until the next attack." Alexander Rico immediately orders, "We need to get there faster, hurry up." After all the efforts from his teammate Kuro, he finally wakes up, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Everyone is overjoyed. "Kuro, he is awake." Suddenly, they spot a plane flying overhead, and they look up, filled with anticipation. The sound from the plane comes down, calling members to board. There is no time for explanations. We have about 20 minutes left. We need to attack the monsters first. Alexander Rico shouts, "I believe in you." Henli, the monster and Vahhammed are in the space with those mines surrounding them. Henli is also here, and he is warned. They are like mines, be careful not to touch any of them. Meanwhile, Siren is using her agility to weave through the mines. Henli communicates through the radio. Right now, everyone attack the monster at the same time. The monster and Vahhammed roar. These pesky flies are such a nuisance. It opens its massive mouth and roars fiercely, then creates a power sphere in its throat. Henli, in shock, can't believe his eyes. At that moment, all he can think is, "We are about to die." But just when Henli feels hopeless and has no way to fight back, a hand reaches out, pushing him aside. Henli stares in disbelief. The person is none other than Simon. As Henli processes the situation, the monster's power is unleashed, crashing down to the earth, and he screams in agony at the sight. Simon, another friend, approaches him, saying, "Calm down. If you lose control, it is the end for us." Henli nods, swallowing his pain while his eyes are filled with rage. He subtly nods towards the monster, tightening his grip on his weapon. The monster senses a familiar aura and looks at Henli, asking, "Why you?" Suddenly, its blinded eye flares up with pain as it recognizes Henli, exclaiming, "I will kill you." After that, the mines around it and Vahhammed simultaneously attack the spot where Henli stands. Seeing that none of its mines come close to him, the monster growls, "When your spirit power runs out, I will personally tear you to shreds." Henli seizes the moment, signaling to his allies, "It is focusing on me. Now's your chance. Move in silently." Receiving the message from him, she quickly teleports out of the attack zone, flying towards Vahhammed. She channels all her spirit power into the tip of her sword and strikes down with all her might at the monster's neck, but there was not even a scratch on it, leaving everyone shocked. The weapons made from the line were useless. This plan is falling apart. So we need to come up with a new one. Lihan stepped up and said, since the gate is still open, we need people on the ground. Only one team will go up. Silent. Sim hopes for the best. Lihan was hesitating and unsure who to choose when someone raised their hand to speak. I will take the last position. Lihan turned to look at him and said, you are just testing the waters. Right. I have got more skills than Nuth or Dimitri. They have all been pioneers before. But I can also cover support. Just like Sim hopes. Lihan hesitated. But he cut him off mid-sentence. Don't you worry. You do not need to stress about me getting in the way. I do not want to die in a place like this. Transitioning scenes. Inside the helicopter. Lihan addressed everyone. We have 10 minutes to go over the theory. We need to move fast. Instead of targeting the wings, we will strike directly at its vital area. It is gathering energy for a fire breath right now. This could be our only shot. The rest of you, hold formation and brace for any incoming attacks. Once the meeting wrapped up, the hatch opened, and they prepared for battle again. Lihan led the charge, saying, let us spread out and use the jump gear to accelerate. They quickly formed a circle around it, and the creature lowered its head, clenching a growing power orb in its mouth. Its wings were lined with what looked like creepy eyes, making it even more terrifying. Suddenly, the terrifying eyes on its body and mouth lit up, and there were indistinct murmurs. The sounds of weapons clashing echoed continuously as Lihan spun around, dodging the relentless attacks from the monster and its mouth. While fighting, Lihan silently cursed. Damn it. Just then, he could not avoid another wave of attacks. And when he thought it was the end, a green shield appeared before him, blocking a fatal blow. Lihan narrowly escaped. Looking up to see his teammate had come to his rescue just in time, he said to Lihan, I am helping you out now. But we need to come up with a new plan quick, because as you know, the spirit energy of a dragon is limitless. We need to do something, anything. Think. Lihan took a deep breath to focus, recalling training moments with the drill sergeant, narrowly avoiding danger. To dodge a punch from the sergeant, he had eyed the pen tucked in the instructor's pocket, treating it like a lifeline for resistance. But what about the current situation? Right now, Lihan himself was the monster's target and the mouth's focus. What can we do? Suddenly, he snapped back to reality and said, Silent, move on my signal. This is our only way. If we can deal damage from the outside, we will go in through its throat and tear it apart from the inside. Hearing this, his teammate stared wide-eyed in shock, saying, that is just crazy. It is basically a suicide mission. But Silent was not listening to those words. She was ready to execute the plan that Lihan laid out. I trust him. Gathering her spirit energy, she formed a protective barrier around her body, and then teleported straight toward the monster. At her speed, Lihan could not help but exclaim, that is fast. Just then, the monster and Hamoud spoke up, saying, you worthless creatures, I can pinpoint your exact locations. Now, vanish. The teammate quickly realized he was out of options and shouted, attack with breath. I knew we do not stand a chance. Lihan's face changed. He felt a flicker of fear deep down. He looked at his hands. Silently resolved, I won't let this happen. Lihan watched Silent as she plunged into the monster's mouth. He clenched his fists and murmured, adjust. Control. Limit. He raised his hand toward the creature, pouring all his spirit energy into his technique. As the monster's power sphere was about to complete, it suddenly vanished. It gasped. What the hell is this? Seizing the moment, Silent dove straight into its throat, swinging her sword and slicing into its gullet, causing it to scream in agony. That moment, Lihan shouted from outside, find the critical point and destroy it. Inside the helicopter, everyone stared at the screen, tension palpable in the air. Alexander Rico anxiously asked, did we succeed? The other person responded, while Hamoud writhed in pain. Amidst the agony, Hamoud spat out, you dare to do this to me. The pain from its damaged eyes reminded it of Lihan's existence. It turned to him and said, you are a threat to me and my kind. With that, it opened a circular hole and pulled something that looked like a heart into its hands. Lihan was horrified by the sight, exclaiming, is it taking out its core? At that moment, the monster roared in warning, even if I shatter into pieces and disappear, at least I can take you with me. It crushed the heart in its hand, unleashing a blinding light that blinded everyone, even the group in the helicopter, watching the battle, was affected. Outside, the battle seemed over, but after the monster vanished, Lihan was swept away without a trace. Before disappearing completely, the creature ominously declared, I will return. Lihan's teammates witnessed this scene, horrified and stammering. What? What did it just say? The Earth was back to normal. No longer under threat, the battle was over, and the helicopter safely returned everyone to the ground. In that moment of triumph, everyone raised their weapons in celebration. Clute exclaimed excitedly, "We did it. The war is over." Just then, Silent approached Lihan, beaming with joy, and said, "We did it. We took down Hamoud." "What?" he replied, nodding. "It is all thanks to you, Silent, because you went in through its mouth. We succeeded." Suddenly, his eyes widened in astonishment. "Wait, you said that?" Since when? The scene shifted back to the past. In a dense forest with grass taller than a person's head, Lihan lay unconscious in the tall grass, his spirit armor damaged over the years. A bird's call suddenly flew by, stirring him awake as the sunlight streamed through the trees. He stretched out and began peeling off the damaged armor from his body for easier movement. The process of taking off the armor left him breathless, and sweat trickled down his small face. Dripping onto the ground, Lihan stood there, stretching and looking at the pieces of armor on the ground. Thinking he could finally take off the psychic armor, since it was nearly in ruins, he stared at his palm in disbelief, realizing he could no longer use his psychic energy. Just then, a loud noise echoed as if something was approaching. He looked up and saw a massive long-necked dinosaur passing by, leaving him in awe. But dinosaurs were not his main concern right now. He needed to find something to fill his growling stomach first. He spotted a piece of food that seemed alright and started to sit on its roof. After a while, he tied that piece to a long, slender branch, crafting a makeshift spear for hunting. One hand gripped the spear while the other held the staff, and he began his quest to find food, accompanied by footsteps that shook the very ground. He looked up to see a Tyrannosaurus Rex not far from him, hunting its prey. Lihan dared not make a move and tightened his grip on his homemade spear. After waiting for it to pass, he managed to find some edible fruits and sat down under a tree, eating while lost in thought. It had been months since he landed here, and he felt utterly hopeless. "I can manage to survive here, but there is not much I can do to get back. I do not know when I will be able to return, or how much longer it will take." But then, his gaze hardened with resolve. "Don't lose hope. I know I can come back." By day, he searched for food, and at night, he used some leaves as a makeshift blanket. He curled up in a hidden corner, feeling sad and reflective. As night fell, there was nothing I could do. Loneliness was drowning me. I want to die like this. Then he remembered the battle when he fought Vahhammed. I am sure Vahhammed was dead back then. My special instinct that I discovered too late. Maybe I should give it a name. He looked at his palm, his cheeks faintly flushing as he pondered such trivial things. I mean, I have all this time in this world now. Psychic resistance boost. That sounds catchy. Right. A bit though. The next day, as dawn broke, I headed east. Toward the east, I will move as far as I can today. After a while, feeling exhausted and hungry, I pulled out the dried dinosaur meat I had stored earlier to refuel. Looking at the meat in my hand, I thought to myself, when I come back, will my friends believe me when I say I have tasted dried dinosaur meat? Suddenly, as he was eating, something appeared before him, shocking him so much that he dropped his food. Lihan quickly grabbed his makeshift spear, stood up, and exclaimed, "What the heck is that?" A loud scream echoed as a creature resembling a monster lurked behind the tall trees. Lihan felt an overwhelming panic and widened his eyes, staring at it, but he was too small, and that thing could not see him. Just then, it flapped its wings and flew away, leaving Lihan crouched on the ground. In that moment, he finally dared to let out a shout. His eyes sparkled with intensity as he muttered to himself, "I am sure of it. That was a dragon." The rustling sound echoed as Lihan brushed aside the grass and stepped forward. His gaze was fixed on the sky, lost in thought. It has to be true. It was a dragon. A sense of dread washed over him. If it spotted him now, he could very well be dead. Lihan frantically pressed on, searching for any trace. There were no more clues left. Suddenly, his expression shifted, his eyes flickering with uncertainty, emerging from the thick underbrush. He was stunned to see a clearing littered with bones. Startled for a moment, Lihan tightened his grip on the makeshift weapon in hand and cautiously moved forward, turning back to glance at the large, lengthy bones. He thought to himself, could all of these be dinosaur bones? Did they fall prey to the dragon? But just as he was processing this shock, another hit him, a massive T-Rex head, bloody and gruesome, looming right beside him. He could not help but gasp at the sight of the carcass. Even the T-Rex bore the scent of that dragon. He wondered, would he be okay on his own? Am I acting recklessly out of impatience? He gradually let go of the tension in the forest. Ahead stood a towering mountain, and there was Lihan, trying to scale it barehanded. He reminded himself there was no time to waste on worries like that anymore. I can't miss this opportunity, he shouted, gathering his strength to leap. Finally reaching the mountain's peak after all his hard work, night had fallen. The moon high in the sky. At the mountain's summit, Lihan clung tightly to his weapon, kneeling on the ground, breathless from exhaustion, ignoring the sweat stinging his eyes. He gritted his teeth, his sharp gaze fixed ahead. A gigantic dragon lay there, asleep. Suddenly, the dragon opened its eyes wide. He braced himself for a fight. The beast stared at him, momentarily at a loss for words. Then it spoke. "Can you understand what I am saying? I won't kill you. I want to talk to you." It softly uttered two words. A human. Beneath the full moon, a creature and a person conversed. It was indeed a rare sight. The monster began to tell its tale. "An interesting story. Lihan, a human who fought against my kin. I guess we are the kin, are not we? This is my place of imprisonment. I know little of the past. Is this a moment that exists in your history?" Lihan replied. "That time was a long time ago." Then he asked, "Can dragons travel through time?" It answered, "Dragons can warp time and space, but that is an unstable power. If you could do anything you wanted, you will be called a god." In that moment, Lihan voiced his confusion. "Why are your eyes still closed?" The monster hesitated before speaking. "Just like the other brethren of our kind, when they see humans, they can't help but want to feast on their flesh and kill them. It is so hard to suppress this desire." Hearing this, Lihan asked, "Is that a human instinct? What kind of creature are you?" It received the question but did not answer immediately. A wave of purple energy enveloped Lihan's body as it spoke. "It is hard to explain in words. Just see for yourself." Lihan was taken into its memories. He exclaimed, "What is this?" It replied, "Do you desire it? You named us? How interesting. You desire it." Suddenly looking up at the sky, said, "It has been 1,200 years. Is it already enough?" It turned its head back to ask. It looked at the red and green dragons surrounding it and asked, "Why did you summon us all here?" The pale white dragon said, "A while ago, I was always peering through the gaps of space and time, and stumbled upon it. Though I despise it, a being that defines us." A pale white dragon said. The pale white dragon said, "I heard about it some time ago. A human whose identity remains unconfirmed." Upon hearing this, all six roared with excitement. At that moment, the desire radiated a powerful aura, declaring, "Open the portal to the space now. We need to kill them right now." The white dragon pondered, then nodded and spoke. "I agree. We must do this as soon as possible. I want to wipe out humanity. But is this truly our desire? Why do we need to kill humans?" The white dragon questioned, just out of hatred and disdain. The desire roared, stomping its feet. "Stop," it said, "to kill a bug. Do you need a reason? Now. If you do not open the door, I will kill you first." The desire roared fiercely. "We are immortal beings. Lihan, the only way to escape from me is to eliminate humanity. We must kill humanity. We must kill humanity. We will bring forth a realm devoid of spiritual power." With that, the desire lunged to attack the white dragon mercilessly. The white dragon recounted to Lihan, "The desire severely injured my core weak point, draining my psychic power for its purpose. Then it took my heart and destroyed it. A powerful spiritual explosion warped space and time. It was willing to forsake its body once. To escape from me, he could not help but gasp, thinking to himself, this is exactly how he treated me." After telling the story, Lihan was brought back to reality, exclaiming, "I can't believe it. My head is spinning." Then he asked, "The leader of the dragons does not just have 3 Vahhammeds, right?" It nodded and said, "That is right. The 7-colored dragon leader. We call ourselves the Hive. The 3 Vahhammeds you defeated were just one of them. Your world is doomed. In the current world, right before the spatial gate, Lihan's teammates are now truly terrified. They are not facing one leader, but the remaining 4 leaders." The dragon growled, "You have learned enough about spiritual power through my memories. There is no way to recharge spiritual power here." Lihan replied, "Spiritual power is not generated from within. It is borrowed from elsewhere, and then returned. That means you can recharge unless you are reconnected to your world. Right? And your kind uses spiritual power to survive, so you are slowly dying. If you know everything, then the dragon won't hide it anymore." That is right. Normally, we do not need to consume food to sustain life. I have been hunting to minimize the depletion of my spiritual power. The dragon widened my eyes in surprise, gasping, "Why are you?" Lihan silently stared at it for a moment before saying, "It is nice not to have to say what I am thinking. Do you like my offer?" The dragon did not understand why he was making such a proposal. "You think that while I might not be able to return to my previous self, I have enough spiritual power left to send a small creature like you?" Lihan firmly replied. "Yep. And you want to do this to help humanity but to help your own kind." Lihan's words caught the dragon off guard. He continued to persuade it, "You will do this so that an intelligent creature with immense power does not become a beast driven by emotions." The dragon suddenly unleashed its power. It declared that baseless hatred is a disgrace to intelligence. "We must overcome this to be worthy of being called gods." Lihan was astonished by its remarkable evolution in thought. Has it truly overcome its hatred for humanity? The dragon unleashed oppressive power, shaking the ground. It declared, I renounce the command instilled within me. I will save humanity from the oppression of the dragons. This will be proof and a test of my will to be free. The dragon bowed its head, pointing its horn at Lihan. Take this, Anli. I believe you know what to do with it. Lihan also reached out to grasp the power. Got it, just leave it to me. The moment his hand touched the dragon's horn, it emitted a blinding purple light that threatened to blind him. In Lihan's hand appeared the Pygmium spear. The dragon said it is the weapon that suits you best. Use it to continue the legacy of the silver dragon. There is not much time left. I trust you have nothing more to say. Now go. Lihan stared at the cracks of water appearing on the claws of the dragon. In disbelief. The one who must sacrifice themselves. To send just me alone. The dragon had to. But I feel like I have conserved my energy. Meet you here today. Lihan's eyes widened in shock. No way. Centuries later, I encountered the essence of a dragon. And then, I dreamt of this dragon. Perhaps countless coincidences stacked together to form an unavoidable fate. It could be what we call a miracle. With utmost respect, come here to sincerely thank the dragon. I am truly grateful to you, White Silver Dragon. This is the first time I have been called by a name. Do humans name me too? Lihan responded to it. Kronos smiled slightly and praised. I like. An explosion with a terrifying shockwave echoed through the air. The end of Kronos' dragon life. Somewhere, a manhole cover on the ground shook and popped up. A head peeked out of the manhole. The man confirmed the coast was clear, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps. Hurry up. Move it. A young man grabbed a cross necklace. Please pray. Protect us today too. The young man with a buzz cut turned back to assure his buddy. We will be fine. The crew leader told the two to look. The weather is great today. It has always been gloomy when they show up. Three men, alert and armed, scanned the surroundings. The scene was now nothing but a pile of wreckage. It was gut-wrenching to look at. The crew leader suggested, let us check out that building over there. The crew leader exclaimed with joy, I found a supermarket. Grab as much as you can. The three quickly stuffed their bags full of supplies. Weighing them down, the young man with the cross, sweating, said, let us head back now. I do not think I can take it anymore. But the crew leader felt it was not enough yet. We need to grab some more supplies. Although the cross guy interrupted him, at least we have plenty of food now. We need to think about our journey back too. The crew leader pondered for a moment and then replied, fine. Let us start heading back. The trio of young men shouldered their guns, cautiously making their way back. The crew leader suddenly froze. He raised his fist to signal, causing the cross guy behind him to jump. The crew leader looked ahead and asked, what is that among the rubble? It seemed like someone was lying there. The cross guy asked him, a minion. The crew leader moved closer to get a better look. That is a person. Looks like an Asian. You could see this person was still breathing. Two guys exchanged awkward glances. He is still alive. What should we do? The cross guy said to leave him. We are no better off than he is. The crew leader fell silent for a moment and then turned to the others. Let us vote. Anyway, we are in America. The two guys still do not get it. What is the point when this place has turned to ruins? But they still have their opinions. I am saying we should leave him behind, and the kind-hearted ones say we should take him with us. He sighs, tossing his backpack down. You hand the gun over to them. Keep it safe for me. I will take him with me. Everyone around looks panicked, staring at the man in front of them. The young leader even aims his gun at him. Humanity. Have we really come back to this? So it turns out this unlucky guy is Lihan. You raise both hands high, showing you are unarmed. I am just really surprised. That is all. It has been a long time since I saw another person. A different man approaches, patting the shoulders of the panicked duo. All right. You all heard what he said. Stop right there. He definitely looks younger and more robust than the others. It is good that you speak English. We want to attack so you can relax. He offers the reassurance. You hand the gun to him, so you can really relax. He insists. I want to hear your story. Can you come with me? Inside, the area is bustling with makeshift huts people have built into their homes. Lihan strides past each hut. Finally, he opens the door to the one waiting for him at the front. He looks around and compliments you. You look like a completely different person. It is a bit worn, but it still looks good on you. Turns out Lihan has swapped his ragged old clothes for a much nicer outfit. The man nods thoughtfully at you. I see it now. Anli. While you are devouring bread like there is no tomorrow. So you have managed to survive on your own because you have been trained as a soldier. He slowly savors each piece of bread. In stark contrast, Lihan eats like there is no food left to lose. Impressive, surviving alone for 3 years. Lihan is taken aback. 3 years. Has it really been 3 years since that day? It is still an incredible feat. A person surviving for 3 years. The man chuckles, teasing you playfully. You must be starving. Want to share my food? Lihan, as hungry as he is, still has his pride. Thanks. I am sure they do not have enough food. I am just not used to asking for things. The man introduces himself. I used to be a professor at a university. I guess that is why I am in charge here. We really need any strong young men we can get. If you join us, I am sure it would help a lot. Lihan feels regretful. But I have something to do. He anxiously waits for the man's next move. But he just smiles and asks him casually, so do not worry. I am not planning to stop you from leaving, Lihan continued. But I want to repay you for saving my life. Is there anything I can do to help? And so, Lihan joined the fight along with 3 others. You have repaid me. The long-haired blonde guy took the initiative to introduce himself. And you replied shortly. Anli. Lin greeted him warmly. Nice to meet you. The other 2 just walked on in silence. Today, we are going to try to find some gas. Everything in the city has run dry. So we will have to go a bit further. There is no guarantee there will be gas there. Lin teased Lihan playfully. Lin said, I do not mean to scare you. I guess we won't have to worry if we run into a minion. Looking ams, Lin made Lihan think. His spirits were still high even in times like this. It reminded me of when I wondered if they were still alive. Everyone quickly moved to the gas station. But me's. Lin found it completely dead. It isn't. What about over there? A European teammate chimed in. It is the same here. What about over there? What about over there? What about over there? What about over there? The European teammate replied. It is the same here. So what now? The black guy suggested. Should we check another gas station? Lin wiped the sweat. Considering, we need to get back before it gets dark. It is too far for us to go right now, Lihan asked. About 6 miles. Right. Lin widened her eyes at him. Lihan picked up 2 gas cans. Volunteering. I will go and fill these up. Lin hurriedly stopped him. I know you want to help. But I can let you do that. You won't make it back in time if you go all that way. Just head back. But Lihan had already started moving. I can be back in an hour, he warned her. If I am not back by then, head back without me. I will catch up. Time passed. And the figure in the distance carrying 2 gas cans slowed down as he reached everyone. Lihan's aura now shone brighter than the sun. Everyone stared in shock as he returned. You actually came back. Were you in special forces? Military. Marines. Lin gasped in disbelief. How can a person do that? Everyone turned back under the drain to sort through the spoils in hand. A bunch of kids came running up to Lihan. The adorable blonde girl offered a piece of bread. Here. You can take this. Lihan's eyes went wide as he stared at the bread in the girl's hand, took it and awkwardly said thank you amidst the cheers of the kids. He thought about when he first joined the fight. Was he this small too? Lin sees Lihan looking a bit disappointed and asks the kids. What about him? The kids coolly reply. There is nothing for him. You are disappointed and ask. Why does only Lihan get 1? The kids explain. Cutting you off mid-sentence. He is so deep. You say. Pointing at Lihan. He is handsome. Lin loses it with the kids. Come on. You guys. Lihan watches her play with the kids, feeling a mix of emotions. He closes his eyes, remembering his friends. I hope they are all still alive. Lin approaches to chat with Lihan, hearing that everyone seems to know what you did today. Running that fast with 2 full tanks. I mean, the first time I saw you move, I figured you were not just some regular guy. But, you ask Lihan. You said you are leaving. Right, he replies. Yeah. I am planning to leave soon. Lin eagerly insists. Let me get you a gift. A bike is the best choice if you are traveling far. Lihan looks shocked. A bike? I have never considered using one since I do not know how to ride a bike. Meanwhile, Lin is super pumped. I will take you to see the bike. It is on the ground. But it will be fine since it is close. Everyone gathers around to send Lihan off. And he smiles, waving back at them. They all stand there, watching him until he disappears into the tunnel. Lihan regrets it too. They are all good people. I wish I could stay and protect them. But I need to be realistic. The manhole cover is lifted. Lin peeks her head up to confirm it is safe. You go ahead and lead the way. It is right over there. That is my bike shop. I will give you the best one I have. It is expensive as a used car. You know, it even has a repair kit in the back. Lihan shoots a cold glance and tells you to be quiet. Lin rushes into the shop and locks the door. Panicking, she grabs a gun and asks if we have a customer. I will fight too, Lihan says in a chilling tone. Causing you to jump, Lihan tells you. You just follow my lead. Lin is completely overwhelmed by Lihan's assertiveness, obediently running into the shop. Meanwhile, Lihan grabs his gear, ready to get his body moving. I can use my psychic powers now. I guess my big welcome party is you guys. Just then, a horde of grotesque creatures crawls up from the rocks, facing Lihan. Lin sits in the shop, gun in hand, shaking like a leaf. What did I just see? Your eyes can't tear away from the doorframe. He does not even have a gun. He takes down a creature in the blink of an eye with a spear. Outside, Lihan holds a spear, staring down the one-eyed monsters. Just as one of them lunges at him, looking for trouble, Lihan raises the spear and skewers it, tossing it aside like a toy. Lin wonders about that kid. Is that a skin superpower? Lihan shouted loudly and charged at another monster, sending it crashing down to the ground. Lihan tightened the wind in his hands. His sharp eyes locked ahead. A few more monsters emerged, eager to take him on. He pulled the spear from the monster's body, his face drenched in blood as he glared at them with a chill colder than the Arctic winter. The door beside him swung open, and Lin quickly covered her eyes. Stepping back, Lihan, drenched in blood, looked down at the boy. Knowing he was safe for now, he needed to get back inside before more of them showed up. Lin sat on the ground, still trembling uncontrollably. The boy quickly grabbed his leg, trying to appear calm. All right. Got it. Lihan fell silent, pondering, am I also something terrifying to ordinary people? He wheeled the bike outside, grateful for it, and headed back inside before things got even riskier. Lihan set off on his own again, heading west toward a military base near the western coast. He pedaled from morning until late afternoon, the bike racing through the wind. He had to admit, biking was way more fun than he thought. Suddenly, he stopped, glancing back before putting his foot down. Dismounting and propping the bike up, Lihan gripped the spear tightly and stepped back. He glanced around. Were they tracking him by the scent of blood? They were catching up faster than he expected. Above him, a horde of monsters had gathered, at least 10 of them. Lihan raised the spear, warning them not to touch his bike. He had grown fond of it, and the monstrous horde charged at him all at once. Not wanting to play with them just yet, he turned and ran. Lihan bolted straight for the building ahead, ducking inside and looking for something to barricade the door. A monster reached its hand through the barricade, and Lihan was ready. He lunged with the spear just as its head came through. One swift strike was all it took to take it down. That was one. But a whole pack was still thirsting for blood outside. The scene shifted outside the building as Lihan hesitantly opened the door and stepped out. He was drenched in sweat mixed with blood, panting harder than ever. Leaning against the wall, he finally collapsed in exhaustion. The door swung wide open, revealing a scene littered with monster corpses. Blood splattered everywhere. Lihan raised his hand to wipe his brow. Things were tougher now after losing some muscle mass. The enhancements to his body were not really worth the cost. He set off again with his trusty steed. Lihan rode his bike through the sandy dunes, the wheels kicking up clouds of golden sand. By late evening, he had stopped at another location. He spotted a gun shop over there. Lihan opened the door to explore, but what he found forced him to reevaluate himself. I was so stupid to think there would be any guns left. Thank goodness the universe does not take everything from anyone. There is still water in the supermarket for me. Lihan wiped his mouth after gulping down water too quickly. At least there was some food. He carefully packed his things into his backpack and continued on his journey. Lihan's shadow danced on the wall under the moonlight, the sound of his bike tires cutting through the stillness of the night. Suddenly, he paused to listen. Was that the voice of someone? Lihan grips his spear tightly and heads towards the sound. They are fighting something fierce nearby. A grotesque monster is howling with bloodlust ahead. In front of it stands a group of people, fully decked out in protective gear, pushing each other to take down the beast. Damn it. What are you all just standing around for? Open fire. Shoot. With that, the group fires off a volley of shots. But those bullets seem to have no effect on the monster. It dodges the bullets effortlessly, charging straight for the group. Panic sets in as they realize it is coming right back at them. Someone do something. In that split second, Lihan leaps in from behind. He lands gracefully, spear in hand, and with a swift motion, slices the monster's leg. The creatures are challenged by him, but still change their target, determined to charge at the group, causing them to scream in terror. A flash of light bursts from the monster, and it collapses to the ground. It was Lihan who dealt the final blow, impaling it right through the head. The group is left dizzy from this effortless battle, eyes wide and mouths agape as they stare at him. As the silence settles, everyone thanks Lihan, grateful for their lives. We owe our survival to you. We lost one of our own, but we would all be dead if it were not for you. Lihan glances back, spotting the unfortunate boy's lifeless body lying far away. Jaden invites him, saying if he has nowhere to stay, he is always welcome with them. Lihan does not hesitate. Sure. I'm Han. Jaden warmly shakes his hand, thrilled to meet him. Let us chat while we move. And with that, the group sets off. On the way, Jaden finds out Lihan is also a superpower user. He says if Lihan wants to level up, he should talk to the commander. Lihan curiously asks about the commander. Jaden proudly introduces him. There is no better unit for superpower users than ours. Lihan still does not quite get it. What does that mean? Jaden looks at his backpack and explains. All these items we are collecting, they are all offerings for superpower users. Lihan feels like he has been hit by lightning. Offerings. Jaden asks why Lihan thinks they would risk their lives to gather these items for them. Because the superpower users keep our families safe. I won. It is a tough job, but I can complain. Because my family's safety is guaranteed. Jaden asks if he has heard of psychic mechs. You could take down a whole line if you were one. I have seen it firsthand. So in a world like this, there is no safer place on Earth than our base. Lihan's mind is racing, heart pounding heavily. Who could it be? Are they tied to evil? Are they friends or foes? No need to guess and give himself a headache. Lihan tells Jaden he wants to meet the commander he mentioned. while Lihan checks his gun. Henry sits down and tells him, "We make deliveries. We are only allowed at the gate. If you want to enter Area 1, just let us know. They will welcome a superpower user of your caliber. If you join us, please speak well of us." Then, Lihan was taken back to the base in a vehicle. And as soon as they arrived at the gate, someone stopped them, saying to halt. The guard then asked Brian, "You are from Zone 6. Right. You are late," he quickly replied. "I was held up," the guard stated. "We will check the vehicle right now." Once the inspection was done, they reached the main gate, and Henry shouted, "Everyone out of the vehicle." Lihan let their people disembark first. A second later, armed guards rushed out, and Adwat ordered, "Check the cargo and bring it inside." While they were checking, you could see Lihan closely observing their demeanor. After a moment, he thought to himself, "I can sense their aura. They are all superpowered beings. And they have been trained systematically." Just then, Henry suddenly patted his shoulder, startling Lihan a bit. He then honestly remarked, "This young man is also a superpowered individual. He is pretty strong and seems well trained." Next, Adwat aimed his gun at Lihan and asked, "Are you an outsider? What is your reason for being here?" With determination, Lihan replied, "I want to meet the commander of this fortress." Not stopping there, the others surrounded him, and he asked Lihan again, "Were you ever part of a military unit?" "Which one?" Feeling the tension, Lihan thought, "Is revealing that I was an AH gonna help me?" Stayed silent for a moment, then finally decided to be honest. "My name is Lihan. I am from a superpower academy ACE." Upon hearing his name, they began to panic, saying, "Anli, are you Lihan from Ox?" They exchanged bewildered looks. "Anli? No way." They still could not believe it. Seeing their reaction, Lihan felt confused. But then someone stepped forward and said to him, "Follow me." The door slowly creaked open, and in the end, he followed that person inside. Inside was a vast hall that made Lihan think, "This is way bigger than I thought. A military facility. Just like, who is the commander here?" As curiosity mounted, he continued to observe as he walked. After a while, he spotted a group of kids practicing martial arts. Their enthusiasm evident, prompting Lihan to ask, "Are you training young superpowered kids?" Adwat quickly replied, "That is right." Hearing that, Lihan felt puzzled and murmured to himself, "The kid under that mask looks pretty young. He clearly has undergone physical enhancement. But I know all the third-year students. So are the first and second years still alive from that time?" They continued walking a bit further until they stopped in front of a door. Adwat then said to Lihan, "We have arrived. You can go in." As they opened the door, they saw a muscular man doing push-ups, which left Lihan momentarily speechless. Next, Lihan's gaze tensed as he looked at the man, who was oblivious to their presence. After a while, he finished his workout and turned to look at them, smiling as he said, "Surprisingly, you are still alive." At this moment, Lihan recognized who he was facing. It had been a long time since they last met. Omega-1, to have some privacy, had closed the door, while he asked, "Are you really Alpha-1? I saw you disappear right in front of me. How are you still alive?" But then Lihan angrily shot back at Omega-1. "What about the other enhanced soldiers? What happened to the bad guys?" He lowered his head, thinking in silence for a moment, while Omega-1 casually picked up a water jug and took a sip, but then he threw it against the wall and replied, causing Lihan to panic and respond, "The bad guys have fallen. Why do not you answer my question first?" Quickly, Omega-1 cheerfully said, "How can someone who is dead suddenly show up at my doorstep? Come on, let us take this slow. Have a seat." After saying that, he went to change into a soldier's uniform and even led Lihan to another room. He added, "You have crossed time and space into another world. It is an unbelievable story. But there are a few things that seem strange, because you vanished without a trace or any sign of psychic armor." But then Lihan angrily told Omega-1, "I have lost about 3 years. I need information." He sighed, pondering for a few seconds. Then Omega-1 seriously said, "Before we talk about that, there is something you need to decide first. Will you take my hand and become my comrade? Or will you choose another path?" It seemed Lihan understood what he meant, so he asked, "What do you mean?" Without hesitation, Omega-1 explained thoroughly, "I know you know exactly what I am talking about. Did you think about anything on your way here?" Lihan was aware of it. Distinguishing the superpowers by rank, a blatant hierarchy where superpowers receive gifts in exchange for protection. Seeing that you understand it well, Omega-1 smiled and said, "You have got it clear. However, we are just taking the first step before anyone can defeat us. Just think about it. We have been forced to fight dragons in vain. We are the ones risking our lives. But our commander is just an ordinary person. Does that even make sense? Finally, I brought together comrades who shared a vision from the bad guys. Seeing Omega-1 joke around like that, Lihan was so furious he gritted his teeth and stood up, not stopping there. Lihan shouted right back. Is that really necessary in this situation? The bad guys in the world are nearly extinct. If we keep fighting, there might not be any superpowers left. Omega-1 also lost his cool and replied passionately. Even if we win the battle, the bad guys still can control us. They do not intend to stop us when we decide to dominate humanity. Humanity is always afraid of us. Those bastards think that ordinary people are the masters of the world, not superpowers. Hearing Omega-1 say this, Lihan thought to himself, this kid has been messed up since the accident. We are all human. And the reason we fight the dragons is that we are soldiers. So Lihan asked, so now you are hiding like a little rat and training those kids, and do you think one day you will kill all the dragons and rule the world? Do you really believe that is possible with the fortress's scale? And when Lihan brought this up, Omega-1 got excited and replied, actually, I was waiting for you to ask that. Follow me. I will show you our hope in action. You killed those who did not follow you in evil, did not you? Why do you think that? When I was young, I did not know the concept of neutrality, so I only recruited those who shared my views. Neutrality. You can say that when you left evil. Everyone was as strong as you back then. At that moment, Lihan shot back at him. Is that why you can't resort to violence? Omega-1 quickly nodded, implying, exactly, I need. And as they arrived, Omega-1 shouted, we are here. Just like that, the massive door slowly creaked open. Instantly, Lihan felt the divine power within and thought, the spiritual energy is intense. Then Omega-1 smugly told him, I am sure you two know each other. A moment later, Lihan spotted a figure through the veil. Feeling confused, he whispered to himself, who is that? Then the other person turned around, and when Lihan saw their face, he was stunned, while the other person panicked. Is that you? The person rushed to hug Lihan. Once they embraced, he finally believed this was real, and that person was Kuro, and they said, you are still alive. I am so happy. I always knew it. I knew you would not go down that easily. I missed you. Lihan called out in shock, Kuro. What happened to you? Kuro touched his hair and replied, it just happened. Why do not we sit down? We can eat and talk at the same time. Kuro walked over to the dining table and said, come on. Make yourself comfortable. Just then, Lihan asked in a panic, what did you do to Omega? What did he do to you? Suddenly, Kuro's expression changed, shooting a glance at him that sent chills down Lihan's spine, but Kuro maintained his current gaze. Finally, he got so angry. Have not you explained anything to him? Immediately, he punished him with spiritual energy, making the other party panic, leaving Lihan feeling both confused and incredulous. While he was looking at Omega-1, Kuro was also changing his facial expression. Once his face split into black and white halves, he said to him, did not I tell you to make it convincing? Lieutenant, while Lihan still did not understand what was happening, Omega-1 replied, yep, my dear commander. Then Kuro pulled his coat aside and said, I guess you have never let the commander go into battle. You just had him support you from behind, but back then, we did not think through the strategy. The commander was tasked with stabbing the dragon's heart. And that is when the miracle happened. His hands were already dressed, and he was fixing his jacket. Hearing this from the other side, Lihan felt confused. A miracle? What do you mean? At that moment, Omega-1 spoke up to explain. When the commander stabbed the dragon's heart, he absorbed all the spiritual energy that released from the vital damage. And everyone thought he was dead. In the end, no human body can withstand such high-density energy. But the commander is a special case. Lihan incredulously asked back, a special case? Then he added, a crystal mind energy formed in his heart. He has the ability to store and self-regulate. High-density mental power. Inside him lies the spirit force of the heart. Hearing this, Lihan looked at Kuro, who was playfully toying with his mental energy, and thought to himself, if that is true, Kuro's power is not just superhuman. It is on a dragon level. On top of that, Kuro said, I want to have a private chat with Han, so step outside. Deputy Commander. However, Omega-1 angrily retorted, I still have not heard your answer. Alpha. It all depends on whether you cooperate with us. Just as he finished speaking, metal shards flew right in front of him, accompanied by a threat. Did not you hear what I said? Get out. With that, his bloodied shards dropped to the floor. Additionally, Kuro ordered, do not treat Han like that, and do not come back until I call for you. At this point, Omega-1 had no choice but to bow and step outside. Once it was just the two of them, Lihan straightforwardly asked, what happened to the others? He also stared at Kuro for a moment before Kuro sighed and glanced at Lihan. After a moment, Kuro replied. I can see you still care deeply about your friends. You are still the Han I fondly tease. I will tell you everything I know. Then Kuro's people took Lihan to a place. On the way, he kept observing everything, his gaze incredibly determined. After a while, they stopped in front of a door and said, This is where you will stay. I hope you will be comfortable. He even greeted Lihan, saying, It is an honor to meet you. Lihan politely nodded in response, then opened the door to take a look inside. At that moment, he remembered what Buchengyan said and thought to himself, just like Buchengyan said, humanity will still face extinction even without dragons. To sum up what Kuro said, Alaska is divided into two groups, Alaska and Citadel. Right now, Sergeant Red, the leader of I can believe that Chief of Staff Alexander died at the hands of dragons. Kuro is definitely strong, but not enough to win this war. We will need to use all available resources to triumph. Currently, Lihan has set down his weapon and is sitting on the bed deep in thought. Finally, he figured it out, mumbling to himself, I need to contact someone. Meanwhile, Kuro was sitting in his room, holding his face. A second later, he said to himself, I am so happy. Thank you for still being alive. I am strong now. Stronger than anyone. You do not need to do anything else. Because I will protect you no matter what. Kuro's living space is incredibly mysterious, with exposed air ducts and very few people around. 15 days later, Omega-1 came to find Lihan while he was adjusting his clothes. As soon as he saw Lihan in his new outfit, he praised him. It suits you perfectly. Meanwhile, Omega-1 thought to himself, I do not like sending him on missions. But he won't do anything stupid to kill anyone. Just then, Annie found him, the vice commander. As soon as he saw her, Omega-1 cheerfully replied, There you are. He turned to Lihan and said, Anfa, this is your teammate for this mission. Quick on her feet, she greeted him and said, I'm and I am really looking forward to working with you. Surprised, he stayed quiet for a moment. Then Lihan asked, A girl. She quickly justified herself. Don't underestimate me just because I am a girl. Even if I look like this, I have not lived a normal life. After hearing that, he turned and asked, It is in eastern Kazakhstan. Right. Annie quickly responded, Your lead. That is the last place we found traces took down a dragon and moved on. With a worried look, Lihan asked Kuro directly, What happened to the others? And then he honestly replied, You always think of others like that. Lihan, you are still the Lihan I like. I will tell you everything I know. The evil you once knew has fallen. But there is still an organization called Evil. You can consider it the legacy of Evil Child. Clute and Zeus are involved. First Sergeant Red is leading it, supporting Commander Jujin. Simon went missing in the war against Vahhammed, and as soon as Evil fell, Silent disappeared. Lihan brought a stack of documents and tossed them onto Omega-1's desk, making him ask in surprise, What is this? Quickly, he replied, I have reviewed the information collected by Citadel. The tracking records of the enhanced soldiers over the past 2 years show it is unusual for an enhanced soldier to wield dual blades. It is silent, is not? Omega-1 said uncertainly. Maybe. I am almost certain. We have tried to track Silent in the past and failed multiple times. We do not know why. But it seems like he has no intention of returning to evil. So Lihan firmly told Omega-1, I will track Silent. After saying that, he and Yenny prepared their gear to go search for Silent. As they passed by a line of soldiers, they saluted the two of them. Hello. Seeing Lihan being greeted, she teased him. You are quite the celebrity around here. The hero who vanished with Vahhammed. Back from the brink of death. I admire you too. But I never knew you were this handsome. This comment made Lihan uncomfortable as he shot a glance at Yenny. So she went quiet, feeling a bit scared. After a moment, Yenny quickly explained. Don't get me wrong. I am not into guys. I like women. Throughout the journey, Yenny kept talking to Lihan, while he remained silent. After a while, Kuro arrived, and upon seeing him leave, she gasped, making Lihan very startled. Quickly, Yenny saluted and said, Commander. But Kuro, ignoring her, angrily said to Lihan, Don't go. You do not have to fight anymore. Me and the other soldiers here will handle everything, so just take it easy. You have never had a break. But he angrily retorted, Kuro, I am not a puppet to be put on display. After saying that, he turned to order her, Yenny, and she responded. Yep. As Yenny looked back at Kuro for a few seconds, she caught a glimpse of his disappointed face. In Kazakhstan, about 20 kilometers north of Banka's lake, there is a small house deep in the woods. After Yenny used her psychic energy to get here, Lihan was completely worn out. Meanwhile, Yenny complimented him, saying he was pretty impressive for a newbie. Usually, People would be throwing up all over the place. Lihan, drenched in sweat, asked, "Where are we?" To which she replied, "One of the designated jump points of Citadel." From the outside, it looked like a regular cabin. But inside, it was a safe house stocked with everything he needed. "I can only teleport to places I remember. This is the closest spot to Senior Silent. We will have to walk about 60 kilometers from here." Hearing this made Lihan anxious, and he mumbled to himself, "Maybe I should be brought a bike." Just then, while he was pulling up the map, Yenny chimed in, "I will share the map and our location. That is where the senior took down the dragon." After checking the map, he asked, "No other signs after that?" She honestly replied, "After that, tracking further would be pointless. We avoided continuous surveillance. Looking at the movement pattern so far, that guy must have headed east. Well then. Good luck, Senior." Yenny was getting excited about this trip. Throughout the journey, Lihan kept marking trees to avoid getting lost, mumbling to himself, "A weirdo like her, being a girl, means she does not belong to the dark side. She won't go through the enhancement process either. Girls always do things their way." Just like the prophecy said. After walking for a while, it was getting late. So Lihan pulled out some water to drink and grabbed a light snack. Next, he checked how much water was left in the bottle, then chugged it down, thinking to himself, "We are almost out of the forest. There is probably a meadow ahead." Just then, a massive shadow loomed over the peaceful forest. Instantly, with a worried look, Lihan gazed up at the high sky. He stood there observing for a moment, and spotted a monster flying close to where Lihan was standing. He quickly hid behind a nearby tree. Right now, the monster was lazily soaring above him. After a while, Lihan felt the tension rise and quietly thought to himself, "I wish I had a psychic armor suit. Or at least a bike." Nightfall, Lihan reached a nearby prairie. And as soon as he arrived, he spotted some corpses. A moment later, he noticed something unusual and quickly made his way over to it. Upon seeing so many corpses, he whispered to himself, "Did that person kill all of these alone, abusing instant teleportation? For what?" Either Silent had reached a level of instant teleportation abuse, or something needed protecting that made Silent use it. While he knelt down to inspect the ground below, he suddenly found himself in the crosshairs of many. Instantly, Lihan stood up, raised his hands in surrender, and shouted, "I do not intend to resist. I just have one question." Within seconds, someone responded, "Don't move. I need to see what kind of person you are." After finishing his words, the guy stepped closer to Lihan. Upon seeing his prosthetic leg, he was taken aback, thinking, "Is that a prosthetic leg?" Next, he demonstrated his superpower after removing his face mask. His actions made Lihan silently scream inside. Unleash that superpower. Without stopping, he also manipulated a nearby rock. It moved closer to him, and a moment later, he used his gaze to control it, and then it charged towards Lihan. At this point, he had no choice but to show his true abilities. Lihan managed to stop the rock, inflicting a wound on himself. However, the guy suddenly smiled at the sight. On top of that, he praised Lihan. "Your reaction speed is still impressive. Lihan, your object manipulation skills have improved too." Hearing that familiar voice, he jumped and responded awkwardly, "No way. Just to be sure." Lihan scrutinized the person in front of him. The guy quickly removed his headscarf. Finally, standing before him was none other than Simong. Lihan hesitated to call his name. "Simong." He promptly reached out his hand towards Lihan. "Lihan, you are still alive. I never expected to run into you like this." Lihan extended his hand to respond, saying, "It should be me saying that." Just as he finished speaking, Simong unleashed his psychic power, and then his arm struck Lihan's chest, leaving his opponent shocked. Curious, Lihan asked, "What are you doing?" However, he looked at his own hand and replied, "Rocket punch." At this moment, Lihan interjected, "Not funny at all." Simong reluctantly added, "At least the kids like it." With that, he turned and started to walk away. Seeing that Lihan was not following, Simong looked back and said, "Do not stay here. Let us move to a safer place. To our hideout." Simong led Lihan to his hideout along with his entourage. They did not say a word to each other on the way. After a while, when the kids spotted Simong, they cheered, "It is Sung," and quickly ran over to him. They kept saying, "Come on. Do it. Hurry." He cheerfully replied, "Do not you see we have a guest?" But the kids pleaded with Simong. "Just once." In the end, he relented. "Fine. Just this once." Causing the kids to cheer with delight. Instantly, they all chanted, "Rocket punch." And Simong joined in, seeing him completely transformed. Lihan had to shout, "Oh my, is he really the Simong I know?" Then, Simong used his iron finger to make a makeshift water pourer for him. However, Lihan declined, saying, "No thanks. I am not drinking." Simong went on to mention Silent to him, saying that Silent thought he was dead. "What happened? I am just a shell still alive. Just like you are still alive, Dad. In the end, we have failed. We have failed to stop the world from being destroyed." Lihan disagreed with his line of thinking, saying it is too early to say we have failed. Come with me. Simong. He looked at him with a serious expression. A second later, Simong stood up, extending his iron hands and replied, "I can't even use my psychic mech anymore because I have lost all my limbs." Lihan looked at him, thought for a moment, and after a few seconds said he could move his prosthetic arms and legs, controlling them naturally as if they were his real limbs. "It is a bit harder than moving dozens of bits. You are still a talented psychic. There is a place called Citadel." And he told Simong the whole story. After hearing this, he was astonished and replied, "So that is what happened." "Wait, was it all planned?" Lihan agreed. "That is why I need your help." Simong. He gently set the glass of water down, and Simong began to relax his mind, thinking through everything. Finally, he hesitated and said, "I can't leave this place. I am sorry I can't help. The only trained psychic here is me. I have to protect them." Lihan found it hard to believe that he was using this excuse. Still, he tried to convince him. "You can stop the world from being destroyed by staying here. It sounds self-satisfied. But if you do not help me, it will all be over." Simong looked at his hands and said sadly, "If I follow you, I could save thousands, even tens of thousands of people. However, if I save the world but these kids die, it would not mean anything to me. A meaningful future to me right now is being with those kids." After saying this, he tried to finish the water in his glass. In the end, Lihan could not keep his cool and stood up too abruptly. "You are an idiot. Do not act all philosophical right now. Simong, do you really think someone's going to save the world while you are like this? No one will. Hoping that someone else will save the world is something only a fool would do. We have to take action." Simong looked at him irritably and replied, "Stop joking around. Lihan, this is my territory." And Lihan firmly replied, "You have never beaten me even once. Have you forgotten?" As soon as he finished speaking, they looked at each other with piercing glares. Moreover, they used their psychic powers to fight, and a second later, Simong sighed. Then he poured some liquor while saying, "Admit it. You failed to convince me to go. You are just worried right now." Your words suddenly made Lihan bow his head in deep thought. He spoke with a hint of regret, saying that he has really changed. Simong. Deep down, Lihan had a thought. The ones who have not changed. It is just me and Omega. Right after that, Simong switched topics. "Let us talk about Silent. You came here because of her, did not you?" "I ran into Silent about 6 months ago. She dealt with the henchmen and dragons around her heading out, taking what she wanted before leaving. She mentioned she was heading east. You looked worried and said, if it is east, then it is Japan." Simong quickly shot back. On the other hand, Lihan recalled Silent's appearance. He also remembered her decisive gestures, and as Lihan thought, by now, she must be almost on the other side of China. She will be in Korea soon. At this very moment, Silent was facing a crowd of people. She was carefully surveying her surroundings before making a move. Meanwhile, the enemies were surrounding Silent, and seeing this, she let out a sigh. Furthermore, Silent was mumbling to herself, "Among all these people, there are still some I used to share my food with, no matter how bad the situation gets. There are things that person would never do. Once someone crosses that line, they are no longer human." As Silent said this, she dove into battle with the enemies. After a while, the atmosphere became eerily quiet. The ground was littered with corpses, which made Silent feel a twinge of compassion and imperfect empathy. It is not about doing good, but doing bad. Has she really lived in a world like this? Meanwhile, Lihan and Simong were driving at breakneck speed. They were deep within the forest now, and when they hit a large pothole, the vehicle soared through the air effortlessly. The speed kicked up dust and debris all around. Plus, Simong was using his mental energy to steer the vehicle. To make this trip happen, we have to go back a few days. When Lihan revealed everything he knew to Simong right after, he was astonished, saying, What kind of nonsense is this?" Lihan continued, showing sympathy for Simong's current situation, saying, "I understand you have to move because of the newly discovered dragon nest nearby. But it is too dangerous to just leave it like this. I saw a long dragon on my way here, recklessly burning the forest down. Even if you do not get spotted, in the worst-case scenario, everyone could die from a surprise attack. You and I need to deal with that dragon." So now, Simong had to drive to take Lihan with him. He then asked, "Why are you risking yourself for me? You got the info you wanted. You could just leave." But then Lihan shot back. "Back then? Why did you push me away and take the hit instead?" Simong hesitated, thinking, and replied, I am not sure why you think I did that. After hearing this answer, all you could do was lean against the door in despair. But Lihan could not stop pondering and made his own guess. Not because he felt bad, but like I do right now, if I leave you like this, I will feel awful and uneasy. And that is something I won't forget. Upon hearing this, Del Simong shot a surprised glance at Lihan. A second later, he suddenly burst into laughter. So what? And so, their vehicle continued moving forward. Eventually, it came to a halt, and Del Simong slowly stepped out. On the other hand, seeing him carrying a weapon behind him, he reassured Lihan that it was enough. A moment later, he aimed the gun up to the sky and fired a shot. Instantly, the people below shouted in unison, signaling to move. Move. Meanwhile, Del Simong turned to Lihan and asked, did that catch Ding's attention? And Lihan replied honestly, not sure, but I hope so. He continued firing a second shot, then reloaded, and fired a third shot. Being prepared and to ensure success, Lihan had brought an extra box of ammo. Quickly, the last group arrived, he said. This is the final group. Before them was a group of migrants slowly leaving. He added to Lihan, I guess we got lucky. The dung has not shown up, Lihan countered. It is too early to relax. Just then, Lihan aimed his gun at the sky again. And at that moment, what he had been hoping for appeared. The dung was flying towards them. And Lihan shouted, to the east. Even Del Simong was tense, cursing. Damn it. Let us move by car. Lihan. We need to get there right now. That is where the migrant groups are heading. And the dung is flying at high speed. In the end, the group of migrants spotted it and looked up at the sky, screaming in panic. What the hell is that? Look at that. The vicious dung was now not far from them. On the other hand, Lihan jumped back into the car to chase it down. They drove at the fastest speed possible. While driving, he was incredibly tense, grinding his teeth and muttering, please. Someone. Please. At the same time, the dung was breathing fire onto the group of migrants, while Del Simong was silently screaming inside, help, but it was too late. As the vicious dung unleashed a rain of fire directly onto the migrating group, people were caught in the flames, and others were running away in panic. Some fell and were trampled. Meanwhile, Del Simong was cursing non-stop. Damn it. At that moment, Lihan advised him, calm down. Simong, if you get too worked up, it will all be over. Del Simong gritted his teeth and replied, I know. Their vehicle reached the spot where the dung was breathing fire. Knowing the danger ahead, Lihan shouted, do not slow down, aim for its belly. Del Simong followed his command. When the moment came, Lihan pulled out his spear through the car window and stabbed it into the ground, causing the vehicle to tilt to one side. Additionally, Lihan used his spiritual energy to lift the car off the ground. The car sped toward the mighty dragon. As they got closer, he jumped out, and in no time, Lihan was right at its belly. With a fierce shout, kill it. Lihan. He also channeled his spiritual energy to give himself a boost. Then Lihan lunged at the dragon's belly and struck back. Of course, facing a monster soaring in the sky. He gripped his trusty spear and charged straight up. Teeth clenched as he prepared to fire his grappling gun. The grappling hook latched onto one of the creature's scales, pulling Lihan up with it. With that rope, he appeared behind the beast and quickly sliced it in half. The creature howled in excruciating pain from the attack. Witnessing this, Simong could not help but feel satisfied. Now that is what I am talking about. As he saw the tail and body of the monster split in two, Simong was shocked to realize it was falling. Above, Lihan gritted his teeth, trying to hold on to the beast, his eyes blazing with determination. Lihan's eyes widened in disbelief as he noticed something. From the severed area, wings suddenly sprouted as if they had never been cut at all. Faced with this absurd phenomenon, he grimaced and thought, damn it. It is the second type. How could I forget that? Then, with a sudden thought, he gritted his teeth and pulled his spear out, allowing himself to drop helplessly downwards. Just as he was about to hit the ground, Lihan shouted, Simong, and hurled the spear towards the spot. The spear soared straight towards the moving vehicle. Noticing the monster closing in on him, Lihan raised his hand and tapped into his special power. The monster, sensing something, suddenly froze midair. Then, something unbelievable happened. It collapsed. Unconscious. This scene left Simong, still in the vehicle, questioning reality. What on earth is happening? Regardless, the car kept speeding ahead. The monster then weakly collapsed in the middle of the desert, and the vehicle finally came to a stop. Simong gripped Lihan's spear, eyes filled with fierce determination. The creature noticed him and interrogated, why do you want to kill humanity? At this point, Simong was so enraged he bit his lip until it bled, recalling the joyful laughter from when they were kids. Thinking, we have to die for no reason. Just because we were born into this world, the monster remained silent. Just watching, while Simon was drowning in fury. If only. The more he spoke, the angrier he became, causing the mechanical parts on him to flutter in the air. If only you had never come here. Unable to hold back his rage any longer, Simon gritted his teeth, lifted the spear, and drove it forcefully into the monster. This attack created a massive energy explosion, sending pieces of the armor on Simon flying away. The longer it took, the more pieces disappeared. But Simon did not care and switched to biting down on his weapon. By this point, the spear was breaking, but the monster had exposed itself. Minutes later, even Simon's teeth were knocked out while the beast continued to endure the pain. Despite being on the brink of collapse, Simon showed no signs of giving up. Moments later, the monster was engulfed in blue flames, and Simon knelt down amidst the chaos. Lihan had returned, merely observing his friend. Witnessing Simon weeping beside the monster before he knelt down after self-destructing the monster, Lihan retrieved his weapon and went to check the surroundings when a voice rang out. "Why do not you rest first?" Lihan kept moving forward. Noticing Lihan's lack of response, Simon bluntly remarked, "You look fine on the outside, but inside, you are a mess." After a few moments of urging, Simon advised, "There is no danger nearby, so let us treat your wounds first." But Lihan still refused, saying, "I need to get to the citadel in a few hours. I can treat myself there." Faced with Lihan's stubbornness, Simon had no choice but to change the subject. "Your plan has not failed, has it? Without you, everyone would be dead by now, not to mention, you just kept spraying that glue wherever you went. Thank you for taking them down. Lihan, and all the survivors are really grateful to you." Observing that reaction, Simon did not say anything more but continued to speculate. "Knowing your personality, I am sure you are blaming yourself." These words made Lihan doubt life for a moment before he could find his voice again. "You are a better person than I am, Simon." Simon did not hesitate to admit it. "Of course. I am always better than you." After that, Lihan left, and Simon watched his figure fade into thought. "In the past, I really hated you. I always thought you were such a pain. And then there is that image of the three of you holding hands together." Simon hesitated a bit but went along with it. "Maybe I also wanted to be part of you guys." As Lihan walked, he recalled that fateful meeting with the monster. Take this. Lihan. Back then, Lihan was battered and bruised. Raising his hand to touch it, he would know what to do once he accepted it. The moment he made contact with that horn, a wave of purple energy enveloped him. Witnessing that phenomenon, the weak dragon explained that hive members share the same spirit with their similarly colored kin. "Since we refuse to open the door to time and space, Mother Vahhammed opened that door with the blood of a silver-white kin." Pausing for a moment, it added that when a hive loses its original body, its new body will inherit memories and intelligence. After explaining this, it shifted focus back to itself, remembering the unborn dragon. "However, my memories, as someone dying in exile, will not be passed on to the two new silver whites that will be born. The reason is that it will only grow to become one of Mother Vahhammed's puppets and open the portal to her world. What I needed to give has been given." It requested, "Please take good care of my loved ones. Lihan. I hope the legacy of the silver whites will pass through you." After saying this, it bowed next to Lihan's spear and made one final request. "Please stab the spear carrying my will." Following that request, you agreed and ended it with the head of a new silver-white hive. Back in the present, Lihan sat thoughtfully in a small wooden house, staring at his hands. After a while, a portal appeared, and someone stepped through. Yanni, as soon as he landed, was already talking and laughing. "Looks like we meet again, Sambi. So glad to see you are still alive." Seeing Yanni like this, Lihan let out a breath filled with helplessness. "Of course. It is great to see you again, Yanni." These words made Yanni turn pale with fear. Witnessing such an over-the-top reaction, Lihan was at a loss for words. "You were not like this before. What happened in the past few days?" Being asked that, Lihan remembered Simon's tears. "Not sure anymore." In Omega 1, reporting information to Kuro. He is heading to Seal to search for Sei. After saying this, Omega 1 could not hide his dissatisfaction. But he did not even report what happened in Kazakhstan and did whatever he wanted. "Are you just going to let him do that?" Kuro, not seeing any reaction from the person across from him, Omega 1 tried to persuade him. "Unlike the past, we rule this place now. Leaders should always know what their subordinates are up to." In response to this, Kuro rests his chin on his hand, flipping through the papers without bothering to look up. "Lihan is not one of our subordinates. Let us just let him do what he wants." And it does not stop there. Kuro boldly declares that if necessary, we will give him a position equal to ours. Leaving Omega completely rattled. "You are suggesting letting him take over this place? The very spot you and I built together?" Kuro says nothing as Omega 1 leaves the room. Head down, lips pressed tight. "Their bond is stronger than I thought." That guy trusts him like a fan idolizes their star. Omega-1 storms down the hallway, unable to deny the undeniable. It is Citadel needs Lihan. He has got leadership skills. After a while, Omega grits his teeth, his face darkening. But what if, somehow, he does something to encourage division or harm Citadel? Meanwhile, in South Korea, in New Seal, Lihan, fully geared in armor, weapon in hand, carefully surveys his surroundings. I never thought I would be back here. After wandering through the rubble, Lihan notices no strange movements. No signs of life, not even a lackey could survive in a place like this. Realizing this, Lihan feels a pang of sadness. The chances of my siblings still being alive are extremely low. He then remembers Silent, that stubborn guy, who surely would not be worried, and would still search for my siblings. After a while, Lihan arrives at an incredibly tall and solid wall, the UEG defense wall. Looking at this wall brings back memories of the intel he gathered. South Korea built a city behind a defensive wall for a select few elites. Even those who built this wall could not live inside. From within, bright lights blaze everywhere. The city behind the wall still buzzes with life, bright enough to light up the night sky. Thinking of this, Lihan pulls out his familiar Mako gun. At that moment, in another corner, a shadow is quietly creeping forward. That shadow is none other than Silent, who has finally made it inside. Carrying a bag, he wanders around, keeping a close eye on his surroundings. This place could be used right after a bit of maintenance. The more he looks, the more puzzled he becomes. There should not be any reason to abandon a facility like this. Silent then discovers a pile of various crates, pulling out a packet of noodles. He contemplates. I can't read Korean, but this looks like something edible. After adding hot water, Silent then finds an entire crate of soda. Thankfully, there are a few cans still intact. After wrapping up dinner, Silent heads over to check the information board, which is written in English. Alright, let us head to the communal living area. He then finds himself in the gym, surprised to see that no one has turned on the lights. Silent is taken aback by the smell. As the lights flicker on, he is shocked to see countless bodies sprawled out everywhere. Realizing the bizarre situation, Silent quickly rushes over to check one of the bodies, trying to figure out what caused their deaths. Noticing no visible wounds, Silent took a moment to observe before starting to wonder. They must have been dead for a while, but there were hardly any signs of decay. Could it be due to the unique environment here? As this thought crossed his mind, Silent could not help but feel a bit skeptical about life. Even witnessing this with his own eyes, he could not wrap his head around it. He decided to check another area. Silent focused on observing, completely unaware of the figures that had appeared behind him. Just as he turned around, he found himself surrounded. Realizing the situation, Silent used all his strength to sprint away. But as soon as he got out, he encountered armed soldiers in a similar state. They opened fire, and Silent had no choice but to flee under a heavy rain of bullets. Not wanting this situation to drag on, Silent swiftly dispatched all the soldiers. Once he was done, he cautiously looked around and speculated that these guys were definitely not alive anymore. Could they be the undead? Just then, a red light flashed, and a portal gradually materialized in the air. Meanwhile, in another corner, Lihan successfully infiltrated. Observing the bright scene, he was a bit surprised lights were still on. After a moment of observation, Lihan cautiously reached his conclusion. Clearly, Silent was here. Lihan walked through the empty hallway, past the food storage, and even the anti-air information board. After a while, he finally found Silent, and the surroundings left him wide-eyed in shock. Silent then staggered. Faced with this situation, his hand was already holding a grenade. As Silent began to move, Lihan wasted no time throwing the grenade up. The moment it exploded, he quickly dodged. While analyzing the situation, feeling the presence of a shadow, he froze and raised his hand to use his unique ability. Lihan opened his eyes wide as Silent charged at him. Unaffected, determined to do it again, he shouted, "Disintegrate." However, Silent immediately vanished, leaving Lihan astonished. Teleportation, damn it. Lihan then calmly appeared behind Lihan, shocking the original. The weapon in his hand fell as a pained expression appeared on his face. Witnessing this, Lihan gritted his teeth, fully alert he had missed, and it seemed to hurt him. Thinking of something, he looked at his trembling hand and wondered, but he had never used it twice in a row. Could he use it again? The two then fell into a standoff, and Lihan decided to open fire. However, Silent was quick to dodge the bullets, while his body, still controlled by the shadow, advanced with a wooden sword to attack. As Lihan used his gun to block, Silent instantly shifted behind him and kicked him straight in the knee. The blow made Lihan buckle, and Silent seized the opportunity to slam his head against the wall. The impact shattered Lihan's helmet. He then collapsed, and Silent raised his hand, ready to deliver the final blow. But the hand that was not controlled trembled to stop him. With all his remaining willpower, Silent struggled to grip the sword. Lihan saw his chance. trembling as he raised his hand to completely expel the shadow. In a room cluttered with stuff, Silent lay sprawled on the floor among stacks of boxes, and his familiar mask was now slightly damp. Yet, it still functioned normally until it suddenly lit up. As soon as the mask flickered to life, he quickly sprang up, his hands instinctively reaching for his trusty weapon. The moment he grasped the sword, Silent took a fighting stance, ready for action. Just when he was about to engage in battle, he felt a sharp pain in his head and eventually collapsed next to a boy, kneeling on the ground. Silent's body trembled as memories flooded back. That is right. I am sure of it. I let the shadow take over my body. The thought only made Silent tremble more as he wondered how it had happened. But how? Suddenly, he noticed the figure beside him and recognized someone familiar. A hand. Panic set in as Silent dropped his sword and rushed over. He placed his hand on the boy's nose and felt weak breaths. Silent felt a surge of joy but then questioned. Is he still alive? Could this really be a hand? Doubting but determined, he helped the other boy, even preparing 2 steaming bowls of instant noodles, and then woke up, a bandage on his forehead. Upon rising, he immediately noticed Silent curled up on the other side. Without a second thought, he approached the figure that had obscured the light, and Silent instantly snapped awake. Seeing Ann was awake, he greeted him, saying it had been a while. Silent then scribbled something down and showed it to Lihan. Apologizing. My body is being controlled by that thing. Reading the note, Lihan smiled brightly, saying, it is, we are both alive. And that is what matters. Those words surprised him, and he started overthinking. Too kind. It has been ages since I have seen him. Or maybe I just hit my head too hard. Putting that aside, Silent pointed toward the 2 boxes of noodles, and Ian got the hint. Turning back. All right, let us. Looking at the noodles floating in water, Ian felt a bit lost. Since he did not know Korean, he just had to deal with it. With that, Ian turned to explain to the confused Silent. This is ramen. The kind where you need to drain the water before adding the seasoning. This new information left Silent stunned. There is ramen that does not have spicy broth. Seeing Silent's reaction, Ian chuckled awkwardly, suggesting, I will make you something else. After a quick meal, the 2 sat down to chat. I just want to find your siblings, and let them know you are still alive. If you are alive, I want to protect you because they are the ones you want to protect. Reading those words made Ian smile for a moment before he drifted back into his own thoughts. Something I have never done before. As that thought crossed his mind, his mood sank, hugging his knees tightly, filled with regret. There were times I pushed their issues aside. I stopped thinking about them, coming up with all sorts of excuses. Honestly, even if they are alive, I am afraid to face them at this point. Ian can't help but feel the weight of loss as he stares at his palm. So much time has passed already. Both I and they have changed so much too. Witnessing his comrades like this, Silent is not doing much better. Scribbling notes or something. But in the end, I could not find them. I am sorry. Recognizing the guilt, the person next to Ian smiles, their gaze gentle and comforting. It is. Thank you. The 2 of them keep talking, oblivious to the strange device on their heads. After thinking for a moment, Lihan decides to share the secret he has been holding inside. Silent. It is hard to believe this, but I am in the past. And when Silent starts paying attention, you begin to recount everything you have been through. I start calmly sharing with Silent all the things I remember, piece by piece. I share everything with Silent. It starts with the story, the dinosaur era, facing Sivir, the secret of the hive, the dragon army and their return, ending the battle while Lihan just sits there, hugging his knees in a corner. Even the loneliness, the bitterness, and the isolation I have experienced. In the face of these stories, Silent does not react at all. Lihan does not mind and keeps going on and on. Silent listens quietly. There are no more words I can use to describe. After talking for a long time, still no response from the person next to me. You hug your knees and breathe heavily. Struggling yet feeling a bit lighter. I feel lighter. Like my headache has disappeared. After all that, Silent only writes one short line. Seems like you have had a tough time. Glad to be back. Ian reading that note made him freeze like a statue. The moment I saw the note, it felt like I finally heard the words I wanted to hear the most. Leaving the building, the 2 of them climb the hill, leaving the ruined city behind. As they reach the top, someone is already waiting for them. That person is none other than Yanni, who looks down curiously at the masked figure beside Lihan. Is this Silent? The one I have only heard rumors about. Watching you play around with Lihan. Getting straight to the point. The teleport gate can only take 1 person. Right. Before Yanni can even respond, you order everything as planned, and she has no choice but to comply. Let us take Silent ahead. Got it, buddy. After dealing with Lihan, he takes Silent's hand and reassures her right there. Here, take my hand. Do not worry. Suddenly being grabbed by Silent, she turns her face away. Feeling uneasy, seeing her reaction, Lihan comforts her. It is the way they exchanged glances caught Yanni's attention, and she smiled knowingly. Who would have thought? Now I am curious. After a bit, the two arrived at a spacious apartment. As they walked silent inside. Who was looking around? She introduced. We have arrived at the city. You have got quite the experience. Have not you? Maybe because he also has spatial abilities. Silent did not react. But Yanni just chuckled wickedly. I am looking forward to working with you. That expression made Silent freeze and then push Yanni away, warning her to be careful and not get involved with him. Despite the rejection, Yanni felt totally satisfied. So adorable. Silent. After Yanni led Silent off, Lihan was left alone setting up a makeshift camp on a hill near the ruined city. He pulled out something mysterious and fell into a deep contemplation as numerous questions flooded his mind. Information extracted from Lihan's barrier. What kind of information does it contain? Lihan could not hold back his curiosity and opened it up to investigate. The more he read, the sharper his gaze became. From that screen, Lihan discovered shocking information. Emergency evacuation plans. In case of an emergency, move to the new Bizan area. Abandon the Korean peninsula. And seek shelter in Japan. After a moment, Lihan's eyes caught a name. Colonel Lihan. Oh no. Now he is a lieutenant colonel. Remembering that honorable, upright man made Lihan's eyes shine with nostalgia more than ever. If he is still alive, he might be protecting them. Then, lost in thought, Lihan leaned back, staring up at the sky. Feeling the weight of the world. I hope they are all safe and sound. The moment this thought crossed his mind, he closed his eyes, lost in contemplation. Then opened them again, staring blankly ahead. After maintaining that state for a while, Lihan finally stood up, ready to move on. It was time to start again. I am going to form my own team. He put on his familiar backpack, created a new portal, and stepped through decisively. No more suffering trying to do everything alone. As he walked, Lihan remembered his familiar friends smiling brightly at him. People he could trust in any situation. Allies standing equal with him. Just thinking about them made Lihan unable to suppress a smile. When I reach out my hand, there will be those who grasp it. His determination rising within him. All I need to do is move forward with their support. At that moment, Lihan appeared, watching his actions with intrigue. What has gotten into you today? You are unusually proactive. This extreme attitude did not sit well with Lihan, who urged him to hurry. Let us get back quickly. I really want to take a shower. I know. As soon as they entered the office, Kuro could not contain his excitement and jumped up. Great job. You really brought Ceylon back. After saying that, he rushed over to hug Ceylon tightly, much to their discomfort. Good to see you again, Ceylon, feeling trapped in the embrace, could only helplessly squirm while the three of them finally sat down to have a proper chat. Kuro, hold on a sec. Lihan quietly laid out his plan. I will contact the bad guys again. I can take down the dragons all by myself. This idea was immediately met with Kuro's confusion and protest. What are you talking about? It is just me. With just my raw power, I can take them down. Lihan, staying calm, explained. Raw power alone won't take down the dragons. I need my psychic mech. The technology to create psychic mechs is with the bad guys. Hearing this, Kuro was incredibly frustrated and started to lose it. Why have I worked so hard to get this strong? The more he thought about it, the angrier Kuro became. Why do not you trust me? Those words shattered everything wooden around them, and Silent instantly went on high alert. Despite Kuro's outburst, Lihan remained calm. As always, I need you, and you need me. Kuro, to ease the tension, he smiled reassuringly. You do not have to fight alone. I am here with you. Those words slowly calmed Kuro down. After a long pause, he finally accepted the idea. All right, but remember this, I am way stronger now. Seeing the mood settle, let out a sigh of relief. Got it. Wrapping up the conversation, he walked alongside Silent down the empty hallway. As they walked, Lihan seized the moment to make his request. Silent, I want to know how to contact. Faced with this request, Silent could not help but feel puzzled. You think I know? His answer did not frustrate him. Instead, he calmly pointed out. You left it on your own terms, and your gear got optimized, fine-tuned for your journey. With these reasons, Silent had no choice but to comply. Albeit with a warning, I am not sure if it is still valid. All I know is this is the path used by the tech department. They used it to recruit important scientists or engineers. This mention immediately caught Lihan's attention. Tech department. And two must have really helped you out. Silent did not deny it and added. They would be thrilled to hear you are still alive. They were all very upset after your death. Reading this, Lihan could not help but picture the scene of him crying in Hartach. That, too, is something else. I can't believe it. I doubt they would care if I died. Though, just when I was feeling joyful, Silent was already on the move. The communication lines might be cut off. But I am still going with you. Without a second thought, he rejected the offer, even demanding more. You stay here. Take care of Kuro. Just mentioning this person ignited a fire of rage within Silent. That overconfident Commander Kuro thinks he has gotten way stronger. Witnessing this reaction, Lihan chuckled reassuringly. I believe in you. Silent. A few days later in the break room, Yenny shot a puzzled look at Lihan, who was fully armed. There is no teleport scheduled for today. Right, this is personal. Those words made Yenny's interest spike dramatically. Personal. You do know your reputation has not been too great lately. Right. Before he could say anything, she jumped in to explain. Many people say you are just a machine-eating loser clinging to the commander. Lihan did not deny it. Sounds harsh, but it is not too far from the truth. This line had Yenny grinning wickedly as she made her suggestion. But I really like you. All right, I will help you. But with one condition. And Lihan did not refuse, meaning it was not anything too hard, given the chance. Yenny took the opportunity to ask about what Silent likes. His favorite food, hobbies, or something similar. Although a bit confused by the question, Lihan still thought seriously and replied, sweets like cake, and he's a fan of martial arts or action films. As soon as he mentioned it, Yenny eagerly jotted it down. Really? That is some useful info. After finishing writing, Yenny looked at the notebook with a sly grin, which made him feel uneasy. I think I just made a big mistake with what I need in hand. Yenny returned to her main task. All right, so what is the location? Hearing that question, Lihan thought it over and suggested a place. West Wales, a smaller town, in a deserted coastal village. Lihan carried his gear around, listening intently. There were absolutely no signs of human life. Who knows how much the population has plummeted? This desolate scenery made Lihan ponder. Even if we win, how long will it take to rebuild a civilization? After walking for a bit, he reached a phone booth and made a call. But the person on the other end spoke hesitantly. The stutter made Lihan a bit annoyed, and he calmly repeated his request. Blue. I will say it again. Blue did not respond, and Lihan started to doubt. No activity whatsoever. The phone booth then returned the card to Lihan. Finding nothing at the booth, Lihan began to head towards the warehouses in the village to search. He could not find anything at the warehouse either, so he moved on to another place. Lihan entered cautiously, gun in hand, scanning the area, and finally found a card reader. Looking at that, Lihan took out the card from earlier and slid it into the machine. As soon as the card was inserted, the machine above began to whir to life. A few minutes later, a voice rang out. We have not received any notice about any outsiders coming here. Please verify your identity. Faced with this question, Lihan remained calm and answered each part without hesitation. Reinforced soldier of AK, former captain of the Anfa team. Lihan, I was declared dead in the Vahhammed war 3 years ago. Receiving that info, the voice on the other end asked for more details. Confirmed. Lihan, what is your purpose in coming here? Under such questioning, Lihan furrowed his brow seriously, indicating that the soldier on the other end had taken in the entire scene. A soldier. Do you really need any other reason to return to your own unit? This answer made the soldier chuckle, his expression unreadable. However, the door still opened, and Lihan calmly stepped inside. At this moment, at headquarters, Kuro was brimming with power, facing a strange orb. Seeing that, Kuro raised his hand, channeling his strength to pull it closer, and shouted loudly. Outside, the guards panicked at the sight of a Shylent approaching with fierce energy. Look over there. It is a Shylent. The tension had not lasted long when the others started buzzing excitedly. Is that really a Shylent? Shylent. So nice to meet you. You are amazing for having slain a dragon. The Shylent we have all been waiting for. The more they spoke, the more animated they became, which only fueled Kuro's growing fury. Thanks to you, our commander has become even stronger. To prevent this scene from continuing, someone stepped forward and clapped once. You did great, Shylent. Even though he did not turn around, you immediately recognized who it was. No.1. Rebin Akima, successfully grabbing his attention, he extended his hand, suggesting, let us have a little chat, Shylent. Without hesitation, I flipped him the bird and cursed continuously. You are messing with my head. How shameless. Right in front of me. This scene made the soldiers behind them murmur, and No.1 picked up on it. I just want to clear up any misunderstandings. Let us move to a quieter place. As the two stared each other down for a long while in a closed room, to break the silence, Omega decided to speak first. Can't you take off the mask in front of me? Before he could say anything else, Shylent immediately took action, and the two fell into a fierce standoff. After a moment, as reason returned, he pulled his hand back, reminding himself, that is not how it should be. No grudge will bring justice. The decision was made. Shylent wrote it down. Reading those words, he could only feel helpless. My name is Shylent. I do not have any other name. Got it. As soon as he finished, Shylent spoke bluntly. I will bury the past. Let us get straight to the point. Reading those lines, Omega's eyes glinted with malice. That is exactly what I wanted to say. Do not look at who I was before. Look at who I am now. Sensing Shylant's disbelief, he detailed everything he would been through, inadvertently revealing his own madness. I will build a fortress and lead the superpowers. And on top of that, I will take in those who need protection. No country in the world protects its citizens anymore. Shylant calmly asked a crucial question. Are you doing this because it is necessary? There is no real goodwill behind it. Reading those lines, Omega's expression clearly showed his disbelief. Seriously. Showing a little goodwill should be the default. Right. You can't avoid the anger bubbling up inside you. And just because someone suddenly gets stronger does not mean they get to be nice to us. Right. What if someone who has been bowing down to us suddenly becomes more powerful? Do you really think they will show us any goodwill? Absolutely no chance. When asked that, Shellant suddenly recalled being surrounded by angry townsfolk. Still, he quickly shook off that memory and spoke bluntly. He did what he had to do. There was never any goodwill inside him. After finishing, he decided to leave, feeling a tinge of regret, realizing he had not said much at all. Reflecting on the earlier scene, Shellant felt a wave of frustration whether now or in the past. He just could not win an argument. I am not Lihan. No matter how angry I get, I can't argue back. Approaching a room, he felt a bit of regret. Lihan was supposed to be in here. The moment he entered, he spotted Yenny looking incredibly excited. You are really late. You know that. Shellant saw her come out, half expecting, and look back again. Is this my room? Or what? Not seeing any reaction from him, Yenny tilted her head and smiled brightly, saying, You do not like me. I just stopped by. Shylant did not react much. He simply picked her up and tossed her right outside. As she got kicked out, Yenny started to pout. You are so mean. I put in so much effort to prepare. Hearing this, Shylant turned his gaze to the TV behind him, which was playing a Chinese martial arts movie. With a table full of snacks, he casually said, Once the movie's over, I'm out. Yeah. Got it. Yenny responded eagerly while looking at him, that cute face making her even more adorable. Under that longing gaze, Shylant felt a chill run down his spine. As he returned to the village, Lihan was greeted by a group of people. You must be Lihan. The leader introduced himself. I'm Captain Pose, in charge of this transmission station. Suddenly, Lihan's eyes widened at something he noticed. Lihan then looked at the man skeptically. The U.S. Army. Are you coordinating the operation with a K-Pose? Taken aback by the question, let out a breath and dropped a bombshell. You could say that AK is now a unit under the US. This information shocked Lihan. AK was under the US. More importantly, does the U still hold that much power? Noticing Lihan's reaction, K-Pose did not elaborate further and suggested, Follow me. Let us talk somewhere safer. Lihan pondered silently but followed the group. They kept walking and walking, yet the destination seemed far away. Suddenly, the base shook violently. Faced with this, K-Pose remained calm, almost resigned, saying, Damn. Not again. Stay in position. His calm demeanor and strange command piqued Lihan's curiosity. Is this a common occurrence? Earthquakes happen often. K-Pose did not hide it, responding, Just another day. Storms have been tough enough, and now we have natural disasters too. Hearing that, Lihan pursed his lips and casually observed the surroundings, peering cautiously. You can see K-Pose smirking, half-jokingly asking if he is really okay. Sure. You can handle a storm. But an earthquake? Not so. After a moment, the tremors subside, and K-Pose leads the group away. It is over now, let us keep moving. Eventually, they arrive in a spacious, well-lit room. Lihan is shown to a simple bedroom, where a soldier informs him it will take 3 days to reach their destination. With a smug grin, he adds, Just hang tight until then. Lihan starts unpacking, his curiosity piqued. We really have to stick around here for 3 days? Lihan questions, not getting an answer as the soldier gestures to some books. Changing the topic, if you get bored, feel free to grab a magazine from over there, he says, eyeing an old stack on the bed while Lihan ponders. Magazines. The moment he opens the first one, Lihan's face turns beet red, and without hesitation, he tosses it aside. Forget it. I am just going to sleep. But not long after settling in the quiet room, another tremor jolts him awake. As he watches bits of the wall crumble and dust plummet, Lihan grits his teeth. This is not just another earthquake. Once the shaking stops, he scans his surroundings, anxiety creeping in. I can't ignore this feeling, determined to find out what is going on. He steps out of the room but barely makes it a few steps before a soldier blocks his path. Do not run around. The soldier barks, but Lihan brushes him off, shouting for Captain Kapos instead. Hurry up. The soldiers remain stoic in the face of his demands. It is just an earthquake. No big deal. One of them, scratching his head, tries to reassure him. The big nuclear blasts have changed the geological structure, so earthquakes are happening more frequently now. The yawning soldier next to him makes Lihan hesitate. They are clearly annoyed, they say nothing more. But Lihan is not ready to back down. If what they are saying is true, then great, but if it is something else, we might be in danger. Knowing this, he presses on, causing the soldier to visibly bristle. Let me speak with the captain. You are really being a pain. You know. Just then, Capos rushes, issuing orders. Everyone, move quickly. The revered captain, panting heavily, leaves others puzzled by his urgency. Captain, this earthquake is not normal. Once he collects himself, he drops a bombshell that leaves the soldiers pale with fear. When the shaking stops, we will stay on the surface. As soon as he finishes speaking, another quake hits, and the soldiers on the nearby hill curse under their breath. Damn it. This time, the tremors just one T let up. At this rate, the base will be destroyed. Don't he tell me the whole country is about to go under too? One soldier suggests, while Capos remains deep in thought. We need to move all the equipment. This place has to be abandoned. Just then, a monster bursts from the ground, and the moment Lihan sees it, he recognizes it immediately. The death parasite. This name sends chills down everyone's spine. Did he just say death parasite? That death parasite. The creature has now locked onto the group and is charging straight at them. Is it always that big? Capos sensed something was off and gave the order. What are you waiting for? Everyone, run now. Lihan chased after Capos, proposing a solution. Captain, that monster is just dirt and rocks. The ocean might be our only escape. Hearing this, he snapped to attention. The ocean. That is a brilliant idea. With a decision made, he quickly ordered everyone while sprinting ahead. Everyone, hurry to the lighthouse. There is a small boat down there. The monster was closing in fast, and Capos kept rallying the troops. Head for the sea. If we reach the ocean, we will survive. After a mad dash, they finally reached the lighthouse. But the monster was still hot on their heels. Damn it. We need to pin it down right now. At this rate, we are all toast. The two looked at each other, nodded, and shouted, Captain. As Capos turned back, the other two raised their hands, ready to strap bombs to themselves and charge. We are counting on you. As they got closer to the monster, a massive explosion erupted. Capos immediately shouted, move up. Go down. While racing down the stairs, he urged them on. It is healing way too fast. Get down. Everyone. They finally reached the boat, but the monster had tracked them down. The monster, despite taking the full blast of the explosion, showed no signs of slowing down and continued to chase them. The lighthouse crumbled, and even the small houses below were not spared. However, with nothing left to support it, it crashed into the water while the boat drifted away. After a while, the group remained alert on the deck, watching and gasping. Damn. That thing is huge. After a moment, he glanced at Lihan, puzzled. We should be safe here. Right. I have never heard of the Grim Reaper being able to swim. Lihan said nothing, gritting his teeth, his eyes filled with terror. The Grim Reaper, which they thought had sunk, was thrashing around from its belly. It started spewing out rocks big and small. This bizarre act raised suspicions among Capos' crew. What the heck is it doing? Lihan watched in disbelief. It is throwing up all the dirt and rocks from its stomach. After a while, its tough purple skin transformed into shiny silver scales. Minutes later, its skin was completely shed. This transformation changed the perspective of those on the boat. This is insane. It is determined to follow us. The monster then dove into the water. Sensing the urgency, Capos shouted orders. Max speed. Send an emergency signal to it. The ship continued forward despite running low on fuel. On each boat behind, the soldiers were observing the water below along with Lihan. Do you see anything? But in this situation, you are not much better off. If we stay here, we are definitely doomed. Just as you said, the monster is now swimming very close to the boat. Without a second thought, Lihan leaps into the water and immediately encounters the creature coming straight for him. The soldiers watch Lihan's reckless move, completely stunned. Is he out of his mind? He just jumped in with nothing but a spear. Lihan ignores their disbelief and focuses his mind. As he shifts into his aquatic adaptation, his body shrinks down significantly. He has to finish this here and now. The monster lunges at him as soon as it spots him, but Lihan dodges effortlessly. Gritting his teeth, he raises his spear high, ready to attack. With everything in place, Lihan charges forward, slicing through the water with grace. A massive splash erupts as the monster grows larger. A green hue spreads across the surface of the sea, leaving the soldiers in disbelief. Is he really fighting it? I can't believe this. Capos is not pleased with this reaction at all. Is he just going to stand there and watch? Without hesitation, he quickly ties a rope around his waist. Everyone is there to support Lihan. The moment Lihan surfaces, Capos jumps in and reaches out. Grab my hand. Up above, 3 soldiers are straining to pull him up. As Lihan grabs Capos' hand, he immediately shouts his order. Grenades. Prepare. His command leaves Capos momentarily speechless. What? However, a moment later, his spear is covered in grenades. Meanwhile, the monster has recovered and is circling the boat. Standing on the boat, Lihan carefully observes. We have to take it down in one strike. The longer he watches, the more anxious he becomes. Suddenly, the water churns as the monster leaps out. At that moment, Lihan hurls the spear forward. The spear plunges straight into the monster's mouth. Just then, the grenades explode, sending the monster crashing down onto the boat, tipping it dangerously to the side. Luckily, the boat does not capsize, but the monster is finished. Afterward, Lihan retracts his weapon. As soon as he gets hold of his spear, Capos gasps for breath and praises him. You are really insane. You know that, but thanks to that crazy stunt, we are alive. After gathering his weapons, Lihan takes a deep breath and sinks down onto the ground. That was close. I can barely stand right now. As he thinks about something, Capos becomes alert. Is it really dead? After a moment of silence, Lihan reassures him. Not yet. It will take quite some time to regenerate. That answer satisfies him. Capos. Good. Let us get out of here. The group then continues their journey towards the sunset. By evening, a simple meal is prepared. All right, eat up. You have earned it. While they sit and eat, chatting animatedly, Capos suddenly brings some good news. We finally managed to contact Ak. We are meeting tomorrow morning. After delivering the news, he decides to share more. There is still a bit of time left. I will tell you about X. Upon hearing this, Lihan's expression turns serious. Speaking of this, Capos could not help but picture a swarm of dragons breathing fire at some target. That place eventually burned down and sank into the sea. It was at that moment he began to tell the story. The artificial island Ek that you once knew has been destroyed. The United States replaced Ek with a new name, Tyrano. Hearing that name, Lihan felt a bit surprised. Tyrano. Observing that reaction, he calmly explained, a nuclear submarine, capable of launching attacks both at sea and on land. Speaking of which, Capos now dropped another bombshell. The entire United States only possesses 2 warships of the Tyrano class. One belongs to it. The other belongs to the U.S. government. Faced with this new information, Lihan lowered his head deep in thought. With Ak's nature, maintaining a fixed position is too risky. They have no other way out. Just think about it. Even Citadel is in a dangerous position. That night, the ship rested against a rock, and as soon as the sun rose, it shot straight ahead. After a while, the ship was in the middle of the ocean. When the ship stopped, Capos reached out to greet him with a handshake. Very nice to meet you, Lihan. In response to this action, Lihan smiled but also reached out to reciprocate. The honor is all mine. Really, he could not hide his regret. It is a shame this reunion is just a month late. After the handshake, Capos explained, Ak is currently on its predetermined course. Perhaps it is approaching now. And everything seemed to calm down. But then the water surface began to ripple with something rising up. Realizing what that was, Lihan's eyes widened in shock. Even Capos could not believe his own eyes. It turns out the monster has returned. Seizing the moment before anyone could recover, it lunged forward to attack. Watching his soldiers fall one by one, Capos was furious, and Lihan, ready with his weapon behind him, thought, is that thing still alive? Gripping his spear tightly, Lihan bit his lip in fear. It has evolved to stage 3, taking the form of a sea creature. We can face it barehanded. Just then, the monster noticed Lihan and charged straight towards him. But before Lihan could react, its head was severed from its body. He also regained his composure. Right after, a fully armored figure approached the monster. Beneath the sea, in a submarine during an interrogation, a slow voice echoed, it has been a long time since I have set foot back in this place, and it is unfortunate that our reunion is under such circumstances. Hearing those words, Lihan remained remarkably calm. I understand. This calm demeanor caught the man's attention. Observing for a moment, he began his questioning. All right then, Lihan. Are you a member of Citadel? Without a second thought, Lihan replied confidently. The man across from him retorted, but both your outfit and your weapon belong to Citadel. Lihan is not the type to back down. If I would run into the villain first, I would have taken their stuff by now. Faced with this tough attitude, the other guy switched topics, but Lihan refused to talk about it. What happened over the past 3 years? I can say that here, to avoid any misunderstandings. Lihan was serious about his demands. At the very least, someone with the rank of Chief of Staff should know. There are things I can't just say outright. With those words, the man had no choice but to agree. All right. I will take you to meet the Deputy Chief of Staff. Leaving the interrogation room, Lihan was handcuffed, staring silently at what was on his hands. There you have it. That is how they treat me. They hold no love for Citadel. After a short walk, the two arrived at a room where the Deputy Chief of Staff was inside. Lihan already knew who that person was. The door slowly opened, and the two faced each other. As soon as they entered, the other guy spoke up first. Long time no see. Lihan, please take a seat. Indeed. Commander. He pulled out a cigarette, bringing it to his mouth while waving to the person beside him. Let us skip the pleasantries and get straight to the heart of the matter. The other guy understood and stepped out. As soon as the third person was out, A John Ref got straight to the point, saying this place has no listening devices. Now tell me everything you know. With that request, Lihan fell silent. To receive healing from evil, one must place their utmost trust in the Lord, Commander. After a moment, Lihan revealed everything. When the story ended, he could not help but feel amazed. Truly captivating. John Ref flicked the ash from his cigarette and continued. It is like I was listening to a fairy tale. I have never heard a story that grabbed my attention like this. After putting out all the cigarettes, he sat back seriously. It was Seaver who found us, and it was also Seaver who brought this fateful opportunity. Lihan leaned in, seriously proposing an opportunity to track down Seaver's hideout. We must join forces, both evil and citadel. Facing this, John Ref squinted and leaned forward to confront him. For the past 3 years, we have not just sat idly by. We have destroyed 2 hideouts. Lihan was not backing down, pointing straight at his opponent, leaving them speechless. But they did not die. Yeah, it is like the gods reincarnated. Still keeping that attitude, John Ref smirked mockingly. This is not the time for jokes. Without the information from you, we would be thought the threat from Vahhammed would drag on indefinitely. After saying that, he lit another cigarette and suggested, for now, stay in Tyrano and wait for orders. You are free, but do not cause any trouble. The next day, while walking through the hallway, Lihan accidentally ran into an old acquaintance. Lihan, you are still alive. So glad to see you back. Long time no see. Spotted. Lihan took the chance to ask for information. Where's Glued and the others? When asked this, the two exchanged hesitant glances, unsure whether to speak up, but eventually responded. Glued is in the control room. You would better see this for yourself. As soon as they entered the control room, the tech staff greeted them with infectious enthusiasm. Lihan, you are still alive. It is so great to see you. Lihan enthusiastically replied. Same here. Just then, someone appeared. I heard you were here, but I have been super busy lately. Seeing that person, Lihan's eyes widened in surprise, staring a bit longer, curious about what was going to happen next. Are you really that sad? The other person pointed at him, laughing as if it were the funniest thing ever. Aside from you, no one is better than me. After exchanging pleasantries, Lihan got to the point of his visit. But first, Octo. I heard Glued is here. Upon hearing that name, Octo froze, and so did everyone around. Octo adjusted his glasses and pointed behind him. Glued is behind that big door. Lihan looked and only saw a door with 2 toxic symbols. After staring at that door for a moment, he could not believe what he heard, his eyes wide with disbelief. Who in the world could think of something like that? Not surprised by his reaction, Octo calmly added, there is a 3rd-generation psychic mech inside. It seemed like the shocking revelations ended here, but Octo bent down and dropped a few more bombs. It is an improved version of the 2nd generation we created, the one that fell into American hands. It has been completely revamped. Its design concept is also completely different from the 2nd generation. As he spoke, Octo rattled off various technical specs. Because it uses a nuclear reactor as its power source, only those with regenerative abilities can control it. Its name? The torture device. The moment Lihan heard that name, it clicked. He understood what it meant. Donnie, tell me that name actually means. Exactly. To prove his point, Octo provided a detailed illustration. It really feels like trapping someone in a torture device. The pilot inside would have to endure their body being destroyed and restored continuously. With this overwhelming information, Lihan was so shaken he had to take a step back. Meanwhile, Octo remained completely calm. There are only 3 units of the 3rd-generation psychic mech manufactured. With those 3, they took down 2 or 3 Vahhammed dragons. After explaining the situation, he bent down to point out the current state of affairs. But now, only Clute remains as the surviving enhanced soldier. The other 2 enhanced soldiers. At this point, he hesitated before revealing the conclusion, sending chills down Lihan's spine. As he spoke, he hesitated, then revealed the conclusion, leaving Lihan in sheer terror. They all ended their own lives. Just then, an announcement rang out as the staff in protective gear rushed in. The jetpack removal is complete. Good. Hurry up. They rushed to the side of the other person, fiddling with the gear. After a while, the suit was finally off, but the person inside was completely drained. Hold on tight. Be careful. The other person was gasping for breath, struggling, but still whispered to himself, I will be fine. His eyes lit up as he remembered battling the monster. I am still able to move. Even though half my body is shattered, this is nothing. After a while, he finally managed to steady himself, changing his clothes when something caught his attention. As soon as he stepped outside, Lihan appeared, breaking the awkward silence. Clute. Long time no see. Clute did not seem to react much. You are still alive, Lihan. Seriously. It did not take long for the 2 to turn and start joking and laughing. You planning to be my little brother now? All your hair's gone. Just when it starts to grow back, it falls out again. Seeing that smile, Lihan let out a sigh of relief. They sat down to enjoy coffee together, and Clute asked, how did you survive? Faced with that question, He reached for his coffee cup and answered nonchalantly, "Just lucky. I will read the official report once it is out." Putting that aside, the two dove back into a cheerful chat about everything under the sun. As they finished their coffee, Lihan suddenly turned serious. "Clute, do you know Kuro is in the city?" After a moment of contemplation, Clute did not answer right away but countered, "You have been to the city already." Lihan did not hide it. "Yeah. I have been to both the city and the dark side." Lihan decided to lay it all out. Getting straight to the point, survival was at stake. "We need to work together." As soon as this idea hit, the mood of the person across from him plummeted. When Lihan brought this up, Clute could not hold back his heartbreak. "Do you have any idea what those guys have done?" Lihan kept trying to convince him, but he was already beyond furious. "Clute, this is the reality we are facing. If it keeps going like this." Lihan watched a cup of water fall. Surprised. While Clute was still drowning in rage, "Jules has been killed." This news hit Lihan like a punch to the gut, and Clute was biting his lip so hard it drew blood. "You should leave. Get out of there." Lihan walked while assessing his surroundings. "I have not seen the sun in 3 days." This situation made him feel somewhat despondent, even though this place seems safer. The stronghold has much better living conditions. Just then, the clock chimed, and the screen lit up. Lihan was summoned to a conference room, and the welcome was warm. "Nice to meet you, Lihan." The other person did not let him wonder too long and introduced himself. "I am the deputy commander here, Colonel Tobias." And those around him glanced at the deputy before diving straight into the matter. "The information you brought is really intriguing. We have gone over it multiple times. Do you have any way to prove that Hive is coming back?" This question made him somewhat uncomfortable, seriously annoying. The other guy did not care and kept scolding him like it was nothing. "Maybe you have a different agenda. Having ghosted us for 3 years before finally reaching out, you could have contacted us sooner. Moreover, the fact that you came from the stronghold before the other guy could say more." Lihan interrupted. "I was born and raised in darkness. I have survived countless brushes with death and have wiped out entire lines. If you do not believe me, who will?" The more he spoke, the more passionate he became. "By the time Hive's revival is proven, we will all be dead." This statement made everyone present uneasy, except for Tobias, who remained calm. Thinking of something, he closed his eyes. "In 3 days, I will arrange for you to meet the Commander-in-Chief." The title just mentioned sent a chill down his spine. The Commander-in-Chief, Jujin Teller. The reason for this action was that he would regain clarity. This is the best way to confirm the truth. With such a compelling argument, Lihan had no choice but to comply. "I understand." With the message delivered, Tobias swiftly ushered him out. "Well then, see you in 3 days. Lihan." At that moment, the Commander-in-Chief slumped in his chair, suddenly moved, and then shot up. The submarine continued to move. In a training room, Clute and Lihan faced each other, both on high alert. Clute was the first to strike, but was quickly blocked by Lihan, and refusing to back down, he attacked again. The two continued to fight while exchanging words. "Kuro, is he still okay?" "It is. He is." Hearing this, Clute got furious and threw a powerful punch that forced him to dodge just in time. Dodging that blow, Lihan tried to reason with him. "Cunt. Our goal is not revenge." Clute had no intention of stopping, raising his hand to attack again. "I know. But they were the ones who betrayed us first." With those words, he threw a punch with all his might, but Lihan intercepted it. That strike was the last one to end the fight. Wiping sweat from his brow, Clute confidently asserted, "He is definitely the one who killed Zeus. Do you remember what I said earlier? Lihan, anyone who hurts my friends." As he said this, Clute leaned against the mirror, his eyes blazing with determination, declaring, "No matter what happens, I will personally kill them." With that, he left the room, leaving Lihan standing there alone. The next day, Lihan approached Autu, his expression serious as he said, "I need my psychic mech." Autu. Autu. Faced with these words, Autu stared blankly for a moment before reluctantly declining, jumping straight to the point. You know I can whip it up on demand." Knowing he would be turned down, Lihan played his trump card. "Think again. You are a genius, right? Do you have any backup plans?" These words could not help but please Autu. "That is right. I am a genius." Without hesitation, he turned to ask a staff member behind him and instructed, "Do we still have Lihan's data? Get this guy to take a physical test. Check his physical abilities too." Giving the orders rapidly, Autu rubbed his head, leaving while reminding, "I will check the storage. But do not get your hopes up." Watching him leave, Lihan squinted, not paying attention to the staff member behind him. No one knew what would happen next. "I need a psychic mech." Lihan. 3 days passed quickly, and when the light turned to green zone red, the request was made. "All right, let us go inside." As soon as he entered, he saw an old man slumped over under the light. Upon seeing Lihan, the man raised his head and greeted him. "Long time no see. This caught Lihan off guard. Do you remember me? The old man chuckled. My coat is still in great shape. Lihan did not ask any further and got straight to the point. He did not have much time, right? I want to prove my innocence. However, before he could finish, the old man interrupted him. The old man then calmly read through each page. And after finishing, he chuckled. If the contents of this report are true, you will become the hero who ends the war. You have got to be kidding. I did not come here to be a hero. Aware of this reaction, the old man requested. Come here. As he stepped forward, a red aura emanated from the old man, enveloping Lihan. This feels really uncomfortable. Observing Lihan's grim expression, the old man smiled and advised. Your mental barrier is still very strong. If you want to prove your innocence, you should bring it down a notch. With that demand, Lihan felt utterly helpless. I just do not know how. He did not get mad but instead offered some enthusiastic guidance. Just relax. Clear your mind. As Lihan followed, that power slowly enveloped him. And then he realized with a chill. His consciousness was fading. This is too dangerous. Despite his efforts to resist, that power continued to wrap around Lihan. The old man then slowly began to speak about what he observed. You are the genuine article. The way to end this battle lies in your hands. To put it bluntly, the hope of humanity. As he said this, he clenched his fists tightly. One person can unify. All of humanity is divided. At this moment, he revealed an incredibly crazed demeanor. An existence. Dangerous. Just as his words ended, his hand instinctively moved forward, slowly squeezing the old man's neck, much to the latter's satisfaction. At the same time, red alarms blared as soldiers rushed in. Weapons drawn. Damn it. That bastard. Do not underestimate him. A powerful blow struck the back of Lihan's neck, snapping him back to reality. He then got knocked to the ground, trampled by everyone. The old man was reveling in his moment, pretending to be pitiful. What is going on here? So he really is the assassin of the fortress. The old man then acted weak, allowing a soldier to support him. Commander, are you alright? Humanity is already interesting in its own twisted way. In a corner where no one could see, he wore a thrill-filled smile, watching them self-destruct piece by piece. Nothing could be more exhilarating. Lihan found himself tied to a chair, eyes covered and mouth gagged, alone in an interrogation room. After a while, a man entered, smirking as he threatened him. You would better answer truthfully. Still receiving no response, the other man continued his psychological games. If not, I will make you talk by any means necessary. Yet, all that followed was silence. Meanwhile, outside, people in the base were discussing passionately. Really? Lihan tried to assassinate the commander. One person suggested, we should wipe out the fortress. The US Army even has nuclear weapons. A boy was not entirely on board with that. But there are other battle standards there too. This remark immediately faced opposition from the person next to him. What battle standards? What are you talking about? They all have to die. The one who made the suggestion agreed. Someone in the base was discussing passionately. He attempted to assassinate the commander, but there are other battle standards there too. This remark immediately faced opposition from the person next to him. What battle standards? What are you talking about? They all have to die. The one who made the suggestion agreed, and added that only Clute had been silent throughout. Kuro was also there. That guy is definitely a monster. I am not even sure if nuclear weapons would work on him. Clute stood silently in a corner, not saying a word. Just then, someone stepped forward with a completely different opinion. I still can't believe it. Do people really think Lihan is a traitor? I am scared those guys will keep finding excuses to go after him. Seriously. How many of us here do not owe our lives to Lihan? Those words silenced them for a moment. But it did not last long. Yet, Lihan has always been someone we just can't figure out. He disappeared for 3 years and just reappeared. Seeing everyone cling to their prejudices, it is infuriating. That night, a conflict broke out that forced everyone to rush into Kanhan. Come on. Direct. Chill out. Black just threw out that idea. And now he is pointing fingers at everyone. Get your head straight. 2. If you do not want us calling you a spy, then shape up. Hearing that made Derek's forehead bulge like a balloon. Come here. Let go me. Come here. Let go me. Come here. Let go me. If you do not want us calling you a spy, then do not. Hearing that made Derek's forehead bulge like a balloon. Come here. Let go me. The more they held him tight, the more he squirmed. I said let go. Damn it. After struggling for a bit, Derek noticed Clute standing there quietly, not saying a word. Clute, are you just going to stand there? Say something. He kept his head down, and this silence only made Derek angrier. Clute, look around the interrogation room. It is full of dried blood. As the interrogator, that guy could not help but hiss. Damn it. Just like they said, he is really stubborn. Lihan, battered and struggling to breathe, still insisted. Call the higher-ups. Talking here is pointless. As soon as he made that request, he got a solid punch to the face. Stop pretending to be asleep. After that hit, Lihan fell straight to the ground. But even in that pitiful state, he insisted on his request. The commander is acting really strangely. We need to detain and isolate him immediately, before the next hit comes. Lihan directly asked the guy outside. Did you hear that, Sergeant Red? To sound more credible. Lihan threw out a bunch of convincing reasons. If you really were an assassin, you would not have been captured so easily. Back when I was an alpha, I never failed a mission. Hearing this, the vice commander did not believe it at all. Even in this situation, you are still trying to confuse everyone. Just like someone from the elite forces of evil. Zone Red next to him had to agree. From training to real combat, Lihan has always been one of the standout fighters. Hearing this, Tobias snapped back. Omega is also one of the standout fighters. He is one of the ones who agrees. He is one of the ones who agrees. From training to real combat, Lihan has always been one of the standout warriors. Hearing this, Tobias snapped back without hesitation. Omega is also among the best warriors. Put your personal feelings aside for a moment. Inside, the other person started delivering stronger blows. From now on, if you do not answer me respectfully, I swear I will rip each of your nails off. From now on, if you do not answer me respectfully, I swear I will rip each of your nails off. Zone Red fell silent, his gaze locked in contemplation. Lihan could hold on a little longer. This is not the time to just stand around and wait. Leaving the interrogation room, he smoked while tapping away at his screen. Stepping out of the interrogation room, he continued to smoke and scroll through his screen. Just as I thought. We found nothing from the surveillance footage. No longer watching the screen, he walked down the hallway, lost in thought. But I can't shake off my doubts. Lihan is extremely meticulous. This is not his style. And if he really planned this, then maybe the commander is already a goner. Taking a few more steps, After rushed out in a panic, asking, "Hey, Red, is it true that Lihan is a goner?" Before Red could respond, After reassured himself. "No way. It can't be real." "Lihan," John Red explained calmly. "We are still investigating. Just take it easy. Okay." Hearing that, Aftu's inner rage exploded. How the hell can I stay calm, even if others do not see it? I know. For the past 3 years, Lihan has not changed at all. The more he spoke, the more his panic showed. People can lie, but machines and Lihan do not lie. That statement left John Red feeling helpless. That is truly ridiculous. Not wanting to drag it out any longer, he decided to leave, saying, "Just chill. We will talk later." Just as he was about to leave, something struck him and he asked, "Wait a minute. Aftu." Later in the familiar room, John Red stood there deep in thought. Then he pushed the door open and said a long string of words. "I trust you, Commander. You have turned Projecta from a loss into a victory." Still, he saw no response from the other person. So John Red launched into a hollow monologue. Superpowers should be human before they become weapons. You always believed in that. Thanks to you, people like Omega never appeared again. The other person remained dazed, observing that expression. He scoffed. "Alexander the Elder is indeed extraordinary. Now that I am in this position, I realize I am not cut out for it." Deciding not to hold back any longer, John Red declared, "Right now, I want to act based on emotion, not reason. Just like how I trust you, I also trust Lihan." Outside, O2 and 2 factory staff were sprinting with all their might. The test footage in the control room was rolling. "Exactly. Let us make sure nothing goes wrong." Back in the interrogation room, the scene was even worse than before, and the interrogator's nerves were frayed. This time is a disaster. He did not even blink once. I have never seen anyone like this. Just then, the lights outside flickered on. "Let us take a little break now." With the pliers raised high, he gritted his teeth in a threatening manner, saying, "We will meet again soon, and you can look forward to that." Just then, Lihan exhaled heavily, realizing that they could not kill him anyway. But he could not stay in this state forever. Considering the current situation of the Commander-in-Chief, it is not surprising that evil could collapse at any moment. The real question is, how do I convince the others? Is there anyone who trusts me more than the Commander-in-Chief? Right at that moment, Otto huffed as he removed the blindfold from Lihan. Seeing who it was took Lihan by surprise. But before he could say anything, he was urged to move. Otto said, "There is no time. We need to get out of here first." Without asking more, the two dashed out of the interrogation room while Otto analyzed the situation as they ran. By now, they have probably reinforced the warehouse door. In 5 minutes, Tyranos will show up. After saying that, Otto's next words left Lihan stunned. "When that time comes, open the hatch and make your escape." Even if he mentioned escaping, Otto smiled brightly, sensing Lihan's worries. "Don't he worry. This genius has prepared a few things." From that expression, Lihan immediately understood psychic mech. Otto did not confirm it but only urged him on. 4 minutes left. We are almost there. After leaving that place, Otto quickly suited up Lihan. And after a bit of fussing around, everything was finally ready, all done. Hearing that, Lihan raised his hand to inspect it for a moment, unable to suppress his doubts. "It looks rough. Is it even usable?" Otto was not bothered. He watched Lihan twist his arm and replied confidently, "It is just a makeshift piece. But I made it myself, don't he worry about it. I call it the Die Bang Old Man. I combine parts from generations 1 and 2. If you have to label it, call it generation 1.5. As he equipped the armor and introduced the specs, Otto smiled reassuringly, saying, "Based on the data, it is ready for use. But real combat and data are always different. If it is you can handle it inside the armor." As he looked at the specs on the screen, Lihan asserted, "I will complete the trial through actual combat." Just then, a mechanic approached with his familiar spear. 2 minutes left. Do not forget this. Lihan took his weapon, feeling a mix of emotion and contemplation. Everyone is willing to help me despite knowing the risks. Why would they go this far? As that thought crossed his mind, Lihan resolved not to ask any further and looked at the person opposite him with sincere eyes. Asking would be pointless anyway. "Thank you, Otto." The one receiving the gratitude beamed with pride and a gentle smile. "No problem." Just as he finished speaking, the red alert lights blared everywhere. Otto then urged, "I have set up the escape route already. Let us go now." Lihan did not linger further. Turning to run desperately as he prepared to leave, Otto called out, "And Commander Red asked me to send you a message." Watching Lihan charge forward with his weapon, he conveyed the last bits of information. "The debt has been settled. He said you would understand once you heard that. It was not long before the bad guys spotted you and started chasing you down. Over there, blocking your way, facing this crowd." Lihan gathered his strength and leaped across, all eyes glued on him in shock. As soon as his feet hit the ground, Lihan took off running again. It was only then that the crowd snapped back to reality, their minds racing. They stood there, mouths agape, trying to wrap their heads around what just happened. How? Where did he get it from? Lihan could not contain his astonishment. Just like... And you said this mental mech was adjusted in just a few days. On the other side, the crowd was banging on the door with all their might, but it was useless. Damn it. Who sealed this thing up so tight? Is there a beautiful snake inside? Clute, blending in with the crowd, quickly pieced everything together and ground his teeth in frustration. In no... Lihan reached the exit. But before he could successfully escape, he had to dash through a storage room. Standing at the door, Lihan carefully scanned both sides and speculated. There were 2 speedboats. Which one should he take? After a moment, he focused on the boat on the left. That one. But before he could do anything, a blinding blue light flashed. Right after, a guy in armor with a spear charged at him. Lihan quickly dodged, realizing who it was. Clute, caught, growled back with a fierce glare. "So you just bail after failing your assassination attempt?" Lihan felt the anger boiling inside him as he spoke. "I never expected you to be like this. It is really disappointing." Faced with these accusations, Lihan did not offer any further explanations. "No matter what I say now, you won't believe me." Just as he finished speaking, the gate swung open, and the boat was ready to set sail. "Of course not. If you want to leave, you have to defeat me first." Lihan did not shy away from the taunt and readily agreed. "All right then, let us wrap this up." Clute, inside, despite his body falling apart, was still fired up. "Even if I lose, do not blame it on the mental mech." With that, the two charged into battle, Clute striking first, but Lihan braced himself and managed to evade. Though it was still a close call, destroying those mechs was not just talk. "If I can get close enough, I could finish them off." Not letting this drag on, Clute swung down, but Lihan ducked just in time. He then used a rocket to propel himself outside, creating distance between them. He needed to regain the speed advantage. Clute quickly pursued, and as they got close enough, he kicked Lihan, forcing him to halt, not giving Lihan a moment to prepare. Clute appeared in front of him, swinging his fist down with that machinery. "You can defeat me." Lihan took the hit square in the stomach, making his already battered body feel even worse. The harder Clute punched, the more relentless he became, pinning him to the ground while questioning, "Why did you betray me?" Lihan gritted his teeth, unable to respond. At that question, Lihan avoided thinking about something else, clenching his fists in frustration. "If I use the app waves, I could take him down in an instant. But Clute would definitely die. I can let that happen." Not seeing any reaction from the other guy, Clute continued to pummel him without mercy. "Just give up already," withstanding countless brutal punches. Lihan's screen was flashing warning signals. What am I supposed to do now? In this precarious situation, Lihan suddenly noticed something on the screen. The left arm of the armor had a green circle. What is going on with my left arm? Flashing back to the past, Ofitu glared furiously at the person in front of him. "Why are you being so stubborn?" Snap snapped, seeing Lihan pointing at his left arm, demanding something with irritation. "When do you plan on using that?" Lihan asked calmly, making his request. "Just one spear is not enough. I need another weapon." "I am afraid you do not understand how this works. It is supposed to launch out of the arm like this." At this point, Ahti had no choice but to accept. What a pain. Fine. I will do it when the time comes. Back in the present. Realizing what that was, Lihan forced a smile. Thanks. But next time. At least give me a heads up while still enduring numerous fierce punches. Lihan's left hand lifted. From within, a sharp knife emerged. Just as another punch was about to land, Lihan lunged forward, plunging the knife straight into the armor's head. Taking the hit, Clute remained unscathed and spoke to him. With just that, I won. I am not passing out. Lihan did not flinch and replied. I know. If this is all you have got. As soon as he said that, a jolt of electricity surged from the knife, spreading throughout the armor. After absorbing that high-voltage shock, Clute showed no signs of movement as Lihan pulled the knife out, causing him to stagger and fall. Lihan then turned to escape from the submarine. Sorry. Just stay there and rest for a bit. Clute, grabbing the familiar spear. Lihan prepared to rush to the nearby ship. He had to hurry. Behind him, Clute, trying to stand up, heard the commotion, causing Lihan to feel a wave of disbelief. No way. Clute then exploded with energy, grabbing Lihan as they shot outside, even as he was embraced. Lihan could not believe it. Countless questions flooded his mind. How is this happening? Isn't he unconscious? After a moment of shock, he realized Clute was moving by sheer will. Clute then held Lihan and blasted straight out, soaring into the sky. Reaching a certain height, Clute seized this opportunity to drop Lihan, sending him plummeting toward the ship. With the sudden pressure change, Lihan could not help but cry out in pain. The two of them crashed into the ship, causing the water's surface to violently shake. Inside the nearby vessel, John Red and the vice commander held their breath, watching. Did they hit? Are they caught? After the two fell, they left behind a massive dent. Clute fainted, leaving only Lihan with enough strength to stand up. Still, his body trembled as he struggled to take unsteady steps forward. However, the armor behind him shifted, causing Lihan to halt in surprise. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted, flames flaring up, forcing Lihan to panic and turn around. Thinking of something, Lihan shouted in fear. Clute did not think twice. He rushed toward the flames engulfing him, desperately trying to pull Clute out. As the fire intensified and he could not find Clute, Lihan tossed aside pieces of armor, pushing through the heat, and finally managed to drag Clute to safety. At that moment, a group of armed soldiers equipped with armor was marching down the hallway. Frustrated with the slow pace, the deputy commander slammed his keyboard, urging them to go and capture Lihan. Meanwhile, Lihan stopped in his tracks, suddenly frozen. He turned to glance at the blazing armor and felt an unsettling sense that something was not right. Lihan then set Clute down and moved to extract the energy core. At that moment, the soldiers surrounded him. Freeze. Lihan, come with us. Ignoring the threat, Lihan huffed, removing the core and explaining. The small reactor has a problem. If it fails, The group stared at the energy core, slowly lowering their weapons. The vessel then sped away from the main submarine. And with all his strength, Lihan hurled the energy core into the air. After tossing it, he gritted his teeth, channeling his power to guide it back toward himself, saying, "Let me show you what I can do." Under Lihan's control, the energy core detonated on the spot, creating a small tsunami that shattered the fleeing vessel, sending it sinking into the depths of the sea. Witnessing this, the deputy commander looked on in confusion. Zonret stepped forward, stating plainly, "No matter the reason, we can deny that Lihan saved Tyrano." Not stopping there, regardless of whether Tobias would object, Zonret boldly declared, "I will arrest the commander. We are heading back to Sector 1 to find out who has been pulling the strings from the start." In the hospital room, Clute, in a patient gown, jolted awake. Suddenly thinking of something, he gripped the blanket tightly. Without hesitation, he rushed to Zonret, stammering, "Is Lihan still alive?" Before Zonret could respond, Clute quickly asked about Lihan's condition. Zonret remained silent, observing the scene inside. Knowing tonight was crucial, Clute also hurried over to the glass chamber, staring at the figure on the hospital bed surrounded by a tangle of wires and machines. Lihan. Then he noticed Lihan's left arm was missing. Flooded with guilt, seeing that severed arm, Clute's eyes widened in horror. The more he looked, the more guilt consumed him, and he trembled, falling to his knees, unable to look away. Kneeling on the ground, Clute was overwhelmed with self-reproach. What have I done? He risked everything to save everyone. Just thinking about that brought tears streaming down his face. Why am I like this? Why do not I trust Lihan? Right now, in the familiar meeting room, the deputy commander sits with his chin resting on his hand, deep in thought. Could the commander be a traitor? The truth has not shown itself yet, and he is already looking for a way to dodge responsibility. If I treat him badly and he turns out to be innocent, then I will be the one in deep trouble. Just then, the screen next to him lights up, grabbing his attention. He presses the button and asks, What is going on? The voice on the other end quickly reports. Deputy Commander. Clute is heading straight for the commander. That name catches the deputy commander off guard. Clute. From that reaction, the voice on the line proactively suggests, I will sound the alarm. But before the other person can do anything, Tobias stops him. Wait. Hold on. A sinister smile crosses his face as he thinks of something. If someone can take the fall, then what could be better? If the commander is not the traitor, then just pin everything on Clute the moment this idea pops into his head. Tobias commands. Let us act like we never saw Clute. You understand what I mean, right? After recovering, Clute storms in with a dark expression and demands, Get up, Commander. With that, Clute raises his gun, aiming it directly at him. Even facing this threat, the commander does not lift his head, muttering meaningless words, receiving no response. Clute gets frustrated and cocks the gun. Now, it does not even matter who the traitor is. I have made up my mind. I will trust my friend. With that said, he intends to pull the trigger, but hesitates. The commander still keeps his head down, whispering words no one can understand. This indifference makes Clute officially snap. Damn it, say something. At this moment, he finally speaks up. Guilt. Is it because of responsibility? Caught off guard by the question, Clute stumbles on his words. He observes Clute's reaction and smirks. What do you want me to answer? Clute feels a bit dazed, not letting himself dwell on confusion for too long. He quickly regains his composure and returns to the main issue. Who are you? Why are you accusing Lihan of being a traitor? Being questioned like that, he laughs, exposing the truth. You only believe what you want to believe. Not stopping there, the commander continues his psychological attack. You have accused Lihan of being a traitor before, but now you are feeling guilty. Are you labeling me as the villain? That is quite convenient for you. Struck at his core, Clute shows some hesitation. Shut up. Just shut your mouth. Ignoring the insults, he squints his eyes and looks at Clute. If you see me as the villain and punish me, you will be free from the guilt. But in reality, you do not really trust Lihan. If you did, you would have helped him from the very start. Those words successfully chip away at Clute's resolve, even making him feel more regretful. Stop talking, before I kill you. Witnessing this reaction, he finally reveals his true evil nature. Is that your limit? Just as the words leave his lips, Cage appears, making Clute wary. What the hell is this? Is this the power of the commander-in-chief? Just look at that reaction. He is laughing like a maniac. You are being way too reckless, Clute. Compared to Lihan, you are nothing. Witnessing that face, Clute felt a mix of fear and confusion. What on earth is happening to him? No way. Is he even human anymore? At this point, the commander-in-chief is not holding back. His true face is finally showing. We are the only ones who can drift along this line. He is controlling Clute's body against his will, making his own body act on its own. Under his control, Clute points the gun right at the guy's forehead, leaving everything shrouded in mystery. Not too shabby. Struggling against this involuntary control, Clute grits his teeth, trying to resist. I have evidence that the commander-in-chief is a traitor. We can kill the commander here. Facing that reaction, he continues to provoke. Go ahead. Pull the trigger. Didn't you come here to kill me? Clute, determined not to let things go down like this, explodes. Don't underestimate me. With that, he tries to take the gun and shoot himself in the head. Right after that shot, the cage around him shatters. Clute, safe and sound after that shot, boldly declares, You think you are better than me? How ridiculous. You bastard. This body belongs to me. Realizing this, he stops being a villain, and Clute lands a punch right in his gut, knocking him down. I will take full responsibility for my mistakes. Right after that punch, a swarm of soldiers rushes in. Stop, Clute. Clute has no intention of backing down, raising his hands. The commander-in-chief is still alive. But should we still call him commander? Soon after, Zone Red faces off against the deputy commander in the interrogation room. The whole surveillance footage from that time has vanished. You mean no one saw Clute go meet the commander, have some hot tea, and then the deputy commander is acting all natural? At that moment, the system was malfunctioning and under maintenance. What a coincidence. Zone Red does not believe it but just goes along with it. What an incredible coincidence. Dad, to lighten the mood, the other person changes the subject. Clearly, the commander-in-chief has lost his mind. We have survived this long in a world with a madman. Which is saying something. With those words, Zone Red narrows his eyes. Warning. Be careful with what you say. Deputy Commander. The deputy commander takes a sip of tea while Zone Red adds. It is clear that the commander-in-chief's mind is being influenced by something. But it is too early to call him our enemy. This opinion meets resistance from the deputy commander. Well, he has made his hostility towards humanity abundantly clear. Zone Red calmly points out. If he really wanted to destroy humanity, he had countless opportunities to do so already. Don't he tell me you are planning to negotiate with him? He does not say much, just keeps it short and to the point. About the commander. From now on, I am taking charge of him. He sits alone in the room, fully focused on his training. His body feels like it is electrified. With his eyes closed, he suddenly opens them, staring straight ahead. He mentally tells himself his image is a heart. A massive heart gradually materializes in the air. His hair grows longer, and his face darkens. The inverted cage swings wide open, revealing several hearts inside. He intends to capture the heart floating in mid-air. Suddenly, the gigantic heart rushes toward him, but just before it reaches him, it explodes. He shouts in anger, as if trying to tear his cage apart even more. He is in disbelief. He walks slowly through the door, instantly greeted by the other guy's smile. We did it, Kuro, this time. It took less than 10 minutes. The absorption is getting faster. Kuro puts on his jacket and says, that is not important. Any news from Lihan? Not yet. Want me to check? No need. Lihan is very strong. He stands still, listening to Kuro. Then he replies, but right now, you are even stronger. Don't underestimate yourself and overrate him. Nader explains, Lihan is strong, even without a superpower. For me, if I am not a superpower, then I am nothing at all. I just want to rest today. The two look at each other, their eyes devoid of warmth. He thinks to himself, I won't let you take advantage of me anymore. She lets out a weary sigh. The girl inside stands up. Omega must be one. Ouch. She was thrown hard by Silent and crashed to the ground, crying out in pain. It hurts so much. Silent simply writes a line on a piece of paper. Go away. She thinks to herself, there is no sign of malice. But if this continues every day, it is really annoying. The girl, though in pain, keeps fighting back. Seriously? You think I showed up because I wanted to? Silent thinks to himself, if she were a guy, I would have knocked her out already. Silent was about to flick her off when she questioned him. Wait, you are really not going to hit me? Are you? Do you have a place where I can fight back? Then the sound of punches echoes in the room. Everyone knows they are fighting. On the ship, Lihan, covered in bandages and undergoing treatment, lies still. His heart monitor beeps steadily. How's Lihan doing? The doctor replies. He is out of critical condition. He is stable now. Thank goodness. I feel so light. Looking at him in a coma makes my stomach churn. Suddenly, his eyes flickered in his mind. He thought, where a cave? His consciousness was lost deep within a cave. This cave was clearly man-made. He took a step forward. The sight before him made his eyes widen in shock. Before him stood a gigantic door. A massive one. Above it, strange red lights flickered. The door slowly began to open before his astonished eyes. His gaze was a mix of worry and fear. That thing. Back in the hospital room, he finally regained consciousness. He opened his eyes and immediately scanned his surroundings. He noticed a long segment of his arm was missing. Looking ahead, Lihan buried his face in his hands in despair. You are awake? How are you feeling? I answered. Even if it is a lie, I can't say I am okay. He stepped closer. I have never been this seriously hurt. Even when fighting a dragon, aren't humans scarier than dragons? At least I only lost an arm. Guess I will need a prosthetic. He chuckled. Welcome to the world of robots. Lihan was curious. What is the situation? If they brand you a traitor, there is going to be chaos. Out of 34 enhanced warriors, 18 have filed complaints. They want a reinvestigation to uncover the truth. You thought this all through, did not you? His gaze lingered. Even if he had not planned it, I would never let anyone die. I fight not out of anger or revenge. I fight to protect someone. Just like we always do. He smiled. That is a good answer. Lihan suddenly realized something. He spoke into the radio. Everyone just heard that. Everyone was really moved. Then they turned to Lihan. Political skills have improved a lot. This will sway many neutral factions to your side. More importantly, my condition is not great. Sorry about that, but I need your advice. Lihan was still curious about Nada's meaning. Then he replied, I understand what you mean. Master, you plan to confront Commander A. The sound of a limp footstep approached. Lihan leaned heavily as he walked outside. Red was smoking and noticed him. He saw him struggling to move. Then he said, you must not be feeling well. Sorry about that. He replied firmly, but I need you. You get that? Right. What happened with Clute? Red responded. He voluntarily went into solitary confinement. Looks like he needs time to think. Lihan nodded. I understand. What now? Shall we go? Scene transition. Delicious food was laid out on the table. A noise came from beside the big door. The clattering of utensils echoed from inside. The commander picked up a piece of food and popped it in his mouth. Instantly, the crowd rushed in. He continued to savor the meal as if nothing had happened. Tasty. Red asked as he stepped inside. Sir, are you Commander Jujenthaler? He just chuckled. And who do you think I am? Deputy Chief of Staff. If it is Alexander, maybe we would have communicated better. He stared at him. Still confused, Lihan approached. Wait a second. Please step back. He moved forward. Extend your hand forward. His palm is facing the commander's face. The commander gasped. Eyes wide open. Everyone around them is full of curiosity. What are you doing? The commander speaks up. I can use my psychic powers. Everyone is stunned. Is this psychic resistance? At this moment, Lihan is sweating profusely. He tells everyone. The commander's current state does not seem related to psychic powers. Lihan, you have the potential to end this war. I can accept that. They start murmuring among themselves. Really, Lihan? Can he really end the war? The commander chuckles dryly. But can we really trust Sivir? We are trusting a dragon. What if it is a trap? What if Sivir wants to wipe out the other factions to become the sole ruler? Or maybe he is just giving hope to the remaining humans, only to betray and eliminate them. Red explains. Everyone except Lihan. Family aside, he thinks to himself. What is scarier than psychic powers is the aura around him. It can negatively affect other psychics. This man is not the commander. It feels like looking at a demon. He is still talking to Lihan. This reminds me of the prophet. You always feel guilty. If we all died back then, it would have been better. That is what you think, right? Red responds, maybe. Then he says, you are really useless. Deputy Chief of Staff, if Alexander were here, things would not have turned out this way. The two of them step out of the room. Lihan speaks to Red. When Chief of Staff Alexander died, Commander Jujin essentially died too. It is our fault. We thought the commander was a superhuman. We believed he would endure everything and lead us. But in the end, the commander is just human, a weak mindset. Even knowing humanity will ultimately perish. He gave up on himself and became a monster. I always underestimated Alexander. Like if he were still alive, perhaps we would not have fallen. He is curious. What will the teacher do now? A leader must be superhuman. They have a responsibility to never show weakness. Officially, we will declare that the commander was manipulated by Spectre. The commander never abandoned us or humanity. As long as everyone remembers that, it is enough. And Jujuin has been imprisoned in the deepest part of Tyranoth. The senior officers know the truth and call him the demon. The reason they keep him the demon. He is still alive because evil still needs his knowledge. The sound of a cup shattering suddenly echoed. The one who broke it was none other than Lihan. Dr. Iskar. Li said. Look at you, controlling the prosthetic with mental strength. Can you really fight like that? He confidently replied. I can do it. I have seen someone fight like that before. Simone could do it too. I started telling myself, now I should focus on rehabilitation. While walking, he encountered someone. He looked at them and could not help but be surprised. The person in front of him looked equally confused. Seeing this, he spoke up. What is going on? The guy replied, hit me. Why should I do that? Because I was wrong. Just hit me until you feel better, until that wound heals. I want to use my healing powers. I have no other way to apologize. I won't gain anything from hitting you. He sighed. He said, my hands will just hurt. It would be a lie to say I do not resent you. At least, I should have trusted you, but we have to move forward. Forget the little things. You think I saved you because I hate you enough to want you dead. He seemed pleased to hear that. Lihan, thank you. Just as he was about to rush forward, Lihan gave him a kick. He fell flat on the ground, curious and trembling. You said you would not hit me. But think again, just one punch. It makes me feel a bit better. Lihan, in his military uniform, wielded his weapon and said, to prevent resurrection, we need the power of the Silver Ancestor. Everyone in the room listened intently. One person asked curiously, find the Silver Ancestor now and stab it with that spear. Right, there is no way to prove that is true. Red continued, we decided to contact him without hesitation. However, finding the Silver Ancestor is not easy, even with our network. We do not know when we will find it. We just need to combine with Citadel's intelligence network. He looked into the focused eyes of everyone. He continued, even if we accept that, do you think Citadel will agree? They will never cooperate with us. Lihan replied. They will agree. The Citadel is not foolish enough for mutual annihilation. Right now, it is just the two of us in this room. The commander, High Lion, speaks up. Congrats on your appointment. Transfer order for Lihan. Starting today, you are assigned to the U.S. Navy Intelligence Unit. He is curious, but I am not even a U.S. citizen. Is it really that easy to get approved? Does it even matter in the current situation? It is just a formality. But it is better than having no position at all. We will hold on to the Silver Spear. Commander Lihan, you will lead the negotiations with the Citadel. Understood. Lihan. Got it. Commander Hai thinks to himself, he is meticulous and a perfectionist. But surprisingly, he has a soft spot, tying him down with a position that could help control things a bit. Lihan thinks to himself as well, not bad. It makes it convenient to operate independently from evil. Meanwhile, at the organization, everyone is eating in the cafeteria. That girl is intently slurping her noodles. Silence sits next to her, arms crossed. Just watching. The girl suddenly screams, seriously? How could you mess up a lady's hair like that? You should be grateful I am letting it slide, just because we are eating together. Alright, yeah. Totally. Silent thinks to herself, I can't believe she actually fainted. She is not a psychic who has undergone some crazy physical enhancement. Watching the girl enjoying her meal, Silent scribbles something down in her notebook, then she shows it to her. Do you like living in the citadel? Do I look like I do? Those soldiers over there are chatting away like it is a party. Of course. There is even a super psychic commander and countless non-psychics who are strong. She replies to Silent. There is no place safer than the citadel. To be honest, I am fine just maintaining the status quo. No need to win any wars. My life before coming to the citadel. I did not even think about happiness. Suddenly, she jolts. Oh no, it is work time. I have to get to work. Then she jumps up. Miss Silent. Watching her leave, Silent can't help but feel curious. Pondering for a while. Outside, soldiers are tirelessly searching for something. Everyone has flashlights on their heads. Guns in hand. Lihan among them thinks. To get into the citadel, we need Yenny's support. We have to move to the next point before sunrise. Each footprint makes a deep impression on the ground. The moonlight shining down on the tall buildings. Exhausted, the soldiers sit down to rest. While Lihan keeps scanning the area, one soldier lights a cigarette. Standing there smoking while enjoying the moonlight. The night sky is really bright tonight. After a while, Lihan approaches to remind everyone. It is time to move again. The moonlight still shines down as they continue their journey through the night. Exploring every nook and cranny here, Lihan suddenly discovers something. He shines his flashlight ahead, revealing a grotesque shadow. It is the silhouette of a monster. He yells out, spotting the enemy. It is a werewolf. Instantly, 3 of them appear, climbing up the buildings. He looks up and realizes there is not just one. Everyone tenses. Glancing nervously around, the soldier is immediately struck by one of them. Crashing to the ground, another soldier screams in panic. What? What the hell is that? What in the world is this? Lihan looks at them, filled with unease. Then he charges in front of him, repeatedly firing at the werewolf. Night Lu. The moon still shines brightly overhead. Something gradually appears in the distance. The girl with red hair from earlier is now dressed and ready. She quickly ties her hair up and strides outside, full of energy. All right, time to clock in. She hops off to work. Brimming with excitement, she glances at her watch and starts counting down. 3. She readies herself. Yenny is on her way. Truly, she is one of the rare ones who actually loves going to work in the endless fields. Suddenly, a bright light cuts through the darkness. It turns out to be Yenny making her entrance. She scans the area with a focused gaze. Then she pulls out her gun. Rushing to find a hiding spot, she slides down a rocky ledge and hides behind a boulder. Thinking to herself, the scent of blood is drifting in the air. Suddenly, in front of her are Lihan and the pack of werewolves. He is trying to shoot at each of the monsters. Some of them are hit and start bleeding. She watches curiously from a distance. Senpai. She stays back. Observing him, he yells out, "Don't come any closer. There is an enemy lurking nearby in Night Ru." She breaks into a cold sweat. It has found her out. He stands fearless in front of the pack of werewolves. She thinks to herself, I can confront a Night Ru. If Senpai falls, I will have to run away on my own. Lihan glares at the werewolves with pure anger. Damn things. They attack just as he is reloading. That is how they take people down. Damn it. He is still fighting them. She aims carefully at each one. They surround him one by one. He focuses on reloading. Then he fires. One of them lets out a howl as it is hit. He prepares to take aim for a second shot. He dodges through the grass, avoiding their attacks as they charge at him. He fires back with precision. One huge one is ready to pounce on him. It is right in front of him. Its jaws ready to snap and bite down on his gun. Then grab the gun and hit him with it. Yenny was taken aback at the sight, seeing he was about to be ambushed. She shouted, Senpai. Behind you. He looked back, and in an instant, the monster landed a blow on him. Inzo swung his sword, severing his arm. Sparks flew. He chuckled to himself. Sorry about that, that was just a prosthetic arm. She was equally stunned by the sight. The monster went absolutely berserk. Now, it turned its attention to her. He sensed the danger and yelled out, Yenny. In the blink of an eye, it charged toward her. It appeared right behind her, ready to send her to the afterlife. Lihan was incredibly tense. He held a sharp dart in his remaining hand. He shouted, Duck. Yenny gasped in fear. She immediately obeyed. Ducking down, blood gushed out instantly. He had hit the target. He focused intently on the scene before him. Yenny was equally shocked. She stared at the monster that had just been taken down. Fear coursing through her. Back to the organization. You made it back safe. Anfa, did you enjoy the journey through memory lane? He replied, Not exactly. Seems like you paid a hefty price, he said. I will be straightforward. The villain decided to team up with Thanchi. Naturally. Under the condition that Thanchi agrees as well. He chuckled at those hypocrites. Really, what comes next? Don't he tell me we are about to jump straight into a full-blown war? Lihan replied bluntly. The only way to end this war is to hand it over to the villain. The statement left him stunned. What? Scene change. On the coast, with a large tower, several cargo trucks were moving inside. The gate slowly opened. He led everyone inside. 3 people were already waiting there. They looked at the group and could not help but be surprised. The commander and the other two stood there observing. One person said, "You brought 7 people. Aren't we supposed to keep it under 5? He chuckled silently. The other 2 were actually from the villain's side. Alpheus, Navy officer, and silent, though a deserter, still belongs to the villain. The commander said, "Long time no see." Silent, Kuro. He looked at them intently. Then he glanced at Kuro, thinking to himself, so they really can absorb the core. The mental pressure is overwhelming. We have got 3 psychic mechs outside, but I doubt they can win. He turned his gaze to the person behind him, thinking to himself, the fortress must be stronger. Then he spoke, "Let us sit down and talk." They all sat down promptly. Suddenly, one person slammed the table and yelled, "This is ridiculous. We can provide the psychic mechs, but we won't hand over the core technology. So this meeting is pointless. If you keep clinging to that precious technology and everything goes down in flames, the future will be thrown back in our faces. If we lose here, there will be no future at all. You can keep your pressure tactics. Just go all out with your mighty spear. If you fall, we will recover and make use of it." Suddenly, Red spoke, "We will provide it." What? What are you talking about? Even if the psychic mechs become a threat later, they are still better than those dragons. If we lose here, it is game over. He laughed. And after the war, we want to be recognized as an independent nation. He scoffed. An independent nation built for the superpowers. Where do you see your citizens and territory? He confidently replied. After the war, the places we establish will become our territory. Those seeking protection will gather as our citizens. He could only swear. Damn. The night was falling. He lit a cigarette and stepped outside, his mouth running a mile a minute. Damn it. How am I supposed to report this to my superiors? This negotiation was stacked against us from the start. Luckily, Then Chi's demands were still within our expectations. Team Omega-1 is the type that will choose mutual destruction if the target fails. Red told Lihan. You really made this meeting happen. Lihan. This is just the beginning, but great job. Lihan thought for a moment, remembering what that guy said. Promise me one thing. Alpha, Jiang wanted to use his powers against Kuro. He replied. I will promise one thing. If I betray Than Chi first, I will stand with Than Chi and fight to the end. Kuro laughed at that. I am not upset. If my powers can help maintain balance and smooth things out, that would be awesome. I hope the war ends soon, a world without war or conflict. I will make that a reality. Lihan was surprised. Thinking about him, 15 days later, on a large ship floating above, the Tyrano submarine had surfaced, marking the start of the first coordinated operation between the evil and Than Chi. Someone called out. Dimitri. Than Chi's superpowers are also on the Tyrano. Durek. You are alive, of course. Buddy. Following him were a few others. Though some were thrilled to reunite after so long, Durek looked around. Everyone was still greeting each other. Dimitri ran over and slapped him on the back. On the other side, Red asked the responder. What is the situation? I mean the psychic mechs from Than Chi. Considering they do not have core technology, they have maintained those mechs pretty well. I think once they get the core technology, they will ramp up their own developments. Even the U eventually agreed to provide it. Maybe they think they can strike before Than Chi mass produces the mechs. That might be true for human resistance powers. But for dragon resistance, not so. He gently pushed his glasses up. Who is in charge of the spear? Severe. Red casually replied while lighting a smoke. Glutmir among our enhanced warriors. He has got the highest success rate. You are not planning to hand it over to Lihan. Are you? That is definitely unexpected. But Tobias and I are on the same page about this. Lihan's ace in the hole is our last card to control Kuro. We can't risk him on the front lines. And that guy. Not only is he an exceptional warrior, but he can also take on a leadership role too. We will set ourselves up as bait and move into the Wyvern's territory. Humanity has taken down 3 low-tier Wyverns. Only 4 remain. One of which is the Silver Nest. Lihan thought to himself. I can't believe we spotted a silver tier right away. But taking one down is still useful. The ship continues to move stealthily out at sea. In the room, that guy was completely bewildered. What? What are you talking about? Kuro, I will volunteer to lead. This is the perfect chance to impress everyone. He thought to himself. Damn it. I can reason with him right now. Prepare the psychic mech for me. Yep. I will bring it right away. Kuro told himself. I am going to teach them a lesson right here and right now that no battle can break out until I say so. That is all for my video. Above is the summary of the story. If you have any thoughts, drop them in the comments below. Don't forget to leave me a like, subscribe, and hit the bell for more exciting videos. For now, goodbye and see you next time. Bye-bye.